On the plaza of Yangqingno, one high school, the awakening ceremony was underway. A massive crystal sphere stood at the very center of the rostrum. Students stepped forward in turn, pressing their hands against the sphere, which lit up in different colors: crimson fire, azure water, violet lightning. The more dazzling the radiance, the higher the grade. Next, Su Zhenguo, the registrar teacher, looked up. Su Zhenguo's grandson. Several nearby students pricked up their ears. Su Zhenguo walked toward the crystal sphere. Someone murmured behind him, "Is his father the one who fell in battle at the northern frontier? At least in a grave for sure." He placed his hand upon the sphere. A pillar of silver-white light shot straight into the sky, taller and brighter than anyone else's that day. The paving stones of the plaza trembled faintly. The principal sprang to his feet. "It's great." The whole place erupted. Camera shutters crackled in a frenzy as reporters surged forward. Then the light pillar collapsed. Threads of silver radiance were stripped away one after another, the beams shrinking from several zhang to a few qi to a shallow pool of light, until at last it went dark. A virtual screen sprang up with the conclusion. Ability: spatial type. Energy level: grade. Potential upper limit. Combat rating: grade. Test result: no detectable offensive ability response. Only capable of storing non-living objects. Silence. Then laughter exploded. And Scrade warehouse guard. And Scrade, and he turns out to be a walking backpack. Among the crowd, Zhao Kai of grade fire type laughed the loudest. Su Zhenguo lifted his hand from the crystal sphere and walked back into the line. Several classmates instinctively shifted aside to make space. Su Zhenguo paid them no mind. Xiao Wanqing had grown up with Su Zhenguo since childhood sweethearts. Beautiful in appearance, she was the acknowledged goddess of the school. "I'm fine," Su Zhenguo replied with a faint smile. As she passed by his side, she paused for a moment, tilted her head to glance at him, then continued walking forward. She pressed her right hand onto the crystal sphere. The orb erupted with a blinding red light. Even the air above the entire plaza seemed to spike several degrees in an instant. The virtual screen displayed. Ability: fire type. Energy level: grade. Combat rating: grade. Test result: flame affinity 97. Possesses high temperature control talent. Recommendation: direct admission to the National Ability Academy. The people in the plaza had not yet recovered from the farce of Su Zhenguo's grade when this fresh shock struck them dumb. Xiao Wanqing lifted her hand from the crystal sphere and glanced back at the crowd. Su Zhenguo was equally stunned. I never imagined Xiao Wanqing would awaken its great ability. Xiao Wanqing herself was dazed, and she turned her gaze towards Su Zhenguo. Just as she was about to call out to him, a group of teachers rushed over and surrounded her. Seeing this, Su Zhenguo turned and left. By dusk, he pushed open the courtyard gate. The lights in the living room were on. His grandfather sat in an old rattan chair, a pot of tea before him, and 2 cups. Hearing the door, his grandfather turned his head. Su Zhenguo stood at the doorway. He looked at his grandfather's face, his lips parting, yet no words came out. The old man's gaze swept once across his face. "Come sit." Su Zhenguo walked over and sat opposite his grandfather. The old man pushed the cooled tea toward him. He lifted the cup and took a sip. It was bitter vine tea. He held the cup, head bowed. He wanted to speak, but his throat felt blocked by something jammed so tightly no sound could pass. His grandfather said nothing, simply waited. After a long while, Su Zhenguo finally spoke, voice trembling. "Grandpa, I've let you down." As soon as he uttered those words, the tears fell. It was not wailing, but tears he could no longer hold back, dripping down one by one. The drops splashed onto the tea table with soft taps. He wiped them away with his sleeve, only for fresh tears to spill again. Grade in combat. Everyone laughs at me, saying Su Zhenguo's grandson is a useless waste, calling the tiger's grandson a dog. I wanted to make something of myself, I truly did. My father is a hero. My mother too. How can I be grade? He could not go on. His grandfather stood up. The old man stepped around the tea table and came to his side. That calloused hand pressed against the back of his head, rubbing firmly, just like in that photograph, where his father cupped his infant head. "Silly boy." His grandfather's voice was hoarse, yet steady. "In this lifetime, your grandfather has only one grandson, you." Su Zhenguo did not lift his head. "The day your father fell at the northern frontier, 2 men from the unit came and stood right here in this living room, telling me your parents had died. I asked how they died. They said that in the end, only your parents were left on the position. They held on for 40 minutes. Held on until reinforcements arrived." The grandfather paused. "Those 2 men left after they finished speaking. I sat in this rattan chair for the entire night. The next morning the sun shone in, landing on that family portrait. Your mother holding you in her arms, your father standing beside her smiling." His grandfather's hand was still pressed to the back of Su Zhenguo's head, warm and rough. "Listen well. From the day you were born until now, your grandfather's love for you has never changed. It has nothing to do with what grade you are. Whether you're grade or grade you are Su Zhenguo, you are my grandson. That is something no one can change. Your parents have already given their lives for the country. For your grandfather, your living a safe, peaceful life would be the greatest blessing of all." Su Zhenguo's shoulders were still shaking, but at last he lifted his head. He looked at his grandfather. His grandfather's eyes were red as well, yet he did not let his tears fall. "Grandpa." Hearing his grandfather's words, Su Zhenguo could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood and threw his arms around his grandfather, sobbing uncontrollably. After several minutes, Su Zhenguo spoke. "Silly child, your grandfather is here. It's all right. Go upstairs and rest." Su Zhenguo stood up, took 2 steps, then stopped. I won't give up on myself. I will work hard." The old man waved his hand dismissively without turning around. As Su Zhenguo went upstairs, he paused at the bend in the staircase. No sigh drifted up from the living room. His grandfather was humming some tune indistinct like a song he had learned in the army when he was young. Clenching his fists, Su Zhenguo entered his room. Mock exam papers were piled on the desk, and on the wall hung a poster of the Northern Frontier Military Academy. Guard the homeland, die without regret. He closed his eyes. He turned his attention to his spatial ability and found that the inner space was a gray, hazy emptiness. The boundaries were blurred, nothing within. Lines of text appeared. Spatial ability. Sectors for flame, lightning, air currents, rock layers, and flowing water shimmered faintly. Below, new words surfaced. Attribute panel. Fire 010. Lightning 010. Wind 010. Earth 010. Water 010. Initial attribute points 10. Su Zhenguo was stunned. What was this? Could this be an attribute allocation system within my own spatial ability? I remember both grandpa and father were lightning type. Can I allocate points to lightning? His finger fell upon the lightning sector. He poured all 1 point into it. The lightning sector exploded in a ring of electric arcs. Lightning Thunderstrike grade unlocked. Next evolution 10 points. Could he try assigning points to other abilities as well? Just as Su Zhenguo was about to continue experimenting, a knocking sound came from downstairs. His grandfather went to answer the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man's voice carried up, quiet in volume, yet with sharp penetration. Old Su, I hope I'm not intruding. Then a woman's voice followed. Good evening, Grandpa Su. The voice was all too familiar to Su Zhenguo. He walked to the stairwell and looked down. 3 people stood at the door. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, hair slicked back without a strand out of place. Su Wangqing's father, Su Zhenghai. Behind him stood her mother, impeccably made up, carrying 2 boxes of gifts. Su Wangqing stood at the back. She had changed out of her school uniform into a dark blue dress, her hair let down to fall over her shoulders. She kept her head lowered, eyes on the tips of her shoes. His grandfather stood at the doorway, not letting them in. Su Zhenghai, what brings you here so late? Su Zhenghai smiled. At today's awakening ceremony, Wangqing obtained inscribed fire-type ability. Given the many years of friendship between our Xia family and the Su family, my first thought, of course, was of Su Zhenguo. His gaze passed over his grandfather's shoulder and spotted Su Zhenguo at the stairs. Xiao Zhu is home. His smile grew even warmer. Perfect. There are some things Uncle would like to discuss with you and your grandfather together. Su Wangqing lifted her head. Her eyes met Su Zhenguo's. Then she quickly lowered her gaze again. His grandfather glanced back at Su Zhenguo, then stepped aside from the doorway. Come in and talk. When Su Zhenghai entered, his gaze first swept across the living room. He set the gift box beside the coffee table and said, Elder Su, when my father was still alive, he would come sit with you here every month. Bringing Wangqing here today is also to visit you on his behalf. Su Zhenguo sat back down in the rattan chair, neither accepting the gift nor responding. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and only then spoke slowly. Your father has been gone for 3 years. Yes. Su Zhenghai's smile froze for half a second. That is why I must come even more often. Xia's mother nudged the gift box forward. Uncle Su, this is tea Wangqing specially picked out for you. She knows you love Longjing. Su Wangqing stood behind her parents and had not spoken a word since they entered. Wangqing Su Zhenguo suddenly called her name. Grandpa Su. She lifted her head. Shrank fire element. The old man said, his tone devoid of joy or anger, as if merely stating the weather. Congratulations. Su Wangqing parted her lips, but before she could speak, Su Zhenghai took over. It's all just luck. Elder Su, you don't know. During the test today, I was watching from the audience and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. A 97 affinity with flame. The testing team said such numbers have never appeared in Yangqing. He paused, glanced toward the staircase where Su Zhenguo stood, and lowered his voice. But as for this kid Su Zhenguo, I truly did not expect it. With the Su family's bloodline, how could he possibly be an F? Did something go wrong with the crystal ball? Should we ask the testing team to run it again? Su Zhenguo waved his hand. There's nothing wrong with the equipment. Then what a mess this is. Su Zhenghai sighed. Standing in the audience today, listening to those people laugh, it felt like knives in my chest. I watched Su Zhenguo grow up. He's like my own nephew. Su Zhenguo stood at the stairwell, unmoving. He recalled how in the square earlier that day, Su Zhenghai had been standing in the very first row of the parents section. Xia had not laughed, but he had not looked at Su Zhenguo either. His eyes had remained fixed on his phone. Uncle Xia, you are very considerate, Su Zhenguo said, his voice level. Su Zhenghai lifted his head to look at him, deep smile lines crowding his face. Xiao Zhe, come down. Your uncle has something to say to you. Su Zhenguo glanced at his grandfather. The old man did not turn his head. Su Zhenguo walked down and sat on the stool beside his grandfather. Looking at the grandfather and grandson sitting side by side, Su Zhenghai cleared his throat. Elder Su, we came today, first to visit you. Second, there is indeed something we would like to discuss with you. Su Zhenguo set down his teacup. Wangqing was singled out today by the National Ability Academy. She has been granted direct admission and will report to the capital in September. As he said this, Su Zhenghai straightened his back. Her mentor will be Professor Zhong Yu of the Fire Department, a rank who once took part in the Southern Frontier Campaign. You should know him. I do, said Su Zhenguo. All the better if you do. Leaning forward slightly, Su Zhenghai continued, Elder Su, let me Wangqing's talent would be wasted if she stayed in Yangqing. In the capital, the resources, connections, and opportunities for tempering are on a completely different level from ours. Professor Zhong said that before Wangqing even graduates, she will likely have a chance to enter the national team's reserve. At last, Su Wangqing spoke. Dad. Just one word. Her voice was not loud, but it was enough to halt Su Zhenghai. Xia's mother immediately took over. Your father is not wrong either. Wangqing, haven't you always wanted to see the capital? This is an opportunity. I never said I didn't want to go, Xia Wanqing murmured, then fell silent again. The atmosphere grew. Leaning back against the rattan chair, Su Zhenguo said, Xia Qinghai, after all you've said, what is it you actually want to discuss? Xia Qinghai was silent for a few seconds. Elder Su, then I'll be blunt. With Wanqing going to the capital this time, her future is essentially set. Professor Zhong's demands on her are very strict. Before enrollment, she must complete all foundational fire element training. For the next 4 years, all her energy must be devoted entirely to cultivation, as she cannot afford distractions. He glanced at Suja. As for this kid Suja, to be honest, with in frank combat evaluation, staying here in Yanqing, attending a regular university, and finding a stable job in the future, that would be perfectly fine. But the path he and Wanqing will walk from now on will be different. The air in the living room felt as though something were pressing down on it. So you're afraid I'll cling to Wanqing and drag her down? Suja suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was steady enough that Xia Qinghai's expression faltered for a moment. Xiaozha, that's not what your uncle meant. Uncle Xia, Suja cut him off. I know I'm frank. I know everyone in the square was laughing today. You don't need to circle around it with so many words. He stood up, his posture straight. Wanqing being granted direct admission. I'm happy for her. Xia Wanqing's head snapped up, her gaze meeting his. But there is one thing I must make clear. Suja's gaze swept across Xia Qinghai's face, unwavering. There's nothing between Wanqing and me. You can rest easy. Xia Qinghai was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Xiaozha, your uncle is only afraid you might take it too hard for a while, that you might be shaken. After all, your paths ahead may be different. There's nothing different. I will be on the front lines too. Suja's voice was not loud, but each word struck the floor like a weight. I only have one thing to say. The entrance assessment, it's public, isn't it? Xia Wanqing's pupils contracted. Xia Qinghai's smile tightened. It is public. Why? Just watch when the time. Having said this, Suja sat back down beside his grandfather. His back was straight, mirroring his grandfather's posture. Xia Qinghai watched him for a few seconds, his lips moving as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only managed, Xiaozha, it's good to be ambitious, but don't let your words go too far. The entrance assessment isn't passed with talk. We of the Su family do not fight with our tongues, said Suja. The living room fell silent. The color on Xia Qinghai's face shifted, changing several times. Beside him, Xia's mother tugged lightly on his sleeve. The old man reclined in the rattan chair, remaining silent throughout. Yet when Suja spoke those words, the old man's fingers paused on the armrest. A moment later, Su Zhenguo opened his mouth. Are you finished? Before Xia Qinghai could respond, the old man was already on his feet, speaking slowly. Your father and I shared life and death comradeship on the battlefield. I did not expect you to be so quick to sever ties with me. He pulled the door open. I wish your Xia family a brilliant future. My grandson needs no concern from you. Xia Qinghai's lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing, merely pulled Xia's mother toward the door. Xia Wanqing still stood where she was. Wanqing, Xia's mother called to her from the doorway. Xia Wanqing did not leave at once. She looked at Suja, her gaze complicated, filled with something she herself could not fully name. Wanqing, Suja suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. Do you think the same way as your father? Suja, the path ahead for us will be different. Suja looked into her eyes. I understand. Xia Wanqing stared, then she lowered her head and turned away. Su Zhenguo closed the door and stood by it for a moment. Xiaozha, Grandpa, does it hurt? Suja nodded. Yes. The old man turned around to look at him. Reality is like this. In times of downfall, anyone who does not step on you is already a friend. Grandpa, I won't let you down, and I won't allow our Su family to be mocked. Your path is yours to walk. I will always be behind you, supporting you. If you need anything, tell me. Su Zhenguo gave him a look and went upstairs. Halfway up, he paused for a moment. Then without another word, he pushed open his door and entered his room. Suja stood alone in the living room for a while. Then he turned and went upstairs. Entering his room, he closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed. He shut his eyes, and his consciousness once more sank into the space. It was the same vague space as before, murky with 5 attributes as though they were waiting for him. He glanced at the attribute panel, fire 010, lightning 110, wind 010, earth 010, water 010, remaining attribute points 9. I need to thoroughly study my space type ability. Suja stared at the attribute panel before him, 5 rows of numbers floating in the grayish space, like 5 unlit scales. Fire attribute 0. Wind attribute 0. Earth attribute 0. Water attribute 0. Lightning attribute 1. Last time he added 1 point to the lightning attribute, unlocking and level lightning strike. The remaining 9 points had remained untouched. 9 points. If averaged, each of the 5 attributes could get nearly 2 points, but 2 points wouldn't unlock anything. The last lightning strike was unlocked with 1 point, indicating a low threshold for basic skills, but evolution required 10 points. Concentrated investment was meaningful. He wondered if a combination of attributes would yield greater power. Rainy day lightning and wind. In a thunderstorm with strong winds and heavy rain, lightning borrowed strength from the wind, and the wind aided the might of the lightning. Let's give it a try. His thoughts settled on the wind attribute. For points injected. The wind sector lit up with a faint cyan glow, and the airflow swirled in space, coalescing into a new rune. Wind attribute Wineblade level has been unlocked. Next evolution 10 points. 5 points remained. After some thought, he added 4 points to the lightning attribute, increasing it from 1 to 5. No new skills were unlocked, but he could feel that the lightning strike rune glowed a little brighter than before. Only 1 point left. He decided to save it. He grabbed a jacket and went downstairs. The door to his grandfather's room was closed with no light seeping through the crack. Su Zhenguo stood at the door for 2 seconds and softly said, "Grandpa, I'm going out for a bit," then pushed the door and stepped into the yard. What he didn't know was that as soon as he closed the yard gate, the light in his grandfather's room turned on. 20 miles north of the city, there was an abandoned quarry marked as the EF level Beast Activity Zone. The lowest danger level suitable for beginners to practice. This should be a good place to practice. Lightning strike. A blue-white arc shot from his fingertips and struck a rock, leaving a burn mark the size of a fist. The rock didn't shatter. He looked at his hand, his body was trembling a bit. "I can fight, am not in level in combat." Su Zhenguo released the pent-up emotions within him. He steadied himself and took a deep breath. A faint cyan wind blade formed in his left hand while a blue-white arc gathered in his right. Not one after the other, but simultaneously. At the moment the wind blade was unleashed, the arc followed, and the 2 powers met in the air. The wind blade cleaved through the air, the arc entwined with it, and the blue-white light wrapped around the faint cyan blade, creating a dazzling trajectory in the night. Boom! The rock exploded into fragments. It wasn't just cracked, it was blown apart. Debris splattered at Su Zhenguo's feet. He looked down, realizing that the power was at least 3 times that of a single lightning strike. "Oh, I can fight." Before Su Zhenguo could fully enjoy his excitement, a deep growl came from behind him. Su Zhenguo turned. A beast wolf-sized emerged from behind the rubble, its fur dark gray, eyes glinting with a dark red light under the moon, drool dripping from its jaws. A level beast shadow wolf. The most common type in the quarry, fast and tough-skinned. A single one isn't too difficult to handle, but for an level ability user, it was still a challenge. A normal level ability user would run upon seeing a shadow wolf. Just when I was worried about finding a combat target, here it comes. As the shadow wolf lunged, Su Zhenguo had already gathered the energies of wind and lightning. It was fast, but to Su Zhenguo everything seemed to move in slow motion. He sidestepped, accurately striking the shadow wolf's throat with the gathered wind and lightning energy. The shadow wolf twitched and collapsed to the ground, its dark red eyes gradually extinguishing. Su Zhenguo stood there panting, his fists clenched tightly. Then a prompt appeared before him, as if the wheel of fate had popped out of the space, displaying kill a level beast shadow wolf, attribute points gained 2. He was stunned. Killing beasts grants points. The previous attribute panel only showed the initial 10 points, and didn't mention any ways to acquire more. He thought it would take time to accumulate or trigger some quests. He didn't expect that simply killing beasts would suffice. The 1 point he had saved plus these 2 points gave him a total of 3. Su Zhenguo was now so excited he was trembling all over. As long as I keep hunting beasts here, I can increase my attribute points and continuously become stronger. This area was not lacking in low-level beasts, and next Su Zhenguo kept hunting, not only becoming more skilled with his wind and lightning powers, but also accumulating a total of 20 points to allocate. Before he could allocate them, footsteps approached from afar. More than one. Su Zhenguo squinted, recognizing that person, Zhao Kai, the one who laughed the loudest in the square today. "Hey, isn't this our level warehouse manager?" Behind him were 2 lackeys, one fat and one thin, both familiar faces. The fat one was Lu Pengzi, a level earth type. The thin one was Ma Jun, a level water type. The 3 of them were all wearing outdoor training gear, clearly here to practice as well. "What are you doing here so late, Su?" Zhao Kai's gaze swept over the corpse of the shadow wolf on the ground, paused for a moment, then laughed. "Did you find a dead wolf? Who killed it?" "A kind passerby." Lu Pengzi and Ma Jun laughed along. Su Zhenguo ignored him and turned to leave. Zhao Kai stepped in front of him. "Actually, I'm just sorry for you. Level potential, level combat. You say, how embarrassing." Su Zhenguo looked at him. "What do you want to say?" "Nothing, just curious." Zhao Kai pointed at the shadow wolf's corpse on the ground. "This shadow wolf may be a level, but it has teeth and claws. How did a level like you kill it?" "Luck. Luck." Zhao Kai chuckled, then his smile faded slightly. "In that case, since your luck is so good, why don't we have a little competition?" He paused, his gaze scanning Su Zhenguo from top to bottom. "The loser has to stand on stage at the school assembly next week and say I Su Zhenguo am useless." Lu Pengzi cheered from the side. "Kai, aren't you bullying him? He's level." "Exactly," Ma Jun chimed in with a laugh. "What do you say?" Zhao Kai stared at Su Zhenguo. "Do you dare?" Su Zhenguo was silent for a few seconds. He currently had 20 attribute points. Wind attribute 4 points, lightning attribute 5 points. He hadn't had the chance to allocate the points yet. "How do you want to compete?" Su Zhenguo asked. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up. "Simple. There is an abandoned pit north of the quarry where there is a high-level E-class silver wolf beast. It may soon evolve to level. Let's see who can hunt it down. Let's make it practical. Well, just bet 5,000 ability coins." Zhao Kai's expression flickered for a moment, then he laughed. "All right, Su Zhenguo, you're so confident. Then it's settled. See you at the pit." Su Zhenguo turned and walked north. After taking a few steps, he closed his eyes and opened the space panel. 20 attribute points. Wind attribute 4 points, lightning attribute 5 points. He allocated 10 points to the lightning attribute, reaching 10 points, unlocking a new prompt. Lightning attribute, a level, has been unlocked, next evolution 30 points. He added points to the wind attribute, reaching 10 points. Wind attribute, a level, has been unlocked, next evolution 30 points. Su Zhenguo opened his eyes. So it turns out that reaching 10 points allows for advancement. Here we go. The entrance of the mine resembled a black hole, and after walking a few dozen steps inside, the moonlight could no longer reach them. Su Zhenguo, Zhao Kai, Lu Pengzi, and Ma Jun stood at the mouth of the mine. "The silver wolf is inside," Zhao Kai whispered. "It's a high-level first-tier beast. Whoever takes it down first wins." "Su Zhenguo, you can still back out now." Su Zhenguo remained silent, and was the first to step inside. The four of them crept into the mine, turned around two corners, and suddenly found themselves in an open space. A cave the size of a basketball court revealed itself with several glowing stones embedded in the walls, illuminating the scene clearly. In the center lay a giant silver-white wolf nearly 3 meters long, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. It lay with its eyes closed as if asleep. But even in that position, the aura it emanated caused the loose stones on the mine walls to tumble down. Zhao Kai's expression changed. Something's wrong. He took a step back, his voice strained. This aura isn't first tier, it's second tier. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver wolf opened its eyes. Its dark golden pupils narrowed into slits locking onto the four at the cave's entrance. It stood up nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder and slammed its front paw down, causing cracks to erupt in the ground centered around its claws. A low growl rumbled from its throat, shaking the entire cave. Run! Zhao Kai shouted, turning and sprinting back into the mine. Lu Pengzi and Ma Jun followed closely behind him. It was too late. The silver wolf's figure flickered for a moment, and the next second, it was already blocking the entrance of the mine. Its speed was several times faster than a shadow wolf, and none of the four could see how it moved. The dark golden pupils swept over each of them, as if deciding who to target first. Zhao Kai froze in place, his legs trembling. He had awakened entire fire ability, which granted him considerable calm, but facing this beast, the stench of its breath hitting his face made him lose all courage, and he was shaking all over. The two followers were even worse, already curled up into a ball. Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Kai repeated those two words. The silver wolf took a step toward them. Su Zhenguo was the only one standing still. He wasn't unafraid. His heart raced, palms sweating. But the silver wolf's gaze was fixed on Zhao Kai and the other two, giving him a few seconds to act. He took a deep breath and opened his space panel. Lightning ability at 15 points, wind ability at 15 points. He allocated 15 points to lightning and 15 points to wind, confirming the skill attribute increase. The moment he closed the space panel, the silver wolf moved. It abandoned the three huddled in the corner, its dark golden pupils turning towards Su Zhenguo. Perhaps in this cave, only this human who stood still was deemed worthy of its first strike. The silver wolf pounced, its speed far exceeding that of the shadow wolf. Su Zhenguo activated his ability to dodge, and the air beneath his feet exploded, propelling his body sideways by 3 meters. The wolf's claws grazed past his shoulder, the gust of wind stinging his face. As he moved sideways, he unleashed a lightning strike and wind blade, intertwining them into a wind thunder slash that struck the silver wolf's flank. The silver wolf's fur was cut open, but it didn't even flinch. It landed and turned around, pouncing again, this time even faster than before. The silver wolf let out a low roar, and a silver-white shockwave spread out from the center of the roar. The entire cave trembled, and the shockwave swept over Zhao Kai and the others, causing them to scream in pain as they clutched their ears. Su Zhenguo was closest. The shockwave hit him square in the chest, sending him flying back, crashing against the cave wall, and he tasted blood in his throat. His vision darkened, and a buzzing filled his ears, rendering him deaf. The silver wolf didn't stop. It pressed forward through the shockwave, opening its large mouth, the foul breath hitting him squarely. The wolf's fangs glinted with a bone-white light under the eerie glow, aiming for Su Zhenguo's throat. Zhao Kai, huddled in the corner, widened his eyes at this scene. He wanted to shout something, his mouth opened, but nothing came out. Su Zhenguo's heart was in his throat, and he could only desperately mobilize the energy within his body. The wolf's fangs descended. It missed. It wasn't that Su Zhenguo dodged, the fangs passed right through his neck. The silver wolf's mouth completely went through his body, its jaw striking the cave wall, sending debris flying. It shook its head and turned back to look. Su Zhenguo was still standing there. Even Su Zhenguo himself was stunned. He was unharmed. The silver wolf's dark golden pupils narrowed. It lunged again, its paws sweeping through, passing right through his phantom, hitting nothing. It tried to bite again, but its jaws merely cut through the air. Su Zhenguo's consciousness was remarkably clear in this ethereal state. The sensation was exactly like when he entered the space panel. His body was at the boundary between reality and space, his physical form becoming a phantom, allowing physical attacks to pass through. Could this be my space-type ability? Su Zhenguo didn't have time to think further. He had already adjusted the energies of wind and thunder as the silver wolf attacked. Just as the silver wolf prepared to strike again, Su Zhenguo seized the opportunity. The two abilities intertwined at a very close distance, striking directly at the silver wolf's nape. There was no defensive distance. The most vulnerable spot. The strongest attack. The blue and cyan interwoven light sliced through fur and flesh, penetrating from the nape to the throat. The silver wolf let out a piercing howl, its massive body crashing to the ground. It struggled to rise, its forelegs thrashing against the debris, blood spraying from its nape. The thrashing slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. Its dark golden eyes remained open, the pupils slowly dilating. Su Zhenguo stood in the center of the cave, gasping for breath. His legs trembled violently, and his left arm had been grazed by the wolf's claws during that last round of attacks, the sleeve soaked with blood. Through the fierce battle, he had exhausted all the energy in his body, yet he remained standing. The cave fell silent. Su Zhenguo took a moment to catch his breath, bent down and grabbed one of the silver wolf's hind legs, attempting to drag it, but found it nearly impossible due to its nearly 300-kilogram weight. He turned to look at the three in the corner. Zhao Kai was still huddled against the cave wall, maintaining the same posture, legs curled up, his expression still trapped in fear. He looked at Su Zhenguo's face. Zhao Kai's lips moved for a long time. You? His voice sounded like it came from someone else. Aren't you a space type? How do you have wind and thunder? Su Zhenguo replied expressionlessly, 50,000. Zhao Kai, frightened, quickly tossed the ability card to Su Zhenguo. This time Su Zhenguo truly utilized his space type ability, placing his hand on the second-tier silver wolf to store it in his space. After all, beasts were worth a fortune and their bodies and cores could be sold. In the cave, Zhao Kai and the others were still seated on the ground. Lu Pengzi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Kai Gu, was that just now a space ability? Does the space type have such abilities? Zhao Kai didn't respond. He still couldn't believe Su Zhenguo possessed such power, passing through the wolf's fangs unharmed, as if he could also unleash a different kind of thunder ability. A mere dire waste. He looked down at his still trembling hands. In that life-and-death moment, he couldn't even conjure the simplest fireball. 5 days later in the evening, Su Zhenguo pondered, should I buy a weapon to increase my combat power? It seems that I cannot deal damage from a distance yet. He arrived at a weapon shop. The shop was filled with swords and blades, and behind the counter sat a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, focusing on repairing a knife handle. Without looking up, call me when you see something you like. Su Zhenguo glanced around, and his gaze landed on a silver-white spear. The spear was nearly 2 meters long, and the tip glinted with a cold light after being tempered by fire. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy and solid. How much is this? The shopkeeper looked up at him and said, you have good taste, young man. Class alloy spear, tempered tip, 14,000. 8,000. The shopkeeper took off his glasses. You're looking at half the price. It's 10,000 if you want to take it. Deal. Su Zhenguo handed over his card, and after the shopkeeper finished the transaction, he sized him up. Don't young people prefer swords nowadays? Showing off. Why choose a spear? A spear allows you to fight without getting too close. The shopkeeper chuckled. You're quite interesting. Things haven't been peaceful at the quarry lately. I heard a kid has been killing monsters there every day. He's almost wiped out the shadow wolves. Have you run into him? I didn't pay much attention. Be careful. I heard that kid uses lightning abilities, though some say it's wind-based. It's hard to tell. The shopkeeper returned the card to him. Su Zhenguo took the card, slung the spear over his shoulder, and walked out. He found an open space at the quarry and tested his wind and thunder combined abilities. Wind and thunder cut spear. He infused both wind and thunder into the spear, causing the bluish-green light wheel at the tip to spin rapidly. He thrust it forward, and a boulder half his height shattered into dust. A spear is more effective than hands, he muttered to himself. Just then a scream echoed from a distance. Su Zhenguo frowned and walked towards the sound, spear in hand. In an open area of the abandoned quarry, 6 shadow wolves surrounded 5 students. 3 boys and 2 girls huddled together back to back, their clothes covered in dirt and blood. A class earth element boy was propping up a rock shield, which had several cracks. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his legs trembled. The others fared worse. One girl sat on the ground, her makeup running from tears, her voice hoarse from screaming. The 6 shadow wolves closed in, with the leader being a class shadow wolf larger than the others. We're doomed. I don't want to. Zhou Peng looked at the flickering flame in his palm, extinguished by a puff of air, his legs shaking like leaves. Is anyone coming to save us? Please. Another boy shouted hoarsely. The wolf leader did not give them a chance to call out again. With a powerful leap, it pounced on the girl furthest from the group. The girl screamed in terror, eyes shut tight. If it had been a few days ago, Su Zhenguo would not have dared to intervene, but after hunting monsters these past few days, his wind and thunder attributes had both reached 50 points, breaking into class. Seeing their dire situation, Su Zhenguo decided to act. He transformed into a blue-white blur, swiftly positioning himself between the girl and the wolf's claw. Gripping the spear with one hand, he angled the tip upward as wind swirled around the arc of electricity at the spear's point. The energy of the wind and thunder cut concentrated and exploded at the wolf leader's throat. With a thrust, the spear pierced through the throat and exited from the back of the neck. The wolf leader didn't even have time to scream, as its massive body froze midair before crashing to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. One shot, instant kill. The area fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Oh my god. Zhou Peng's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a fist. The girl who had nearly been attacked opened her eyes and saw the person standing in front of her. Not the savior she had been waiting for, but Su Zhenguo. She rubbed her eyes vigorously 3 times, finally confirming she wasn't mistaken. The remaining 5 shadow wolves turned to flee, but Su Zhenguo did not give them the chance. He opened his left hand. Wind blades and lightning strikes were unleashed, simultaneously swirling and exploding in the midst of the wolf pack. The bluish-green light wheel swept through, sending all 5 shadow wolves flying, crashing against the quarry wall and sliding down, unmoving. In just under 2 minutes, Su Zhenguo withdrew the spear and wiped the blood off the tip on the wolf's fur. He turned back to look at the 5 people sitting on the ground. Are you all right? Su Zhenguo. Zhou Peng's voice trembled. What are you doing here? Killing monsters, Su Zhenguo replied. And you? We just came for training. Didn't expect to run into so many. Zhou Peng's sentence was interrupted when Qin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. It was the girl who had been scared to tears earlier. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Su Zhenguo. Thank you. Su Zhenguo glanced at them, but the laughter from when they awakened still echoed in his mind. It's nothing, Su Zhenguo said. Qin Xiaoyu gathered her courage and looked up. That ability you just used, was it lightning? I can't tell. Both. Another boy stood up, looking at Su Zhenguo as if he were a monster. But aren't you supposed to be space-based? Who said a space type can't have other attributes? After saying this, Su Zhenguo began to collect the corpses of the shadow wolves into his space one by one. The five of them watched the shadow wolf corpses vanish into thin air, exchanging glances with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Su Zhenguo hoisted the spear. Take the main road back. There shouldn't be any magical beasts left. Okay. Zhou Peng nodded vigorously. Su Zhenguo took a few steps when he heard Chun Xiaoyu's voice behind him. Su Zhenguo, she stood up, her voice still small, but steadier than before. I'm sorry about the awakening ceremony. Su Zhenguo paused without turning back. Don't worry about it. Then Chun Xiaoyu hesitated. Are you really only class? Su Zhenguo glanced at her. That's right. Then he shouldered the spear and walked away. Zhou Peng swallowed hard, muttering, I think he's not class. No kidding. Another boy slapped Zhou Peng on the back. What class can kill a second-tier magical beast in one shot? That night the school forum exploded. Zhou Peng posted today, I was almost eaten by a shadow wolf at the quarry, but Su Zhenguo saved me. He killed the second-tier shadow wolf leader in one shot. Ooh, I saw it with my own eyes. The comment section was a chaotic mess. Here we go again. Class space type can kill monsters. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Zhenguo has lightning and wind abilities. Here we go again. Someone's bragging. Su Zhenguo was oblivious to it all. He pushed open the door to his house and leaned the spear. The living room was lit and Grandpa was still sitting in his old wicker chair. Grandpa, I'm back. The old man looked up and sized him up. His gaze swept over the torn coat and the dirt-covered pant legs. Grandpa lifted his teacup and took a sip. Second tier already. Bought a weapon too. Grandpa, I have wind and thunder abilities now. Su Zhenguo excitedly shared with Grandpa everything he had experienced. How he awakened other abilities, how he killed magical beasts, moving his hands as he spoke, even demonstrating his powers. Grandpa listened patiently, occasionally chuckling. Once Su Zhenguo finished, he spoke earnestly to him. Su Zhenguo, you must not be arrogant or underestimate yourself. A true expert always maintains a learner's heart. I understand, Grandpa. I promise I will stay grounded. Su Zhenguo nodded earnestly at Grandpa. And Grandpa added as he walked upstairs, pausing halfway, you must take good care of yourself. You are my only family in this world. He stored the spear in his space, leaning it against the sofa. Then he sat down and opened the plastic bag on the coffee table. 2 vials of medicine and a note with just 4 words, use it if wounded. Su Zhenguo looked at it, his eyes welling up again. He was the laughingstock of the whole school for awakening his class, yet only Grandpa's love for him never changed. Now both his lightning and wind attributes had broken through 50 points, reaching class. It seemed he could try other elemental abilities like fire, earth, and water. Su Zhenguo stared at the attribute panel in front of him. Fire 0, earth 0, water 0. He had been pondering one thing for days. The wind and thunder slash could slay second-tier beasts due to the combination of 2 attributes. What if there were one more attribute? How much more powerful would the result be with a combination of 3 attributes? Let's give it a try. He focused his thoughts on the fire attribute. 1.2 points, 5 points, and when it reached 10 points the fire sector suddenly lit up with a ring of crimson light, and a wave of heat exploded in the space, coalescing into a burning rune. Fire attribute Fireball F grade has been unlocked. Next evolution 30 points. Continue to add. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. The rune jumped 3 levels, and the color of the flames changed from crimson to orange, then to blazing white. Fire attribute has evolved to D grade. Fire attribute Explosive Fireball D grade has been unlocked. He did not stop and turned to the earth attribute. 10 points unlocked Earth Wall of 30 points evolved into Rock Armor. Then he turned to the water attribute. 10 points unlocked Water Bullet, 30 points evolved into Water Prison. He raised all 3 attributes to 30 points in one breath. Coupled with the previous 50 points in thunder and 50 points in wind, all 5 attributes broke through D grade. For the first time, all 5 rows of numbers on the panel were lit up. Attribute panel Fire 30100, Thunder 50100, Wind 50100, Earth 30100, Water 30100. Remaining attribute point 0. He attempted to mobilize his abilities and found that he could indeed channel into other attributes. With the rise of my ability attributes, my own strength must keep up, otherwise S grade would be useless. Now that I have reached the second tier with the combination of multiple attribute abilities, facing third-tier beasts should not be a problem. It's time to hunt higher-level monsters. The Beast Forest is located in the northern suburbs of Yang City, a distance twice that of the quarry with a higher danger level. The quarry is a novice area mainly featuring first to second tier beasts. The Beast Forest is different. The weakest beasts within are also second tier, while elite monsters in the depths are third tier. Occasionally, even fourth tier beasts appear. Further ahead is the area guarded by the military, which ordinary people cannot approach. Su Zhenguo stood at the entrance of the forest, glancing inside. He walked in holding a spear. Not long after, sounds of fighting reached him. The roaring of exploding flames mingled with the crisp sounds of metallic clashes. Su Zhenguo pushed aside the bushes, revealing a clearing in the woods. A beast the size of a lion was confronting 2 people. The beast's body was covered in black scales with a bone hammer at the tip of its tail that created a pit when it struck the ground. A third-tier beast, the scaled lion. This is the strongest variety one can encounter on the outskirts of the Beast Forest, with defense far surpassing that of a second-tier silver wolf. Among the 2 confronting it, Su Zhenguo recognized one. Xiao Wanqing. She was dressed in a deep red combat suit with flames coalescing in each hand, transitioning from orange to crimson. Indeed, the S-grade affinity for fire is well-deserved. The energy concentration of her fire attribute is quite extraordinary. Beside her stood a tall boy with sharp features, dressed in a custom-made combat suit that looked expensive. A badge emblazoned with the Shun family crest was pinned on his left chest. He held his right hand loosely, a deep blue glow of water swirling in his palm. This water glow was different from ordinary water abilities. Its color was deeper, flowing faster, emitting a low humming sound as it spun. An A-grade water ability. A rare variant of the water ability passed down through the Shun family bloodline. A single drop of this heavy water hitting the ground would create a pit. Su Zhenguo recalled that there had been rumors on the forum recently that someone from the Shun family in Kyoto had come to Yang City for training, teaming up with Xiao Wanqing. The Shun family in Kyoto, a family of abilities with 3 S grades in one generation. Wanqing, you take the left, and I'll take the right, Shen Yunzheng said casually. The weakness of the scaled lion is under its abdomen. Oh, I will draw its attention from the front, and you find an opportunity to strike its belly. Okay. The two acted simultaneously. Xiao Wanqing's fireball accurately struck the scaled lion's flank, singeing 2 of its scales. Shen Yunzheng unleashed a deep blue water chain that shot up from the ground, entangling the scaled lion's hind legs. The two cooperated well, but the scaled lion's defense was just too high. After nearly 5 minutes of fighting, the scaled lion had only sustained a bit of damage to its skin and became increasingly berserk. The bone hammer swung with a whoosh, forcing Xiao Wanqing to retreat repeatedly. Shen Yunzheng frowned. This one is at the peak of the 3rd tier. Wanqing, should we retreat? Let's give it another try. The scaled lion suddenly went berserk, swinging its bone hammer towards Xiao Wanqing. This attack was faster than any before. Xiao Wanqing had no time to dodge and crossed her hands to form a fire shield. The hammer struck the shield, shattering it into sparks, and she was knocked back several steps, her face paling. Seizing the opportunity, the scaled lion lunged directly at her. At that moment, Su Zhenguo moved. His entire being transformed into a blue-white electric arc faster than 5 days ago, cutting between the scaled lion and Xiao Wanqing. With one hand gripping the spear, the tip was angled. 3 abilities entwined at the spear's tip: wind, arc, and lightning. The wind aided the thunder's might. The 2 attributes twisted together, forming a light wheel like never before. The blue of thunder and the blue of wind exploded simultaneously. The spear tip pierced the scaled lion's throat. It was not a mere stab, it was an explosion. The scales on the scaled lion's neck turned crimson from the high temperature in an instant, then were sliced open by the wind, with lightning penetrating through. The wind sliced through flesh while the lightning shattered bones. The scaled lion couldn't even let out a cry before its massive body crashed to the ground, a charred hole on its neck emitting smoke. With one shot, instantaneously killing the 3rd-tier scaled lion. The clearing fell silent. Xiao Wanqing stood still, her flames extinguished at some point. She stared at Su Zhenguo, still in disbelief from the earlier scene. Su Zhenguo, your abilities. Xiao Wanqing spoke in disbelief. Shen Yunzheng looked at the corpse of the scaled lion on the ground before raising his gaze to Su Zhenguo. Having come to the Xia family, he had heard from Xiao Wanqing's parents about Su Zhenguo's situation. You are Su Zhenguo, Wanqing's childhood friend. His tone remained casual, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Just a friend, a childhood friend, is not quite accurate, Su Zhenguo replied flatly. Upon hearing Su Zhenguo's words, Xiao Wanqing felt a sense of desolation spreading from her heart throughout her body. Shen Yunzheng nodded, saying no more. He paused for half a second, then turned to Xiao Wanqing and said, let's go, today's training ends here. Xiao Wanqing did. Su Zhenguo, she called out to him. Su Zhenguo turned back. What's the situation with your abilities? Su Zhenguo glanced at her, still the space attribute, nothing special. Xiao Wanqing opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Shen Yunzheng had already taken a few steps forward and turned back to urge Wanqing. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Shen Yunzheng. Before leaving the forest, she looked back. Su Zhenguo was bending down, skillfully stowing the corpse of the scaled lion into his space, as if he had done it countless times. Shen Yunzheng walked ahead, his smile completely vanished. He suddenly spoke. Your classmate is quite interesting. Xiao Wanqing did not respond. Shen Yunzheng glanced at her and smiled, but did not pursue the topic further. On the outskirts of the beast forest, behind a giant ancient tree, stood 2 men in black. The family crest of the Shen family was pinned on their left chests. They were bodyguards sent by the Shun family to secretly protect the 2nd young master during his training. Shen Yunzheng approached the 2, his expression completely cold. Did you see that person just now? The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances. What does the 2nd young master mean? Shen Yunzheng tightened the cap of his water bottle, his tone very nonchalant. No other meaning. Just thinking that there are many beasts in this forest and training alone is quite dangerous. You should understand. The tall and thin bodyguard hesitated for a moment. 2nd young master Su Zhenguo is his grandfather. The family head said that this time we came for the Xia family's S grade, and we must avoid any major accidents. I know, Shen Yunzheng tossed the water bottle back to him. But who can say clearly about the dangers of beasts? What if we encounter high-tier beasts? Right. The 2 guards moved silently through the forest. The 2nd young master's orders are just to teach him a lesson. Don't kill him, just cripple him is enough. One of them looked up at the sky. Make it quick, don't let that Xia girl notice. If she finds out we acted right under her nose, and tells her family the 2nd young master. Their figures merged into the twilight and gave chase in the direction Su Zhenguo had vanished. Deep within the 10,000 beast forest, Su Zhenguo had just finished extracting the demon core from the scale-armored lion and stored it away. The demon core was the size of a fist, pitch black, and pulsed with a heavy, surging earth-type energy when held. A tier 3 core would fetch a good price at an equipment shop. He tossed the core into his spatial storage and was about to head deeper when he suddenly stopped. The forest was too quiet. Just moments ago there were insect chirps and distant beast roars, now there was nothing but silence. Su Zhenguo gripped his spear tightly and slowly turned around. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. One tall, one stocky, both clad in dark gray combat suits, faces covered with masks, only their eyes visible. The tall, lean one had already condensed a deep blue water sphere in his palm, while the stocky one held a water blade in each hand, the edges glinting coldly in the twilight. Su Zhenguo stared at the two orbs of deep blue water, light a flash of the daytime scene crossing his mind. The same texture, the same humming sound. People from the Shin family. Looking for me. Su Zhenguo slammed the butt of his spear into the ground. Kid, do you know you've offended someone? One of the black-clad men. What do you want? Just say it directly. Su Zhenguo watched them cautiously. Just to teach you a lesson. Don't put up a futile resistance, and you'll suffer less pain. Hey, you want to attack me, but I can't resist. Interesting. Su Zhenguo retrieved his long spear from his spatial storage, already prepared for battle. No need to say more to him. Attack. One of the guards flicked his right hand. The deep blue water sphere shot out, splitting into four in midair, sealing off Su Zhenguo's front, back, left, and right. It wasn't an attack, it was to seal his escape routes. The other guard moved almost simultaneously. His stocky frame burst forth with completely mismatched speed. The two water blades crossed, slashing towards Su Zhenguo's legs. Not his vitals, but his legs. They didn't want his life, but they wanted him bedridden until next month. Su Zhenguo kicked up his spear, his wind step exploding as he sidestepped 3 meters. The 4 water spheres converged behind him, colliding and bursting into 4 splashes, leaving 4 craters in the ground. Before he could even land, the gray-clad man's water blade was already upon him. The edge stretched into a water spear. The distance was too close, the speed too fast. Su Zhenguo held his spear horizontally across his chest. The water spear struck the shaft, and the immense force transmitted through the alloy weapon. He was blasted back several meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the earth. His tiger's mouth went numb, almost losing his grip on the spear. Not a slow reaction. The water blade condensed again. But a tier 2 is still a tier 2. Su Zhenguo leaned against a tree, trunk, his chest heaving violently. His mind raced. If I get hit carelessly, I definitely can't withstand even one blow. My phasing ability doesn't seem reliable to pull off right now. I have no choice but to bet everything on my own attack. Su Zhenguo channeled his physical energy attributes. 3 abilities coiled around the spear tip simultaneously: wind, vortex, electric arc, and blazing white flames. Wind, lightning, fire. A triple attribute fusion, the strongest attack he could currently command. You want to finish me? Take this spear, move 9 heavens, wind, thunder strike. Su Zhenguo named the move. The 3 colors twisted into a ring of light at the spear tip, energy detonating outward towards one of the gray-clad men. The 2 Shin family guards found it unbelievable to actually possess 3 attribute abilities and even fuse them for use. Too bad you're only at tier 2. With that, he condensed a thickened water shield before him. He dared to take it heat in. He was tier 4, the kid opposite him was tier 2, a gap of 2 major tiers. Theoretically, no tier 2 attack could break through a tier 4's defense. The moment the water shield collided with the spear tip, his expression changed. The spear tip's power pierced straight through his shield, striking him directly in the chest. The 3 forces detonated at the same spot on his chest. He was blasted into the air, a charred, bloody hole torn open in his chest. He flew 7 or 8 meters and snapped a bolthic tree in half. The trunk broke cleanly in 2, and a shard of bark embedded itself in his shoulder. He tried to push himself up, but as soon as his hand touched the ground, the searing pain in his chest made him spray out a mist of blood. At least a few ribs were broken. He glanced down at the wound on his chest. Charred so deep the bone was visible, blood gushing out. A tier 4 rank ability user had been severely wounded by a tier 2 in a frontal clash. He struggled to lift his head and look at Su Zhenguo, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The other one stood rooted to the spot, staring at his fallen partner, then at Su Zhenguo, not moving for a moment. This struck him with violent shock. A tier 2 combatant capable of fusing 3 attribute energies into an attack had taken down a tier 4. The chasm between tier 2 and tier 4 was like the physical difference between an infant and a grown man. This wasn't a genius. This was a monster. Su Zhenguo stood still, spear tip planted on the ground, body trembling violently. That last strike had drained him completely. His weapon, unable to withstand the power's backlash, had already begun to crack. He was only kept upright by the spear shaft. The edges of his vision were darkening, and a ringing in his ears drowned out all other sounds. His energy was completely spent. His mental strength was also at rock bottom. Forcibly fusing 3 attributes to unleash the 9 heavens wind thunder strike without suffering backlash was already fortunate. He barely lifted his head, unable to stand steadily, and saw the gray-clad man approaching. A deep blue water sphere spun at high speed in his palm, radiating an exaggerated amount of energy. The gray-clad man walked up to him, looked down at him, his gaze icy cold. A tier 2 managing to wound a tier 4. The gray-clad man spoke in a measured tone. Originally, I only planned to teach you a lesson, but now. Water energy shifted, forming a water bullet. Su Zhenguo tried to move. He couldn't. His body felt as if all strength had been drained, unable to lift even a single finger. He watched the rapidly spinning water sphere, the deepening blue reflected in his pupils. Grandfather. The image of his grandfather's back in the old rattan chair flashed through his mind, along with the 4 words on that note. Use it when hurt. The water sphere came crashing down. Su Zhenguo closed his eyes, pouring all his remaining consciousness into his spatial storage in that final instant. The ground erupted in a crater 2 meters wide, debris flying earth-churning. But the crater was empty. Su Zhenguo had vanished. All that remained where he once stood was a silver-white spear, its tip embedded diagonally in the soil. The gray-clad man's pupils contracted sharply. He yanked Su Zhenguo's fractured spear from the ground. He slammed the spear but into the earth and turned to look at his companion. The other gray-clad man leaned against the broken tree, clutching his chest, blood still at the corner of his mouth. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is he?" He vanished. Finally, he spoke, a slight tremor in his voice. "That kid just vanished into thin air. A tier 2, who hit you, Hedon, and then disappeared right before my eyes." He looked down at the shattered spear in his hands. "This is going to be a problem." Su Zhenguo opened his eyes and saw 3 furry faces staring at him. Upon noticing his awakening, the 3 silver-white little monkeys jumped back simultaneously, exclaiming, "He's awake. Quick, call the elder. You stepped on me." Su Zhenguo suddenly sat up, instinctively activating his abilities, preparing for a fight. The leading little monkey hurriedly waved its hand, saying, "Do not be afraid. We are not bad monkeys." Only then did Su Zhenguo see his surroundings. The cliffs rose sharply around him, covered in glowing moss, and the ethereal blue light made the valley floor appear as if submerged in water. He lay on the silver-white grass, feeling a continuous flow of energy within his body. "Where is this?" "The Valley of Immortal Monkeys." The little monkey puffed out its chest. "We have lived here for over 1,000 years, and you are the first person to fall in here in several hundred years. The elder is coming." The monkey group parted automatically. An old gray-white ape walked over, leaning on a vine staff, its sparse fur and deep wrinkles giving it a wise appearance, with dark golden eyes that were heavy and calm. It stopped in front of Su Zhenguo, examining him for a long time. "You have arrived," the old ape said, its voice reminiscent of the rustling of an old book. "What has arrived?" "You. The person from the fable." Su Zhenguo was taken aback. "What fable?" "Follow me." After saying this, the old ape turned and walked toward the center of the valley. Su Zhenguo followed him in. He saw an incredibly large ancient tree with a hollow in its trunk. The walls of the hollow were entwined with tree roots, and embedded within the roots were ethereal blue crystals. At the deepest point, the patterns of the roots formed a picture, a crack, a silhouette, 5 beams of light, and a group of monkeys. The silhouette held a little monkey pointing toward the crack, a prophecy that has been passed down for 1,300 years. The old ape sat cross-legged. When the space cracks open, a seam that should not exist, a human, carrying 5 kinds of light, will fall through. The Immortal Monkey Clan will help him, and he will help the Immortal Monkey Clan. Su Zhenguo stared at the painting in silence for a moment. "You have mistaken. I have no idea how I ended up here. You were able to fall in because you resonated with the ancient tree. Whether you wish it or not, you have arrived." "What do you want me to do?" Su Zhenguo asked after a moment of silence. The old ape raised its vine staff, the crystal at the tip shining toward the depths of the hollow. Su Zhenguo gasped, seeing that 1/3 of the roots were dead, dark and cracked, in stark contrast to the other roots covered in. "The ancient tree is dying. The source of nature has dried up. If it lasts a few more decades, once the ancient tree dies, the Valley of Immortal Monkeys will perish." The old ape turned its head. "The prophecy says that person will take an immortal monkey out into the outside world, and will later save the entire clan." Su Zhenguo looked at the dead roots, and then at the old ape. "If I take an immortal monkey out, not just any monkey, but an immortal monkey," the old ape corrected, pausing for a moment, "I will teach you to listen to the wind. Listen to the wind. It is a cultivation of natural power. Humans rely on getting beaten to enhance their spiritual power. That is called getting beaten, not cultivation." The old ape tapped the ground with its vine staff. "Immortal monkeys do not cultivate abilities, but rather natural powers. Natural energy is everywhere. If you adjust your breathing to the same frequency as it, the energy will flow in naturally. Water flows downward, and energy does the same." Su Zhenguo felt a stir in his heart. His 5 elemental abilities along with this spatial ability were still not fully understood, and he felt his spiritual power was insufficient. He sat cross-legged, and the old ape placed the vine staff on his knee, the crystal at the tip touching his lower abdomen. "Close your eyes and adjust your breath." Initially he felt nothing. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt it. There were subtle fluctuations all around him, the wind passing through the vines, the fluctuations of the glowing crystals, and even the roots growing in the soil. Then a delicate warm current drilled in through the center of his brow, not something he inhaled, but it flowed in on its own. He opened his eyes, feeling energized. This is listen to the wind. Once you practice it well, it will greatly benefit your body and spirit. The old ape retracted the vine staff. "This is not a favor, it is a transaction. Now it's your turn, choose one." The old ape tapped the ground with its vine staff, and 7 or 8 little immortal monkeys peeked in from the entrance of the hollow. They varied in fur color, some silver-white, others light gray, and some with spots, all only reaching Su Zhenguo's knees. One boulder monkey walked right in, looking up at him. "Are you good at fighting?" The voice was bright, indistinguishable in gender, carrying a fearless attitude. Su Zhenguo paused for a moment. "Average. What does average mean? How many can you defeat? Are the outsiders strong?" "This one is called Xiao Xian," the old ape said with a hint of helplessness, "the most talkative in our generation. If you don't mind the noise, take it." "I'm not noisy. I like to communicate. I am the little monkey taken by that person from the prophecy did not specify a name." "It did. You just didn't see it." Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian's indignant expression, feeling this little one also had that same fearless spirit. "All right, it is decided." The old ape gestured for Su Zhenguo to extend his right hand, as Xiao Xian placed its paw on his palm. The vine staff lightly tapped the 2 hands, and the crystal at the tip flashed an ethereal blue light. Su Zhenguo felt warmth in his palm, a vague emotion swelling in his mind. Curiosity, excitement, and a hint of impatience. The contract is established. Xiao Xian's abilities can assist you. Xiao Xian tilted its head. Where will I stay? Su Zhenguo opened his spatial ability. Go take a look inside my spatial ability. Xiao Xian entered Su Zhenguo's space, its eyes widening in surprise. It's quite big. But it's dark and gloomy, not pretty. Can I put things in here? Can I renovate it? Do as you wish. Yay. Xiao Xian dove in, and Su Zhenguo felt a series of murmurs in his consciousness. Put moonlight moss here, and I need a crystal here. The old ape led Su Zhenguo to the base of the sheer cliff, pointing upwards. There is a spatial crack halfway up. With your and Xiao Xian's spiritual power, you should be able to sense it. Outside is the beast forest. The old ape paused. Xiao Xian is the smartest in my generation, although loud it is quite. I will take good care of it. The old ape did not look back, leaning on the vine staff as it walked away, disappearing behind the glowing vines of the ancient tree. Xiao Xian poked its head out from the space, gazing at the old ape's retreating figure, silent. This was the first time it had remained quiet since their meeting. Let's go, Su Zhenguo said. Passing through the spatial crack, they landed in the beast forest. The moonlight illuminated the familiar dense forest as Su Zhenguo looked down at his hands, watching his fingers turn transparent one by one before returning to solidity, moving with ease. Xiao Xian jumped out from his space and perched on his shoulder, its claws gripping his collar as it looked around. Is this the outside? Where are we going now? I want to go home, Su Zhenguo replied as he walked towards the edge of the forest. He planned to return and report to his grandfather first regarding those two men in gray. He already had a gut feeling about it. Pushing open the courtyard door, the living room was lit, and his grandfather sat in an old rocking chair. The old man looked up, his gaze sweeping over Su Zhenguo before settling on the silver-white little monkey on his shoulder. Xiao Xian politely waved its paw, saying, "Hello, I am Xiao Xian. I am his contract partner, not a wild monkey." The old man paused and holding his teacup. "A monkey can talk. I am an immortal monkey, not just any monkey." Su Zhenguo's grandfather remained silent for a moment before putting down the teacup. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I went to the beast forest and met their clan. Their elder taught me cultivation methods and asked me to bring it out." The grandfather did not ask further and stood up. "Xiao Zhenguo, next time you go out to train, let me know in advance. Oh, I worry about you." "Understood, Grandpa. There are leftovers in the kitchen." The old man turned towards the kitchen. "By the way, Xiao Xian, what?" Xiao Xian jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, curiously surveying the living room fruits. "Peaches are the best. If there are no peaches, jujubes will do. If there are no jujubes, he'll eat what you eat. There are peaches in the fridge." The old man entered the kitchen. "Does your grandfather know you are the person from the prophecy? Are you planning to tell him?" "I won't tell him. He will worry." Xiao Xian tilted its head, picked up a jujube from the coffee table, took a bite, and scrunched up its face. "It's a bit sour." In the following days, Su Zhenguo did not go to the beast forest. Every morning, he would rise early to prepare breakfast for his grandfather, then lock himself in his room to practice listening to the wind. Xiao Xian lay on his shoulder, both of them with closed eyes, as natural energy seeped from the loquat and jujube trees in the courtyard, and even from the weeds growing through the cracks in the wall, gradually penetrating into Su Zhenguo's brow. "You absorb it faster than our celestial monkeys." Xiao Xian opened his eyes one time, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "It's because you keep talking. Talking doesn't hinder absorption. It's a talent." Su Zhenguo ignored him and continued to keep his eyes closed. On the morning of the third day, after finishing a round of listening to the wind, his grandfather called him from downstairs. Xiao Zhenguo, the school sent a notification. Su Zhenguo went downstairs and took the envelope to open it. Inside was an admission ticket stamped with a red seal and a notice for the Ability Academy Autumn Entrance Examination, date June 20th. Examination location: Combat Training Ground of Yangqing Ability Academy. June 20th. Su Zhenguo glanced at the calendar. Only a week left. "Are you confident?" asked his grandfather. "Yes." Su Zhenguo kept the admission ticket safe. "Grandpa, I'm going out for a bit." His grandfather nodded, not asking further, simply taking out a card from his pocket and placing it on the coffee table. "There are 50,000 in here. If it's not enough, let me know." "Grandpa, I have money." Su Zhenguo pushed the card back. He still had many magical cores and furs of extraordinary beasts piled up in his space, which could fetch a good amount if sold. "Take it," the old man insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Money is important when you are out." Su Zhenguo did not refuse again and accepted the card. Xiao Xian peered out from his shoulder. "Grandpa is really nice." "That's my grandpa. Now he's our grandpa." Su Zhenguo couldn't be bothered to argue with him and stepped out with the gun. The Yangqing Equipment Trading Market was located in the south of the city, an entire street filled with weapon shops and material stores. Su Zhenguo first went to the Extraordinary Beast Materials shop to sell the magical cores and furs he had stored in his space. The magical core from a third-tier scaled lion was the most valuable, selling for 23,000, plus the materials from shadow and silver wolves. He ended up with nearly 60,000 ability coins. After selling the materials, he began browsing the weapon shops. He visited 3, but found nothing suitable. As he reached the last shop at the end of the street, Xiao Xian suddenly stood up on his shoulder, ears perked up. "Su Zhenguo, over there." "What? In that shop? There's something." Su Zhenguo followed Xiao Xian's claw to look. It was a small old shop with a sign that read Old Chin's Secondhand Goods. Various secondhand weapons and materials were piled up at the entrance, most covered in dust, clearly neglected for a long time. "What's wrong with this shop?" "There's a strong natural energy inside." Xiao Xian had already jumped down from his shoulder and darted into the shop. "This energy is unusual." Su Zhenguo followed him inside. The The shop was dimly lit, and the weapons on the shelves were haphazardly stacked without any organization. The owner was a middle-aged chubby man sitting behind the counter looking at his phone who spoke up when he saw someone enter. Feel free to browse. Su Zhenguo took a look, but didn't find anything special. Xiao Xian had already dashed to the back, pointing with his claw at a dark object in the corner. This one. Su Zhenguo walked over and crouched down to inspect it. It was a long stick about 1.6 meters in length, entirely black, resembling a branch hastily broken off a tree. The stick was covered in fine cracks, feeling light as a feather in his hand without any weight. Isn't this just a broken stick? You really are blind. Xiao Xian panicked. Take a good look at this stick. Su Zhenguo brought the stick closer for a better look. It was riddled with cracks resembling naturally formed patterns. He infused his ability into it to test, but as soon as his ability touched the stick, there was no reaction at all. This stick doesn't seem special, it just looks like a piece of rotten wood. I told you it's a good thing. Trust me. Xiao Xian was jumping up and down on his shoulder. This is really a good thing. Su Zhenguo had no choice but to ask the owner how much it was. The owner lifted his eyelids to take a glance. This stick. If you want it 200. 200. Su Zhenguo was taken aback. Too expensive. If you really want it 150 is fine. 150 would not be a loss, so Su Zhenguo gladly paid the money. Is there anything else? Su Zhenguo asked. He needed to buy a proper weapon. While the stick was fine, a gun would be more handy during the examination. The owner pointed to the corner. The weapons over there are newer, have a look yourself. Su Zhenguo walked over and rummaged through, finding a grade alloy gun that was about 80% new, straight in shape, with a tip tempered in fire, feeling just right in his hand. It was priced at 20,000. He tried it out and found the feel to be good, so he paid. After leaving the shop, Xiao Xian couldn't wait to jump down from his shoulder and circled around the black stick. Quick use listening to the wind to sense it. He used listening to the wind to perceive it and discovered that this stick could absorb natural energy. What is this thing? Su Zhenguo asked. I don't know. Xiao Xian rarely admitted ignorance, but I can tell you this stick feels to me like an ancient. It absorbs energy on its own. Xiao Xian looked at it. This is really strange. Let's go back and study it slowly. Su Zhenguo stored the weapon in his space. As he exited the equipment trading market, he bumped into a few people. The moment Xiao Wanqing saw Su Zhenguo, her steps paused, her lips moved, but no sound came out. We meet again. Shen Yunzheng spoke first, his smile as warm as ever. Here to buy equipment. Su Zhenguo looked at him. Don't be so tense. Shen Yunzheng took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over Su Zhenguo. Last time in the Beast Forest you left in a hurry, I didn't have the chance to get to know you properly. I heard you were going to take the entrance examination for the Ability Academy. Does it concern you? Not really, just curious. Shen Yunzheng tilted his head. And great space user participating in a combat examination. To be honest, I'm quite interested to see how you fight. You want to see, eh? Su Zhenguo slammed the gun handle down onto the ground. I'm ready now. Shen Yunzheng's smile faltered for a moment. The black-clad bodyguard beside him stepped forward, but Shen Yunzheng raised a hand to stop him. Su Zhenguo, Xiao Wanqing finally spoke, her voice a bit anxious. Just show your true abilities during the examination. There's no need to do it now. No need to see, you'll know when you face me then. Su Zhenguo interrupted her without looking at her. He walked past Shen Yunzheng shouldering his gun. As he passed the black-clad bodyguard, he turned his head and stared at the guard for a few moments. Su Zhenguo withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. After walking a dozen meters, Xiao Xian poked his head out from his shoulder, making a face at Shen Yunzheng's back. Who is that person? He looks so annoying. Shen Yunzheng. He was the one who sent people to attack me last time, which is why I ended up at your Celestial Monkey Valley. Then why didn't you fight him just now, eh? I can't beat the black-clad guy behind him. Don't be afraid, Su Zhenguo. If you can't win, just sneak attack and run after beating him. What you said makes sense. In the following days, Su Zhenguo took Xiao Xian out in the early morning, leaving the house only when darkness enveloped the sky. Grandpa asked no questions, but Su Zhenguo shared his experiences battling the exotic beasts with him every day, which brought joy to Grandpa. In the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, he practiced against the iron-armored rhinoceros, the two-headed python, and the shadow leopard, first to mid-level third-tier exotic beasts, making them his daily sparring partners. At first he required Xiao Xian's assistance, but after 2 days he could handle 2 third-tier exotic beasts on his own. His mastery over his 5 extraordinary abilities also improved significantly. Xiao Xian's combat style gradually took shape. Its natural energy was strikingly powerful, and Su Zhenguo felt uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation between them. Now Su Zhenguo could channel natural energy into his extraordinary abilities, allowing for precise control and terrifying. Moreover, Xiao Xian provided him with natural energy. The cooperation between man and monkey evolved from awkwardness to synergy in less than a week. On the evening of the 6th day, just as Su Zhenguo pierced the throat of a mid-level third-tier iron-armored rhinoceros with his spear, he suddenly halted. The spatial panel automatically popped up. All 5 rows of attribute numbers were flashing. Attribute panel. Fire 50,100. Lightning 70,100. Wind 70,100. Earth 50,100. Water 50,100. Remaining attribute points 310. In recent days he had been focused solely on training his wind and extraordinary abilities. After defeating the exotic beasts, he had been depositing his attribute points into the space, without checking how many he had accumulated. What's wrong? Xiao Xian leaned over from his shoulder. Though unable to see the panel, it sensed a sudden disturbance in Su Zhenguo's internal energy. I'm about to break through. Su Zhenguo sat cross-legged and planted his spear into the ground beside him. Xiao Xian, protect me. Without hesitation, Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, landing on all fours, its dark golden pupils scanning the surroundings. It took a deep breath and released the accumulated natural energy within. A ghostly blue light spread from beneath its feet, covering a 30-meter radius in the clearing. This was Xiao Xian's perception with natural energy, though any movement within the range was beyond the reach of its senses. Su Zhenguo's consciousness sank into the space. Fire and earth remained at 50, a water stayed at 50, while lightning and wind climbed to 70. The 310 available attribute points floated at the center of the panel. He took a deep breath and began allocating points. This time he aimed for a breakthrough across all attributes. The moment all 5 attributes surpassed 100, the space trembled violently. The numbers in the 5 rows simultaneously transformed from white to pale gold. A message appeared on the panel that he had never seen before. All 5 attributes reached grade. Unlocking passive 5 elements resonance effect 20 reduction in energy consumption when mobilizing 5 attributes and improved fusion stability. All the debris within a 3-meter radius around him levitated. Fire, lightning, wind, earth, water. Light from the 5 attributes exploded from his body simultaneously. Red, green, blue, yellow, and purple light spun around him at high speed, intertwining to form a gigantic 5-colored halo above his head, which then suddenly contracted, all retreating into his body. Su Zhenguo opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of 5 colors flickered in the depths of his pupils. The numbers on the spatial panel had all refreshed. Attribute panel. Fire 100, 1000. Lightning 130, 1000. Wind 130, 1000. Earth 100, 1000. Water 100, 1000. Remaining attribute points 20. He should be at the 3rd tier now. He stood up and walked toward an ancient tree nearby that was thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Without using his spear, he simply clenched his right fist and infused it with lightning energy. The blue-white arcs erupted as he punched the trunk. The ancient tree exploded in the middle, with the upper half flying off and crashing to the ground, the broken edge charred black and cracks spreading nearly a meter along the heart of the tree. Xiao Xian observed, "You have more precise control over your energy now, and the energy concentration is higher." Xiao Xian, let me show you my 5-element abilities. 5 beams of light ignited simultaneously, red, green, blue, yellow, purple, swirling slowly around him. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, wide-eyed in astonishment. It had seen Su Zhenguo fuse 3 attributes before, but witnessing the simultaneous mobilization of 5 attributes was a first. Su Zhenguo held his spear, and the 5 beams of light spun faster, beginning to converge. The wind, fire, and lightning attributes were the first to make contact, twisting into an unstable, 3-colored light wheel. He took a deep breath and activated the natural energy. He realized that during his breakthrough to the 3rd tier, there was a characteristic he had overlooked. Natural energy had no attribute. It was neither fire, nor lightning, nor wind, earth, or water. There was nothing which allowed it to resonate with any attribute. He divided the natural energy into 5 streams, wrapping the 5 attributes in a layer of ghostly blue natural energy, eliminating mutual repulsion, and starting to rotate in the same direction. The rotation speed increased, and the boundaries between the 5 colors gradually blurred, forming a light wheel that Su Zhenguo had never seen before. The 5-colored light wheel spun rapidly, generating an extremely unstable suction force at its center, causing debris to levitate. The spear tip began to tremble violently, and the alloy spear emitted a strained hum. He exerted all his strength to stabilize the spear, aiming at a massive stone 3 meters away. Strike! The sound of the 5-colored light wheel tearing through the air hadn't even reached his ears when the wheel had already penetrated the giant stone. The stone did not explode or shatter, it simply vanished within a 3-meter radius. The broken edge was as smooth as a mirror, and the residual 5-colored arcs flickered twice before extinguishing. The ground where the light wheel had passed was left with a charred trench from which wisps of green smoke emerged. Su Zhenguo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. This strike had drained nearly half of his extraordinary energy, and the natural energy had also been significantly depleted. Xiao Xian darted to his side, using natural energy to help stabilize his breathing. Its ears perked up, and its gaze toward the original position of the giant stone was somewhat dazed. The fusion of 5 attributes. Didn't you say 3 attributes were your limit? After breaking through the 3rd tier, I felt I could give it a try, Su Zhenguo replied, catching his breath. With natural energy as the intermediary layer, the 5 attributes can be mobilized together. But for now I still can't just now I only mobilized a small portion of my extraordinary energy. If I were to mobilize it all, this spear would definitely be ruined again, and I would suffer half of the consequences. Xiao Xian perched on his shoulder, unusually silent. After a while it said, "Why not try that black stick?" Su Zhenguo pulled the stick out from his space. The stick felt solid in his hand. The faint glow from its cracks flickered intermittently. "Is this stick usable?" Su Zhenguo asked. "It should be fine. This stick absorbs natural energy," Xiao Xian replied. "You just infused natural energy into your extraordinary ability, causing such a commotion, it must have reacted in the space." Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the stick without answering. "Let's head back first, we'll test this stick next time." As Su Zhenguo took a couple of steps inside, he halted abruptly, spotting a person standing at the gate. Xiao Wanqing, upon seeing Su Zhenguo, relaxed her tightly clenched fingers just a little. "Su Zhenguo, the assessment groupings have been announced." Her voice was notably quicker than usual. "Your opponent in the match is no simple character. Before Su Zhenguo could respond, Xiao Xian peered out from his shoulder, ears perked up. Xiao Wanqing glanced at Xiao Xian but didn't ask anything. She simply took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Su Zhenguo. Be careful during the assessment. Her voice lowered as if she feared being overheard. Shen Yunjin has contacted the examiner. He might have meddled with things. On June 20th, the combat assessment of the Ability Academy took place. This morning the audience seats were filled and several special positions were set up in the central area. Observers from the Kyoto Ability Academy, the nation's top institution. Of course, everyone knew they were there to observe Xiao Wanqing and Shen Yunjin. The first match, Su Zhenguo versus Fang Yan. The observers were flipping through the candidate roster. Upon seeing Su Zhenguo's information, one of them frowned. Grade spatial ability. Do students like this even need to register? The short-haired female observer remarked. They must be hoping for a stroke of luck. The focus is still on Xiao Wanqing and Shen Yunjin, Su Zhenguo's grandson. The bespectacled observer added, his son and daughter-in-law died in battle. It's rather lamentable that his grandson awakened as grade. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and turned the page on Su Zhenguo's information. In the waiting area, Xiao Wanqing wore a serious expression. Shen Yunjin stood next to her, a bland smile on his lips. Your childhood friend drew a second tier, a great earth ability. His earth defense can probably withstand a third tier attack. Xiao Wanqing ignored him. Fang Yan stood in the center of the arena, broad-shouldered with a rugged appearance. He looked at Su Zhenguo, his tone not mocking, but stating a fact. Grade spatial ability. I advise you to forfeit. This will be too embarrassing to watch. Su Zhenguo slammed his long spear onto the ground. Then you can give it a try. The virtual screen displayed the information of both sides. Fang Yan second tier, a grade earth ability. Su Zhenguo first tier, grade spatial ability. The audience erupted in laughter. The chief examiner waved his right hand downwards. Begin. If you don't forfeit, don't blame me. Fang Yan clapped both hands down to the ground. At the same time, 3 rock spikes rose up from beneath Su Zhenguo's feet, sealing off his landing. A row of earthen spears shot towards him, blocking his path. Above, a rain of debris fell like stones, sealing off the upper ground. 3-pronged attacks left no escape. Xiao Wanqing lifted her head. Her eyes met Su Zhenguo's. Then she quickly lowered her gaze again. His grandfather glanced. Su Zhenguo's body shifted, and with the wind step, he moved as lightly as a leaf blown by the wind. The rock spikes grazed his feet as he sidestepped with the wind's momentum. The earthen spears chased after him, striking 6 times as he dodged each attack. Each time barely missing. As debris rained down, he raised his hand and unleashed a thunderous slash, shredding the falling stones above. The onslaught continued, with Fang Yan repeatedly slamming his hands on the ground. Rock protrusions, earthen spears, and falling stones came in waves, plowing through the entire arena. Amidst this hail of attacks, Su Zhenguo navigated through, advancing step by step from the clouds of dust, untouched by even a scratch. You're not a spatial ability user, Fang Yan exclaimed in shock. Su Zhenguo remained silent. With a flip of his left hand, a deep blue wind blade spun rapidly in his palm. His right hand clenched into a fist. Blue-white arcs of electricity exploded. He combined the 2 abilities, the wind blade slicing through the air, to create a low-pressure channel, with the lightning coursing and forming a swirling blue-green light. He didn't even use his spear, just an ordinary wind and thunder slash. Wind and thunder abilities? Someone gasped from the stands. Fang Yan's pupils constricted sharply. He shouted loudly, rock armor. The wind and thunder slash struck his chest. Boom. Fang Yan felt as if he were struck by a battering ram. The rock armor shattered from his chest, cracks spreading to his limbs, and chunks of yellow rock fell to the ground. He was sent flying several meters, crashing into the alloy wall, a hole the size of a basin blown in his chest armor. He tried to get up, but the excruciating pain forced him back down. The entire arena fell into silence. The observer's roster slipped from his hands to the ground. His body jerked away from the back of the chair, fixated on the wind swirl in Su Zhenguo's left hand and the electric arc in his right. Dual attribute fusion. Wasn't he a spatial ability user? The short-haired female observer's phone slipped onto her lap, forgotten. The bespectacled observer finally shifted his gaze from his phone, his glasses askew on his nose. He just used wind ability, then thunder, and combined them together. Wasn't he said to be an grade spatial ability user? An audience member remarked. He is. I saw it with my own eyes on the testing day. The crystal ball indicated grade. Zhou Peng, who had previously been saved by Su Zhenguo, murmured from the stands. I told you all before. Su Zhenguo is formidable, but you didn't believe me. The stands erupted. Some were shouting Su Zhenguo's name, others recording videos to post online. And grade spatial ability user just knocked in a grade earth ability user flying. The post surged, reaching over 200 replies in 3 minutes. Su Zhenguo withdrew his wind and thunder dual attributes. He could have showcased 3 attributes, 5 attributes, or even natural energy. There was no need. Against the second tier, a grade earth ability user, the wind and thunder slash was sufficient. His trump cards were reserved for future opponents. Xiao Xian leapt onto his shoulder from the sidelines, observing Fang Yan being helped off the stage. This guy isn't strong at all. Su Zhenguo did not respond, turning to look at the observers' seating area. The observers were staring at him, expressions filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of uncontainable excitement. Zhou Zhenan stood up, paused for a moment, and picked up the microphone. The victor is Su Zhenguo. He glanced down at the group, charred, his brow furrowing slightly. In the next match, candidate Su Zhenguo will face guest candidate Shen Yunjin, a grade A water ability user. The crowd erupted once more. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Zhenguo did not exit the stage. He turned around facing the waiting area and raised his right hand. He extended his index finger pointing directly at Su Zhenguo. The entire arena fell silent, as if someone's hand had clutched their throats. Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo's voice was not loud, but each word struck the ground in the quiet arena. Come over. He flipped his wrist, thumb pointing down. The silence lasted half a second, then the stands erupted. He directly challenged the Su Zhenguo from the Kyoto Shin family. This was a verbal challenge without a fight. Aren't he and Xia Wanqing? Su Zhenguo had been seen walking with Xia Wanqing every day lately. This wasn't an assessment, it was a confrontation with a rival. What rival? Xia Wanqing's father had previously gone to the Su family to annul the engagement. Now Su Zhenguo is clinging to Xia Wanqing. This isn't just a rivalry, it's a confrontation with an enemy. What a show, what a show. Some were excitedly pounding the back of the front row seats, and Grade knocked out a Great Earth ability user, and now he's going after the second son of the Shin family. In the waiting area, Xia Wanqing stood frozen. She clearly saw Su Zhenguo's command to come over, and the gesture of his thumb pointing down. Suddenly she realized that ever since her father stepped into the Su family living room that night after the awakening ceremony, this situation had already been predetermined. Su Zhenguo stood behind the waiting area railing, still wearing a smile, but that smile had already stiffened. He had heard it. He had heard every word from Su Zhenguo. Xia Wanqing abruptly turned her head. Su Zhenguo's hands in his pockets had a face that turned pale, as if made of iron. He thought his bodyguard had been careless, inadvertently knocking down Su Zhenguo, then running away. So he intended to arrange for an Grade to crush Su Zhenguo, and then he would step in to resolve the matter. But now Grade Waste had defeated a Great Earth ability user right under his nose, silencing over 2,000 people in the audience, repeatedly defying his wishes and now publicly challenging him, the second son of the Shin family. Interesting. Su Zhenguo withdrew his hands and turned toward the waiting area. As he passed by Xia Wanqing, he paused for a moment, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Xia Wanqing's face turned. A few observers stood up in the observation seats. Since Su Zhenguo defeated a level Earth type with a storm and thunder attribute, they have not sat down again. Wind and thunder. Dual attributes. The data states it's space type level. The short-haired female observer dropped her phone on her lap and forgot to pick it up. Dual attributes are not unusual. What's unusual is his ability to fuse them. Wind and thunder attributes intertwined and struck out simultaneously, not one after the other, but at the same time. Director Qin, how many students have you seen able to do this? He did not answer. He had seen it before. In the Capital Academy, he had hardly ever witnessed any fusion of abilities. If there were any, they were likely those peerless geniuses. Is there an error in his data? The bespectacled observer adjusted his crooked glasses. He checked Su Zhenguo's information. S-level space type, combat level. No combat power. Qin Wu repeated S-level space type, combat level. He looked down at Su Zhenguo. Can space type have other attribute abilities? The other observers remained silent. Who was he facing next? The short-haired female observer looked down for a moment, her expression slightly changing. Su Zhenguo. Second young master of the Shun family from the capital, a level water type, variant sink water. Qin Wu fell silent for 2 seconds. Then let's see what else he has up his sleeve. What else? Does he have a trump card? Qin Wu did not reply. He stared at the young man below. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue. Next match, contestant Su Zhenguo against guest contestant Su Zhenguo, a level water type. Su Zhenguo walked into the arena. Su Zhenguo was already standing on the competition platform. Do you think defeating in a level makes you impressive? He spoke with disdain. Today I will trample you underfoot and make you lose face for the Su family. Su Zhenguo looked at him without speaking. Do you know? You and level reaching this point is already a miracle. But no matter how lucky you are, it cannot change one fact: a waste is a waste. He tossed a water ball aside, smashing it against the thick alloy wall, creating a basin-sized dent. Sink water. A rare variant inherited from the Shin family, with a density 3 times that of ordinary water. Su Zhenguo tilted his head, adding his ability to his sword. If you kneel now, I might spare you some face. Su Zhenguo gripped the gun tightly. Then let's see who kneels first. The chief examiner struck down his hand. Begin. Su Zhenguo plunged his water sword into the ground, creating a deep blue wave of sink water that rapidly spread along the surface. The alloy plates creaked under the pressure of the water waves. Su Zhenguo pushed off the ground, employing wind step to retreat swiftly. The sink water wave followed him, trailing for 10 meters before halting. He had just landed when Su Zhenguo was already upon him. The water sword swept across, and Su Zhenguo blocked it with his gun. Bang. The gun barrel vibrated violently. Water with 3 times the density weighs as much as iron. Su Zhenguo was pushed back 3 steps, still unsteady, when the second strike came down upon him from above. He sidestepped narrowly, avoiding the water sword that grazed his shoulder, and struck the ground, slicing a nearly 1-meter-long crack in the alloy plate. Only dodging. Su Zhenguo held the sword in one hand, moving at a leisurely pace. What happened to your earlier arrogance? As Su Zhenguo retreated, he flipped his left hand, unleashing wind and thunder slash. The bluish-green light wheel struck the surface of the sink water sword. The wind blade was crushed by the sink water the moment it penetrated, and the thunder strike dispersed within less than a centimeter. The light wheel left only a faint ripple on the sword's surface, settling back into calm 3 seconds later. Did you see that? Su Zhenguo looked up at Su Zhenguo, his smile shifting from calm to smug. Can your ability even compare with mine? Your grandfather Su Zhenguo was only a level back in his day. Su Zhenguo stood at the center of the ring, his voice not loud, but each word clear. How many years has it been since you stepped down? The Su family bloodline has all but faded in your generation. He paused a smirk, curling his lips. Your parents are gone, and you're left as inflexible to uphold your family's name. Ridiculous. Su Zhenguo stood at the center of the ring, his fingers tightening around the gun. He lowered his head, concealing his expression. Xiao Xian felt his anger in Su Zhenguo's space and shouted. Su Zhenguo, take him down. Relax, I won't let him succeed, Su Zhenguo replied to Xiao Xian. Angry. Shen Yunzheng, I don't understand why you're so upset. As he spoke, he pulled the sword from the ground, water-type abilities continuing to cling to the— You should thank me for helping you see your true self. Su Zhenguo raised his head. His eyes were calm, so calm it momentarily froze Shen Yunzheng's smile. You talk too much nonsense. Su Zhenguo's voice was not loud. I hope you have the strength to say such things next. Su Zhenguo didn't want to reveal too many trump cards, so he decided to use his natural ability. He continued to channel his abilities, infusing his gun with wind and thunder. Shen Yunzheng looked at Su Zhenguo using the same skill and mocked, looks like you're not giving up. Su Zhenguo ignored him, continuing to channel natural energy into his ability. He thought to himself that he shouldn't use too much natural energy, or else the long gun wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Zhenguo held the long gun, the tip already in front of Shen Yunzheng. This time he merged natural energy into wind and thunder slash. Although it appeared to still possess the attributes of wind and thunder, the wind and thunder slash wrapped in natural energy was no longer the same skill. The ability infused with natural force seemed to have no attributes at all. Shen Yunzheng remained composed as he said, let me shatter your confidence. He gripped the sword with both hands, channeling energy into the sink water sword, drawing a water escape in front of him. He had absolute confidence in his skill. This was the Shun family's ability, Sink Water Shield. His second-tier ability manifested, creating a 3-layer shield that could easily block the full force strike of a third-tier level ability user. When the long gun struck his shield, Su Zhenguo's attack made no sound explosion, no shockwave, only a deep continuous. Shen Yunzheng was instantly shocked. This attack was not something he could easily dispel as he had imagined. Instead, Su Zhenguo's long gun pierced through like a red-hot iron rod in snow. The Sink Water Shield was torn open, not shattered, but directly penetrated. The wind and thunder slash wrapped in natural energy drilled into the heart of the shield. Shen Yunzheng channeled energy, realizing he could not stop Su Zhenguo's shot at all. Just like that, his 3 layers of Sink Water Shield were directly penetrated. The long gun pierced through the back of the Sink Water Shield. At the moment the shield was breached, Shen Yunzheng hurriedly dodged, but his right shoulder was still hit. Shen Yunzheng covered his wound with his hand, but blood still flowed down his arm uncontrollably. His expression shifted from a smiling face to one of shock and panic. In his script, it was supposed to be a one-sided massacre. Su Zhenguo chose not to continue attacking, but pointed the gun at him mockingly, saying, look at yourself now. Didn't you mock me as a waste? Now you've been hurt by this waste, making you even less than a waste. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunzheng felt as if boiling oil had been splashed on his face. All 2,000 pairs of eyes in the crowd were fixed on him, watching this once arrogant, second young master of the Shen family. Every word he had just spat out now rebounded back, smashing into his own face. His facial expression began to twist. Then he almost screamed, Su Zhenguo, I will ruin you. Shen Yunzheng's voice of I will ruin you still echoed in the arena. His aura began to surge. A violent energy exploded from his body. The strange light attached to his sword became even more dazzling. Though blood still seeped from the wound on his right shoulder, he paid it no mind as his entire body continued to swell with abnormal energy. In the stands, the short-haired female observer suddenly stood up. Third stage. He possesses third stage power. No Qin Wu replied from the side. His abnormal energy is very scattered, unlike a normal third stage. It feels like some external force has been imposed upon him. The bespectacled observer said regardless, he is still at third stage. It seems this Su Zhenguo will be defeated. Qin Wu slowly spoke, not necessarily. I estimate he won't be able to unleash his full third stage power. On the arena, Shen Yunzheng's eyes were bloodshot. From the jovial demeanor he had when first stepping onto the stage, he transformed into a fearsome visage. His sword trembled violently in his hand, the layer of abnormal energy on the blade seeming ready to erupt at any moment. The pressure of third stage energy was indeed much stronger than before, but Su Zhenguo felt none of it. Shen Yunzheng laughed maniacally. Hahaha, Su Zhenguo, I will make you kneel. Su Zhenguo looked at him, not backing down. The wind perception dissected Shen Yunzheng's internal energy fluctuations with clarity. It was indeed stronger than before, but that strength was hollow. His energy was like a balloon that had been forcefully inflated. The more it swelled, the quicker it would burst. This was entirely different from when he had fought the beasts in the beast forest, accumulating his strength shot by shot. His aura is very strange. The energy is like it's bursting forth. It's not condensed, but the energy is very volatile. Su Zhenguo, be careful. Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the long spear. What of third stage energy? Can you beat him, Su Zhenguo? Of course. Su Zhenguo pointed the spear tip at Shen Yunzheng. Watch how I completely bring him down. Shen Yunzheng moved. Su Zhenguo prepared to die. He plunged his sword into the ground, transforming it into a wave of water that surged towards Su Zhenguo. It was not the previously structured sword technique, but a pure outpouring of abnormal energy. The wave of water crushed the alloy plates in its path, the screeching sound piercing the eardrums. He no longer cared. He only wanted to crush Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo sidestepped the first wave of water, employing a gust of wind to maneuver sideways. The second wave of water followed closely behind. He raised his hand, sending a wind blade crashing against the side of the wave, propelling himself a few meters away. The third and fourth waves followed as Sun Yunzheng swung his arms repeatedly, with waves of water crashing down one after another, plowing the entire arena. Su Zhenguo weaved through the layers of water waves, occasionally piercing out a shot, striking Sun Yunzheng's sword body, and withdrawing before he could retaliate. He remembered his grandfather's teaching to take everything seriously, never to be careless. Each wave of water Sun Yunzheng unleashed expended a great deal of energy, and the more violent it fell, the faster the energy was depleted. The hollow aura of third stage he emitted was rapidly waning. "Is all you can do is dodge?" Sun Yunzheng roared, raising the submerged sword with both hands and channeling all his abnormal energy into it. The sword blade bulged to twice its size, the cold black water light thick as ink. He charged forward, aiming to cleave down at Su Zhenguo. "Come on. Face me, Heaton. You waste." Su Zhenguo did not dodge this time. He roared, "Let's see who the real waste is." He positioned the long spear horizontally in front of him, channeling wind and thunder energy into it. Simultaneously, natural energy surged in from all directions, wrapping around the spear tip in layers of deep blue light. This time he did not treat the natural energy merely as an auxiliary layer. He pressed the natural energy into the core of the wind thunder cut. A fist-sized deep blue light point appeared at the center of the intertwined blue-green light at the spear tip, resonating simultaneously with 5 attributes under the harmony of natural energy. He did not externally manifest earth and water attributes, but the 5 attributes within him resonated passively. The resonance of the 5 elements was activated at this moment by natural energy. Energy consumption was reduced by 1/5 and stability significantly improved. Sun Yunzheng's sword descended. Su Zhenguo's spear tip met it. The cold black sword body collided with the deep blue spear tip. The spear tip pierced directly through the center of the sword body. It did not knock the sword away, but pierced straight through. The sword began to disintegrate from the spear tip. The cold black water light cracked open fissures, spreading from the tip to the guard and then to the hilt. The spear tip penetrated the sword body all the way, and all the abnormal energy Sun Yunzheng had channeled seemed as flimsy as paper before this strike. The spear tip penetrated the last fragment, stopping just 2 inches from Sun Yunzheng's throat. Sun Yunzheng stared at the spear tip of Su Zhenguo. His hands trembled, not from the exhaustion of energy, but from something more primitive. He could feel the energy of Su Zhenguo's spear. If it advanced just a little further, his life would be forfeit. His legs began to shake violently, his knees knocking together, the sword hilt slipping from his fingers and crashing to the ground, bouncing twice. He opened his mouth, his whole body collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "No. This is impossible. How could I lose to you, a waste?" The spear tip remained poised at his throat, not advancing. Su Zhenguo did not deliver a fatal blow. Yet the residual energy fluctuations on the spear tip persisted, the deep blue light flickering on the spear tip, casting Sun Yunzheng's pale face in alternating light and shadow. "You ask me if the Su family bloodline has been cut off." Su Zhenguo thrust the spear shaft into the ground. "My name is Su Zhenguo. My grandfather stepped down from the front lines. My parents sacrificed themselves on the front lines. The men of the Su family never retreat. I will also go to the battlefield. I will spare your life this time, but you won't be so lucky next time." He turned and walked away. After taking 3 steps, he paused, but did not look back. Who is the real waste? After hearing Su Zhenguo's words, Sun Yunzheng spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. 2 medical personnel rushed up from the sidelines, crouching beside Sun Yunzheng to check on him. After a moment, one of them looked up and made a gesture to the examination panel. Vital signs: stable energy, exhaustion combined with excessive emotional agitation, unconscious. Xiao Wanqing, watching from below, was also in shock that Su Zhenguo had defeated Sun Yunzheng. She never anticipated such an outcome. The audience erupted in strong cheers. "Su Zhenguo! Su Zhenguo! I told you, how could the grandson of the old Su be a waste?" Who laughed the loudest at the awakening? The people in the stands were fervently discussing Su Zhenguo's performance. Qin Wu leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He gazed at the figure walking back with the spear, slowly, saying, "A 3rd stage achieved through drugs was crushed Heaton by a genuinely trained 2nd stage. This is not about attribute restraint, it is a fundamental crushing. In the same tier, one relies on drugs, while the other relies on personal training. Drugs can boost energy density, but cannot produce combat will." The short-haired female observer was excited, the camera never leaving Su Zhenguo. "Director Qin, do you think we can recruit this Su?" Qin Wu was silent for a moment. "Dual attributes of wind and thunder, and I sense that the abnormal energy he used against Sun Yunzheng is not as simple as just wind and thunder attributes. His combat awareness is impressive. He is a good prospect." He paused. "Su Zhenguo has a good grandson." After Sun Yunzheng was carried away on a stretcher, Xiao Wanqing fought 2 more matches. One against a Blevel wind ability user, and the other against a Blevel earth ability user. Both opponents were considered top contenders among the examinees in Yangqing, but before Xiao Wanqing's great abilities, they truly paled in comparison. 2 victories, swift and decisive. Yet there was no smile on Xiao Wanqing's face. She collected her short staff and turned to walk towards the waiting area without any delay. From the stands, someone murmured, "Such terrifying strength, basically no one can withstand a single blow." Of course she's great. Do you think Su Zhenguo has a chance against her? It feels unlikely, after all she has great abilities. A few observers from the Kyoto Ability Academy were discussing the strength of great abilities is overwhelming. This Xiao Wanqing also has excellent control over her skills, as she must have trained. Xiao Wanqing's gaze passed over the arena and landed on the young man in the opposite waiting area, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Xiao Xian emerged from the space lying on Su Zhe's lap, its white belly rising and falling with each breath. Su Zhe leaned back on the bench, eyes closed, breathing steadily. He was practicing listening to the wind, allowing his body to recover rapidly. Xiao Wanqing watched him, recalling many memories. She remembered when her father took her to the Su family to pay New Year's greetings, and Su Zhe was waiting for her under the jujube tree in the courtyard. She recalled the day of the awakening ceremony when the silver light from the crystal ball shot into the sky, and then suddenly extinguished, causing laughter throughout the venue. Standing in the crowd, she looked at his back, wanting to call his name, but was blocked by the surging crowd. She remembered that night, when her father took her to the Su family, saying they needed to clarify the matters concerning the children. She remembered telling Su Zhe that their paths would be different in the future. She recalled the moment in the beast forest when a scaled lion pounced on her, and Su Zhe pierced its throat with a single shot, then casually said, "Just a handy move." All these images swirled together, ultimately converging before her eyes. In the opposite waiting area, Su Zhe was leaning back on the bench, eyes closed in meditation. She took a deep breath, shifted her gaze back, and looked down at the short staff in her hands. If she had been able to support him immediately back, then would things have been different? Next match, examinee Su Zhe versus examinee Xiao Wanqing. The announcement echoed throughout the venue. The stands erupted with excitement. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting for this match forever. Xiao Wanqing's Scrade Fire ability with a compatibility of 97%, as she has taken down her previous opponents in a single blow. Su Zhe has already fought 2 tough battles against Fang Yin and Xin Yunjin, and his stamina must be quite depleted. These two are a different matter. Who do you bet on? I would have definitely bet on Xiao Wanqing before, but now I'm not so sure. Fang Yin, and a Great Earth ability user, was easily defeated by him, and Xin Yunjin, and a Great Water ability user, was pierced through the throat by a single shot. Xiao Wanqing is neither Fang Yin nor Xin Yunjin. Her flames are a natural counter to physical attacks, and Su Zhe's gun is made of alloy conducting both electricity and heat. He dares to use his gun to receive Xiao Wanqing's fireball, and the barrel will turn red hot. Haven't you noticed? Su Zhe hasn't even shown his full strength yet. He used wind and thunder attributes against Fang Yin and Xin Yunjin. What if he has more? What else could he have? It can't be that exaggerated. Have you ever seen a space ability user fuse wind and thunder attributes? I haven't, so I'll keep my mouth shut. At that moment, a few people entered through the stand's entrance. Xiao Wanqing's father, Xia Chenghai, stood at the entrance, panting heavily as his gaze anxiously swept across the venue. He quickly located Xiao Wanqing, confirming she had not yet taken the stage, then abruptly turned towards the opposite waiting area. Su Zhe was just standing up from the bench, and Xiao Xian had already entered his space. Xia Chenghai's throat tightened. He had witnessed the battle between Su Zhe and Xin Yunjin more than once. Each time he watched, he regretted it anew. Initially, he thought Su Zhe was a useless Great Awakening, and there was no hope left. He thought that when Su Zhe said to watch him, he had no idea he could unleash such power. A voice in Xiao Wanqing's mind kept asking her, "Can you really treat him just as an opponent?" The night her father sought to sever ties with Su Zhe, she had said nothing for him in the Su family's living room. Her mind was filled with memories of Su Zhe in battle. Now standing before him, it was an indescribable feeling. She opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and strode onto the arena. Su Zhe walked up from the opposite side. The two stood firmly in the center of the arena, locking eyes. The voices of over 2,000 people in the venue suddenly fell silent, as if everyone was holding their breath. Su Zhe walked up from the opposite side. The two stood firmly in the center of the arena, locking eyes. The voices of over 2,000 people in the venue suddenly fell silent, as Xiao Wanqing raised her short staff, and the faint golden flames at the tip suddenly expanded, causing the temperature in the entire arena to rise several degrees in an instant. Su Zhe slammed the long gun down on the ground, and the blue-white electric arcs danced silently at the tip. She looked at Su Zhe, and he looked back at her. Su Zhe slammed the long gun down on the ground, and the blue-white electric arcs danced silently at the tip. She looked at Su Zhe, and he looked back at her. Ceremony. Su Zhe. I. Xiao Wanqing said. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Su Zhe raised his hand to interrupt her. No need to say anything, you just give it your all. I want to see the power of Insgrade. Xiao Wanqing's lips moved slightly as if she had more to say, but in the end she said nothing. She simply gripped her short staff tighter. At the judges' table, Zhou Jianan raised his right hand. Over 2,000 people in the venue held their breath. Xia Chenghai looked on with a worried expression. She simply gripped her short staff tighter. At the judges' table, Zhou Jianan raised his right hand. Over 2,000 people in the venue held their breath. Xia Chenghai looked on with the flames on the short staff violently retracted, shifting from faint gold to blazing white, and then to an almost transparent light blue. The temperature in the entire arena did not diffuse, instead it rapidly collapsed towards the tip of her staff, creating a sharp, whistling sound as the air was sucked in. Qin Wu's pupils suddenly constricted the control over the affinity of this flame. Su Zhe moved. He did not wait for Xiao Wanqing to attack. The wind step and thunder flash erupted simultaneously, propelling him forward as a blue-white afterimage trailed behind him, the long gun thrusting directly ahead. The wind and thunder cut at the tip of the gun twisted together, forming a bluish-green light wheel that spun rapidly during the charge. Xiao Wanqing pointed her short staff forward. It was not a fireball, nor a fire arrow. It was a flame line so thin it was nearly invisible. The blazing white flame line shot forth from the tip of the staff, thin as a hair, moving so fast that the 2,000 people present only saw a flash of light. The flame line collided with the wind and thunder cut in midair. Boom. The entire arena was illuminated by the white light, losing all color. The shockwave exploded from the point of impact, sending Su Zhenguo sliding back 3 steps, the gun barrel carving a charred mark into the ground before he steadied himself. Su Zhenguo looked down at the gun tip. A tiny dent the size of a grain of rice had formed on the alloy tip, still faintly glowing red. He raised his head to look at Xiao Wanqing. Is this what grade is like? She smiled. It was not a smile of victory, but rather one of relief, as if a burden she had carried for a long time no longer needed to be borne. Su Zhenguo, she said, her voice only audible to him. I really don't want to fight with you, you know. Su Zhenguo looked at the red glowing dent on the gun tip, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. No point in saying this, let's go. Su Zhenguo held the long gun horizontally in front of him. Natural energy surged in from all directions. He did not hold back, but listening to the wind was fully activated, and a layer of dark blue light wrapped around the gun tip, while the 5 elements resonated silently within him. Xiao Wanqing watched as Su Zhenguo took action, knowing that nothing she said now would make a difference. The short staff was positioned before her, her hands gripping its handle as she closed her eyes. The temperature of the arena changed in an instant. It did not rise, instead it converged upon her. Xiao Wanqing opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting the intensely compressed light point at the tip of the staff. It was not a fireball, nor a fire ring, but a light core no larger than a fist. The air surrounding the light core had been completely depleted, forming a visible vacuum layer distorting the light as it passed through. Her hands trembled slightly, not from nervousness, but because compressing her second-tier ability into a single light core consumed too much energy. Yet she did not let go. She raised her head to meet Su Zhenguo's gaze. This move is the strongest strike I can deliver. Her voice was slightly breathless, but her words were clear. If you can't take it, then dodge. Su Zhenguo looked at the light core and nodded. I want dodge. Xiao Wanqing lifted the short staff. The light core rose from the tip of the staff, suddenly expanding and exploding in the air above the arena. Not an explosion, but an unfolding. A completely blazing white fire phoenix unfurled from the light core. With a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, each feather was formed from compressed flames, its tail trailing 3 crimson golden fire chains. It did not resemble a mere illusion of flames. It was more like a true phoenix, each feather ablaze, and every flap of its wings stirred waves of heat. Everyone in the stands took a step back. Some stepped on the feet of those behind them, others had their hats blown off by the heat waves, while some shielded their faces with their hands peering through their fingers. She conjured a fire phoenix. The short-haired female observer nearly dropped her phone. To condense a second-tier ability into a solid fire phoenix, such control would place her in the top 3, even in the capital's academy. The fire phoenix circled above the arena. Then it dove down, pouncing towards Su Zhenguo. The metal plates along its path were heated to a red glow, and the air was torn apart into rippling waves by the heat. Su Zhenguo, this girl is something else. You're not going to lose, are you? Xiao Xian shouted to Su Zhenguo. Is this the true power of Xiao Wanqing? Su Zhenguo remarked, watching her execute this move. Come on. He positioned his spear before him, channeling his own energy. Wind, water, earth, natural energy. He had experimented before. When killing beasts, different property combinations would result in different variations. Against Xiao Wanqing's strength fire ability, ordinary water attributes would be instantly vaporized. Only by utilizing the advantages of his own property combinations would he have a chance. The fire phoenix was already hovering above him. Su Zhenguo looked up, facing the direction of the fire phoenix's dive, gripping the spear with both hands and thrusting it upward at an angle. Mystic ice slash. The arc of light detached from the spear blade, racing along the ground. Ice crystals and earth spikes erupted in a jumbled array along its path. Earth spikes suddenly shot up from the cracks in the metal plates, each tip encased in a layer of eerie blue ice. Following the trajectory of the arc of light, it surged forward, piercing directly into the chest of the fire phoenix. The spikes broke through the ground faster than the phoenix's dive, and the moment each earth spike emerged from the ground, it was encased in ice crystals. A nearly 10-meter-long thorny strip of ice and earth was plowed into the arena. The arc of light struck into the fire phoenix's chest. It did not penetrate or freeze, it sliced directly through. The ice blue arc of light entered the fire phoenix's breastbone, cleaving all the way to the base of its wings. The fiery feathers were neatly cut in half, the cut edges covered with a thin layer of ice. The body of the fire phoenix did not collapse immediately after being slashed by the arc of light. Instead, it resembled a puzzle piece cut in half, creating a gap. Its upper body continued to flap its wings while its lower body shattered into countless sparks. Then Su Zhenguo flicked the tip of his spear. The residual arc of light detonated in midair, sending ice crystal fragments sweeping across the entire arena like shrapnel. The remnants of the fire phoenix were completely torn apart by this final strike, shattering into countless ice and fire fragments that fell like rain. The ice crystals evaporated into vapor before hitting the ground, while the sparks were extinguished and turned to ash by the moisture. The ice blue arc of light in Xiao Wanqing's pupils grew larger. She wanted to raise her staff, but the backlash from the shattered fire phoenix's ability numbed her arm, causing her to move the short staff a moment too late. She managed to conjure a fire shield in front of her, but it shattered like glass under the impact of the icy thorns. She was lifted by the shockwave, flying backward until her back skidded across the arena for several meters before coming to a stop. Lying on her back, gasping for breath, her hair was covered in ice crystal fragments that had yet to melt. She glanced at the drop of water, then looked up at the sky, filled with ice crystal shards. Then she smiled slightly. Ice, she said, what did you use to create it? My ability property combination, Su Zhenguo replied, his voice slightly breathless, having exhausted a significant portion of his energy with that last shot. Did you go all out? Su Zhenguo was silent for a moment before retracting the tip of his spear. Not quite, he said, just about enough. Xiao Wanqing paused, then lowered her head, blinking hard. When Su Zhenguo said, just about enough, her nose tingled. She realized that she and Su Zhenguo could never return to the past. They had drifted further apart. I lost, she said. Her voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. The stands erupted in silence. Xiao Wanqing's father, witnessing the scene, turned pale, knowing he had pushed Su Zhenguo away from the Xiao family with his own hands. Ice. He used ice abilities. The fire phoenix was frozen into an ice sculpture. My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? And strength compressed flame was restrained by him. What the hell, he used ice abilities, isn't he supposed to be spatial? Qin Wu said to the short-haired female observer beside him, did you see that? Water, wind, and earth combined, without ice abilities, he created ice himself. Do you know what that means? The short-haired female observer put down her phone, asking, what does it mean? It means he controls not just a few properties, but the combinatorial logic between properties. Qin Wu's chest was properties can form combination attacks, theoretically combining more than 10 dual property fusions, dozens of 3-property overlays, or even creating ice effects out of thin air like just now. He is not merely a combat ability user. He embodies the very laws of abilities. Now let's head to Su Zhenguo's house. I estimate that soon his doorstep will be trampled. On the arena, Su Zhenguo extended his hand towards Xiao Wanqing. She stood in the center of the arena, her fingertips drenched in melting droplets of ice, unable to grip the short staff because it was too cold. She looked at Su Zhenguo's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then grasped it. Su Zhenguo pulled her up from the ground. His hand was warm, still retaining the residual warmth from the 5 elemental energies that had flowed into the spear. Let's go. Su Zhenguo released her hand and turned towards the waiting area. Where to? To rest. Your hands are covered in ice shards. If you grip the staff again, you'll get frostbite. Su Zhenguo did not look back. Xiao Wanqing stood in place, watching his figure. It was the same silhouette as the last time in the beast forest, the same steps, the same refusal to look back. Suddenly she smiled, tucked the short staff back into her waist, and strode forward to catch up. In the stands, Xia Chenghai stood there still in shock. Su Zhenguo pushed open the door and rushed into the living room without changing his shoes. Grandpa, I won. Xiao Xian was thrown off his shoulder, flipping in the air before landing on the sofa, his ears askew. Slow down. I almost bumped into the coffee table. Su Zhenguo was extremely excited, immediately squatting down to talk to his grandfather. He was a completely different person compared to the calm Su Zhenguo who faced Shen Yunjin and Xiao Wanqing in the arena. Grandpa, I won all 3 matches. Grandpa sat in the old vine chair, silent since Su Zhenguo entered, a smile slowly appearing at the corners of his mouth, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. I saw it. The old man spoke, his voice lower than usual, as if something was lodged in his throat. I've been watching since you fought that Earth Element kid. You watched the live broadcast? Su Zhenguo was taken aback. Yes, Grandpa put down his teacup. Your parents in heaven would be comforted. Su Zhenguo felt a pang in his nose. He swallowed hard against the emotion, but couldn't manage it, so he simply stopped trying. Grandpa, I will bear this burden. The Su family will not end with me. Grandpa looked at him for a long time. Listen to me. His voice was hoarse, but I never wanted you to carry our family's burden. Since the day your parents fell in battle, I only wanted you to be safe. Su Zhenguo's eyes turned red. He only felt like a child in front of his grandfather. Grandpa's words were like a key, unlocking all the emotions he had locked away for the day. Grandpa, his voice choked a bit. I will live well. I shoulder the Su family's responsibilities, not to prove anything. I just don't want more people to sacrifice. The old man had not expected Su Zhenguo to say such things. He looked close, thinking of his own son. For a moment, their figures overlapped. Xiaoxi, you've grown up. Grandpa lifted his teacup, then said, all right. If you want to bear it, then bear it. But remember, don't act recklessly, don't cause trouble, and don't fear trouble. Su Zhenguo nodded vigorously. Got it. Grandpa. The old man stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The pork rib soup is ready. Let's eat first. Yage. I've been wanting to eat something for a long time. What's there to eat? Xiao Xian poked his head out from the corner of the sofa. Su Zhenguo smiled, propping himself up on the armrest of the sofa, but as he exerted force, his chest suddenly tightened. What's there to eat? Xiao Xian poked his head out from the corner of the sofa. Su Zhenguo smiled, propping himself up on the armrest of the sofa, but as he exerted, with 2 paws gripping his collar, his dark golden pupils suddenly constricted. Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo. Its voice changed pitch as it pressed its paws against Su Zhenguo's chest. A layer of ethereal blue natural energy surged from its claws, probing anxiously within. The more it probed, the lower its ears drooped. Your internal energy is all chaotic. Wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth are all rampaging through your meridians. Have you been enduring this all along? Su Zhenguo leaned against the sofa, his lips turning pale. He wanted to say, I'm fine, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. That tearing sensation spread from his chest to his limbs, as if his body was being ripped apart. Grandpa rushed out from the kitchen, crossing to the front of the sofa in one step, squatting down and firmly grasping Su Zhenguo's wrist. His fingers pressed steadily on the pulse point without the slightest tremor. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with him? Energy backlash. Xiao Xian pressed both paws on Su Zhenguo's chest, eyes closed, natural energy flowing into him. The ability he activated today was forced out with natural energy. The 5 elemental energies exploded outside, while the natural energy is compressed in the middle with his meridians caught between 2 layers of power. His meridians couldn't withstand the pressure, and the backlash came. Grandpa listened, not asking, "Is it serious?" He gently picked up Su Zhenguo and placed him back on the sofa. Turning around, he quickly dashed to the cabinet to rummage. This should be it. He pulled out a small wooden box from the back and opened it. Inside was a dark red pill covered in gold foil with the edges of the foil slightly darkened. "Quick, let Su Zhenguo hold it in his mouth. Don't swallow it." He placed the pill in Xiao Xian's paws. Xiao Xian carefully took it and gently stuffed it into Su Zhenguo's mouth. Su Zhenguo felt a cool energy rushing down his throat, seemingly calming the agitated energy within him. His brows slowly relaxed, his breathing shifting from rapid to steady. "What is this?" Xiao Xian asked. "Something I left on the battlefield before for protecting the meridians. There's only one left. After this one it's gone." He squatted in front of Su Zhenguo, reaching out to check his forehead. Su Zhenguo was burning up, his whole body scorching. "Xiao Xian, what will happen to him?" Grandpa's voice was noticeably anxious. Xiao Xian remained silent for a moment, his ears drooping, his paws still pressed on Su Zhenguo's chest. "The energy within him isn't as violent anymore. I can stabilize it with my natural energy. But the backlash from this ability can't be cleaned out in one go. For the next few days he should avoid using his abilities, especially multi-attribute fusion." Grandpa was silent, his eyes fixed on Su Zhenguo, his expression grave. After a while Su Zhenguo opened his eyes. Yet he still felt very weak, having just received the energy from the pill and the natural energy Xiao Xian provided. He felt much better, the energy within him was temporarily stable. Grandpa looked at Su Zhenguo, waking up, his eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Zhenguo, how are you feeling now?" "I'm sorry to worry you, Grandpa. You mustn't do this recklessly next time." "Goodness, Su Zhenguo," Xiao Xian said angrily, arms crossed. "You only know how to worry Grandpa, and not worry about me. If it weren't for my help you wouldn't wake up so quickly." Su Zhenguo and Grandpa both burst into laughter at Xiao Xian's expression. "Haha," Su Zhenguo said. "Then just eat more when we have dinner later." Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. It wasn't one person, but several. The footsteps stopped at the gate, followed by a knock. "Is General Su home?" "I am Qin Wu, the director of the admissions office at the Capital Ability Academy. I watched Su Zhenguo's match at the selection site today and wanted to talk to you." "And Su Zhenguo?" "Qin, director, you've arrived already. I am from the Magic City Ability Academy, and our principal sent me personally." "Magic City Ability Academy? How did you receive the news so quickly? What can only you recruit?" "Move aside, I knocked first." Grandpa patted Su Zhenguo on the shoulder and walked towards the door. Qin Wu stood at the door holding a specially approved admission notice with a seal, followed by a short-haired female observer. A few steps back, 2 middle-aged men in suits were competing with each other, each holding their recruitment brochures up. "Come in," and as Qin Wu stepped into the living room, he was shoved from behind, stumbling forward. He turned back to glare at the admissions officer. Once they entered, each held a document, grinning widely as they placed it on the coffee table. Grandpa spoke first. "What brings you two here so late?" "General Su. Classmate Su Zhenguo. I am Lu Haizhong from the admissions office of Magic City Ability Academy. We are here for classmate Su. Do you even understand the order of arrival?" Qin Wu pushed Liu's document aside from the coffee table and slammed his own special admission notice down. "Su Zhenguo, I am Qin Wu from Kyoto Ability University. I watched your competition today. This is a special admission quota from Kyoto Ability Academy, exempting you from admission tests with a full scholarship. We will provide customized training for your ability attributes." "What does a full scholarship mean?" "Lu Haizhong, we in Magic City offer double, plus a private student apartment, an independent training room, and monthly supply of potions. Most importantly, we have specialized courses for attribute fusion." "Yet I haven't seen you produce anything worthwhile," Qin Wu retorted. "That's still better than Kyoto, which doesn't even have research," Lu Haizhong countered. Su Zhenguo leaned back on the sofa, his face slightly pale. Xiao Xian squatted beside him, curiously watching the scene. Su Zhenguo gazed at the 2 admission quotas on the coffee table. Listening to the 2 middle-aged men exchange barbs, his expression remained unchanged throughout. It wasn't an act of calm, he genuinely felt little. Most importantly, his body was still weak and the energy within him had just stabilized. Looking at the conditions they offered, all he wanted was to rest. "Gentlemen," Su Zhenguo finally spoke, his voice still a bit hoarse, but steady. "I've heard the conditions you've mentioned. Kyoto and Magic City are both top academies in the country." Qin Wu and Lu Haizhong turned to him simultaneously. "However, I just finished 3 matches today, and my body hasn't recovered yet. I want to take some time to consider which school to choose before I reply." "I understand." Qin Wu took the special admission notice and placed it back on the coffee table. "I will leave the notice here. Contact me anytime when you have made your decision. We in Magic City feel the same way. Classmate Su Zhenguo, you don't need to rush your decision. Rest well, and I will wait for your news." Lu Haizhong quickly added his own admission brochure on top. Grandpa stood up from the old rattan chair, adjusted the 2 admission materials, and placed them in the corner of the coffee table. He then walked to the door and opened it. "Thank you for your effort today, directors. My grandson needs to rest, so I won't keep you any longer." Qin Wu nodded and turned to leave. Lu Haizhong followed him out, but couldn't help but turn back to add, "Classmate Su Zhenguo, the doors of Magic City Ability Academy are always open for you." As the door closed, the living room fell silent. Xiao Xian let out a deep breath, his ears returning to normal after the noise finally gone. "Those 2 talk too much, my ears are ringing from their chatter." Su Zhenguo didn't respond. He leaned back on the sofa staring quietly at the two admission materials on the coffee table. Grandpa closed the door, walked back, and sat down in the old rattan chair. He picked up a teacup, took a sip, and then set it down. The grandfather and grandson sat across the coffee table, neither speaking first. After about half a minute of silence, the old man finally spoke. Kyoto and Magic City. Both are good schools. What do you think? Suja did not answer immediately. Grandpa, I want to ask about the military district academy that Mom and Dad attended back then. What was it like? When you commanded in the north, how did the soldiers who came from the military district academy differ from those from Kyoto and Magic? Su Zhenguo glanced at Suja. The look in his eyes was not that of a grandfather looking at his grandson, but rather as if he were observing an adult suddenly sitting across from him. Why are you asking about this? I am just a bit curious and want to know, Suja replied. The old man said. He leaned back against the rattan chair silent for a long while, then spoke, his voice much lower than usual. Your father back then was not sent to the military district academy by me. Suja was taken aback. He had always thought it was Grandpa who sent his father there. He chose to go himself. He was about your age when he awakened his level lightning ability. Kyoto Academy also sent someone, but it wasn't a special admission quota. When your father brought the notice back to show me, I hadn't even had the chance to speak, and he tore the notice up. The old man spoke with a smile on his face. He said, as your grandfather, I spent my entire life on the battlefield, and so must a man from the Su family. Later on he met your mother in the North Military District. Suja's throat moved. He only knew that his parents met at the Military District Academy, unaware that the Kyoto acceptance letter had been torn up. The fundamental difference between the Military District Academy and Kyoto and Magic City, the old man continued, is not the faculty or resources. It's about real combat. Most practical courses for students in Kyoto and Magic City are held in arenas. There are shields, rules, and medical teams on standby. Although they do go out for experience, there generally isn't much life-threatening danger. Students of the Military District Academy, starting from their second month, face exotic beasts in the wild. It's not simulation or arenas, it's a real encounter with exotic beasts. The risk of death is present from the start of their education. Suja felt as if he had been electrocuted upon hearing this. Killing exotic beasts. The training method of the Military District Academy is to continuously kill exotic beasts, and he knew that the only way to increase his attributes was by killing exotic beasts to earn points. The Military District Academy isn't about whether it's suitable or not, it's that his ability growth path naturally aligns with the training model of the Military District. Grandpa, he interrupted the old man's words, his voice suddenly more resolute than before. I want to go to the Military District Academy. The old man looked at him silent. It's not to follow in my parents' footsteps, nor to prove myself. It's because I can only become stronger in real combat. It's not that I like combat, it's that only through real combat can I level up. Kyoto and Magic City can help with learning about attribute changes, but they cannot help me grow. The Military District Academy faces exotic beasts every day. That is the environment I need most. If someone from the Military District Academy comes to find me this time, I will agree immediately. If not, I will sign up for the Military District Academy myself. With my strength, they shouldn't refuse me. Suja, fearing that Grandpa wouldn't agree, quickly added, Grandpa, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Sai Xiaoja, haven't you thought about blaming your grandfather? If I could have stopped your father back then. Perhaps. Suja, feeling excited, raised his voice. Grandpa, you and my father will always be my pride. The old man looked at his grandson, his eyes gradually reddening and moist. That silence where he reflected on many years' worth of thoughts deep within his heart. Suja's words reminded him of his own son, the very son who had torn up the Kyoto acceptance letter. He had originally wanted Suja not to follow in his son's footsteps, but Suja was different from him. Suja wasn't recklessly charging forward. He had calculated his growth path and chosen the most suitable route. It wasn't impulsive, it was a choice. This choice of yours will surely make your father in heaven happier than I am. Just as Suja was about to speak, the old-fashioned phone in the living room suddenly rang. Su Zhenguo rose to his feet, walked over to the cabinet, and picked up the receiver of the old rotary phone. He uttered a brief greeting. Listening, the old man's brow furrowed slowly, his lips pressing into a thin line. All right, I understand. He glanced at Su Zhenguo on the sofa, his gaze lingering. I knew you'd call. Come by the house tomorrow to... He set the phone down, but stood for a moment, his hand still resting on the receiver. Grandfather, who was that? A soldier I once led in the northern frontier. Su Zhenguo turned and settled back into his old rattan chair, his voice slower than usual. He's now the vice dean at the military academy. He said he watched your assessment live today and is already on his way to Yanqing. He'll be here tomorrow morning. Suja was taken aback. Your soldier? Zhou Ji. He was in the same class as your father. On the day your father fell, he carried him back from the battlefield on his back. The old man's voice dropped low. He said he didn't want to impose, but after watching your match today, he had to come. Suja didn't ask any more questions. He looked at his grandfather's expression and swallowed his words. Early the next morning, Suja was roused by Xiao Xian swatting him with his tail. There's someone at the door, Xiao Xian said, perched on the windowsill, ears standing straight up. Dressed quite sharply. He's been standing at the courtyard gate for a while, now not knocking, just standing there. Suja threw on a jacket and walked into the living room. His grandfather was already up, standing at the courtyard gate, which was half open. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform, without a cap, his back ramrod straight. He held nothing in his hands, just stood there empty-handed. Su Zhenguo opened the gate fully, and Zhou Ji stepped inside, coming to a halt. He didn't speak first, but snapped to attention and rendered a sharp standard military salute to Su Zhenguo. His hand trembled as he brought it down after the salute. His lips moved and he uttered, "Old commander," his voice thick, as if something were lodged in his throat. "Come inside," Su Zhenguo said, stepping aside. Zhouji walked into the living room and paused by the tea table. His gaze swept across the room before finally resting on Suja. Suja stood in front of the sofa still in his old sleeping t-shirt, hair slightly disheveled, looking better than the day before. The living room was quiet. Zhouji looked at Suja for a long time. His lips moved again, but no sound came out. His eyes reddened. "So alike," he said. Just that one word, his voice hoarse and raspy, as if forced out from the depths of his throat. Suja didn't know how to respond. "Your face is like your father's, your eyes like your mother's." Suja found the statement strange and unconsciously scratched his head. Zhouji averted his gaze from Suja's face and squeezed his eyes shut, lost in thought. "Xiaozhi, your parents and I were comrades in arms." Suja felt a jolt of surprise. Su Zhenguo placed a cup of tea on the table. "Sit down and talk." Zhouji sat down on the edge of the sofa. He looked at Suja and took a deep breath. "Yesterday, I watched your assessment from the first match to the last." He paused. "When I saw your performance, do you know what I was thinking?" Suja shook his head. "I was thinking if your father were still alive, he wouldn't need to say a word. He'd just sit next to me, pat me on the shoulder and smile. He'd proudly say, 'This is my son.'" Zhouji's voice was low but steady. He pulled a document from his chest and placed it on the tea table. It wasn't like the fancy ones from the capital or the Magic City. It was a plain, ordinary document. The cover bore only a single line of text: "Admission notice from the Northern Frontier Military District, directly affiliated Ability Academy." Directly under the Northern Frontier Military District. Zhouji's tone shifted from reminiscing with a comrade to an instructor stating facts. "Both your parents graduated from this academy. What they learned here was how to survive among the beasts." He looked at Suja. "I watched your 3 battles yesterday very carefully. You can control your attribute combinations. Everyone's attributes are a bit different. Some due to their bloodline are like the heavy water user you encountered." He leaned forward, his tone turning serious. "But no one I've seen has multiple attributes like you and can call upon different. The types of beasts are countless and ever-changing. No single attribute is omnipotent, but you can achieve countering adaptation. With your attribute combinations, you could develop large-scale destructive skills later on. You alone could stand in for an entire army." He grew more animated. "If you grow into your potential, you could change the current situation." Suja swallowed hard. "Uncle, isn't that a bit much?" Zhouji let out a sigh. "Ah, you don't understand yet." He then turned to Su Zhenguo. The guilt buried deep beneath his surface finally began to crack through his voice. "Old commander, I owe the Su family a life. Back then, during the Beast Tide uprising in the northern frontier, Jingshan could have retreated. But he held his ground to complete the mission he was given." His voice began to tremble. "When I got there, he was still standing, his legs already broken, leaning against the rubble of the position, his hand still clutching a lightning ability. He saw me and said, 'Zhouji, my son is still young. Watch over him for me.' I said I would. And then he." Suja and his grandfather remained silent after hearing this. Even Xiao Xian sat quietly on Suja's shoulder. "In the years that followed, I wanted to come to Yansheng to see Xiaozhi every year, but I didn't dare. I was afraid that seeing Xiaozhi would remind me of the way Jingshan fell." Zhouji lowered his head. "All these years I've been keeping tabs on Xiaozhi's growth. When the news of his frank awakening reached the military district, it felt like a knife twisting in my heart. I thought, how could Jingshan's son be frank? But I still didn't dare come. I had no face to see you and no face to see Xiaozhi." He looked up, meeting Suja's eyes, his own rimmed with red. "Until yesterday, when I saw your performance on the arena. I sat in my office and watched the replay 3 times. I hadn't dared to come see you because of what happened to your father. I was afraid to suggest to the old commander that you go to the front lines. But seeing your talent, I decided I had to come." Su Zhenguo set down his teacup. He looked at Zhouji for a long moment before speaking slowly. "I have never blamed anyone for Jingshan's death." The old man's voice was hoarse but steady. "On the battlefield, things change in an instant. You carried him back. It is the Su family that owes you. You've carried this guilt for so many years, it's time to let it go." When Zhouji heard the old man's words, his shoulders shook and he bowed his head. The breath had been holding for over a decade finally squeezed out from his throat, turning into a very soft, very faint sob. Su Zhenguo turned to Suja. "Xiaozhi, this is your own path. You choose." Suja looked at this comrade of his parents, a middle-aged man with red, swollen eyes, sobbing quietly. He hadn't dared to visit him or his grandfather for years, all because he felt had failed his teammate. It must have been a life filled with torment. But Suja knew that if he just reached for that document, he could go to the military. He reached out and picked up the plain admissions brochure from the tea table, opening the first page. On the title page was a single line: "The Northern Frontier Military District, directly affiliated Ability Academy. Motto: survive then fight." Suja closed the brochure, looked up at Zhouji, and said, "Uncle Zhou will go." Zhouji was taken aback by the swiftness of Suja's agreement and instinctively looked towards his old commander. This child had already made up his mind. "Good, very good." Zhouji's face lit up with emotion. "Xiaozhi, you truly are the old commander's grandson and Jingshan's son." Then Zhouji's tone shifted abruptly. "Old Commander Xiaozhi, there is actually one more thing I came for this time." Zhouji's tone shifted, and the atmosphere in the living room immediately changed. "Old Chief Xiaozhi, there is actually one more thing I need to discuss this time." His voice grew solemn, and a more serious expression replaced the previous one on his face. Xiaoji, your performance in the assessment was exceptionally brilliant. It was broadcast nationwide, which is both a good and a bad thing. The good part is that universities will be fighting to recruit you, but the downside is that there will be people keeping an eye on you, and it's not just the universities. Su Zhenguo curiously asked, who else? An organization called Yuan Xinjiao. Zhou Ji's fingers interlocked. This organization has been quite active lately. Some ability users have gone missing, and they all have their shadow behind them. Their members are elusive, and their core figures have yet to show themselves. We know very little about this organization, only that they tend to target wanted ability users for recruitment. Moreover, many riot incidents have had their involvement. What are they capable of? Su Zhenguo inquired. Unclear. Zhou Ji shook his head. The number of members is unknown, their strength is uncertain, and we don't even know who their leader is. We have caught a few suspected peripheral members. Their abilities are strange, each with different mutations, and before we could interrogate them, they took their own lives. The military district has been watching them for over half a year, without being able to reach their core. According to information from informants, Yuan Xinjiao seeks out talented ability users. Your performance in the arena yesterday was too eye-catching, and I'm afraid you might attract their attention. After listening to Zhou Ji's words, Su Zhenguo exchanged glances with his grandfather. Su Zhenguo didn't respond immediately. Uncle Zhou, Su Zhenguo said after a moment, what exactly is Yuan Xinjiao? Zhou Ji hesitated for a moment. Details are still under investigation. But the informant mentioned that they believe abilities are not innate but granted by some origin god. Whoever controls the origin can control all abilities. Thus we speculate that Yuan Shun refers to the entity. Xiao Xian tilted his head, his silvery ears perked up. Su Zhenguo, with so many attributes of abilities, they will definitely want to. Zhou Ji glanced at Xiao Xian and did not deny it. Then you must protect me. Su Zhenguo rolled his eyes in response. I still have residual backlash in my meridians and can't utilize my multi-attribute fusion for now. Su Zhenguo leaned back. If they come knocking at this time, my options will be limited. So you need to be careful. Zhou Ji interrupted his tone, leaving no room for argument. Once you arrive at the military academy, they won't dare to act openly. However, in these days, especially with you injured, being targeted would be troublesome. Su Zhenguo nodded. He didn't say, I'm not afraid. Nor did he say, he'll kill anyone who comes. With the backlash still unresolved, he truly did not have the capital to act recklessly. Uncle Zhou, is there anything else I should know about Yuan Xinjiao? Zhou Ji pondered for a moment, stood up, and patted Su Zhenguo's shoulder. This is all I can tell you for now. As for the rest, once you enroll, certain files will be available to you. But for now, remember my words, do not act alone during this time. After a few instructions, Zhou Ji prepared to. Su Zhenguo stood up and walked Zhou Ji to the door. The two exchanged a few more words at the entrance. He leaned back on the sofa, trying to empty his mind. What are you thinking about? Xiao Xian asked. Su Zhenguo crossed his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. I was thinking, if we really get captured, both you and I will end up on the operating table for research. So many geniuses, they can't really be after us, right? Su Zhenguo, you are truly timid. Xiao Xian shrugged helplessly. Su Zhenguo felt irritated upon hearing this. You little Xiao Xian. If we get caught, I'll hand you over first. Xiao Xian got angry, as well, jumping up and scratching Su Zhou Ji's figure disappeared at the end of the alley. Su Zhenguo closed the door, stood at the entrance for a moment, then turned around to see Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian playfully tussling. The old man picked up his teacup and sat in the old rattan chair. He slowly spoke, what are we having for lunch? Hearing about food, Xiao Xian immediately stopped and excitedly jumped in front of his grandfather. Grandpa, I want peaches. Apples. Grandpa, make sure to pick the rotten ones for him, Su Zhenguo said mischievously. You Su Zhenguo. Xiao Xian jumped up again to Su Zhenguo's head. Hee alright, you too. After that, Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian finally stopped. Grandpa continued, Xiao should just be careful recently. As for Yuan Xinjiao, if the sky falls, there will be tall people. Su Zhenguo nodded. Yeah, I'm going to practice now. Xiao Xian followed, saying, I'm going to practice too. Alright. They'll call you for dinner. Su Zhenguo turned and went upstairs with Xiao Xian standing on his shoulder. Once in the room, Su Zhenguo sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to channel the wind listening technique. The cracks in his meridians still throbbed subtly, but they were less intense than yesterday. With Xiao Xian's adjustments, the effects were faster than he expected. As he absorbed natural energy, he sank his consciousness into the space panel. The 5 rows of numbers on the attributes panel quietly lit up. Attribute panel: fire 100, 1000 lightning 130, 1000 wind 130, 1000 earth 100, 1000 water 100, 1000 remaining attribute points 20. He sighed, realizing that the leap from C grade to B grade had become much more challenging. Previously it took 100 points to level up, and now it required 1000. He calculated that with the current recovery speed of his meridians, he should fully recover in 2 days. By then he could go hunt the exotic beasts, and as long as he was careful, he should not be targeted by Yuan Xinjiao. Just as he was about to exit the space panel, his consciousness was suddenly caught by an energy fluctuation from deep within the space. It was not emitted by the attributes panel, but came from a deeper area where the gray mist had yet to dissipate. He probed along the fluctuation, finding only 2 orbs of light wrapped in dense fog. One was white and the other black. The white light was brighter, while the black light remained silent. As he was about to make contact with the 2 lights, his consciousness would be forced to retreat from the space. Su Zhenguo opened his eyes, wondering if he had broken through, allowing him to sense what the black and white were in this space. Suddenly Xiao Xian excitedly grabbed Su Zhenguo's hair. Su Zhenguo, The Grand Elder just sent me a signal. His voice was a pitch higher than usual, and his tail had fluffed up to twice its normal size. He seems to want us to return at once. Su Zhenguo sat up straight now. What is it? I don't know. Xiao Xian anxiously turned in circles on the bed. The signal was very brief, as if they were in a hurry. Is it that urgent? Yes. Xiao Xian's tail swung back and forth. I can sense that he wants us to return as fast as possible. Su Zhenguo remained silent for a moment. With his meridians still not recovered, he dared not attempt multi-attribute fusion, and he did not know if Yuan Xinjiao was watching him outside. But with Xiao Xian being summoned so urgently by the Grand Elder, and his expression so tense. Moreover, the Grand Elder had also taught Su Zhenguo the wind listening technique. The more he engaged with this natural energy, the more he understood how terrifying it could be. He had greatly benefited from the natural energy, as not only could the combination of ability attributes increase natural energy, but it could also repair his own body. Even if he was indeed targeted by Yuan Xinjiao, he had to go. Xiao Xian, he stood up, let's set off right now. When Su Zhenguo went downstairs, his grandfather was still sitting in the old wicker chair. Grandfather, I'm going out with Xiao Xian for a... Su Zhenguo turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the expression on his grandson's face, before glancing at Xiao Xian squatting on his shoulder, who looked anxious and about to cry. Now, Su Zhenguo replied. There was an accident at Xiao Xian's home, and I need to go back and check. The old man fell silent for a moment, then stood up and advised. Since that's the case, you should hurry and set off. But your injuries haven't healed, and remember what Uncle Shu said, be cautious in everything. Su Zhenguo nodded heavily. Understood, grandfather. Xiao Xian poked his head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, his silver-white ears drooping, looking eagerly. Grandfather, I will protect Su Zhenguo. Remember to leave me some peaches in the fridge. The old man smiled and patted Xiao Xian. I'll buy you some fresh ones when I return. The two of them exited the city, walking quickly along the mountain path on the outskirts of the beast forest. Su Zhenguo did not stop moving swiftly. Xiao Xian lay on his shoulder, still looking tense. Xiao Xian, Su Zhenguo glanced at him. Did the elder not tell you what was going on? No, he was just very anxious for me to return with you, saying that time was running out. Xiao Xian rested his head on his front paws. Running out of time for what? He didn't say. But the elder never rushes people. If he says time is running out, it must be true. Xiao Xian's ears drooped like airplane ears, his voice muffled. Su Zhenguo, I'm feeling a bit panicked. I've never felt this way before. Su Zhenguo raised his hand and gently rubbed Xiao Xian's head. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Xiao Xian looked at Su Zhenguo and managed to say, Su Zhenguo, you're quite nice. Su Zhenguo only smiled and remained silent. Upon reaching the beast forest, he suddenly stopped. He remembered a very practical question. Xiao Xian, last time I was teleported out from the Immortal Monkey Valley, but I don't know how to return on my own. Last time I was forced to my limits by those two guards from the Shin family and accidentally ended up at your place. Now I don't know if I can actively use the spatial transfer to bring you along. Xiao Xian raised his head, his ears flicking. Su Zhenguo, don't you know your spatial skills? Su Zhenguo said helplessly. To be honest, I've never understood this skill either. I can only seem to temporarily phase my body, allowing attacks to pass through. As for active spatial transfer, I still don't know how to do it. Xiao Xian stood up from his shoulder, both paws resting on his head, closing his dark golden eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of deep blue light flashing through his pupils. I can assist you. I can probably sense the energy of the ancient tree. You activate the listening wind, and it'll pass this sensation to you. Give it a try. Su Zhenguo nodded. We can only try it this way. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and activated listening wind. Xiao Xian pressed his paw on Su Zhenguo's temple. A stream of deep blue natural energy surged from his paw tips, merging into Su Zhenguo's perception range. The sensation was very faint, but under the amplification of listening wind, it gradually became clearer. Following this sensation, he attempted to mobilize his spatial abilities using phasing on this sensation. Xiao Xian put in more effort. Su Zhenguo activated his abilities and mental force. Okay. Xiao Xian intensified his energy infusion into Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Open for me." The space in front of him tore open, a crack, like a deep blue light streamed through the crack, along with the familiar crisp sweetness in the air. It was the scent of the Immortal Monkey Valley. Su Zhenguo opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Though he was injured, the natural energy Xiao Xian provided was sufficient. This was Su Zhenguo's first true activation of spatial transfer. Let's go, Xiao Xian. Su Zhenguo bent down and dashed into the crack with Xiao Xian. They had returned to the Immortal Monkey Valley. Su Zhenguo took a deep breath, feeling unsure if it was just him, but why did it seem that the energy in the Immortal Monkey Valley was not as rich as before? Elder. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder and ran on all fours towards the ancient tree. Su Zhenguo followed closely behind, and as he approached the ancient tree, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. He remembered that last time he came, the trunk of the ancient tree was covered with glowing vines, and the canopy shaded most of the valley, with every leaf shining like emeralds. Now the ancient tree had sparsely leaf crowns, the edges beginning to yellow and curl. The previous cracks were on the inside. How had they now spread to the outside? Moreover, these were not normal tree patterns. It was as if something was expanding inside the tree, causing the trunk to crack. In the depths of the cracks, faint glimmers of light emerged, flickering intermittently, as if they would extinguish completely in the next moment. The elder was leaning on a vine staff, standing beneath the ancient tree, looking up at the cracks. Its silhouette was even more hunched than last time, and its gray-white fur looked particularly withered under the dim light. Hearing footsteps, it turned around. Elder. Xiao Xian ran up to it, looking up. What happened to the ancient tree? The situation wasn't so dire when we left. The elder glanced down at him, then turned his gaze to Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo looked at the elder, feeling bewildered, and noticed a huge change from the elder he had first met. After a while, the elder tiredly spoke. The ancient tree has sensed it. Something from the outside is eroding the energy deep within the earth. It's not the beast forest, it's a much larger area, much deeper. It is in great pain now, suffering to the extent that it cannot control its overflowing energy. I can feel that the ancient tree is being polluted by some energy. Wherever the pollution spreads, the energy there becomes distorted. The distorted energy flows into the immortal Monkey Valley, and the ancient tree must bear it all. The elder's voice grew hoarse and weary. On the day the ancient tree completely withers, the barrier of the immortal Monkey Valley will collapse. The immortal Monkey Valley will cease to exist. After hearing this, Xiao Xian was at a loss, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Elder, did you call us back to save the ancient tree? Su Zhenguo asked. Sai, I don't know either, the elder replied helplessly. Because I have no way to help, I thought of you as the person of prophecy and wanted to see if you have any solutions. Su Zhenguo did not know how to respond. Given his current strength as the person of prophecy, what could he possibly do? He fell silent, walked up to the ancient tree, and placed his hand on the trunk. As he activated listening wind, he sensed the energy flow within the ancient tree was even more chaotic than he had. The deep blue light that should have flowed orderly along the tree veins was now disturbed by something, with some areas congested into clumps and others nearly cut off. In the deepest part of the tree roots, there was something he could not describe. It was neither energy nor life, but some dark substance slowly spreading. That dark substance clung to the roots like mold, spreading outward little by little, devouring the ancient tree's energy wherever it passed. He opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. Xiao Xian tugged at his pants leg with his paw, looking up at him, his dark golden eyes glistening with a layer of moisture. Su Zhenguo, is the ancient tree saved? Su Zhenguo did not know how to respond to Xiao Xian. To be honest, he had no idea what method could be used. Before he could speak, a sudden vibration came from deep within the space. It was not the energy fluctuations of the ancient tree, but something from within his spatial area, that broken stick. He immediately sank his consciousness into the space. The stick lay on the gray, hazy ground of the space, shaking violently, its patterns flashing with intense light. Moreover, deep within his consciousness, the black and white also emitted energy, pulling him. Su Zhenguo quickly pulled the stick out from the space. The moment the stick emerged, the entire trunk of the ancient tree trembled. The faint fluorescence seeping from the crack seemed to ignite, erupting into a brilliant light, and soon the whole ancient tree shone brightly from its roots to its crown. The cracks on the stick all burst open, and a deep blue light gushed forth, as if responding to the glow of the ancient tree. The Grand Elder stared at the stick, his lips trembling. The energy of this object is of the same origin as the ancient tree. Incredible. Su Zhenguo hadn't had a chance to speak. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stick moved on its own. It broke free from Su Zhenguo's palm, transforming into a streak of deep blue light that directly crashed into the largest crack on the trunk of the ancient tree. The branches of the entire ancient tree shook, and every twig from the roots to the crown was glowing. It seemed as though the withered vines had stopped spreading and the leaves had ceased to fall. After the stick melted and the energy of the ancient tree began to flow again, but the dark mass of pollution deep in the roots did not disappear, it was merely suppressed for the time being. The Grand Elder also observed this. He then said, the energy provided by this stick has improved the ancient tree considerably, but the pollution remains. It cannot be completely eradicated. Xiao Xian's tail drooped and his ears flopped down as he turned to look at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo recalled the two luminous orbs within him that he had been unable to mobilize, and they seemed to resonate with the ancient tree as well. He spoke up, saying, Grand Elder, let me give it a try. In this situation, go ahead and try it. Su Zhenguo approached the ancient tree and placed his hand against the trunk. His perception flowed along his palm into the heart of the tree. Deep in the roots, the dark mass was still writhing, temporarily suppressed by the stick's energy of the same origin, but it was slowly beginning to spread again. His consciousness sank into the depths of the space. The two orbs of light, the white light and the black light, pulsed in unison, as if awakened by the ancient tree's suffering. He took a deep breath and cautiously probed forward with his thoughts. This time the white light did not reject him, nor did the black light. He thought to himself, desperate measures for desperate times. The white light moved first. A fine white thread of light floated out from the depths of the space. Following his meridians, it surged from his fingertips and landed at the center of the dark mass deep in the roots. The dark mass began to churn violently the moment it touched the white light. It was not burned away, but rather decomposed. Like ice melting into water, the pollution was peeled away layer by layer. The black light followed closely, directly drilling into the densest part of the dark mass, devouring those remnants that had been peeled away, leaving not even a trace behind. Sweat beads rolled down Su Zhenguo's forehead. His meridians had not yet fully recovered, and his mental energy was being simultaneously consumed by the black and white lights. His entire body trembled, but he could feel that he could only attempt to guide the energy of these two lights. He was still unable to mobilize them like other supernatural attributes. Looking at the scene before him, the Grand Elder did not expect Su Zhenguo to actually find a way to heal the ancient tree. Xiao Xian looked at Su Zhenguo with a worried expression. Grand Elder, will Su Zhenguo be okay? The Grand Elder also looked concerned. Trust him. Su Zhenguo intended to give it a try as well. He had not expected that the black and white energy would actually have an effect on the ancient tree. However, this energy consumed more than other attributes. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. Suddenly, the ancient tree shone brightly from its roots to its crown, and the withered vines began to regain vitality, the gray-white bark peeling away to reveal a brand new silver-gray skin underneath. The leaves falling from the crown also began to sprout anew. The dark mass deep in the roots completely vanished, not merely suppressed, but uprooted entirely, leaving not a single trace. The Grand Elder leaned on his cane, his lips trembling, his beard shaking, and finally his whole body quaked. Then he laughed a laugh that released all his pent-up feelings. It really worked. Su Zhenguo, you saved the ancient tree. You saved the immortal Monkey Valley. Xiao Xian rushed over from the side, supporting his arm with his paws, a surge of natural energy flowing into him. What happened to you, Su Zhenguo? I'm fine, Su Zhenguo gasped, opening his eyes. The Grand Elder's gaze returned to the remnants of the white and black light at Su Zhenguo's fingertips that had not yet completely dissipated. Those two lights, just now, were they from the space within your body? Su Zhenguo nodded. The white light purifies, the black light devours. The ancient tree acknowledged you just now, not because of the stick, but because it sensed your healing intent toward it. The Grand Elder's voice was very low. Su Zhenguo, you are not just a person from a fable, you possess things that even fables have not written about. On behalf of the ancient tree and the immortal Monkey Valley, I thank you. After finishing, the Grand Elder intended to bow to Su Zhenguo, but he quickly stopped him. Xiao Xian saw that the problem seemed to have been resolved, and began to perk up again. He jumped off Su Zhenguo's shoulder, crossed his paws on his waist, and raised his tail high. Don't forget about me, Grand Elder. This stick was bought by Su Zhenguo at my request. The Grand Elder and Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian with affectionate expressions. I see Xiao Xian is also very impressive. Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled, his little paws grabbing Su Zhenguo. Thank goodness for you, Su Zhenguo, you really did it. Su Zhenguo could not help but laugh at Xiao Xian's sudden change in attitude. Then when we go back, you should give me all your peaches. Xiao Xian immediately flared up, jumping onto Su Zhenguo's head. You wish. The Grand Elder watched them playfully quarrel, his face full of smiles. At that moment, the ancient tree erupted with a brilliant blue light that enveloped Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian. The Grand Elder watched them playfully quarrel, his face full of smiles. At that moment, the ancient tree erupted with a brilliant blue light that enveloped Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian, and floated in front of. The Grand Elder nearly lost grip of his cane. The ancient tree is blessing you. For over 1,000 years, no one has ever made the ancient tree voluntarily break off its branches. It acknowledged you. Su Zhenguo felt that all his injuries had healed, and even his mental energy felt unprecedentedly abundant. He reached out to catch the branch, feeling a warm pulse emanating from its core. He bowed deeply to the ancient tree, and its branches slowly retracted, the glowing vines moving without the wind. Take it back. The Grand Elder's tone regained some of its usual calmness, though the light in his eyes still shone. The branches of the ancient tree can carry natural energy, and can also amplify your supernatural abilities. They can become your weapon. Su Zhenguo looked at the trunk of the ancient tree, wondering how it would be to make his own gun barrel out of it. Grand Elder, I should return now. My grandfather is still waiting for me. Go ahead. Xiao Xian followed Su Zhenguo closely. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian once again approached the crack halfway up the mountain to bid farewell to the Grand Elder. They passed through the spatial rift, bending down to enter. At the moment they landed, the familiar scent of the 10,000 beast forest rushed to meet them. Everything looked just as it had before. Xiao Xian stood up from Su Zhenguo's shoulders, stretched lazily, and his silver-white tail perked up high. Let's hurry home. I want to go back and eat peaches. Didn't you promise to give me some? Nonsense. When did I ever promise that? Su Zhenguo did not respond, rolling his eyes at Xiao Xian as he stepped forward. The two walked along the beast path on the outskirts of the 10,000 beast forest towards Yanqing. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Xian was still chattering away in his ear about the peaches, while Su Zhenguo's pace gradually slowed down. Xiao Xian noticed his shoulders stiffen, his ears perked up instantly, and he lowered his voice. Su Zhenguo, do you feel that? Su Zhenguo nodded, remaining silent. It seemed that he could now sense a kind of malice. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian stood still, pushing their senses to the limit as they listened to the wind. After receiving the blessing of the ancient tree, he was now able to absorb natural energy at a much higher level. Moreover, he could sense a wave of hostility directed towards him. They are moving. Xiao Xian's ears twitched. Su Zhenguo. In the left forest, a figure was slowly moving, not charging towards them, but circling around to cut off their escape. He was blocking their retreat. Behind the large rock on the right, another presence was stationary, but the fluctuations of his abilities were intensifying, gathering strength. Xiao Xian. Su Zhenguo lowered his voice to a whisper while drawing his spear from the spatial void. Prepare for battle. No holds barred. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of very light footsteps crunching leaves came from the left forest. It was not one person but three. Two more emerged from behind the large rock on the right. 5 people formed a fan-shaped encirclement, trapping him and Xiao Xian in the middle. Their positions were deliberately arranged, not haphazard. It was a tactical formation. 2 were in front, 2 on the sides, and 1 stood at the back, arms crossed with no outward signs of energy fluctuations. Yet Su Zhenguo felt the most malice emanating from this person. The leader stepped forward, and the moonlight illuminated his face. He had an ordinary appearance, dressed in casual clothing with a small dark red tattoo, resembling a rune faintly visible on his neck. The energy waves radiating from him gave Su Zhenguo a strong sense of oppression. He looked at Su Zhenguo, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth reminiscent of a hunter eyeing its prey. Su Zhenguo. He called out Su Zhenguo's name politely, as if greeting an old friend. You possess the complete 5 elements of space-type ability and you are at the initial 3rd stage. Yesterday you knocked out the 2nd young master of the Shen family on the arena and cleaved the strength fire user Xia Wanqing in half. Yet your talents have yet to reach their full potential. Are you from the Yuanshan sect? Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the spear. You know about us. The leader raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. That's even better, it saves us the need for introductions. My name is Pei and a steward from the Yuanshan sect in Yanqing. I am here under orders to invite you. Invite me? Yes, invite you. Not to capture or kill, but to ask you to come with us. You are the person we have been searching for a long time, possessing 5 attributes in one body along with a space-type ability. Remaining in Yanqing is a waste, and going to Kyoto is also a waste. Only we can provide you with what you truly desire. What can you offer me? Strength. Pei An's tone was calm and composed. Your talents have yet to be fully unearthed. Do you think the Shun family won't cause you trouble? Join us. Pei An spread his arms wide, appearing relaxed. If you join the Yuanshan sect, we will provide you with resources. You only need to lend your strength when needed within the sect. We won't restrict your freedom. We simply want you. The Yuanshan sect can help you reach the pinnacle of this world. He replied, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Pei An observed Su Zhenguo's reaction, his smile deepening good. He raised his right hand, and the 4 people behind him simultaneously unleashed their abilities. On the left the fire user, on the right the earth user. The 2 in front conjured earth armor and earth prisons. The soil on the ground surged as if alive, instantly sealing off all of Su Zhenguo's escape routes in every direction. The 4 abilities coordinated seamlessly, clearly not their first time performing such an act. Let me ask you one last time. Pei An remained stationary, hands still crossed over his chest. Will you come with us, or shall we take you by force? Su Zhenguo remained silent. He was calculating. Although he had just recovered, the 5 opponents along with Pei An who had not yet acted loomed over him, exuding danger. He couldn't win. But winning wasn't his goal. Xiao Xian, he communicated through their bond in his mind. Prepare to run. We will work together to open a spatial rift. We can't handle these 5. Don't worry, Su Zhenguo. Trust me, Su Zhenguo said. If you want me to join, let me see if you have the strength to back it up. With that he pushed off the ground, activating wind step and sidestepped 3 meters to evade the first earth prison. The wind and thunder sliced at the tip of his spear, aiming directly at the earth-type user, blocking his path. The blue-green light will struck the earth armor, cracking it with a spiderweb pattern, but not shattering it. Su Zhenguo's heart sank. The attributes of his abilities were strange. Was it a mutated earth-type ability? The earth user looked down at the crack in his chest and reformed his earth armor, the crack healing instantly. Pei An looked down at him, his tone mocking. Well, since you want to play, let me see your strength. Su Zhenguo slammed the spear down onto the ground. He raised his head and looked at Pei An. Aren't you going to show your strength? Pei An sighed lightly. He lowered his hands from his chest, his right hand spread open, and a deep purple energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Su Zhenguo could not sense what attribute this ability belonged to. However, the energy emanating from it was not oppressive, but rather polluted. The energy of that purple light was almost identical to the contaminated energy the ancient tree had endured. I don't like to resort to brute force. Pei An gazed at the purple light in his palm, his tone casual, as if discussing everyday matters, but I dislike returning empty-handed even more. Then let's see if you can capture me. Su Zhenguo made his move. Wind step and thunder flash erupted simultaneously, not charging forward, but to the right. He slammed his spear against the earth user's armor, forcing the opponent back 2 steps, while simultaneously launching several slashes of different attributes towards Pei An. It was not an attack, but a cover. As Pei An raised his hand to block the incoming attacks, he retaliated with his own. Su Zhenguo had already activated intangibility, causing his body to become transparent, allowing the physical attack to pass through him. Xiao Xian's natural abilities were sufficient. Just before Su Zhenguo's eyes, a rift opened. Go! Su Zhenguo quickly leapt into the rift with Xiao Xian. Pei An's voice came from behind, calm, as if he were not the one being outsmarted. Su Zhenguo, we will meet again. The rift closed behind them. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian landed on the other side of the beast forest, very close to the city. Su Zhenguo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The series of intangibility and spatial transfers had drained his abilities significantly. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, supporting his knee with his paw, his dark golden eyes filled with lingering fear. That leader, the energy in his hands, is revolting, just like the contaminated energy that affected the ancient tree. I know. Su Zhenguo raised his head, looking in the direction of Yanqing. Let's go. We need to report this to Uncle Zhou. Just as Su Zhenguo was leaving, the members of the Yuanshan sect remained in place, one of them speaking up. Steward, that Su Zhenguo's spatial transfer is too peculiar. Should we? His subordinate stared in the direction of the vanishing rift, and his words trailed off. Pei An looked at him expressionlessly, his gaze indifferent. You are teaching me how to do my job. The subordinate's face changed dramatically, hurriedly kneeling on one knee. I dare not. That's not what I meant. Pei An ignored him and turned to walk deeper into the forest. Let's go. The members of the Ability Association are arriving soon. Several figures silently followed, quickly disappearing into the night of the beast forest. As Su Zhenguo pushed open the courtyard door, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Xiao Xian immediately shouted, Grandpa, we're back. Then he jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, landing on all fours. The first thing he did was run toward the kitchen. Su Zhenguo paid no attention to him and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. He then closed his eyes and began to circulate his qi while reviewing the events of the night in his mind. Pei-yin from the Yuanshan sect. The old-fashioned landline phone in the living room rang twice, and Grandpa walked out from the bedroom to answer it. After listening for a few moments, he turned to look at Su Zhenguo and handed him the receiver. Zhou. Su Zhenguo took the receiver. Zhou Ji's voice on the other end was very low, speaking twice as fast as usual. Did you encounter anyone from the Yuanshan sect tonight? Yes, the leader is called Pei-yin. He's an elder from the Yuanshan sect in Yangqing, and he brought 5 people to ambush me outside the beast forest. Were you injured? No, I managed to escape. A faint exhale came from the other end of the phone, as if a suspended heart had relaxed slightly. Then Zhou Ji's tone became even firmer than before. Xiao Zhe, listen carefully, they have set their sights on you. I know. You shouldn't go anywhere recently. Oh, I will notify the people in Yangqing to increase the manpower. Uncle Zhou Pei-yin said some things to me tonight. Su Zhenguo paused for a moment. They don't want to harm me, they want to invite me to join. The other end of the line fell silent for a long time, long enough for Su Zhenguo to think the call had dropped. Then Zhou Ji spoke again, his voice a whole degree heavier than before. It seems your potential is being recognized, not just by us. But you must not take the bait, those people are too reckless. I understand. I will stay at home and wait for your news. After hanging up, the living room fell silent. Grandpa sat on the old rattan chair. Xiao Xian came out of the kitchen wobbling while holding a peach and jumped onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder, gently sweeping his tail against the back of Su Zhenguo's neck. What did Uncle Zhou say? I met someone from the Yuanshan sect. They invited me to join, and Uncle Zhou said I shouldn't run around at home recently. Grandpa nodded. Yes, stay at home for now. The military district is going to start school early. Got it, Grandpa. After responding to Grandpa, Su Zhenguo turned and went upstairs, entering his room and shutting the door. He recalled that against an opponent of Pei-yin's caliber, his only option was to flee. With such strength, even if he went to the military academy, he wouldn't be able to stand firm. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the space. The 5 rows of numbers on the attribute panel glowed quietly. Fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water all hovered at the peak of Grade C. With the current attribute fusion, if all 5 elements were combined with the power of nature, he was confident he could rival Un's great ability. But his spatial transfer. He had passively triggered it once when being chased to a dead end by the Shun family guards, managed to use it in the immortal Monkey Valley with Xiao Xian, and tonight's escape from the beast forest was the 3rd time. Each time had been under extreme conditions, relying solely on instinct, and not once had he actively controlled it. Xiao Xian, recently, I want to practice my spatial ability. Su Zhenguo spoke up. You want to practice spatial transfer? Xiao Xian, with the peach in his arms, nibbled from Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Yes. It's always too passive. But aren't you capable of it? No, every time has been too forced. Su Zhenguo closed his eyes. I want to master it. He plunged his consciousness deep into the space. After the blessing of the ancient tree, his perception of space was clearer than ever before. He raised his right hand, condensing his mental energy at his fingertips, gently nudging along the nearest pattern, causing it to split open, revealing the profound darkness behind. A few seconds later, the rift closed itself. It was unstable. The rift you just tore open is very unstable. Xiao Xian squatted on the bedside table, his tail swaying along the edge of the rift. I know, without your help it's hard for me to stabilize it, which is why I need to practice. After saying that, Su Zhenguo once again pried open the same pattern, observing it carefully. He found it was still quite difficult. Xiao Xian squatted on the bedside table, placing the cleaned peach pit aside, tilting his head, and pondering, did you always need my help to open it before? There was one time I didn't, but it was always when I was in a dead end. It was always when pushed to a dead end. Su Zhenguo recalled, and at that time there was only one thought in my mind, I need to get to a certain place. What about now? Now I'm thinking about how to control the landing point, how to stabilize the edges of the rift, and how to extend it. Su Zhenguo suddenly stopped here. It seemed he understood something. The commonality in the 3 successful transfers was not just desperation, but also a pure focus. At that time he had no thought to ponder any theoretical techniques. There was only one extremely simple thought in his mind, I just want to go there. You've used your spatial transfer each time in desperate situations. Is it possible that this ability is your instinct? Xiao Xian gestured with his paw, just like you breathe. Su Zhenguo looked down at his hand. His way of training his abilities had always been to analyze attribute characteristics first, then precisely control energy output. The angle of the wind blade, the voltage of the lightning strike, the thickness of the natural energy layer. Each move was calculated. But space was different. Spatial transfer was the only skill within him that did not require attribute points, did not rely on ability levels, and could not be deduced logically. What he awakened was the spatial system. Su Zhenguo exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Xian, I have an idea now. He closed his eyes, no longer thinking about how to stabilize the rift, how to control the landing point, or how to optimize mental energy output. He cleared all distracting thoughts, leaving only one image in his mind. The old desk lamp in front of the writing desk. He wanted to go there. His body vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the desk. Xiao Xian's tail was straight up, his dark golden pupils filled with surprise. You came over directly. Su Zhenguo's face was also full of excitement. I think I've found the feeling. I need to keep practicing. He spent the entire morning practicing, repeatedly jumping from in front of the bookshelf to the windowsill, from the windowsill to behind the door, traversing every corner of the room. In the afternoon, he began to challenge greater distances. He set his target at the end of the hallway across the room, about 5 meters away beyond the stable coverage range of his mental energy. On the first attempt, the rift opened halfway before retracting. On the second, he successfully passed through, but when landing, his knee collided with the wall of the hallway, making a dull thud. From downstairs, Grandpa's voice called out, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just bumped into the table." Su Zhenguo rubbed his knee and stood up. Xiao Xian squatted on the corridor, railing, his ears perked up straight. "How much mental energy did you use for 5 meters?" "Very little. Oh, I barely felt it," Su Zhenguo estimated. Given his current strength along with Xiao Xian's help, he should be able to easily complete a transfer to a certain place. If he mastered the use of physical intangibility and transfer, it would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. He suddenly shouted excitedly, "Xiao Xian, let's find a place to practice against each other." "I don't want to practice with you," Xiao Xian replied disinterestedly. "How about I buy you some delicious peaches?" "Deal." Su Zhenguo did not take the long spear, he merely flexed his wrist. Xiao Xian crouched on the lowest branch of the jujube tree, eagerly staring at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo's grandfather sat in an old vine chair in the living room, reminding him, "Be careful, don't break anything in the yard." "Got it, Grandpa." Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian spoke in unison. "It's settled. If you knock me down, don't blame me." Su Zhenguo chuckled at Xiao Xian's smug demeanor, saying, "Likewise, if I knock you down, don't cry." "Then let's begin." Xiao Xian raised his right paw, forming a deep blue orb of natural energy in his palm. He glanced at Su Zhenguo's position and flicked his paw, sending the energy orb swiftly towards Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo sidestepped to avoid it, the energy orb grazing his shoulder and striking the yard wall. Before he could speak, the second and third orbs were already coming at him, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Xiao Xian leaped down from the branch. In midair, he swung his paws again, launching 3 energy orbs in a triangular formation to block all of Su Zhenguo's escape routes. "Hee, Su Zhenguo, you can't dodge this." Su Zhenguo was deeply shocked by Xiao Xian's attack. He had anticipated Xiao Xian's strength, but he never expected such a methodical fighting style. He quickly activated his phasing ability, allowing the 3 energy orbs to pass through his translucent body and crash into the ground, sending shards flying. "Good job, Xiao Xian. Do you really want to beat me? If I don't, how will you practice phasing?" Xiao Xian landed on the ground, all 4s planted firmly, taking a deep breath. His belly bulged slightly as natural energy visibly gathered into a fist-sized glowing sphere in front. "What is this?" "Energy orb." Xiao Xian mumbled indistinctly, opening his mouth as the glowing sphere erupted into a column of energy, plowing through the ground. The edges of the bluestone were ground to powder by the energy column, and the jujube tree planted by Grandpa in the yard was blown over. Su Zhenguo's pupils narrowed. He feared taking this hit head-on would be painful. He dared not take it head-on, activating his phasing ability as he pushed off the ground to retreat quickly. The energy column grazed beneath his feet, crashing into the yard wall, sending brick debris flying. Xiao Xian did not give him a moment to breathe. Pushing off the ground, his whole body shot forward like a silver-white cannonball. With his right paw clenched into a small fist wrapped in a layer of solidified natural energy, he aimed directly at Su Zhenguo's chest to strike. Su Zhenguo activated his spatial shift, disappearing from his original spot and reappearing on the other side of the jujube tree. Xiao Xian's fist struck the ground where Su Zhenguo had just stood, causing the stone slab to explode instantly. "You think a regular 3rd-tier beast could withstand your punch?" Su Zhenguo looked down at the rubble scattered across the ground. "Don't compare me to those beasts. Oh, I am a celestial monkey." Xiao Xian pulled his paw out of the stone pit, shaking off the dust, his tail held high. "Do you think I spend all day in Celestial Monkey Valley eating peaches and sleeping? The great elder taught me many things. I am quite powerful." Su Zhenguo was thoroughly astonished by Xiao Xian. If it weren't for his spatial shift ability, he would have been schooled by Xiao Xian, even with his 5-element fusion. However, his competitive spirit was also ignited, and he excitedly shouted, "Xiao Xian, let's go again." Xiao Xian grinned, pushing off with all 4s and lunging at him again. This time he did not just use energy orbs from a distance, but engaged in close combat. His small body darted around Su Zhenguo, using claws, tail sweeps, and energy orbs in a 3-pronged attack. Su Zhenguo activated his phasing and spatial shift, weaving through Xiao Xian's relentless assaults. He noticed that Xiao Xian's fighting style was unlike any beast or person he had encountered before. There were no initiating moves, no signs of attribute switching, relying solely on instinct and the flow of natural energy. Moreover, he was well aware of the characteristics of Su Zhenguo's phasing and spatial shift, anticipating the moment when he would become tangible and could only take Xiao Xian's attacks head-on. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian sparred until late at night. Su Zhenguo lay on the ground gasping for breath, while Xiao Xian rested on Su Zhenguo's belly. "Xiao Xian, did you give it your all?" I didn't use some secret techniques." Su Zhenguo was speechless. He had truly given Xiao Xian a lesson this time. Su Zhenguo's grandfather came out to see the yard in disarray, the stone bench broken and the jujube tree blown over. He pretended to be angry, saying, "You too." Xiao Xian immediately jumped onto Grandpa's shoulder, wagging his tail to curry favor. "It's all Su Zhenguo's fault for dodging." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Su Zhenguo was also quite angry. "Am I supposed to just stand there and let you hit me?" Grandpa looked at them, shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, the yard door was knocked twice, rhythmically and urgently. "Who is it?" Xiao Xian asked. "I don't know," Su Zhenguo said as he went to open the door. "Xiao Wanqing." Su Zhenguo frowned. Her lips were pale. "Su Zhenguo," she spoke, her voice tense. "The Shun family has taken action. They sent someone overnight to Yancheng with a joint pressure letter demanding the Supernatural Association to nullify your examination results." "How do you know this?" "I overheard it." Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath. "The Shun family's people are staying at my house and my dad is entertaining them in the living room. I hid upstairs and heard it." He said the 5 attributes fusion you displayed during the assessment is not your ability at all, suspecting you used drugs or other means. Su Zhenguo, listen to me, this is not the worst part. They brought a witness statement written by Shen Yunzheng. In the statement, Shen Yunzheng said, he personally saw you taking some banned substance on the arena, which is why he lost to you. Shen Yunzheng. Su Zhenguo's voice was calm. He hasn't learned his lesson yet. But I still thank you for telling me. Aren't you worried? Xiao Wanxing looked at him. They will come tomorrow morning. What's there to worry about? Su Zhenguo turned to Grandpa. Grandpa, did you hear all of this? Su Zhenguo glanced at Xiao Wanxing, and then said nonchalantly, the children of the Su family have never relied on cheating. Never have and never will. He stood up and walked to the living room. Wake me up when they arrive tomorrow morning. Xiao Wanxing stood still, wanting to say something, but unable to. In the end, she only said 2 words, be careful. I know, Su Zhenguo replied calmly, thank you. You should go back now, pretend you didn't hear anything. But, Xiao Wanxing. Su Zhenguo called to her, his tone gentle yet firm. I will walk the path ahead by myself. Xiao Wanxing looked at Su Zhenguo's calm expression, reluctantly leaving. Xiao Xian perched on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, his ears twitching. They said you took drugs. Are you angry? Not angry. Su Zhenguo stood back in the center of the yard. But they reminded me of something. Ooh, I must settle the accounts that need to be settled. Su Zhenguo turned to Xiao Xian. Do you still have the strength to fight? Xiao Xian grinned. Su Zhenguo, are you still not convinced? I just let you win. Ooh, I was afraid of hurting you, or the great elder would blame me later. Xiao Xian, hearing this, jumped from Su Zhenguo's shoulder to his head and punched down at him. Su Zhenguo glared at Xiao Xian as he launched his attack, scolding, sneak attack, that's too much. As dawn broke, a steady knock echoed outside Su Zhenguo's courtyard. 3 knocks, neither hurried nor slow. Su Zhenguo had already risen early to sit in the yard. These people arrived early. Grandfather, I will go open the door. Su Zhenguo walked to the door and pulled it open, revealing a middle-aged man in a deep blue suit, his hair meticulously combed. Behind him were 2 plainclothes guards, a secretary holding a file bag, and Zheng Jianding, who had sat in the second row of the examiner's seat on the day of the assessment. Su Zhenguo, I am Wang Zepping from the Discipline Inspection Department of the Kyoto Abilities Association. I am here for a routine inquiry regarding any potential violations during your entrance examination. He handed over the document, which bore the official seal of the Kyoto Abilities Association. Su Zhenguo glanced at it and questioned the authenticity of the assessment results, requesting a re-examination of qualifications accompanied by Shen Yunxin's written testimony. Indeed, it was similar to what Xiao Wanxing had said, falsely accusing him of using drugs. He closed the document and stepped aside to let them in. Come in and speak. Wang Zepping sat on the sofa, pulling out another document. The Shun family from Kyoto has proposed that if you believe the testimony is false, you may apply for a retest with the testing party designated by the Abilities Association. If you can demonstrate all abilities from the day of the assessment, the testimony will be rendered void. If not, the exam results will be considered invalid. Are you done? The Shin family claims my grandson cheated, saying he took drugs to gain other attribute abilities. Su Zhenguo stood up and scolded, do you even have a shred of shame? Are you truly bullying my Su family because you think there's no one to defend us? Everyone present was taken aback by the sudden imposing presence of the old man. Wang Zepping turned to Zheng Jianding, who nodded and spoke. Old Su, please calm down. It is indeed true that Su Zhenguo awakened a space-type ability, but he unexpectedly demonstrated multiple attribute abilities, which is why we have our doubts. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenguo became even angrier and pointed at them. Have you ever heard of any drug that can enhance a and can be directly utilized? If such a thing existed on the battlefield, how many soldiers could it save? Just saying you're looking for trouble makes me respect you all the more. Everyone present was stunned by Su Zhenguo's imposing demeanor. Particularly Su Zhenguo had never seen his grandfather so furious. It was as if he saw his grandfather commanding on the battlefield. Wang Zepping trembled slightly and said, Old Su, please. Don't be angry. We are merely following protocol. The old man actually knew that the Shun family was the real instigator, and they were merely running errands. At this moment, Su Zhenguo spoke. Grandfather, it's fine. I fear no shadows when my heart is upright. Let's conduct the test right here. Wang Zepping turned to Zheng Jianding, who nodded. The secretary set up the portable monitoring equipment, and Zheng Jianding picked up a notepad, while the 2 guards retreated to the courtyard entrance. Su Zhenguo stepped into the center of the yard, beginning to channel his abilities, displaying wind and thunder attributes. Wind and thunder dual attributes confirmed, the secretary announced, fixated on the monitor. Su Zhenguo dispersed the wind and thunder, then spread his fingers, and brilliant white flames leaped forth. Fire attribute confirmed. He stomped his right foot, and 3 spikes of rock suddenly erupted from the cracks in the bluestone, while his left hand conjured a water chain to entwine the rock spikes. Earth attribute confirmed. Water attribute confirmed. The secretary's voice rose. All data is normal, with ability fluctuations and spiritual energy matching at over 95%. If this were induced by drugs, it would be impossible to achieve this synchronization rate. Zheng Jianding lifted his head from the notepad, his tone calm. Minister Wang, the monitoring data is very clear. All 5 attributes were released autonomously with no signs of drug enhancement. This testimony is inconsistent with the monitoring data. Wang Zepping paused for a moment, exchanging glances with him. They had all seen Su Zhenguo's performance in the competition and understood that this was merely the Shun family looking for trouble, thus they did not react much to the result. He stood up and slightly bowed to Su Zhenguo. The monitoring results will be reported truthfully to the Kyoto Abilities Association. Old General Su, I apologize for the disturbance. Just as Su Zhenguo was about to see them out, the secretary's phone rang. He picked it up, listened for a moment, and his expression changed slightly as he quickly approached Wang Zeping and whispered. Wang Zeping frowned, and when he turned back his expression had changed to one of difficulty. Student Su Zhenguo, the Shun family claims that attribute testing can be fabricated and drugs could be taken in advance and metabolized cleanly afterward, which the monitoring device cannot detect. Therefore, they demand a practical reevaluation. This is not an attribute test, but a real combat situation. He paused, looking at Su Zhenguo. The Shun family has already dispatched someone who is on their way to Yang City. The Shun family's intention is that you must have another match with him. If you win, they will withdraw the accusations on the spot, and all charges will be dismissed. If you lose, the testimony will still hold, and your admission qualifications will be suspended for review. Before Su Zhenguo could speak, Su Zhenguo slammed his teacup onto the table, the bottom clinking against the glass. The old man remained silent, his grizzled brows drawn low, and as his gaze swept across Wang Zeping's face, the latter instinctively took a step back. Does the Shin family think they can just dismiss our claims? Is the Kyoto Abilities Association lacking in judgment, or is the Shun family judging for you? Wang Zeping's forehead was beaded with sweat. Old General Su, the Shin family, is directly pressuring the higher-ups of the association. I am merely here to convey the message. If student Su Zhenguo is unwilling, I will report truthfully, and the higher-ups will make a decision. I will fight. Su Zhenguo's voice came from the side. The old man turned to look at him. Su Zhenguo stood beside the coffee table. Grandfather, if they want a real match, let's give them one. He turned to Wang Zeping. When? This afternoon. At the Abilities Association's combat training ground. All right. Tell them I'm waiting. Wang Zeping sighed in relief after hearing Su Zhenguo's words. Then we'll watch your performance at the Abilities Association this afternoon. Saying this, he hurriedly left with his team. After they left, Xiao Xian jumped down from the jujube tree stump and leapt onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Su Zhenguo, why are you all so strange? You've already won, why fight again? Winning doesn't mean submission. This time I want to subdue them. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhenguo stood up from the old rattan chair. The old man walked up to Su Zhenguo, raising his calloused hand and heavily patting Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Xiao Zhe, they have gone to. The old man's voice was hoarse, and Su Zhenguo could feel his grandfather's anger. When that Shin family brat brought up your parents in the arena, I wanted to go up and slap him. Now they bring forth a false testimony to slander you. He looked at Su Zhenguo, and beneath his grizzled brows his murky old eyes burned with fire. Our Su family does not seek trouble, but we will never fear it. Su Zhenguo looked at his grandfather. He had never seen such a look on his grandfather's face. It was too repressed. Our Su family does not seek trouble, but we will never fear it. Su Zhenguo looked at his grandfather. He had never seen such a look on his grandfather's face. It was too repressed. Su Zhenguo stared earnestly at his grandfather. Understood, grandfather. In this match this afternoon, I will make them remember how to write the two characters of the Su family. The old man nodded, released his hand, and turned to walk into the living room. He picked up the old-fashioned telephone receiver and dialed a number. After the call connected, his voice was very low, and Su Zhenguo couldn't hear what he said. Then the old man hung up the phone and returned to the old rattan chair. Who was Grandpa calling? Xiao Xian asked in a low voice. Su Zhenguo shook his head. He only knew that his grandfather. At 2 in the afternoon at the practical training ground of the Ability Association. Su Zhenguo glanced at the stands. The circular stands were empty, a stark contrast to the packed crowd on the day of the assessment, making today's sparsely populated audience somewhat glaring. Only the first row was occupied. On the left side sat the Ability Association's appraiser Zheng Jian and his secretary with portable monitoring equipment already set up. In the middle were Xia Chenghai and his daughter Xia Wanqing, with Xia Chenghai sitting upright, his expression complex. On the right side were members of the Shun family, 2 plainclothes bodyguards standing straight, with a middle-aged man whom Su Zhenguo had never seen before sitting in between. Dressed in a suit with meticulously combed hair, he was likely the representative sent by the Shun family to oversee the battle. They all wore the Shun family emblem on their chests. Nearby on the examination panel sat Zhou Jianan, who was both the chief examiner and the judge today. There was no live broadcast and no audience. The Shun family wanted not an open humiliation, but to suppress Su Zhenguo's admission qualification behind closed doors. Appraiser Zheng and his secretary were present to provide a legally binding review conclusion. Su Zhenguo stood in the center of the arena holding a long spear at his side. Xiao Xian was communicating with him in his mind. There are so few people. Xiao Xian's ears twitched. It's intentional by the Shun family. Su Zhenguo said, without an audience and no live broadcast, they can say anything if I win. What if you lose? Do you not trust me? What if I happen to? Su Zhenguo was also amused by Xiao Xian's teasing. The door to the waiting area opposite opened. A woman in her early 20s walked out. Her black hair was tied in a high ponytail with a simple silver hairband, and her features bore some resemblance to Shun Yunjing, but her lines were colder. She wore a deep blue combat suit with a silver long sword hanging at her waist. She walked to the center of the arena and stood facing Su Zhenguo. She just looked into Su Zhenguo's eyes. Shun Yunqi, the eldest daughter of the Shun family. She spoke, her tone neither warm nor cold. You injured my brother twice. Today I am here to seek retribution for him. Su Zhenguo looked at her and coldly said, then let's see if you have the capability. Shun Yunqi placed her hand on the sword hilt and slowly drew out the long sword. The sword was entirely silver white, and a very thin layer of water film adhered to the blade, swirling rapidly and emitting a faint humming sound. You know very well what you did to my brother. Shen Yunxi pointed the sword tip at Su Zhe, her tone turning cold. Although Yunzheng has a proud temperament, his submerged water technique was honed with my practice. The 3 times denser submerged water shield is something few can break through within the same tier. As an F-class spatial ability user who was only 2nd tier on the day of the assessment, how could you pierce through his submerged water sword with one thrust? You know what my brother said, that you must have taken some drugs, otherwise it's impossible for a spatial user to use a combination without attributes. I will personally verify during this review. On the left side of the stands, appraiser Zheng adjusted his glasses and wrote a few words on his clipboard. The secretary next to him stared at the monitoring screen. The Shun family's representative leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his knees, with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You people from the Shin family are really laughable, making excuses before even fighting. Su Zhe said disdainfully. Shen Yunxi pointed the sword tip at Su Zhe. Let me see if you really have this strength. Su Zhe tightened his grip on the spear. Then let's fight. Let me knock you down and see what your Shin family will say. The Shin family members standing below turned pale upon hearing Su Zhe's words. Take this Su family brat down and expose his lies. On the examination panel, Zhou Zhenan raised his right hand. Su Zhe tilted the spear tip up half an inch. Shen Yunxi pressed her sword tip down half an inch. The two faced each other across the diameter of the arena, both starting to mobilize their abilities. Begin. Unlike Shen Yunjing, who unleashed a powerful attack from the start, she swayed her body and glided on the water film to Su Zhe's right side, slashing the long sword diagonally, sending several water blades slicing toward him. Su Zhe did not evade. He raised his hand. A wind blade struck the side of the first water spear, using the recoil to sidestep the second, while the third water spear grazed his shoulder and flew past, splashing water on the alloy board. He pushed off the ground, his whole being leaving a residual shadow as he charged towards Shen Yunxi, the spear tip generating a blue-green light wheel with wind and thunder cuts. She quickly generated a water shield. The water shield shattered into countless droplets, but Su Zhe's spear tip was significantly weakened by the flexibility of the water shield, and by the time it reached her it had lost most of its power. Shen Yunxi sidestepped the spear tip and struck the spear shaft with her sword, causing Su Zhe's hands to tingle. Your wind and thunder cut is weaker than in the recordings. After retracting her sword and stepping back 2 paces, she looked at Su Zhe and said with a laugh, "Did you not take drugs today?" Su Zhe did not respond. He had discovered through their earlier exchange. The energy density of the skills Shen Yunxi displayed was something Shen Yunzheng could not compare to, and even Xiao Wanqing was inferior. Xiao Xian communicated with him, "Su Zhe, this person is not simple. Her energy is so high." Su Zhe replied, "I know. Use your phasing and spatial transfer." "Not yet. That's my—" Su Zhe tightened his grip on the spear. "The wind and thunder cut is indeed not enough to strike you." Shen Yunxi's brow twitched as she saw a flicker of flame suddenly leap from Su Zhe's left palm. He pressed his left hand against the spear shaft, and the flames spread along the spear body to the tip, intertwining with the deep blue wind spiral. The wind aided the fire, and the fire borrowed the might of the wind, creating a light wheel of pale gold that spun rapidly at the spear tip, raising the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees in an instant. Dual attributes of wind and fire. Shen Yunxi's pupils constricted slightly. "Do you think my water system can simply be restrained by you?" She held the long sword horizontally in front of her, and a water film also condensed on the blade. Su Zhe pressed 3 types of abilities onto the spear tip, wind, fire, and thunder, twisting them into a tricolored light wheel at the tip. Thanks to the blessing of the divine tree, he could control the fusion of 3 types of abilities without exhausting himself as before, and it would not even backfire. 3 attributes. On the left side of the stand, Secretary Zheng stared at the monitoring screen, his voice trembling. The simultaneous fusion of wind, fire, and thunder attributes has reached the energy density of a tier 3 level. The Shen family representative leaned forward. Shen Yunxi looked at the tricolored light, well surprised this time. She could feel the density of that energy surging sharply, completely different from the previous wind and thunder cut. But she did not retreat, nor did she open her shield. With both hands gripping her sword, the water film on the sword blade suddenly thickened, transforming from a thin layer into a visible stream, wrapping around the entire sword body and spinning rapidly, producing a low sharp hum. She stepped on the alloy plate beneath her feet, shattering it, and charged straight at Su Zhe with both body and sword. She aimed to interrupt his energy buildup with the purest strike before his tri-tribute fusion was fully formed. Su Zhe watched her charge and shouted, "Come on, take a good look whether I have taken drugs or not." Boom. At the moment of collision between the spear tip and the peak, the entire arena was illuminated by a white light, losing all color. The shockwave exploded from the point of impact, causing the alloy railing at the edge of the arena to hum. Su Zhe's gun tip pressed against Shen Yunxi's sword edge, neither of them yielding energy, constantly spilling outward. Yet Su Zhe sensed something was amiss. The tricolor halo on the gun tip was being dissolved by water, not blocked, but decomposed. Xiao Xian also sensed it in the space, calling out to Su Zhe, "This woman's water-related ability is a bit overbearing." "Indeed it is," Su Zhe replied. "I feel like she can decompose my energy." Su Zhe suddenly withdrew the gun tip, bouncing off the sword edge, cracking the alloy plate beneath his feet. Shen Yunxi did not pursue, but flicked her sword to the side, causing the water flowing on the blade to explode into countless droplets, each floating around her and slowly rotating. Standing in the center of the ring of water droplets, she breathed steadily, looking at Su Zhe with a smug expression. The fusion of 3 attributes is indeed impressive, she said, raising her hand to draw back the droplets. But unfortunately, even if you have abilities of other attributes, your strength is insufficient. Each of your attributes has been This is glass water attribute, Su Zhenguo retorted. What? You're not here to verify whether I cheated with drugs, are you? Or is it that your Shun family can't stand losing and needs to say it outright? She pointed her sword at Su Zhenguo, droplets once again emanating from the blade indignantly, saying, don't get too proud. Right now you can only prove that you have other abilities, but how does that prove you didn't cheat? I knew you would say that, Su Zhenguo said, watching her fuming. Unless I defeat you, you'll never admit defeat. You will pay for your arrogance. Shen Yunxi decided to strike Su Zhenguo decisively. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword drew an arc in front of her, and 3 water blades were unleashed from the sword's edge. Breaking wave water dragon slash. The water blades did not disperse after leaving the sword, but elongated in the air, transforming into a water dragon that slithered towards Su Zhenguo from 3 directions. They did not fly in straight lines, but continually changed trajectories in the air, the dragon heads intertwining and separating, sealing off all angles for Su Zhenguo to evade. Shen Yunxi was very confident in this move, believing Su Zhenguo could at most withstand 1 water dragon. He was bound to lose. Su Zhenguo focused on the attacks from Shen Yunxi, reflecting on her words, realizing that his ability attributes were indeed somewhat lacking. He needed to fuse a new ability as he did last time to have a chance of winning. The people from the Shen family below smiled, believing that the outcome was already decided. Others looked serious, fully aware of the terror of Shen Yunxi's move. Su Zhenguo gripped his spear, channeling his abilities and natural energy. Wind attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute. Su Zhenguo, are you trying to fuse attributes again? Xiao Xian, sensing Su Zhenguo's intent, asked urgently, haven't you just recovered? Don't worry, Su Zhenguo confidently replied to Xiao Xian. After the blessing of the ancient tree, my body has been greatly enhanced. There won't be any issues this time. Su Zhenguo gripped the spear with both hands, continuously rotating it. Just as the 3 water dragons approached him, he thrust the spear forward. The air was torn apart by the spear tip, and a spiraling fire dragon surged forth, its body wrapped in volcanic rock and magma, charging forward. Breaking wave flame dragon slash. The water dragon collided with the fire dragon in midair. The fire dragon pierced through the water dragon from head to tail, consecutively devouring the 3 water dragons. The spectators below were greatly astonished, exclaiming, is that fire attribute? No, it's a combination of wind and earth creating lava. The fire dragon, having consumed the water dragons, did not diminish in threat, but swiftly attacked Shen Yunxi. Shen Yunxi was completely bewildered by Su Zhenguo's move, not expecting him to not only remain standing, but also break her technique. She had no time to think, the fire dragon was already upon her. She hastily generated a water domain cage for protection. When the fire dragon crashed down onto her water domain cage, it was instantly burned through. The arena was splashed with a torrent of water, which was instantly evaporated into a mist by the high temperature of the magma. The entire arena was shrouded in thick water vapor, with the hissing sound of magma burning through the alloy plate echoing in the mist. As the mist cleared, Shen Yunxi was half kneeling in the center of the arena. The long sword slipped from her hand, landing 3 steps away, still trembling slightly. Her combat suit had been splashed by magma, burning several charred holes, and blood dripped down her fingers from the ruptured. She gasped for breath, struggling to stand. Just as her knee lifted off the ground, it crashed back down, splashing water droplets that had yet to dry. Su Zhenguo's gun tip halted 2 inches from Shen Yunxi's throat, at the same position where he had pressed against Shen Yunzheng last time. He marveled, inwardly feeling as though the blessing from the ancient tree had completely reformed his body. This time, after using the 3 attributes along with natural energy, he felt no discomfort in his meridians. The audience looked on in shock, knowing that the Shun family was looking for trouble, seeking an opportunity to teach Su Zhenguo a lesson. As long as Su Zhenguo could prove his ability attributes, they never considered the outcome of the fight. Shen Yunxi looked down at the spear, then raised her gaze to Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo looked at Shen Yunxi's disheveled appearance and said, now do you still say I rely on drugs? If your mouth were as foul as that of Shen Yunjing, you wouldn't just be down now. Shen Yunxi was momentarily speechless. She had never considered that she would be defeated before coming here. When she learned she was coming to Yanshang to verify whether the person who defeated her brother had cheated, it was actually to help the Shun family regain face and teach Su Zhenguo a lesson. Su Zhenguo pointed the spearhead at the Shun family members in the stands, the residual magma on the tip still not dissipated. Are you all from the Shun family satisfied? Your family isn't good at fighting, but excelling at playing the blame game. First you sent people to ambush me in the beast forest, then used Shun Yunzheng to mock me about the severance of the Su family bloodline, and when you lost you said I was on drugs. Today you sent people to force me to prove myself, but you know how this really is. His gaze fell on Shen Yunxi. Shen Yunxi raised her head, her lips moving, but no words came out. Su Zhenguo then turned his attention to the Shun family's combat representative. The Shun family's combat representative stood behind the chair, back, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Su Zhenguo will be waiting in Yansheng. You Shun family 1 comes, I'll take 1. 2 come, I'll take 2. The middle-aged man walked down from the stands, followed closely by 2 plainclothes bodyguards. He stood firm at the edge of the arena, staring up at Su Zhenguo, his voice low, but each word sharp. You're quite arrogant, kid. Shen Yunxi struggled to rise from the ground, frowning as she called out, second uncle. The Shun family's combat representative ignored her, only staring at Su Zhenguo. Yunxi, you don't need to worry about the rest. 2 bodyguards flanked from the sides, simultaneously releasing energy fluctuations. 1 fire attribute, 1 earth attribute, their strength estimated to reach the 4th rank. Su Zhenguo watched the Shun family members attack unfazed and provocatively said, "You're embarrassed, huh? I knew the Shen family operated this way." At this moment Xiao Xian had already emerged from the space, landing on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. "Su Zhenguo, they don't seem to be convinced. Then let's beat them until they are." Su Zhenguo had already mobilized his abilities ready for battle. The Shun family representative snorted coldly, "Kid, in the face of absolute power your arrogance is pointless." He instructed the two bodyguards, "Go for it." The staff of the Ability Association shouted anxiously, "Wait, you Shen family are going too far if you act again." At that moment, with tensions rising sharply, suddenly, with a loud crash, the two alloy doors of the venue were slammed. While everyone in the venue was bewildered about what was happening, a voice came from the entrance. "I dare you to make a move." A figure dressed in military attire appeared, lacking any insignia, his hair graying and standing tall and straight. He merely stood there unmoving, yet everyone felt a powerful pressure emanating from him. The two guards of the Shun family found themselves unable to unleash their abilities, collapsing to the ground. Beijing Military Region Current Deputy Commander Gu Yushan. Zhang Jianding gasped. Why has he come in person? With each step, Gu Yushan took, the people present felt the fluctuations of his power. He reached the foot of the arena and looked up. He did not glance at the Shun family's battle representative nor at the two guards, but instead first looked at Su Zhenguo. "Kid, are you done fighting?" Su Zhenguo looked at the general exuding an iron-blooded aura and nodded. "I'm done. If you're done, then head home." Su Zhenguo was still in a daze, initially planning to unleash his full strength and if needed use spatial teleportation to escape. But with this sudden turn of events, Xiao Xian was also curious, scratching his head and asking Su Zhenguo, "Who is this?" "I don't know either." The throat of the Shen family's representative bobbed. He recognized that face. Deputy Commander of the Beijing Military Region, an old general of the same generation as Su Zhenguo. If he came today to ask for Su Zhenguo, it would be troublesome. Yet he still steeled himself to speak. "General Gu, this is merely a routine review by the Ability Association. The Shen family has applied according to procedure. Your interference might be in violation of the rules." Gu Yushan turned his head and glanced at him. Just that one look left the latter's next words stuck in his throat. Gu Yushan stomped his foot, and as his military boot hit the ground, a wave of air exploded from the center of his foot. He bellowed, "You Shen family truly have no shame, letting the orphans of martyrs bleed and weep." He took another step forward, and the pressure of his abilities no longer held back the terrifying aura seeming to solidify. The Shun family's battle representative staggered back several steps, while the two guards simultaneously unleashed their abilities in an attempt to block. With a casual wave, Gu Yushan sent them flying against the wall, blood appearing at the corners of their mouths as they fell unconscious. "Here are my rules." Gu Yushan retracted his hand, looking at the Shun family representative, his tone flat. "Go back and tell Shenbo and that Su Zhenguo has been accepted into our Beijing Military Region Academy. If you have the capability, come to the military region to find me." The Shun family representative first helped Shen Yunqi up, then assisted the two guards, and left without looking back through the sun. Gu Yushan turned around, the fierce expression on his face softening by half as he looked Su Zhenguo up and down. "Kid, you've got the spirit of a Su family man." Su Zhenguo could only respond bashfully to this remark. "If you see how it would unfold, but I just couldn't hold back." "I don't think so. Weren't you quite confident earlier?" "I wanted to see how it would unfold, but I just couldn't hold back." He withdrew the pressure of his powers, putting his arm around Su Zhenguo, laughing heartily. "Come on, let's go see your grandfather first." Su Zhenguo followed General Gu out of the training grounds gate, Xiao Xian poking his head out from his shoulder, his silver ears twitching. "Su Zhenguo, who exactly is this old grandpa?" General Gu glanced at Xiao Xian, his brow slightly raised. "Is this the little monkey you raised? It can talk." "I'm a celestial monkey, not a monkey. My name is Xiao Xian, and I'm Su Zhenguo's contracted partner." Xiao Xian's tail fluffed up. "Why do you like Su Zhenguo's grandfather keep calling me a monkey?" "Celestial monkey." General Gu reached out to pinch Xiao Xian's ear, turning it over and examining it. "Isn't that just a monkey?" TSK tisk, you're infuriating me." Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder in anger, scampering ahead on all fours. Upon returning to the Su family courtyard, the courtyard door was pushed open, and General Gu strode in, running into Su Zhenguo. Gu Yushan walked in as if he hadn't seen anyone, striding into the living room. He didn't greet Su Zhenguo, was simply sitting down in the old vine chair where Su Zhenguo usually sat. He then busied himself making tea. Su Zhenguo called out, "Grandpa," and Su Zhenguo waved his hand, returning to the living room to sit down. "Why are you here?" Gu Yushan took a large sip of the brewed tea. "Why does your tea still taste so bitter? I drank this back in the north and it's still the same. Can't you change to something better?" "Who told you to drink it?" Su Zhenguo snatched the teacup from his hand, taking a sip himself. "Be gentle with that chair. If you break it, you'll have to compensate me." "I won't compensate you. What can you do about it?" Gu Yushan stuck out his tongue at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo's face turned pale with anger as he raised his hand to strike. "I'll beat you to death, you Gu Stone." Gu Yushan dodged, continuing to mock. "Can't hit me, can't hit me." Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian exchanged glances at this scene. Especially Su Zhenguo, who was as shocked as when he first learned he had other abilities, only this time he was stunned. After a while, both of them paused to drink tea, and then Su Zhenguo finally spoke. "Grandpa, shouldn't you tell me what's going on?" Su Zhenguo still spoke with a hint of anger. "Just call him Gu Stone." Gu Yushan immediately retorted, "How are you teaching the child?" Gu Yushan's playful smile faded somewhat. "I didn't expect to be the one to come this time. You old man are almost being ridden on your neck to relieve yourself." If I hadn't heard that surname Zhou mention it, I wouldn't have known. Su Zhenguo replied somewhat sheepishly. I did mention it to Zhou Ji, but I didn't expect to call you here. It's just that your stubborn face can't bear to admit it. Gu Yushan slammed the teacup down heavily. You know, I almost went to the Shun family to take action directly. Did you know that? He pulled out a document from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, the cover stamped with the seal of the Beijing military region. This document requires your signature. Special approval for Su Zhe to enlist as the orphan of a martyr enjoying special compensation from the Beijing military region. Su Zhenguo flipped through the document, then pushed it back. The Su family doesn't need special treatment. I'll let things be as they should. Gu Yushan kept the document remaining silent, as if everything was within his expectations. He leaned back against the chair, his tone becoming light again. Su Zhe, I watched your combat. Not bad, but not enough. By the way, I'm your grandfather's comrade-in-arms, currently the deputy commander of the Beijing military region. Your parents back then were taught by me, they were my students. Su Zhe was stunned once more upon hearing this. First he saw his grandfather acting like a child, and now this person who was bickering with his childlike grandfather had actually taught his parents. Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhe. What's wrong? You don't believe it. Before Su Zhe could reply, Su Zhenguo snorted first. So what do you want to do? Of course I'm here to teach Su Zhe. Why should we listen to you? Hee, isn't it, because you can't defeat me. Gu Yushan lifted his teacup leisurely, adding another jab. You Gu Stone. Su Zhenguo stood up angrily, pointing a finger at Gu Yushan. Which time in the past when you got into a fight or a battle was it not I who cleaned up after you? Gu Yushan ignored Su Zhenguo while looking at Su Zhe and grinning. As for combat, your grandfather has never beaten me. Are you willing to train with me? Su Zhe looked at the general in front of him, who was smiling like an old child, and then at his grandfather beside him, who was so angry that he was puffing his cheeks and couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded. Of course I am willing. It is my fortune that Grandpa Gu is willing to teach me in person. However, he took out his spear. My spear is probably going to break again. Can I buy a weapon first? What are you buying? Gu Yuanshan snatched Su Zhe's spear and casually threw it into the corner with a clang against the He'll arrange the weapon situation for you. Gu Yuanshan sat back down in the old rattan chair, crossed his legs, and spoke with a rare seriousness. Old Su, I came to Yangsheng this time to teach your grandson for a month, and then school will start. Su Zhenguo spoke up. What do you want to practice? That's none of your business. Gu Yuanshan grinned and turned to look at Su Zhe. Kid, are you ready? Ready for what? Get ready to accept my baptism of skills. Su Zhenguo for once didn't say anything. Su Zhe looked at Gu Yuanshan's sinister expression, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Xian poked his head out from his shoulder, ears perked up straight. Su Zhe, this old man is terrifying. Gu Yuanshan laughed heartily. Oh, and this little monkey is joining in too. The next morning, deep in the beast forest, Su Zhe stood in the middle of the gravel beach barehanded. Gu Yuanshan stood 10 steps opposite him, also empty-handed. He'll suppress my strength to the 3rd level. Gu Yuanshan moved his wrist. Fighting me at the same level isn't unfair. Come on, use all your means. Xiao Xian sat on Su Zhe's shoulder. Su Zhe, if he really is at the 3rd level, don't be afraid. Su Zhe, seeing Xiao Xian's smug expression, said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. I have a bad feeling. Grandpa Gubi, I'm very careful. Su Zhe took a deep breath, pushed off the ground, and with a gust of wind his figure shot forward, leaving a trail behind. With a wind blade in his left hand and a thunder strike in his right, he fused them into a bluish-green light wheel in his palm. Then his vision blurred, and a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed into his chest. He didn't even see how Gu Yuanshan moved. His whole body flew backward, his back carving a long drag mark on the gravel beach, and when he stopped he lay on his back, mouth full of dirt. He was in a daze, and Xiao Xian fell over too. Is this the level you have? Gu Yuanshan stood still. Get up, come again. Su Zhe got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his body, and charged again. This time, he summoned natural energy, sprinting in a straight line, his left fist wrapped in flames, smashing toward Gu Yuanshan's face. Gu Yuanshan sidestepped and struck him on the back with his right palm, slamming him to the ground, debris flying everywhere. This time was fast enough, but too straightforward. From your movements I could tell what you were going to do. Su Zhe had thought that Gu Yuanshan would be strong, but he didn't expect to be beaten. It seems he needed to change his strategy. Come again. His footwork exploded, and he shifted sideways while his left hand sent out a wind blade toward Gu Yuanshan's right side. The moment Gu Yuanshan raised his hand to block the wind blade, Su Zhe had already cut in from his left side, his right fist wrapped in a light wool made of wind, fire, and thunder attributes, smashing toward his ribs. Gu Yuanshan's left hand reached back, fingers spread wide, and a palm-sized earth shield formed in his palm. The tricolored light will smashed into the earth shield, exploding with a shockwave that sent surrounding gravel flying, and cracks formed on the ground beneath Gu Yuanshan's feet, yet he remained unmoved. Not bad. A feigned attack with a wind blade while the real body circles behind, merging 3 attributes to strike the flank. The angle was clever. Gu Yuanshan smiled, slightly shaking his left hand, and as the earth shield crumbled to dust, he slapped Su Zhe on the shoulder with his other hand, pushing him back 3 steps. The feigned wind blade was too obvious. Even a fool could tell you how to back up. Xiao Xian, watching the situation, felt a bit anxious. Su Zhe, you can do it. Su Zhe gasped heavily. He'll try again. He charged once more, left fist wind blade, right fist thunder strike, engaging in close combat. Halfway through the fight, his left fist suddenly changed its tactic. The wind blade dissipated and turned into flames, while the right fist's thunder strike transformed into earth-based rock spikes. The two attributes intertwined at the moment of impact, exploding at close range. Changing attributes directly in the midst of battle. He looked at Su Zhenguo, his expression becoming serious. Every time you strike, your attributes are changing. But the problem is you still think first then change. What should I do then? Su Zhenguo asked. Leave it to your body, or let your body make the choice for you. Su Zhenguo looked down at his hands, pondering Gu Yuanshan's words. He recalled the feeling when he practiced space transfer. Grandpa Gu, I think I understand a bit, I want to try again. Su Zhenguo charged straight in. As his left fist was blocked by Gu Yuanshan, his right fist was already condensing the next attribute. Before his right fist was retracted, his left foot stomped the ground, raising rock spikes to block Gu Yuanshan's retreat. 5 attributes were constantly rotating, each strike faster than the last. He no longer thought about what should the next move be, instead letting each attribute remain in a semi-activated state, instinctively striking out. Gu Yuanshan watched Su Zhenguo's performance, smiling broadly. This kid really is something. He is much stronger than your parents. Su Zhenguo felt a surge of determination, not daring to say he could beat Gu Yuanshan, but at least he wanted to make him exert himself a little. It seems I can only use that move. Taking advantage of Gu Yuanshan's blocking moment, his body suddenly became transparent. Blending phasing with space transfer, he aimed to land behind him. Xiao Xian began to feel smug got him. His fist passed through the air. Gu Yuanshan was not there. Su Zhenguo's pupils contracted. He hadn't even had time to locate Gu Yuanshan. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian were pressed to one knee by an invisible force, their knees hitting the gravel with a muffled sound. He wanted to move, but it felt as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on him, making it difficult to even raise his arm. He struggled to turn his head, looking at Gu Yuanshan floating in the air, his face wearing a smug smile, which made him extremely irritated. When Gu Yuanshan descended from the air, both Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian felt the invisible force vanish. Su Zhenguo fell backward, lying in a big T shape on the gravel beach, gasping heavily. Xiao Xian lay on his chest, his silver white fur soaked with sweat sticking to his body, his tail limply drooping on the gravel, lacking even the strength to raise a paw. Huff, huff. Su Zhenguo's chest heaved violently as he stared at the treetops above, his voice hoarse. Grandpa Gu, this doesn't seem like third-level strength, does it? Gu Yuanshan's face slightly flushed, and he coughed. How is it not third level? What do you know, kid? You can still float in the air, and there's this pressure. That's just how my ability works. Gu Yuanshan turned his face away, pretending to adjust his sleeve. It's just, I used a bit more of my powers than usual. Just a little bit. Xiao Xian, lying on Su Zhenguo's chest, weakly raised a paw to point at Gu Yuanshan. You're cheating. What do you mean cheating? This is for teaching purposes. What do you know, monkey? Gu Yuanshan put on a stern face, but his ears were still red. Xiao Xian was too exhausted to argue back. Gu Yuanshan felt a rush of excitement inside. This kid really is a talent. As Zhou Ji said, I just indeed exceeded third-level strength. This kid is too bizarre, and he can teleport instantly. It seems I have to step up the intensity for this kid. He walked in front of Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian with a flattering smile. Have you rested enough? Shall we continue? Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian looked at Gu Yuanshan's expression, both gulping, knowing that things were about to get. For the next month, Su Zhenguo was dragged out of bed by Gu Yuanshan every morning, only to be carried back when it was completely dark. Every time he returned, it was the same scene. Su Zhenguo was covered in dirt, his face bruised, while Xiao Xian lay on his chest, both too exhausted to speak, falling asleep instantly. The next morning, Gu Yuanshan was once again shouting in the courtyard, kid, the sun is shining on your behind. Are you ready to get? Su Zhenguo sprang up from bed, and Xiao Xian rolled off his pillow. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Here we go again. Gu Yuanshan tormented him daily with various training methods, from hand-to-hand combat to psychic duels, from single attribute penetration to wide area coverage. Each training method was unique, but each time Su Zhenguo would end up on the ground. You must switch your attributes smoothly. Gu Yuanshan delivered a punch to Su Zhenguo's blocking arm, sending him flying. Use penetration for single targets and coverage for groups. You need to learn to switch based on your enemies. Against a high-level class enemy, spreading your powers across an area is like giving them a tickle. When facing a group of beasts, concentrating all your powers on a single point will only leave you surrounded. Your control over your abilities needs to improve. You're still too green. Su Zhenguo looked at Gu Lao in front of him, feeling a bit shadowed. He could no longer remember how many times he had been knocked down. But after this period of training, he was very clear about his gains. Although his level hadn't increased, if he faced Shen Yunxi again, he estimated he could eliminate her in an instant. Xiao Xian was also growing. Its attacks were becoming increasingly cunning, predicting Su Zhenguo's dodging direction and preemptively launching an energy blast at that spot, forcing Gu Yuanshan to make an extra blocking move. It would capitalize on the moments Gu Yuanshan was suppressing Su Zhenguo, darting up from behind, launching a punch wrapped in natural energy aimed at the back of his head. Although it was always swatted away by Gu Yuanshan, it would shake off the dirt from its fur and charge back and shouting, I'm going to take you down, old man. One evening, the gravel beach was filled with craters. Su Zhenguo stood in the center of the area, breathing heavily. His left eye was swollen, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. His right fist was wrapped in a tri-tribute light wheel, while his left hand was open, gathering natural energy into a dark blue orb in his palm. Xiao Xian squatted on his shoulder, ready to attack at any moment. Xiao Xian, we must hit Gu Lao today. Watch me, it's going to happen today. Su Zhenguo pushed off the ground, this time infused with lightning attribute, leaving a trail as he charged forward. His right fist with the tricolor light will smashed toward Gu Yuanshan's front, and at the moment Gu Yushan raised his hand to block Su Zhenguo's body suddenly became transparent. Using phasing combined with spatial transfer, he aimed for a spot behind him. Gu Yushan's lips curled as he stomped his foot, causing the gravity field to explode, and the ground around him suddenly sank. However, Su Zhenguo did not appear in the gravitational field. He was still in his phasing state. The gravitational force passed through his translucent body and pressed down on the ground, having no effect on him. However, the energy consumption from phasing was still too great for him. This was also a strategy devised by him and Xiaoxian. If it didn't work, he would be knocked down again. He chose to transfer behind Gu Yushan, and in an instant his left hand pressed the natural energy orb directly against Gu Yushan's shoulder. Gu Yushan's shoulder jolted, causing Su Zhenguo's left hand to bounce away. But in that instant of shock, Xiaoxian had already darted in from the side, its right paw wrapped in natural energy, striking at the bend of Gu Yushan's knee. Gu Yushan's knee buckled slightly, almost touching the ground. Xiaoxian shouted, "Now Su Zhenguo. Haha, you all think." Gu Yushan steadied himself, swatting Xiaoxian away with one palm and reaching for Su Zhenguo with the other. He didn't expect Su Zhenguo, pushing his limits, once again phased and transferred, this time landing directly in front of Gu Yushan. As he phased, his right fist had already prepared its powers. This time it was not him who appeared first, but his fist that struck first, landing directly on Gu Yushan's chest. Gu Yushan felt a jolt in his chest, a small charred mark appearing on his military uniform. Su Zhenguo landed kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. Xiaoxian scrambled back onto his shoulder, and the two exchanged delighted glances, then burst into laughter. "Haha, old man, we finally got you this time." Xiaoxian gleefully bounced around on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Su Zhenguo was also very excited. After so many days, he finally managed to hit Gu Lao once. Gu Yushan looked down at the charred mark on his chest, remaining silent for a moment. He hadn't expected Su Zhenguo to really achieve this kid's attribute combination along with spatial transfer if he were to grow up. This little monkey is no simple matter either. But how could he possibly admit they were impressive? He then grinned. "Haha, I just let you win, you didn't notice, did you?" Xiaoxian immediately jumped onto Gu Yushan's head for bristling. "Old man, you're lying." Gu Yushan realized he couldn't fool this monkey and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly changing the topic. He pulled Su Zhenguo up from the ground. "Today's training ends here. Take a day off tomorrow and prepare for school the day after." In the evening, by the campfire deep in the beast forest, Gu Yushan took out a flat iron wine flask, opened the lid, took a sip, and then handed it to Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo hesitated for a moment, took it, and sipped a little, grimacing at the spiciness. Su Zhenguo passed the flask to Xiaoxian, who curiously took a sip, savoring it, smacking its lips, and took another sip. "Old man, what is this? It seems pretty good." Gu Yushan laughed heartily, took the flask back, and took another sip. After the fire burned for a while, he suddenly spoke up. "Kid, has your grandfather ever told you about our past?" Su Zhenguo shook his head. "Not much. I learned about my grandfather's past from others. Every time I ask him, he just... As for my parents, he doesn't bring them up voluntarily." Gu Yushan tossed a branch into the fire, watching the sparks rise, remaining silent for a moment. "Do you know why your grandfather usually acts like a closed-mouthed gourd, but becomes so lively in front of me? It's because we've never been apart from school to the battlefield." "School, eh?" Su Zhenguo looked up. "Military academy. I was in the same class as your grandfather." Gu Yushan grinned, as if recalling something amusing. "When we first entered school, I found him particularly annoying. He was too dull and ignored everyone. I would deliberately provoke him, often teasing him and sneaking ice cubes into his bed before he fell asleep." Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhenguo and said, "Your grandfather didn't say it, but I will. He is going to beat me. However, I thought since he doesn't want me to say it, I will tell you. Haha, it will drive him crazy." Su Zhenguo was also at a loss for words, caught off guard by old Gus' antics. Gu Yushan sat down, took a sip from the iron wine jug, and slowed his tone. "I talk a lot while he speaks little. I am impulsive, he remains calm. We both find each other unpleasant. But when we are truly on the battlefield, no one can compare to our teamwork. I know where he will strike next, and he knows when I need cover. With just a glance, we understand each other's intentions." Su Zhenguo hugged his knees and listened while Xiaoxian, possibly having drunk too much, dozed off on Su Zhenguo's lap. Later during a mission, something unexpected happened. Gu Yushan's voice grew somber. "It was a 7th tier class mutated beast which was not mentioned in the intelligence report. Our entire team was trapped in a valley, suffering heavy casualties. I thought we were going to die there. Your grandfather, in order to save everyone without a second thought, forcibly broke through his powers to reach the 7th tier. Using his lightning ability beyond his physical limits, he managed to repel that beast. However, his meridians could not withstand the impact of this breakthrough, causing the intensity of his powers to drop, and he could never regain it. After that incident, he could only withdraw from the front lines." Su Zhenguo listened as old Gu spoke so casually, but he could imagine how perilous the situation had been. Gu Yushan looked down at the campfire. "With his talent, he was at least as strong as I was. Later, your father awakened his lightning ability with a talent even better than his at that time. He entered the military academy and quickly achieved independence. When your grandfather saw your father rise, he was finally at ease enough to step back and focus all his thoughts on the family. Then later you were born." Gu Yushan turned to look at Su Zhenguo, his eyes softening. "Your grandfather called me so excited that his voice almost cracked. He said, 'Old Gu, I have become a grandfather.' I had never seen him so happy. He said he would take you to the northern frontier when you were older to let you ride around the playground on my back. Then when you were just over a year old, your parents had an accident." Gu Yushan's voice suddenly became very soft. "That battle at the northern frontier pass. I was executing another mission at the time. Later I came to Yanqing to find him, but he refused to see me. I charged straight into his house. He said, "What are you doing here?" I said I came to see him. He replied, "No need to see. Just go back." Gu Yushan's voice suddenly rose an octave filled with a heavy nasal tone. "Your grandfather lost his son, and I lost my disciple. I have never married, have no children, and have long regarded your father as my own son. Your father called me Instructor Gu when he was only 17. Later, he called me Uncle Gu, and eventually, he privately called me Old Gu. I would scold him for being disrespectful, but in my heart, I was overjoyed. On his wedding day, he stood in front of me in military uniform, and I personally adjusted his collar. But he died in the northern frontier, and I didn't even get to see him one last time." He suddenly lowered his head, wiping his eyes with his rough palm, his shoulders trembling slightly, and the campfire crackled. He bent down and poked the campfire with a stick. "Until the day of your assessment, I heard about your situation from Zhouji. You were bullied by that kid from the Shun family on the arena, and they came to you with fake testimonies. I was so furious that I punched through my office desk. Your grandfather's son, my disciple, their only bloodline, was bullied by those scoundrels in turns. I wanted nothing more than to fly to Kyoto and beat each one of those scoundrels from the Shin family. But then I thought, wait, how did Zhouji know all this in such detail?" He turned to look at Su Zhenguo. "Your grandfather has never begged anyone in his life. He can carry everything himself and would rather die than complain. But for you, he had Zhouji relay the information to me. He said it was Zhouji who told me. Do I not know him? He knew Zhouji would certainly tell me, and he knew that once I knew I would come. That old fellow, he went around in circles, but never would say the words, 'Old Gu, come help me' directly. But can I not care? Your father is my student, you are his son, and your Su family's matters are my matters." Gui Weishan stood up, tucking the wine jug back into his embrace. "During this time I spent with you, do you know how I feel?" Su Zhenguo stared at Old Gu and shook his head. Gui Weishan said earnestly, "Sai, I would rather your talent be mediocre, but your performance is too outstanding. I want you on the battlefield, but I also fear for your safety, and I suppose your grandfather feels the same way." At that moment Su Zhenguo stood up, his gaze resolutely fixed on Old Gu. "Grandpa Gu, when I was young, I didn't quite understand what sacrifice meant. I only knew that having the strength to protect those behind me was enough. Later, when I awakened to frank abilities, everyone laughed at me, and even I thought I would never have another chance in my life. But the more it was like that, the more unwilling I was. It was not to prove anything to anyone. Oh, I have always harbored the thought that one day, like my parents, like you, and my grandfather, I could stand at the forefront and block something for others. Even if it is just for a little while, even if it's just a small piece of ground." Gui Weishan looked at Su Zhenguo with a shaking gaze, then threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Haha, good. Old Su is fortunate. Not only does he have a good son, but his grandson is also remarkable." He took out the wine jug again, twisted it open, and hugged Su Zhenguo with one arm, while drinking heartily. "All right, let's go home. We leave the day after tomorrow." The day of parting soon arrived. Su Zhenguo packed a few simple items and stuffed them into the ability space, while Xiao Xian packed a lot of peaches. Su Zhenguo looked at his grandfather, his eyes reddening, and choked out, "Grandpa?" Su Zhenguo also had red eyes and smiled, patting Su Zhenguo's shoulder. He turned around to face Gu Yueshan, who stood at the door. The two old comrades exchanged glances from across half the living room, neither of them speaking first. After a few seconds of silence, Su Zhenguo walked up to him and stood firm. "Old Gu, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life. Now I ask you once. I know it is against the rules, but I still want to ask you to please take care of him as much as possible." Gu Yueshan looked at Su Zhenguo. He had known this man for nearly half a century, and this was the first time Su Zhenguo had said please to him. Now he was asking for. This time he was not joking. Instead, he said firmly, "Old Su, don't worry. This time I will die before he does." Su Zhenguo nodded, saying nothing more. He did not say thank you. They did not need those two words between them. Xiao Xian poked its head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, ears standing straight, and loudly declared, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will watch over Su Zhenguo too." Su Zhenguo looked at it, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Zhenguo walked up to his grandfather and looked up. "Grandpa, I will pay attention to safety. They'll be back as soon as I have a break." Su Zhenguo said nothing, only nodding. Su Zhenguo accompanied Old Gu on the military transport plane, while Xiao Xian curiously explored the plane, touching and looking everywhere. Su Zhenguo was still immersed in the sadness of parting. At that moment, Gu Yueshan spoke up. "Xiaozhi, do you know what you need to do when school starts at the military academy?" Su Zhenguo turned around looking puzzled. "What do you mean?" Gu Yueshan looked at Su Zhenguo's bewildered expression, and a mischievous smile reappeared on his face. He thought to himself, "Old Su, the rules you set, you won't even tell your own grandson. Hee, it's nothing, you'll find out when you get there." After spending this time together, Su Zhenguo knew that when Old Gu smiled like this, it usually meant that something troublesome was about. As the transport aircraft landed on the helipad of the North District Military Academy's Ability Department, Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian curiously surveyed their surroundings. There were no tall buildings here, only rows of gray-white barracks neatly lined at the foot of the mountain, with the endless iron-gray mountain range in the distance. Gu Yueshan said behind him, "The military academy is like this, unlike big cities. Your weapon bag is with me, consider it a gift for you." "Thank you, Grandpa Gu." Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and took out a piece of ancient tree branch from his space. "Grandpa Gu, can you make a gun barrel out of this?" As soon as the branch left the space, the surface of its dark blue tree pattern slightly glimmered under the sunlight, with the surrounding natural energy automatically gathering towards it. Xiao Xian said, "You took it out." Gu Yueshan took it, weighted in his hand, and raised an eyebrow. He attempted to channel his ability, and the brightness of the tree patterns immediately responded. This is interesting. I need to figure out how to make it into a gun barrel for you. He carefully tucked the branch into his pocket and patted his chest. Alright, leave it to me. He'll return you a decent gun. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. Less chit-chat. Zhou Ji is here, you should go report first. Zhou Ji, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood at the exit of the helipad. When he saw Su Zhenguo approaching, a smile appeared on his face, and he patted Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Grandpa Gu, you've worked hard on the road. Xiao Zhe, let me take you. Grandpa Gu is very busy. Let's go to the academic affairs office first. Su Zhenguo followed Zhou Ji across the playground. The playground featured an endless gray training ground, with several rows of training alloy stakes piled along the side, their surfaces marked with varying degrees of ability impact marks. As they walked, Zhou Ji introduced, the dormitory building is on the east side of the playground, the cafeteria is on the west. The training ground is divided into indoor and outdoor. The indoor is a simulated combat room, and the outdoor is a real combat training ground. That mountain range over there leads to the front line of the North District, the real battlefield. The reporting area is a temporary military tent set up with a long queue in front. New students carried their luggage and weapons, chatting in small groups. Su Zhenguo stood in line, his attention attracted by a few new students at the front. A girl was riding on the back of a snow-white silver wolf which wagged its tail gently. When its ice-blue beast eyes scanned the surroundings, other students instinctively took a couple of steps back. On the other side of the beast pen, a pitch-black leopard was lying on the ground, licking its paws, its size nearly double that of an ordinary leopard. Su Zhenguo curiously asked Zhou Ji, what are these magical beasts? Zhou Ji replied, some people have been raising these magical beasts since childhood. The academy allows combat partners. Don't you have a little monkey too? Xiao Xian immediately protested. I'm a celestial monkey. How can I compare with these magical beasts? Zhou Ji chuckled. Your monkey is interesting. Soon it was Su Zhenguo's turn. The instructor responsible for registration sat behind a desk, looked up at him, and asked name. Su Zhenguo. The instructor paused for a moment, raised his eyes to assess him, and his gaze lingered on the little Xian on Su Zhenguo's shoulder for half a second. At the same time, the students in line around him almost simultaneously turned their heads, and a buzzing whisper erupted like a disturbed beehive. Su Zhenguo. He's that great space ability user, right? His grandfather is Su Zhenguo, the former deputy commander of the North District military. Not just that, his parents sacrificed in the battle at the North District Pass, leaving behind a martyr's orphan. So what if he's a martyr's orphan? The military academy isn't a welfare institution. If you don't have the strength, relying on connections will only drag you down. Did you not see the live stream of the Yangqing assessment? He knocked out the second young master of the Shun family in the arena, even defeated and scrayed. 5 attributes. 5 attributes. Are you sure that wasn't edited? I watched the live stream. Those videos online might be fake. With AI technology, what can't they do? Besides, if you have connections at home, it's not easy to slip someone in. Su Zhenguo turned his head to look at the boy who was talking. It was a tall guy holding a heavy, earthy yellow warhammer, his expression haughty. Su Zhenguo glanced at him and replied calmly, you can find out by sparring with me. The tall guy was taken aback by his direct response, then sneered. Alright, let's spar another day. Oh, I want to see your strength. Sure. After saying that, Su Zhenguo turned back to take the dormitory key from the instructor and picked up his backpack, heading towards the dormitory building, while faint whispers still followed him. The dormitory room was not large, furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds, 2 old desks, and a wardrobe. Su Zhenguo took out the backpack from his space and began to organize his belongings. At that moment, the door was pushed open, revealing a boy with a ponytail and a handsome face. He was taken aback when he saw Su Zhenguo, then enthusiastically extended his hand. Are you a new student too? Hello, my name is Yi Zian, I'm from Pengcheng. What's your name? Su Zhenguo looked at the handsome boy in front of him and politely shook his hand. Su Zhenguo, I'm from Yangqing. Yi Zian was about to exchange pleasantries when he suddenly noticed Xiao Xian poking his head out from the upper bunk, its silver white ears twitching. Yi Zian smiled at Su Zhenguo, saying, you have a pet. This monkey is quite cute. Xiao Xian jumped down from the upper bunk, landing on Yi Zian's luggage, glaring up at him. I'm a celestial monkey, not just a monkey. While this monkey has become sentient. Yi Zian was startled, and after a while he managed to stammer out, a talking monkey. Celestial monkey. Celestial monkey. I'm sorry. Yi Zian repeatedly apologized, but his eyes kept darting over Xiao Xian. That's amazing. Is it a magical beast? What attribute does it have? Can it fight? His name is Xiao Xian, he's my partner, and he fights very well, Su Zhenguo answered for Xiao Xian. Yi Zian became excited, circling around Xiao Xian, forgetting to sort out his luggage. Su Zhenguo, can I touch him? What the heck? Do you think I'm a pet? Xiao Xian became agitated by Yi Zian jumping back to Su Zhenguo's shoulder and turning his tail towards him. Su Zhenguo stuffed the last jacket into the wardrobe and had just closed the wardrobe door when Yi Zian suddenly slapped his thigh and jumped up, pointing at Su Zhenguo. I remember now. Su Zhenguo, you're that Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian were startled by his outburst. He excitedly said, I've seen your videos. He kept praising how strong and amazing Su Zhenguo was. Su Zhenguo felt a bit uncomfortable with his barrage of compliments while Xiao Xian had already covered his ears. It's not that exaggerated. You're still being modest. Su Zhenguo could only smile helplessly and shake his head. Just as Yi Zian was about to say something more, the broadcast on the dormitory wall suddenly erupted. Attention, all new students gather on the playground in 5 minutes. Latecomers will be kicked out directly. Yi Zian's smile instantly froze on his face. What is this sudden gathering for? Are we going straight to the battlefield? Su Zhenguo stood up and Xiao Xian scrambled up to his shoulder. Hurry up. I don't want to change roommates on the first day. The playground was already filled with people. Over 200 new students, some dressed in training uniforms, others in pajamas. Zhou stood at the front of the line holding a tablet. He scanned the crowd and glanced at his watch. You all run pretty fast. No one dared to laugh. Zhou took a step forward, his gaze sweeping from left to right. You are all geniuses selected from across the country. A level special recruits recommended students. He paused. To me you are all zeros. Xiao Xian leaned close to Suja's ear and whispered, this old man has a sharp tongue. Suja elbowed him. Zhou continued. The first lesson is on the outskirts of the northern mountain region, hunting exotic beasts. Someone in the line raised a hand. Instructor, what level of exotic beasts? Zhou glanced at the person. Any level. It depends on your luck. Another person asked, will there be danger? Yes, if you die we will try to bring your corpse back. After hearing Zhou's words, no one dared to ask again. Get in the vehicle. Several military trucks were parked at the edge of the playground, their cargo beds covered with tarps. Suja climbed into one, followed by Yixian, with Xiao Xian perched on his shoulder. The truck was cramped. Some brought weapons, some brought backpacks, and others brought nothing at all. Yixian looked at Suja. Suja, aren't you bringing a weapon? I don't have a weapon for now. Then how will you fight? I saw in your video that you used a gun. I can still use my fists. Yixian didn't ask any further. Xiao Xian rested on Suja's shoulder, eyes closed, tail wrapped around his neck. The truck jolted for nearly an hour before stopping. The tarp was lifted, revealing a gray and misty mountain forest. A strange smell hung in the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs and burnt plastic. Zhou stood at the front of the truck holding the tablet. The rules are simple. Go in and kill exotic beasts. The wristbands will record your kills. 1 point each. The top 10 with the highest scores will receive rewards. Someone asked, what rewards? Zhou glanced at the person. Come back alive and he'll tell you. He pulled a silver-white wristband from his pocket and tossed it to the instructor beside him. Don't lose the wristband. If you lose it you won't have any score. The line dispersed. Some headed east, some west, while others stood in place strategizing. Suja chose the northwest direction, with Yixian following behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suja stopped. Ahead was an open area with deep footprints on the ground. 3-pronged and quite deep. Yixian squatted down to take a look. Cracked hoof beast. Second rank. Social animals. How many? Yixian walked a few steps along the footprints and estimated with his fingers. 6. Suja said, then he'll go first. Yixian made a gesture of encouragement beside him. Suja gathered a wind blade and sent it towards the exotic beasts, startling them as they charged at him. The first one rushed in with its head down, aiming its horn at his chest. Suja sidestepped and struck its neck with his right fist. The cracked hoof beast fell to the ground, kicking its legs twice before becoming still. The remaining 5 charged at him simultaneously, and Suja took down each with a punch. In 5 seconds, all 6 were down. Xiao Xian remarked, these exotic beasts aren't strong. Suja crouched down and scanned the wristband over the cracked hoof beast's corpse. The number jumped 6 points. Yixian walked over, glanced at the number, then at Suja's fist. Suja, you're really amazing. Suja looked at Yixian's expression, unsure of what to say. In the next hour they encountered another wave of exotic beasts, a pack of icefang wolves, 3rd rank, 3 of them. Suja exchanged glances with Xiao Xian, preparing to strike again. At this moment Yixian spoke up. Suja, this time you all watch me perform. Xiao Xian said, this is 3rd rank, can you handle it? Just watch us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian's figure vanished, instantly moving faster than the eye could follow. Yixian raised his right hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the foremost wolf. The wolf didn't even have time to howl before it fell, its fur singed over a large area. The one on the left charged in, and with a wave of his left hand another bolt of lightning struck. Both wolves fell almost simultaneously. The one on the right circled around and pounced from the side. Yixian's body flashed with lightning, leaving only an afterimage, then he kicked the wolf away, sending it crashing into a tree. Yixian looked down at his wristband. 9 points. Suja and Xiao Xian looked at Yixian in shock. Your strength? My ability attribute is strength lightning type, and my strength has also reached the 3rd rank. Suja thought to himself, indeed those who come to this military district are not to be underestimated. Xiao Xian scrutinized Yixian. You keep praising Suja, but aren't you also impressive? Suja is still better with a different attribute combination. Oh, I've never heard of it. He continued to look at Suja with shining eyes. At noon the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of a canyon. Suja stopped and raised his right hand. There's something inside. Suja felt it too. A sense of oppression emanated from deep within the canyon. Yixian took a step back. Should we take a detour? Suja and Xiao Xian exchanged glances and decided to go in and take a look. The canyon was narrow with claw marks all over the rocky walls. After walking about 200 meters, a huge shadow appeared ahead. It lay on the ground, its size resembling that of a van covered in black scales with several eyes on its head. Yixian's wristband vibrated. Xiao Xian leaned in for a closer look. Iron Armored Dragon Scorpion, 4th rank, a level Earth attribute. Yixian asked Suja, Suja, do you plan to take action? This is a 4th rank exotic beast, it's not a joke. Suja was also deep in thought. Yixian, do you think we can take it down with our cooperation? Yixian didn't expect Suja to really consider attacking. He said, if we make the first move it's not like we have no chance. Xiao Xian added, then let's just go for it, it's just a big lizard. If we can't beat it we can run. Suja nodded, already beginning to mobilize his powers and the energy of nature. Yi Ziyan watched Su Zhenguo's movements, and his powers also began to activate, lightning glowing around him. Su Zhenguo, if we can't beat it, we run. Su Zhenguo nodded. The two charged out simultaneously. Yi Ziyan's lightning struck the left side of the iron-armored dragon scorpion, exploding as its scales were blown off. The iron-armored dragon scorpion cried out in pain, violently swinging, its tail the massive appendage sweeping towards them like an iron whip. Su Zhenguo dodged the tail and landed a punch on its exposed flesh, white light bursting forth. The iron-armored dragon scorpion's body quivered violently, emitting a piercing scream. It became furious, unleashing its powers as countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground towards them. Yi Ziyan transformed into an afterimage to evade. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian, having undergone intense training from Gu Lao, were now able to control their powers for precise strikes. Their attacks all landed in the same spot, reducing the flesh beneath the scales to mush. The iron-armored dragon scorpion fell directly to the ground shaking from the impact. Yi Ziyan exclaimed joyfully, "Su Zhenguo, you guys are too strong." Xiao Xian responded with a smile, "You're not bad either." Meanwhile, Zhou Ji spoke to the instructor on the ground. "That's enough, you can arrange for them to go out now." A group of people dressed in battle gear and armed with weapons excitedly exclaimed, "Haha, it's finally our turn." Suddenly Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian sensed some movement in the distance. They exchanged a glance and immediately became alert. Yi Ziyan looked at them and asked what's going on. Su Zhenguo remained silent. He walked to the mouth of the canyon and looked outside. The valley was filled with people dressed in black combat suits with red numbers embroidered on their chests, wielding alloy combat knives and iron rods. Groups of 3 or 5 herded the new students towards the center like ducks. A new student burst out from the bushes, desperately running east. 2 men in black surrounded him from the sides, one on the left and one on the right. The new student attempted to resist, but was struck down by several abilities, collapsing to the ground motionless. Another new student jumped down from a tree and was immediately knocked over by a kick. The black-clad man crouched down, tore off his wristband, and tossed it to the ground, stomping on it again. Yi Ziyan leaned in for a look, his face turning pale. Who are these people? Su Zhenguo shook his head. He had never seen them and did not recognize the red numbers on their chests. A chubby new student was surrounded by 3 people. One of the men in black tapped his helmet with the back of his knife, saying, "Don't play dead. We strike with precision." The chubby student raised his head, saying, "You hit my butt." The man in black replied expressionlessly, "That was a kick, not a knife." The chubby one said pitifully, "That still hurts." Xiao Xian perched on Su Zhenguo's shoulder and whispered, "What are these people doing?" Yi Ziyan lowered his voice, "Did we end up in the—" Su Zhenguo did not answer. Outside the canyon, a man in black suddenly turned his head and glanced over at them, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Su Zhenguo turned and ran into the canyon. "Run." Yi Ziyan didn't react in time, and Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian had already run several meters away. They hurried to catch up. Footsteps echoed behind them, not just one person, but several. Someone shouted, "There are 2 more. They've run. Chase them." Yi Ziyan gasped for breath, running and asking, "What's going on? Why are they chasing us?" "I don't know," Su Zhenguo replied. "You don't know, and you're still running. There are too many of them. Let's run first." Yi Ziyan thought about it and found it reasonable. After running for about 10 minutes, the footsteps behind them gradually faded. Su Zhenguo and the others stopped, leaning against a tree to catch their breath. Yi Ziyan asked, "What's the situation now?" Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures leaped out from the bushes ahead. They wore black combat suits with red numbers, one tall and one short, holding alloy combat knives with mud still on the blades. Upon seeing Su Zhenguo and the others, the tall one smiled, a wicked grin akin to a rogue spotting a lone girl. The shorter one rubbed his hands together and said, "Hee, we've caught you." The tall one rested his knife on his shoulder and said, "Take them back." Su Zhenguo asked, "Who are you?" The 2 replied with malicious smiles, "We're the ones who are going to beat you up." Who beats up whom is still uncertain. Yi Ziyan took a step back, raising his right hand as lightning gathered in his palm. The tall one glanced at him and raised his left hand, a wall of fire erupting in front of Yi Ziyan. The heat rushed at him, forcing Yi Ziyan to retreat 2 more steps. Lightning type. The tall one lowered his hand, and the fire wall remained intact. The short one circled around quickly. He tapped the ground with his toes, moving as if blown by the wind. He swung his rod towards Yi Ziyan's calf, but Yi Ziyan jumped to dodge. The short one retracted his rod and chuckled, "Too soft." Before Yi Ziyan's feet even touched the ground, the tall one swung the back of his knife towards his back. Yi Ziyan transformed into a flash of lightning and moved away. Xiao Xian jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulders, swinging his tail towards the short one's face. The short one swayed his body as if blown by the wind, and the tail missed. He reached out to grab, but missed Xiao Xian. His fingers brushed against the tip of Xiao Xian's tail, creating a whirlwind. Xiao Xian was spun around and landed on the ground for bristling. "That monkey can fight," the short one said. The tall one replied without looking at him, "You got hit by a monkey." "No, I didn't." "Then what's your name?" Before Su Zhenguo could finish, he threw a punch at the tall one's chest. The tall one blocked it with his knife, the sound of metal clashing echoing through the forest, sparks flying from the knife. The tall one stepped back half a pace, looking at his numbed hand. "You have some strength," he said. Su Zhenguo ignored him and threw another. This time the tall one did not block, but dodged to the side. With a flick of his left hand, a tongue of fire shot out from his palm, licking towards Su Zhenguo's arm. Su Zhenguo retracted his fist and stepped back, channeling his water and earth abilities to counterattack. The tall one seemed a bit shocked. Dual attributes. The short one floated over from the side, his rod sweeping towards. Su Zhenguo jumped up, but the short one's rod changed direction, aiming for his abdomen. In midair, Su Zhenguo twisted his body and blocked it with his arm. Xiao Xian bounced up from the ground, clawing at the back of the short one's neck. The short one did not turn his head, leaning forward, causing Xiao Xian's claws to miss. He turned and swung his rod towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian swung his tail, wrapping around a nearby branch and swinging away. The four of them exchanged blows for several rounds. The tall one's firewall blocked their escape, while the short one's wind accelerated his attacks, the two coordinating. As Yi Zian anxiously said, these two work together very well. Su Zhenguo stared at them and said, finish this quickly, their reinforcements will arrive soon. Before he finished speaking, 5 or 6 people rushed out from the woods. Dressed in black combat suits with red numbers, some wielded knives, others held rods, and some were empty-handed. The one running in front held a walkie-talkie, shouting as he ran, surround them. Don't let them escape. Su Zhenguo glanced over and saw at least 6 of them. With the 2 in front, that made 8. They couldn't win. Yi Zian, Su Zhenguo shouted. Yi Zian also saw them, his face turning pale. Xiao Xian sprang up from the ground and climbed onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder. There was no way to escape. The people had already spread out, encircling them from both sides. In front was the firewall, behind was a wall of people, and there were people on both left and right sides. Xiao Xian, prepare to teleport, Su Zhenguo said to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian understood that Su Zhenguo was preparing to use his spatial ability to escape. Su Zhenguo took a deep breath, channeling the spatial energy within him. He grabbed Yi Zian's wrist with one hand. Yi Zian looked at Su Zhenguo's actions, saying, why are you grabbing my hand? Su Zhenguo, let me tell you, I am not a weakling. If you don't want to be grabbed, stop talking nonsense, Su Zhenguo yelled at him. Su Zhenguo took Yi Zian and directly shifted into the other black-clad men saw Su Zhenguo's body vanishing, and their attacks came smashing down. Su Zhenguo and the others disappeared as if they had never existed. The attacks hit the ground, splattering dirt everywhere. The short one covered his head, a handful of hair having been pulled out by. How did they disappear? When Su Zhenguo and the others tumbled out of a crack, they fell on the edge of the camp. Xiao Xian was the first to get up, shaking off the dirt on his body. Yi Zian stood up, looking around. Su Zhenguo, what's going on? Su Zhenguo squatted down, his head still feeling dizzy. He paused for a few seconds, raised his head, and was stunned. Don't speak yet. In the middle of the camp, a pile of new students lay scattered all over the ground. They were all tied up. The standing black-clad man smiled and said, haha, don't blame the seniors for being heavy-handed. This is a tradition of the military academy. We went through the same thing in our first year. Zhou Ji stood under the flagpole, expressionless as he held a tablet. Someone approached and saluted him. Report, there are still 4 new students we haven't caught. Su Zhenguo understood Xiao Xian's temperament, fearing that Xiao Xian would really rush out now. Xiao Xian, calm down. They have the advantage in numbers and levels, and their coordination is seamless. If we go out now, we will suffer greatly. Then what should we do? Should we continue to flee? Xiao Xian anxiously scratched his head. First, we need to find the 2 who haven't been caught, Su Zhenguo reassured. Didn't you just say there were 4 who weren't caught? There are 2 of us here. Xiao Xian leaned on his shoulder, his ears twitching. So where do we look? Let's activate our listening wind technique together and sense the surroundings. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian closed their eyes, spreading their perception through the listening wind. The energy fluctuations around the camp were dense, but 2 presences were still moving outward, one towards the northwest and the other towards the southeast. He opened his eyes and said, found them. Yi Zian, do you want to come with us? Yi Zian, flustered, replied, I won't follow you. Am I supposed to tie myself up and report? Let's go. The 3 of them silently slipped out of the bushes and stealthily made their way southeast along the edge of the canyon. After walking for about 5 minutes, a sudden sound of fighting came from ahead. Su Zhenguo parted the branches and saw a girl leaning against a large tree, holding a short blade of icy blue surround. A silverman wolf stood in front of her, growling deeply. 3 men in black surrounded her, slowly closing in like a fan. This newcomer is quite resilient. It took us so long to corner her, one of the black-clad men said, flicking his alloy combat knife with a hint of surprise. Yi Zian remarked, Su Zhenguo, she's a beauty. Su Zhenguo turned to Yi Zian and whispered, we're here to rescue her. With that, his body turned transparent, silently slipping through the bushes to get behind the nearest black-clad man. At the same moment, Xiao Xian leaped off his shoulder, conjuring a dark blue energy orb in his claws and flinging it at another black-clad man. The energy orb struck the back of the black-clad man, causing him to stagger and turn, shouting, who? In that instant, Su Zhenguo exited his ethereal state. His right hand struck down like thunder on the third black-clad man's chest, sending him staggering back. Yi Zian also seized the moment to unleash a lightning bolt, driving back the ability user, blocking the girl. Simultaneously, they spoke. We're new students, not here to capture you. Let's leave first. The girl hesitated for less than a second before making her decision. She nodded, mounted the silverman wolf, which let out a low growl, and charged through one of the black-clad men, following Su Zhenguo out of the encirclement. The black-clad men attempted to pursue, but Xiao Xian unleashed 2 energy orbs, blocking their path. As they retreated, Su Zhenguo once again turned ethereal, whisking away with the girl and the silverman wolf. After a while, they realized they should have temporarily shaken off their pursuers. The girl jumped down from the wolf's back, wiped the mud off her face, and looked at Su Zhenguo and the others. Where do we go now? Su Zhenguo looked towards the northwest. There's still one who hasn't been caught. Let's go find him first. We'll talk after that. By way, the girl introduced herself, concise and straightforward. Su Zhenguo politely replied, I'm Su Zhenguo, and this is my partner Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian perched on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, pointed at the silver wolf, and asked, can I ride this big dog? Bai Wei was stunned to hear Xiao Xian speak. A monkey can talk. Before Xiao Xian could get angry, the silver wolf glared fiercely at him, as if it understood what he said. Bai Wei quickly reassured, his name is Enya, not a big dog. Yi Zian, standing to the side, gentlemanly bowed and introduced himself. Hello, beautiful, I'm Yi Zian. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, let's hurry up and leave, Su Zhenguo urged. The four of them, along with a monkey and a wolf, stealthily made their way northwest along the edge of the dense forest. The closer they got to the pile of rubble, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. 3 black-clad men still surrounded the boy, one of whom laughed and said, Alright, don't resist, or it'll be worse. The surrounded individual, along with a leopard, held a long sword surrounded by a light blue air stream, his clothes flapping wildly from his own energy. Either you take me down, or I won't surrender willingly. Su Zhenguo glanced at the situation and turned to the others, saying, Our goal is to get the person out, not to fight hard. We rescue and leave. Bai Wei nodded and mounted Enya. Xiao Xian leaped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Yi Zian took a deep breath, his lightning abilities beginning to surge across his body. Su Zhenguo's body turned transparent as he ethereally transferred directly onto a boulder behind the boy. He crouched atop the stone and whispered to the boy, Duck. The boy suddenly looked up and saw Su Zhenguo crouching above him, his pupils constricted, but he reacted quickly immediately. Su Zhenguo flicked his right hand, sending a wind thunder strike that grazed the boy's scalp and accurately struck the combat knife of the black-clad man in front, deflecting the blade. At the same time, Bai Wei and Enya charged in from the left, their massive bodies toppling the black-clad man with the knife. Xiao Xian's energy orb struck the back of the man, wielding a stick from the right. Yi Zian unleashed a violent lightning ability, crashing into the center of the black-clad men and blocking their pursuit. Su Zhenguo jumped down from the boulder, grasping the boy's wrist. Let's go. The shadow leopard picked up a black-clad man's backpack from the ground and tossed it aside, turning to follow. The four of them, along with a monkey and a leopard, quickly retreated to the forest's edge, stopping in a concealed depression. The boy leaned against the shadow leopard, catching his breath, and looked up at Su Zhenguo. Qin Chuan. Thanks. Bai Wei leaned against Enya, looking at Su Zhenguo. Can you explain what's going on now? Su Zhenguo slowly replied. This should be a tradition of the academy. Every year when new students report, the second-year students are responsible for giving the newcomers a welcome ceremony. Tradition? So it's specifically to beat us up? Qin Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Pretty much, Su Zhenguo nodded. No wonder they coordinated so well. I could only fight and run at the same time. He suddenly shouted, What a ridiculous— Who set this? I refuse to accept it. Bai Wei calmly analyzed. Refusing to accept it doesn't change the fact that they are numerous and well-coordinated. Su Zhenguo looked at them, waited a few seconds before speaking. From my observation, the captured new students are concentrated in the center of the camp. The only ones left outside are us few. I rescued you, and I want to ask if you dare to fight back with me. Qin Chuan and Bai Wei both looked up at him. Yi Zian swallowed hard. Su Zhenguo continued. We need to go save those new students, only then will we have a chance. At worst, if we lose, we just get tied back up. Do you dare? Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, first his tail held high. Do I even need to ask? Of course we have to fight. I've been holding back my anger after being chased for so long, I want to knock them all down. Qin Chuan was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Xiao Xian talking, clearly stunned. He turned to look at Su Zhenguo, then at Xiao Xian, who was gesturing with his paws on the ground, and after a moment of silence he asked, Your monkey can talk? It's a celestial monkey. Not just a monkey. Xiao Xian's tail fluffed up as he turned to glare at Qin Chuan. I'm Xiao Xian, a celestial monkey. Not a monkey. Qin Chuan leaned back against the shadow leopard, saying, Fine. Why doesn't my shadow explosion talk? A smile slowly crept onto his lips. If even a monkey dares to fight, then what do I have to fear? Bai Wei nodded. Enya has also been holding back its anger. Count us in. Yi Zian's body crackled with lightning as he grinned. This seems pretty good to me. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, a slight smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. He turned to everyone. Prepare for the counterattack. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian lay hidden in the bushes outside the camp, their senses attuned to the wind, absorbing the energy fluctuations within a radius of several hundred meters. There are only a dozen people, Su Zhenguo whispered, which is almost half less than before. They've all chased out. Xiao Xian's ears perked up. They think we're still running outside. Su Zhenguo's lips curved into a slight smile. He turned to the few people behind him. There are at most 10 people left in the camp. The rest have gone after them. Yi Zian rubbed his hands together. What should we do now? Qin Chuan looked at Su Zhenguo. You saved me, so this time I'll follow your lead. Bai Wei also nodded at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo responded with a nod, saying, Let me share my thoughts. Xiao Xian created distraction with Enya and Ing Bao from 3 directions simultaneously to draw the remaining people away. Bai Wei, I see you possess water-type abilities. Can you create a white mist for interference? Qin Chuan, if I'm not mistaken, you should have wind attributes. Just maneuver and coordination. Yi Zian, you need to act quickly to rescue people, or we'll be done for once reinforcements arrive. Su Zhenguo paused. I'll assess the situation and assist you when needed. Why didn't you act from the start? Yi Zian asked. He likes to play the role of the underdog, Xiao Xian answered for Su Zhenguo. The kind that specializes in scheming against others. He would phase out and reappear behind strike, and then flee. Su Zhenguo said in frustration, Xiao Xian, you can't use my phone to scroll through videos next time. Qin Chuan leaned against the shadow leopard, his lips twitching slightly. Let's go. Bai Wei had already mounted Enya, decisively stating, Get to it. Xiao Xian was the first to dart out. Enya charged out from behind the pile of rocks in the northwest corner, roaring and colliding with 2 patrolling seniors. The shadow leopard swept in from the side, swiping away the war knife from the third person's hand. Before the seniors in the camp could react, Xiao Xian's energy ball had already been launched from the southeast tree, accurately exploding beside the supply box. Enemy attack, a senior shouted. No kidding, did you need to say that? Another senior shouted as he grabbed a war knife, and before he could run 2 steps, another energy ball exploded overhead. Xiao Xian crouched in the tree looking down at them with his tail held high. Come here, over here. Inya knocked over another one from behind, while the shadow leopard snatched a senior's backpack. The 3 were being toyed with by 2 contracted beasts and a celestial monkey running back and forth in the camp, gasping and shouting. How many of them are there? Bai Wei flipped her hands, and water mist suddenly expanded around her. The thick white mist enveloped the entire center of the camp, drastically reducing visibility to nothing. Qin Xuan rushed in from the side with wind blades swirling around him at high speed, injecting his wind abilities into the mist, causing the icy fog to roll and expand, turning the entire camp into a chaotic sea of white. I can't see anything. Who stepped on my foot? Don't run around crouched down. Yi Zian took advantage of the chaos to find himself by the flagpole. The captured freshmen were crouched back-to-back on the ground. Hearing the explosions and screams around them, they all lifted their heads. A round-faced freshman's eyes lit up upon seeing him. Don't panic, we're here to rescue you. Yi Zian flipped his right palm. Blue and white arcs of electricity exploded in his palm, striking precisely at the energy binding ring on the first freshman's wrist. The binding ring cracked open, and the abilities surged forth again. He didn't stop, unleashing a series of electric strikes, one after another, shattering binding rings. The binding ring is broken. The first freshman to regain his abilities stood up, flipping his hands to conjure a fireball. He looked down at the flames flickering in his palm, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Bro, thanks a lot." Su Zhenguo stood next to the flagpole looking at the freshman. Let me ask you a question, would you prefer being beaten, or are you brave enough to fight back? After a brief silence, a freshman suddenly smashed the binding ring onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. Damn it, I've been tied up for an hour while they sat beside me eating cookies and asking if I was hungry. I've been itching to go crazy. Let's get them. The shout ignited the powder keg, and everyone stood up. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, rock spikes, and water arrows. Newly empowered freshmen unleashed all the pent-up anger. A fire-type freshman chased after a senior, running while shouting, "Didn't you say you were going to show me some color? Now I'll show you." The senior shouted back without looking, no need, just keep it. Don't run, senior, let's chat for a bit." Another freshman was chasing behind. Chat about what? Weren't you just talking a lot? The pursuer switched out. Xiao Xian jumped around in the mist, shooting energy balls at the back of the senior's head, shouting, "This is for pulling my tail. For calling me a monkey." "I didn't pull your tail," a senior shouted, covering the back of his head as he crouched down. "Then it must have been your accomplice." "I don't even know who my accomplice is." "Then you deserve to be hit." Xiao Xian shot another energy ball that exploded above his head. The situation on the field had transformed from confrontation to a group assault. 10 freshmen chased after a senior who was desperately running in front, while a string of people followed, some throwing fireballs, others slinging wind blades, and some still shouting, "Senior, don't run, let's chat a bit." Without looking back, the senior shouted, "What are we chatting about? Weren't you just quite talkative?" In another direction, another senior was cornered by 7 or 8 freshmen beside a tent, leaning against it with his hands raised in surrender. Muttering, I give up, a freshman facing him earnestly asked, "Didn't you just say you'd show us some color?" The senior opened his mouth, asking if red would be acceptable. The freshman replied no, demanding a colorful black. The batch of seniors that had chased out finally returned. Leading them was a tall captain. Just as he was about to shout, "We're back," his voice caught in his throat. A group of freshmen was chasing after a senior, no less than 10 of them. The senior running in front was nearly out of breath, while a string of people followed, shouting as they chased. "What is happening?" The tall captain stood frozen. The 10 or so seniors behind him were equally dumbfounded, some rubbing their eyes, some with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in, and others instinctively taking a step back. At that moment, Xiao Xian pointed at them, shouting, "The people from outside are back. Get them." A swarm of freshmen turned their heads in unison, focusing on the returning seniors. After a brief silence, everyone moved at once. Various abilities came crashing down all at once. The tall captain hadn't even drawn his sword before being struck by a lightning bolt, causing him to jump. Someone behind shouted, "Retreat, retreat." But the escape route had already been blocked by Xiao Xian and the Shadow Leopard. Zhou Ji didn't know when he had arrived on the scene. He watched the fireballs and wind blades flying chaotically in the air as freshmen shouted and chased after them. The seniors were retreating in a panic, and the two groups collided near the bonfire, engaged in a fierce battle. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he squeezed out a few words between his teeth. "This bunch of little rascals." He summoned his abilities and shouted, "Everyone stop. The entrance test is hereby concluded." Everyone immediately formed up and gathered. Prepare for battle. The moment Zhou Ji's command of "everyone stop" resonated, the freshmen were still excited, wanting to chase after their seniors to fight. The seniors beside them had already lost their previous comical demeanor, swiftly reorganizing their ranks. Their smiles vanished, they stood tall and straight, their gazes hardened. One of the freshmen spoke up, "What's the matter? Are you running away because you can't win?" The seniors turned and walked towards the transport vehicle. Zhou Ji urged, "Hurry up and keep up or get lost." Yi Zian ran back to Su Zhenguo's side and asked in a low voice, "Why have they suddenly become so serious?" Su Zhenguo looked at the seniors. "I don't know either, perhaps there are other plans." The freshmen could only follow the transport vehicle. As they boarded, the seniors remained serious and silent. Seniors, where are we going? Finally, someone in the vehicle couldn't help but ask. The senior sitting at the vehicle's edge opened his eyes and glanced at the freshman. He was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke softly, "You'll find out when we get there." The convoy stopped. The freshmen jumped down from the back of the vehicle, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned and unable to move. Before them stood a towering city wall built from massive blocks of dark heavy rock, so high that they had to tilt their heads to see the top. The wall was covered in countless claw marks, burn marks, and slashing scars. The city gate stood wide open, reinforced with dozens of steel bars, all rusted, mixed with dried and dark blood. I watched Su Zhenguo grow up. He's like my own nephew. Su Zhenguo stood at the stairwell unmoving. He recalled how in the square, the leading senior jumped down from the vehicle, turning back to look at the group of stunned freshmen, his tone devoid of the previous jest found in the camp. No one spoke. The freshman who had chased after the seniors, shouting "Let's chat for a bit more," stood there with his mouth agape, unable. Zhou stepped down from the front vehicle, his voice booming over the sounds of the wind against the city wall, without the need for a loudspeaker. "Did you all see clearly? These claw marks, this blood, are all left by the soldiers guarding this wall." He pointed to the city gate. "Now divide, and each team will follow their captain, who will teach you how to cooperate, position yourselves, and survive in the jaws of the beasts. Move out. Newbies, keep up." The leading senior drew his battle blade, his tone light, but his footsteps were already tense. The ground began to tremble. A gray-black torrent surged out from the valley's end. This was not the small-scale beast packs of the 10,000 beast forest, but hundreds and thousands charging simultaneously. The sound of hooves and roars mixed together, shaking the pebbles on the stony ground while the dust kicked up obscured half the sky. The lowest among them were at least third tier, and the few leading beasts were as large as trucks with each step they took, creating a deep pit in the ground. The faces of the freshmen turned pale. Some instinctively took a step back, while others stood frozen, their legs feeling as heavy as lead. They no longer had the bravado from earlier when they chased the seniors, only expressions of fear. Yi Zian swallowed hard. Is this what the frontline battlefield looks like? Su Zhenguo stood in line watching the scene before him. His grandfather and parents had fought here. His parents ultimately died on this land. This was the Northern Front, the very place where the Su family had fought for 2 generations. Now it was his turn. At the moment the beast tide crashed against the defense line, the seniors had already charged forward. The tall captain dashed ahead, his battle blade engulfed in flames as he struck down on the skull of a beast, sparks flying. 2 seniors beside him simultaneously raised their shields. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, forcefully repelling the beasts that were flanking from the sides. Another senior leaped from the back row, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that pinned one beast in midair. The freshmen stood frozen in place. Some had their abilities gathered in their palms, but were unable to steady their hands. Others felt their legs weighed down, like lead, their eyes fixed on the gray-black torrent ahead. A fireball in one freshman's hand flickered on and off while the senior beside him was being attacked by 2 beasts simultaneously, his battle blade stuck in the scales and unable to free itself. Another beast pounced from behind, while a senior from the earth element collided from the side. The rocky armor absorbed the claw strike, but sent him stumbling back 3 steps, crashing against the rubble and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. "Are you waiting to die, or what?" shouted the rescued senior back at the freshman, his voice hoarse. The fireball in the freshman's hand finally slipped out, hitting the beast's flank and scorching only a small patch of its scales. The beast was enraged and turned to pounce at him. Gritting his teeth, the senior drew his battle blade, yanking the freshman behind him and slashing back at the beast, adding another wound to his arm. Su Zhenguo had no weapon now, all he had were his fists. "Xiao Xian. Yes. Prepare for battle." He pushed off the ground, unleashing the wind step, his figure leaving a blur as he cut into the side of the foremost beast. The wind and thunder coalesced into a blue-green light wheel in his palm, accurately piercing through the gap in the beast's shoulder blade. The beast howled in agony as it rolled away. With flames in his left hand and earth abilities in his right, a magma dragon spiraled forth from his fist, simultaneously overturning the 2 beasts that had charged from the side. Baiwei almost struck at the same moment. Silver fangs roared as they knocked over the flanking beast. She dismounted from her wolf, flipping her hands as a thick mist suddenly spread out, enveloping the left flank of the defense line in dense white fog. Qin Xuan followed closely, the wind element abilities stirring the white mist into an icy crystal storm, while the shadow leopard wove through the fog, tearing at the beasts. Yi Zian clashed his fists together, blue and white arcs of electricity enveloping his body, a bolt of lightning striking down on the beast that was about to pounce on the frontline earth element freshman. Muttering, don't come over," the lightning in his hand struck harder with each passing moment. But there were too many beasts. For everyone pushed back, 3 would surge forward. Push back 3 and 10 would rush in. Just relying on single target kills was utterly insufficient. "Xiao Xian, transfer all natural energy to me. Take it easy, don't wear yourself out. Don't worry, I've got this." Xiao Xian used all 4s to leap onto his shoulder, pressing his paws against his temples, continuously pouring in the accumulated natural energy. Su Zhenguo planned to go all out, activating all 5 attributes at once. 5 beams of light simultaneously flared, wrapping layer upon layer around the natural energy transferred from Xiao Xian. Fire dragon, wind dragon, thunder dragon, earth dragon, water dragon. Each one spiraled around him, each adorned with a dark blue halo of natural energy. Dance of the Five Dragons. The five dragons erupted simultaneously. The fire dragon scorched the heavens, the wind dragon tore through the skies, the thunder dragon pierced the earth dragon shook the mountains, and the water dragon flooded the fields. Each dragon flew towards different directions, intertwining under the guidance of Xiao Xian's natural energy, enveloping the densest area of the beast pack in a five-colored glow. The beast's charge was forcefully halted, the front-line beasts collapsing in droves under the explosive fusion of five attributes, while the rear beasts were sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into the mountainside. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. The tall captain stood stunned, clutching his battle blade. Those freshmen who had just been dazed were now completely dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. One person used five attributes. Zhou Ji looked at Su Zhenguo's performance, his fists clenched in excitement. Jingshan, did you see your son? Suddenly a piercing alarm blared. All the freshmen and seniors simultaneously looked up towards the ridge. Before the alarm ceased, a dull sound resonated from the ridge. The ground trembled twice. The searchlight atop the observation tower suddenly turned towards the west, and when the white beam swept across, everyone's faces turned pale. A gigantic toad was perched on the western cliff, dark red all over, its size comparable to a building. Its chin swelled like two enormous bellows, with dark red flames leaking from the crevice of its mouth with each contraction. A sixth-tier fire type. Fire toad. The voice of the tall captain cracked. Zhou Ji was enveloped in a blue glow, leading several instructors to the front. All new students retreat to the walls. Run! Zhou Ji shouted back, his voice strained. At that moment, the toad unleashed a column of fire that was beyond the capability of their low-tier ability users to withstand. The fire column was as thick as a truck, sweeping across the ground and scorching everything in its path. Zhou Ji stood at the forefront, unleashing his wind abilities. Wielding an alloy knife, a wall of wind erupted from the ground, forcefully splitting the fire column emitted by the Earth-type instructor on the left clapped his palms to the ground, raising three rock walls behind the wind wall, while the Water-type instructor on the right quickly conjured a curtain of water. Together, the three managed to block the fire toad's attack. The new students stumbled toward the city gate. Some were too weak to run, pushed along by those behind them, while others glanced back as they ran. At that moment, another beast surged from the depths of the valley. It was another toad, though not as large as the sixth-tier one, yet still several times bigger than an ordinary third or fourth-tier beast. It was followed by a swarm of beasts denser and faster than the first wave. The tall captain got up from the ground, switched to a new combat knife, and shouted back toward the city gate. This is a fifth-tier beast. Rookie, hurry and run. He wiped the blood from his face and shouted to those around him. Do your best, and don't embarrass yourselves in front of these new students. Don't worry, we can't afford to lose face. Dozens of seniors began to channel their abilities. They lined up, standing between the new students and the fifth-tier beast. Su Zhenguo stood at the city gate, watching the backs of the seniors, with the tall captain standing firm at the front. He suddenly recalled, did my parents protect their teammates like this back in the day? Su Zhenguo, Yi Zian suddenly grabbed him. What do you want to do? That's a fifth-tier beast. Your previous attack was ineffective. I know. Su Zhenguo looked at him, his voice calm. But I don't want to just run and watch others fight. As he spoke with Yi Zian, some beasts were already about to breach the seniors' defenses, with several already injured. Seeing the situation, Su Zhenguo shrugged off Yi Zian's hand and dashed forward, leaving behind a blur. Su Zhenguo, Yi Zian shouted, anxiously stamping his feet as he watched Su Zhenguo's retreating figure. Tears welled up around him. Damn it, he's really a madman. Seeing this, Bai Wei mounted her Silver Fang and began to channel her abilities. Silver Fang, let's go. Qin Chuan walked over, also mounting his shadow leopard, a smirk on his face. I won't let him steal the spotlight alone. As the four of them rushed back to the defense line, several beasts broke through, seemingly about to inflict a fatal blow on one of the seniors. The senior closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. At that moment, Su Zhenguo arrived, kicking the beast away. Yi Zian and the others also caught up. The senior looked at them in terror, shouting, what are you rookies doing here? We're here to fight. Su Zhenguo steadied him and turned to Xiao Xian, asking, Xiao Xian, do you have a plan? Xiao Xian, perched on his shoulder, scratched his head, closed his eyes to think for a few seconds, then spoke. Su Zhenguo, try compressing all your abilities and natural energy into my energy ball. Is that dangerous? Oh, it shouldn't be. Xiao Xian's tail perked up, cracking a smile. Trust me. Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian. It was always Xiao Xian who infused him with natural energy, and this time, he decided to cooperate with Xiao Xian. If Xiao Xian is in danger, stop immediately. He pressed his palms together, channeling natural energy and 5 elemental attributes simultaneously. 5 beams of light ignited at once. He poured all 5 attributes into the natural energy ball in Xiao Xian's palm. The dark blue light sphere began to swell, and Xiao Xian gritted his teeth to press down on it. The size of the energy ball constantly changed, spinning faster and faster. The surface of the energy ball shimmered with 5-colored light, and the internal energy collided violently, creating a buzzing sound that lifted all the surrounding debris into the air. Everyone felt this surge of energy, including the beasts. The beasts seemed to sense the impending danger, crazily intensifying their attacks and charging forward recklessly. Everyone help me hold them off. Su Zhenguo shouted. The tall captain picked up his combat knife and stood in front of Su Zhenguo again. Several seniors gathered behind him, their rock armor deployed, wind blades unleashed, and fireballs hurled. Everyone unleashed their abilities to shield Su Zhenguo from the fifth-tier beast's charge. Yi Zian struck the beast's head with a lightning bolt and was knocked away by a claw tumbling 2 rounds and spitting blood. Bai Wei slashed several water blades, and Silver Fong rushed over to block a claw for her, its massive body flying off. Qin Xuan riding Shadow Burst sliced at the beast's joint with a wind blade. Just as he opened a wound, he was swept in the abdomen by its tail and sent crashing to the ground. Seniors were knocked down one after another, but quickly got back up to continue their attack. Su Zhenguo watched them fall and rise repeatedly, his jaw clenched tightly. He could not stop it. If he did, all would be in vain. Xiao Xian used his last ounce of strength to shove the energy ball into Su Zhenguo's hands, his voice weak. Be careful, don't blow yourself up. Su Zhenguo grasped the energy ball, loosely 5-colored light bursting from his fingers. He fixed his gaze on the towering 5th-tier beast, taking a deep breath and shouting, everyone step back. The others turned to see the energy ball in Su Zhenguo's hands, feeling the terrifying energy inside, and they all supported each other to retreat. The tall captain shouted, you better be careful, kid. Now watch me. With that, he directly dematerialized and teleported right in front of the 5th-tier beast less than a meter. As the beast opened its mouth to unleash fire, Su Zhenguo rematerialized. Take this 5 elements energy ball. He used the last bit of his strength to shove the energy ball into its mouth. The energy ball exploded in the beast's throat, unleashing a simultaneous eruption of 5 elemental forces and natural energy. A burst of white light erupted from within the beast's throat, and with a loud bang the ground trembled, shockwaves sweeping outwards, scattering debris. The surrounding seniors raised their hands to shield their eyes. Some staggered back a couple of steps from the force. Within the range of the white light, the 5th-tier beast's body was pierced from the inside out, along with a mass of beasts behind it, all obliterated by the white light. Su Zhenguo, clutching Xiao Xian, was propelled backward, crashing onto the rubble and sliding for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. As the white light dissipated, a massive scorched pit was left in the rubble, with not even a trace of the 5th-tier beast remaining. The city wall fell silent for a moment before bursting into deafening cheers. The new students pulled each other's arms, shouting and jumping with excitement. The tall captain, panting while supporting his combat knife, suddenly remembered something and turned to rush out, shouting, quick, go find someone, and that monkey. Others quickly rushed to Su Zhenguo's side. Su Zhenguo, Xiao Xian. Yi Zian crouched down to pick up Su Zhenguo, but he showed no response. Xiao Xian lay on Su Zhenguo's chest. Hearing Yi Zian's voice, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes a crack, weakly saying, stop shouting. Let him sleep a bit. With that, his head drooped, and he fainted again. Several seniors also gathered around, all bearing different injuries. Yet their expressions as they stared at the duo on the ground were as if they had seen a ghost. One senior swallowed hard, muttering, Captain, this is a beast, right? The captain looked down at Su Zhenguo without answering. When Su Zhenguo opened his eyes, the ceiling was white. He stared at it for several seconds, contemplating the 6th-tier frog, the 5th-tier exotic beast, and the 5 elements energy bullet. Oh, I'm still alive. He tried to move, but his whole body felt as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, yet it seemed nothing serious had occurred. Su Zhenguo turned his head. Xiao Xian lay on the pillow beside him, looking listless while wagging its tail. How are you, Xiao Xian? Hungry, Xiao Xian replied. What else? Very hungry, Xiao Xian's ears twitched, adding, the food here is terrible, there are no peaches. Su Zhenguo looked at the ceiling and fell silent for a moment. This is a hospital. A hospital doesn't have peaches. Hospitals only have medicine. Xiao Xian closed its eyes with a face full of despair, saying, then it'll just continue fainting. Su Zhenguo ignored it. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed, feeling that his body still lacked strength. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open, and Yi Zian's loud voice burst in ahead of him, you're awake. I told you he has a strong will to live. Yi Zian was followed by Bai Wei and Qin Xuan. Yi Zian and Qin Xuan had bandages wrapped around their arms, while Bai Wei had no visible injuries, though she visibly limped on her left leg. They looked a bit worse for wear, but at least they were not missing any limbs. You've been asleep for a whole day and night. Yi Zian plopped down at the bedside and took out an orange to peel. Did you know everyone outside is talking about you? The freshman group exploded, and your name occupies 7 of the top 10 trending topics on the Academy's forum. Even the cafeteria and is asking when will that kid who blew up the 5th-tier exotic beast come to eat. Su Zhenguo reached out to take it, but Yi Zian stuffed the orange slices into his own mouth. Su Zhenguo's hand hung in midair, watching Yi Zian eat with an indescribable expression. Yi Zian looked at Su Zhenguo. Do you want to eat? Why didn't you say anything? Yi Zian pulled out his phone to show Su Zhenguo. Let me show you something. The pinned post on the Academy's forum flashed red letters. Freshman Su Zhenguo's frontline combat footage leaked, defeating a 5th-tier exotic beast with a 5-element fusion strike. The post had nearly 4,000 replies, and the latest pages had already turned into gambling discussions. Some bet that he would take first place in the freshman competition, while others wagered that he had blown himself up. Su Zhenguo returned the phone, saying, is everyone that bored? Could it be that you are too exaggerated? Yi Zian said confidently. Bai Wei suddenly asked, Su Zhenguo, do you really have 5 attributes? Before Su Zhenguo could answer, Yi Zian interrupted, did you not see? Qin Xuan also curiously asked, what about that spatial transfer? What exactly did you awaken? Su Zhenguo popped a slice of orange into his mouth, saying, I awakened the space system, okay. Xiao Xian jumped out from the pillow, standing on Su Zhenguo's shoulder with its paws crossed on its waist, saying, you guys don't need to be surprised. He has something even better. After Xiao Xian finished speaking, it nodded. Yes, this is the best part. Yi Zian twitched his mouth. Are you praising him or yourself? Both can be praised, it's not conflicting. Su Zhenguo stuffed another slice of orange into Xiao Xian's mouth. Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then opened its mouth for more. Su Zhenguo stuffed in another slice. Yi Ziyan looked at the duo and shook his head with a sigh. Why does your little monkey talk? Xiao Xian immediately jumped onto Yi Ziyan's head and scratched around. I'm a celestial monkey, do you know? I know. Stop scratching. Yi Ziyan begged. Bai Wei cautiously asked, Su Zhenguo, where did you get this contract beast? Can I touch it? Just as everyone was having fun, Zhou Ji walked in. Xiao Ji, you're awake. He was carrying a fruit basket with several apples, pears, and 2 peaches. Xiao Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Zhou Ji placed the fruit basket on the bedside table and pulled up a chair to sit down. Xiao Xian had already jumped onto the fruit basket, rummaging for fruit. Su Zhenguo anxiously shouted, Xiao Xian, don't be in such a hurry. Zhou Ji laughed. Haha, the little monkey is just being normal. Zhou Ji relaxed his tone, saying, it's good that you're fine, Su Zhenguo. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to your grandfather? Su Zhenguo looked up at him. Uncle Zhou, you didn't tell grandfather? No. When you were unconscious, I hesitated for a moment, but then thought it best for you to tell him yourself when you woke up. Yi Ziyan and the others exchanged glances, each harboring a question in their hearts. Yi Ziyan finally couldn't hold back, asking, Instructor Zhou, what is your relationship with Su Zhenguo? His grandfather was my former superior. Zhou Ji glanced at Su Zhenguo. His parents were my comrades. So what do you think my relationship is with him? Zhou Ji looked at the 3 puzzled faces, saying, you all did quite well this time. Not every freshman has that kind of bravery. Qin Xuan spoke up, we can't just watch him charge alone. Zhou Ji continued, by the way, do you know who orchestrated the incident when you were chased and beaten by the second-year students on your entrance day? Su Zhenguo shook his head. Zhou Ji chuckled, your grandfather. Su Zhenguo was taken aback before speaking, my grandfather. I knew your grandfather wouldn't tell you, haha. The old man meant for the elders to educate the newcomers, who otherwise every new arrival thinks they are a genius. After tidying up, they would take the new ones to the front lines to witness the situation, which is essentially to give the freshmen a shock. Zhou Ji paused. Based on past experience, the front line usually only has 4th-tier exotic beasts, while 5th-tier ones are rare. This time 6th-tier and 5th-tier appeared at once. He looked at Su Zhenguo and the others, his gaze gentle. Fortunately, there are a few of you freshmen, otherwise your seniors might suffer casualties. So did we achieve something? Yi Ziyan scratched his head. Yes, the military district will remember your contributions. Zhou Ji's smile faded as he spoke seriously. You all played an indispensable role, but don't get complacent. The military district has issued a notice requiring each academy to directly select a group of freshmen this year to form an elite team specifically to handle certain special tasks. In 2 weeks, the freshman competition will take place with all freshmen participating. Only the top few with the best scores will qualify for this elite team. I've been watching your performance on the front lines. Zhou Ji paused, scanning the 4 faces. So do you have confidence? Bai Wei spoke calmly. I will be selected. Qin Xuan smiled. I'll definitely be one of the spots. Yi Ziyan looked around, pointing at himself. You all are so decisive it makes me feel embarrassed for not expressing my stand. Then I'll also be selected. Xiao Xian, munching on an apple, spoke seriously. What's the reward for being selected? Lots of peaches. The others stared at Xiao Xian in disbelief. Zhou Ji stood up, pushed the chair back in place, and suddenly smiled at them. Get some good rest. You'll be discharged tomorrow. For this performance, the academy will reward you. Yi Ziyan exclaimed happily, there's a reward. What is it? Su Zhenguo looked at Zhou Ji's smile, and thought of how Gu Lao would also have that expression when scolding him, and he felt a tremor in his heart. 2 days later, Su Zhenguo was discharged from the hospital. Yi Ziyan saw him in the dormitory and circled around him twice, exclaiming, you're recovering so quickly. I thought you would still be lying down for a few more days. Am I really that delicate? Don't push yourself if you're not fully healed. I know. Let's go to the cafeteria for something to eat. You probably haven't been there yet. Xiao Xian had eaten the fruit sent by Zhou Ji in the past 2 days and had regained much of its vigor. Upon hearing about food, it jumped onto Yi Ziyan's head, asking, are there peaches in the cafeteria? Is there anything else in your mind besides peaches? There are apples too. Xiao Xian pondered seriously. Pears are acceptable as well, but peaches come first. As Su Zhenguo entered the cafeteria, passing freshmen stopped in their tracks to stare at him. One freshman was pushed by his companion and stumbled over, finally managing to shout, hello, Senior Su Zhenguo, before turning and running away. Su Zhenguo stood there looking a bit confused. Did he just call me a senior? I'm a freshman. Yi Ziyan patted him on the shoulder, saying, they think you're an upperclassman now. What a mess. Yi Ziyan led Su Zhenguo to get food, specifically introducing him to the cafeteria lady. Saying this, when the cafeteria lady saw him, she scooped more food than usual, saying, you need to nourish your body. Looking at the portion on his plate, Su Zhenguo felt a bit helpless, saying, I can't eat this much. It's fine, just take it to go. Your little monkey can eat too, so take more. Xiao Xian perched on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, brightened up, saying, Annie, you're so nice. The lady was startled by the monkey speaking, but soon laughed, saying, it can talk, how rare. Wait, I'll go to the kitchen and get you a peek. After Su Zhenguo finished eating and returned to the dormitory, he received a text from Zhou Ji, come to the training room. Yi Ziyan also received the same message, saying, my injury isn't fully healed yet. Su Zhenguo said, let's go and see what's going on. When they reached the training room door, Bai Wei and Qin Xuan were already there. They seemed to have recovered from their injuries and were in good spirits. Yi Ziyan spoke first. Did you guys receive the text too? We were just waiting for you. Su Zhenguo said, let's go in. The 4 of them pushed the door open and 3 people stood inside the training room. Zhou Ji was in the middle with someone in a military uniform on either side. Zhou Ji wore a familiar smile, and said this is Instructor Tai, and this is Instructor Han. From today onwards your training will be fully managed by them. All energy potions, nutritional meals, and recovery pods are fully prepared. In 2 weeks, I want to see 4 transformed individuals at the freshman competition. Yi Zian looked at the situation and asked, is it only us? Zhou Ji slowly replied, Qin, Chuan, S-Class wind element. Leaning against the wall, he pointed at each of them one by one. Bai Wei S-Class water element. Yi Zian S-Class lightning element. Your strengths are all at the 3rd tier. He glanced at Su Zhenguo and continued, normally S-Class freshmen would have a specific training plan after enrollment. However, due to your performance, the academy has rewarded you in advance. Oh, no one can say anything about it. Now let's be. Instructor Tai flexed his wrist and said gently, don't be nervous, my job is to develop your potential. Who wants to? Yi Zian sighed in relief, patting his chest, and said, you should have said that earlier. Instructor Tai, don't look so serious, he'll go first. He turned to glance at Su Zhenguo and found him quietly retreating to the edge of the training area, while Xiao Xian also wore a very vigilant expression. Yi Zian asked, why are you hiding so far away? Su Zhenguo looked at him sincerely and said, Yi Zian, just be careful. Careful about what? Be mindful of your sleeping. What are you talking about? Yi Zian dismissed it, smiling at Instructor Tai. Instructor Tai, I'm ready, oh let's do this. Instructor Tai nodded with a smile, then threw a punch. Yi Zian flew across the room like a cannonball, crashing into the wall and sliding down to the ground motionless. Qin Chuan and Bai Wei watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Xiao Xian burst into laughter on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, saying, Yi Zian, don't sleep. Yi Zian struggled to lift his head, looking confused. What just happened? Su Zhenguo quietly said, I told you to be mindful of your sleeping posture. Instructor Tai turned to Qin Chuan, and Bai Wei still speaking gently, next who will go? Qin Chuan took a deep breath. As soon as his wind blade was launched, Instructor Tai shattered it with the back of his hand, counterattacking with a powerful slap that sent it flying far away. Bai Wei's ice mist hadn't even spread out before it was blown away by a punch, the shockwave pushing her back several steps. When it was Su Zhenguo's turn, Instructor Tai beckoned him. Thinking back to his time with old General Gu, Su Zhenguo knew he didn't have to use all his strength at first, yet he couldn't compare to them. He activated his powers, phasing and moving directly behind Instructor Tai. As he exited, phasing, his right fist enveloped in a fusion of wind, fire, and lightning smashed toward the back of Tai's heart. Instructor Tai was a bit surprised, but still blocked the attack, exclaiming, spatial transfer. Su Zhenguo ignored him, phasing again to the side, where his left fist erupted with magma dragon-like energy, exploding right in front of him. Instructor Tai crossed his arms to block, but was pushed back half a step. Su Zhenguo continued his assault, phasing for the 3rd time to appear in front of him, simultaneously launching a right and a left fist, forcing Instructor Tai to retreat again. Instructor Tai looked down at his feet, then back up at Su Zhenguo. The gentle smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious expression. Who did you practice with? Old General Gu. Instructor Tai fell silent for a moment, then turned to the others, saying, did you see that? With the same training, he was already prepared. It's not that his talent is so much higher than yours, it's that he has taken more hits than you. He nodded at Su Zhenguo. Starting tomorrow, your training content will be different from theirs. In the following 2 weeks, the 4 of them lived through a rigorous routine under the alternating guidance of Instructor Tai and Instructor Han. Every day after training, they were sent to the recovery pods with tables piled high with nutritional meals, beast meat, energy potions, and various supplements. No matter how badly they were beaten the previous day, they woke up the next day feeling completely refreshed and ready to endure more punishment. Thus, training continued until the last day. Yi Zian was on the verge of tears, saying this devilish training is finally coming to an end. Qin Chuan managed a rare smile, saying it was tough, but the gains were significant, wasn't it? Bai Wei added in a flat tone, I feel like I can easily defeat the version of me from 2 weeks ago. Su Zhenguo, seeing Yi Zian's expression, smiled in comfort, saying, you've definitely gotten much stronger. Yi Zian glared at Su Zhenguo with anger, saying, you have no right to speak. You hardly suffered at all. Bai Wei and Qin Chuan looked at Su Zhenguo with similar sentiments. Su Zhenguo initially felt some pressure, but after a few days he was able to directly engage with the instructors and discuss details. Qin Chuan stared at Su Zhenguo and said, Su Zhenguo, let's have a match. I want to spar with you too, Bai Wei said coldly. Yi Zian saw the situation and said, Su Zhenguo, let's spar, but you have to give me 3 moves. Xiao Xian immediately chimed in, even if you tie him up you wouldn't be able to hit him. Su Zhenguo looked at them and chuckled, don't worry, there will be a chance at the freshman competition. After the training, just as Su Zhenguo stepped out of the door, his communicator in his pocket vibrated. He looked down and saw a single line of text on the screen, kid, come out. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Su Zhenguo walked to the entrance of the academy and saw Gu Yueshan from afar. Gu Yueshan wore a smile that Su Zhenguo was all too familiar with, his eyes squinting, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, and his entire face wrinkled in a way that seemed anything but friendly. Seeing Gu Lao's expression, Su Zhenguo instinctively froze for a moment. Xiao Xian poked his head out from his shoulder, his ears twitching, and lowered his voice, his expression is off. Did you offend him somewhere? I didn't, Su Zhenguo replied. Then why does it look like he's about to beat you up? Su Zhenguo didn't answer, and steeled himself to walk up to Gu Yueshan, calling out, Grandpa Gu. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yueshan raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. The force wasn't strong, but it caused Su Zhenguo to stagger forward a step. You've learned some skills, huh? Gu Yueshan's voice wasn't loud, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Do you dare to prove your strength against a 5th level beast directly, and then blow yourself up and lie down for 2 days? Do you think you're invincible just because you blasted a 5th level beast? He raised his hand again, and Su Zhenguo instinctively shrank his neck, but this slap didn't come down. Gu Yushan's hand hung in the air glaring at him for several seconds before letting out a heavy huff and pulling his hand back. Do you remember what I told your grandfather? Did you treat our words as if they were just the wind passing by? Su Zhenguo replied, looking wrong. The situation at that time was really urgent. If I hadn't done it, I would have. Xiao Xian chimed in, old man, you don't know how the situation was back then. Gu Yueshan looked at Xiao Xian, also irritated. You little monkey, don't think I don't know you were part of it. Xiao Xian was also afraid of Gu Lao, quickly shrinking back behind Su Zhenguo, revealing only half his head. After a moment of silence, Gu Yueshan looked at Su Zhenguo and suddenly smiled. It wasn't the kind of smile that sent chills down one's spine. It carried a hint of pride. All right, stop putting on a stern face. You didn't do anything wrong. Not only did you not do anything wrong, but you also stood up for yourself. A rookie confronting a 5th level beast Hedon and blowing up half the battlefield. This battle was fought beautifully. If your grandfather knew, he would definitely be immensely proud. I'm proud too. He paused, his smile fading a bit. But next time, act according to your own abilities. Standing up for yourself is good, but don't land yourself in a position where you end up lying down. I'll give you a scolding to keep you grounded. Just as Su Zhenguo was about to speak, Xiao Xian climbed onto his head, raising his claws, and speaking seriously, not only did you get scolded, you were also hit. Gu Yushan's smile froze. The next second he swayed and directly flashed to Su Zhenguo's back, raising his hand and delivering a flick to Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian let out a yelp, covering his head with both claws, his tail puffing up twice. It's usual size, you old man, sneaking an attack again. What sneak attack? That was me testing whether your strength has improved. Gu Yueshan pretended to be serious as he said, it looks like I need to give you some special training again. Xiao Xian exclaimed in fright, no, I don't wanna. After saying that, he quickly shrank back behind Su Zhenguo. Seeing this, Gu Yueshan couldn't help but laugh. You little monkey, let's see if you dare to be mischievous again. Gu Yueshan looked at Su Zhenguo. I've scolded you and hit you, now it's time to give you something. He pulled out a long cloth package from behind and handed it to Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo took it and uncovered the cloth, revealing a brand new spear. He picked up the spear and examined it carefully, gently caressing it. The spearhead was 3-pronged and double-edged, with the central blade long and sharp, and each side featuring a curved secondary blade. The entire spear resembled 3 blades combined into one, the shaft entirely jet black, with a ghostly blue light coursing over its surface. The shaft is made from the tree trunk you provided, and the spearhead is crafted from the horn of an 8th level beast and cold iron from the Northern Territory. Gu Yueshan pointed at the 3-pronged double-edged spearhead. I specifically had the equipment department modify it this way. You have multiple attributes and your fighting style is diverse. A regular single-edged spear would limit your abilities. The 3-pronged double-edged spear can stab, slash, and restrain foes. The secondary blades on either side can also enhance your special abilities. Combined with your phasing and spatial shifting, it can unleash various attribute combinations. Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the spear shaft, trying to channel a hint of special energy into it, and the shaft immediately lit up. The ghostly blue light spread from the tail of the spear up to the 3-pronged double-edged spearhead, with all 3 blades glowing with a chilling blue radiance. Gu Yueshan pointed at the spear, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The strength of this spear is probably at its level. I went to great lengths to procure the materials, combining the efforts of all the big shots from the equipment department along with my special abilities to craft it. Su Zhenguo looked up at Gu Yueshan and solemnly said, thank you, Grandpa Gu. Gu Yueshan promptly slapped him on the back of the head again, the force just right, leaving him dazed but unharmed. Don't be so polite. Su Zhenguo painfully rubbed his head. Gu Yueshan glanced at him, saying it recognizes its user. Probably only you can fully understand it. Make good use of it. Gu Yueshan looked at the blue light and nodded, give it a name. Su Zhenguo looked down at the spear in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, Xiangu. Xian from Xiao Xiangu, from Ancient Tree. Xiao Xian jumped onto the spear shaft, lightly tapping it with his claws, producing a deep echo. I wonder if this spear will be good for barbecuing things. Su Zhenguo, you should try it next time. Xiao Xian stopped joking. Gu Yueshan shot a glance at Xiao Xian, and then turned to Su Zhenguo. By the way, there's someone else I want you to meet. Someone emerged from the shadow of the academy gate. He was tall, dressed in training gear, and had the appearance of a sunny young. He walked briskly to stand beside Gu Yueshan, first flashing a smile at him before turning to Su Zhenguo. You must be. Su Zhenguo nodded. Li Jiala, a 3rd-year student, Earth attributes, level 5th tier. I'm a disciple of Elder Gu. After finishing, he extended his hand, and Su Zhenguo shook it. I just returned from a mission and heard about your situation. Li Jiala shoved his hands back into his pockets, sizing up. Su Zhenguo, 5 attribute space system, and you blew up a 5th level beast. His smile didn't fade, and he kept staring at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo said it was luck. You're too modest, Xinghe patted. He turned to Gu Yueshan, his smile fading slightly, becoming more serious. Teacher, I did well on this mission. I didn't embarrass. Gu Yueshan glanced at him and nodded. Su Zhenguo, your senior brother's strength is probably unmatched in the academy. Li Jiala felt a bit shy from the praise, scratching the back of his head and smiling. That's because you've taught him well, teacher. Glad you know, Gu Yueshan replied without reservation. He turned back to Su Zhenguo. Junior brother, I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you. Su Zhenguo looked at him and nodded. All right. By the way, I'll be watching the freshman competition. You need to do your best. I'll be going now. He waved his hand, moving swiftly and exiting in just a few steps. Su Zhenguo watched his retreating figure with Xiao Xian perched on his shoulder, his tail curling. This senior brother talks a lot, Xiao Xian remarked. Su Zhenguo didn't respond. He stored the Xian Gu spear away. Gui Weishan waved at him. Let's go. The big competition is tomorrow. Make sure to perform well. Su Zhenguo nodded and said I will do my best. He hadn't had the chance to check the attribute points in his space from killing so many beasts last time, which should be quite a lot, and he could probably level up. Su Zhenguo returned to the dormitory, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Xiao Xian picked a peach from the bedside table, hugged it, and began to nibble. Xiao Xian, I think my supernatural ability level should be ready for an upgrade, Su Zhenguo said. In the last battle at the front line, a 5th rank beast plus a swarm of beasts of unknown ranks generated enough attribute points for a breakthrough. Xiao Xian mumbled through the peach flesh. Then give it a try, and see how the upgrade goes this time. Right now, all 5 elemental attributes are at grade C. If I can elevate them another level, the strength should increase significantly. Then what are you waiting for? Xiao Xian urged, still gnawing on the peach. Su Zhenguo closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the spatial realm. The attribute panel hovered at the center of the dim space, 5 rows of numbers flickering incessantly. Fire, thunder, wind, earth, water. All the values shimmered, as if growing impatient after waiting too long. Ever since that 5th rank beast exploded in the frontline battle, the panel had been blinking continuously. But the training was too intense, with Instructor Tai and Instructor Han taking turns drilling him daily. Upon returning to the dormitory, he would collapse into sleep, barely having time to attend to it. How many points have you accumulated? Xiao Xian's voice drifted in from outside. Fire 100, 1000. Thunder 130, 1000. Wind 130, 1000. Earth 100, 1000. Water 100, 1000. Remaining attribute points 5325. Su Zhenguo was stunned. Indeed, the frontline battlefield was the place that suited him best. This breakthrough here in the military district should be safe. Let's begin. Fire rose from 100 to 1000. Thunder surged from 130 to 1000. Wind climbed from 130 to 1000. Earth increased from 100 to 1000. Water ascended from 100 to 1000. All 5 attributes surpassed the 1000 threshold simultaneously after allocating all 5000 points. The spatial realm suddenly trembled, and the 5 rows of numbers shifted from deep gold to blazing white. A line of notification appeared on the panel. All 5 attributes have reached grade B. Skill unlocked, elemental domain. Effect expands a domain centered on the self, enhancing attribute damage of all allies within range, while weakening enemies' attribute resistances. Xiao Xian watched the 5-colored radiance emanating from Su Zhenguo, once again similar to his previous breakthrough, but more. Su Zhenguo opened his eyes, a flash of black and white light flickering deep within his pupils. The panel's numbers refreshed completely. Attribute panel. Fire 100, 010000. Thunder 1, 1101000. Wind 1, 1101000. Earth 100, 010000. Water 100, 010000. Remaining attribute points 325. The next upgrade threshold jumped to 10,000. In the depths of the gray mist, the twin beams of black and white light expanded violently, radiating more than twice as brightly as before. He could sense the supernatural energy flowing more densely and steadily through his meridians. The 5 elemental attributes no longer required deliberate manipulation, but flowed naturally with each breath. How does it feel? Xiao Xian asked, curiously staring at him. Su Zhenguo stood and stretched his body. I should have reached the 4th rank, he said. Xiao Xian tilted his head and scrutinized him from head to toe. How does it feel? Su Zhenguo did not condense his supernatural energy, but merely flexed his fingers, feeling the energy coursing through his meridians. It was steadier and smoother than before. The 5 attributes flowed naturally, without conscious control. Now I can understand what Grandpa Gu meant. The attribute manipulation feels much more effortless. He paused, then probed his consciousness into the spatial realm. Xiao Xian quickly checked inside the space. Xiao Xian scratched its head and entered the space. After a moment, it darted out, tail raised high. It's much bigger, more than twice the size before. I can store more peaches, more fruits now. Is that the main point? Su Zhenguo interrupted. To me, that's the main point, Xiao Xian replied confidently. It dove back into the space and popped out again. By the way, have you noticed any other changes this time? Su Zhenguo pondered. After all, he was a spatial type. I'll try phasing and teleportation. In a phased state, he flickered from the bed to the door and back twice in succession without pause. The phasing state can last longer now, and both the distance and precision of teleportation have improved, he said. I used to be unable to phase 3 times consecutively. Now I feel I can sustain several more. At that moment, Yi Zian pushed open the door, carrying 2 plastic bags, filling the room with the aroma of barbecue. Late night snack. He placed the bags on the table, pulled out a skewer of grilled meat, and handed it to Su Zhenguo, then tossed 2 peaches to Xiao Xian. Just bought them at the cafeteria? The auntie heard it was for you, and gave 2 extra peaches. Xiao Xian caught the peaches and nodded with satisfaction. The auntie is really kind. Yi Zian sat down eating the skewers and said, by the way, I just heard some big news at the academic affairs office. Tomorrow's grand competition, many big shots will come, even our dean will show up. Dean. Su Zhenguo took the grilled meat and paused. Yes, the dean's strength is said to have reached the 9th rank and rarely makes appearances. Yi Zian lowered his voice. I heard from the seniors that he only shows up at the new student competition each year, otherwise few ever see him. Xiao Xian asked, is ninth rank very strong? Yi Ziyan almost choked on his meat. Ninth rank. Ninth rank is the pinnacle for human supernatural beings. It said the dean is also one of the world's strongest. Su Zhenguo curiously asked while eating, how do you know so much? Yi Ziyan grinned proudly, handsome popular no way. Xiao Xian tossed the peach pit into the trash bin grinning at Yi Ziyan. Are you saying you look good, even when knocked out? Can you stop mentioning that? Yi Ziyan's face flushed bright red. The next morning Su Zhenguo tidied himself up simply, and saw Yi Ziyan waiting in the corridor as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory. Today Yi Ziyan even took the trouble to style his long hair. Why bother with your hair? Su Zhenguo asked. Yi Ziyan touched his hair. So many big shots will be present today. Oh, of course I want to make a good impression. Don't you get it? Let them admire my style. Xiao Xian squatted watching Yi Ziyan. So handsome is that to look better when you fall down. Yi Ziyan's hand froze mid-hair touch. Can you hope for better things about me? Su Zhenguo said helplessly, let's go. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei were already waiting at the training hall entrance. From afar Yi Ziyan waved and shouted at the top of his lungs, Qin Xuan. Bai Wei. Good morning. Qin Xuan nodded in response, while Bai Wei simply said a faint hello. As Su Zhenguo approached, Qin Xuan's gaze immediately locked onto him, a slow smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At this competition, we can finally have a proper confrontation. Bai Wei also cast her eyes towards Su Zhenguo, looking forward to facing you all. Yi Ziyan laughed. We have to perform well today, all the big shots are here. The training hall was packed. Su Zhenguo's eyes immediately found Gu Yueshan sitting leisurely in the front row of the podium. Next to him sat a middle-aged man much younger in appearance than Gu Lao, dressed casually, leaning close to whisper something in. Who was the person in the center? Su Zhenguo asked Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan lowered his voice. That's our dean. It said he has reached the 9th rank and rarely appears in public. Xiao Xian squatted on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, twitching its ears. He looks quite young. At 9th rank lifespan extends, you can't judge age by appearance. Yi Ziyan added, the academic affairs Annie told me. At this moment the dean stood up and walked to the front of the podium. The entire venue fell silent. He scanned the waiting area, his voice low but clear to every ear. This year's new student competition will have a slight rule change. Single elimination is too slow, we will switch to a free-for-all format. As soon as the dean's voice fell, the training hall erupted in chaos. Free-for-all. Everyone attacked together. Yi Ziyan's mouth gaped open as if a fist could fit inside. The new students in the waiting area instantly became agitated. Some had already begun to form temporary alliances while others shouted, let's team up. Some were already making bold claims declaring, I won't show any mercy. The entire waiting area was as lively as a bustling market. Su Zhenguo wanted to discuss with Yi Ziyan and the others. However, he found Yi Ziyan, Qin Xuan, and Bai Wei huddled in a corner whispering about something. The three of them occasionally glanced towards Su Zhenguo, and as soon as their eyes met they quickly looked away, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. Su Zhenguo felt puzzled, wondering why they hadn't invited him. He was about to approach them to ask, when Yi Ziyan caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye and immediately coughed loudly. Qin Xuan instantly fell silent, turning his face away, his eyes darting around. Bai Wei, with her head lowered, seemed to be fiddling with her broken blade, but she glanced up and noticed Su Zhenguo's ears turning slightly red. What are you all doing? Su Zhenguo asked curiously. Yi Ziyan waved his hand, dismissively smiling. It's nothing, just chatting. We were discussing what to eat after the match. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei nodded in agreement, appearing sincere. Su Zhenguo looked at their awkward expressions and felt very— Are you hiding something from me? No, the three replied in unison. You must be planning something bad. Xiao Xian stared at them and said. Just as Su Zhenguo was about to inquire further, the dean began to speak. The free-for-all is about to start. All new students to the stage. Su Zhenguo glanced at the three and turned to walk towards the arena. Just as he took a few steps, the three behind him huddled together again. Yi Ziyan lowered his voice, excitement making his eyebrows nearly fly off. We'll act according to plan later. Qin Xuan still felt a bit uneasy, speaking in a hesitant tone. Isn't this a bit wrong? I want to challenge him on Yanon. Qin Xuan, can you stop being so naive? Yi Ziyan wrapped an arm around Qin Xuan. I know you want to challenge him, but you need to face reality. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you want to beat him up? This is a rare opportunity, brother. Qin Xuan fell silent for a moment, his ears turning slightly red. Then it settled. Well, eliminate the others first, and in the end the three of us will go together. Bai Wei's face was slightly flushed as she said, this isn't very good. But this way there are indeed more chances to perform. Let's go together later. Yi Ziyan smiled reassuringly. Yes, unity is strength. The three reached a consensus and walked towards the— As they ascended the stage, Yi Ziyan intentionally walked over to Su Zhenguo, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a serious tone. Su Zhenguo, good luck. Make sure to perform well. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Qin Xuan passed by him silently, but his steps noticeably quickened. Bai Wei was the last to walk past, still looking down, her ears remaining red. Xiao Xian squatted on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, pawing at his chin. Those three definitely have something going on. You noticed too? Of course, I'm very clever, Su Zhenguo replied with a smile. Let's see what tricks they can pull. The new students on the stage stood firm, each channeling their unique abilities. The dean stood up and casually waved his hand. A semi-transparent barrier spread from the air, enveloping the entire— Let's begin. Then someone shouted, "Ah, charge." The entire stage exploded in an instant. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, and rock spikes filled the air in a chaotic display of colorful abilities. A new student who had just knocked another down shouted triumphantly, "Ha, I finally managed to eliminate one." But before he could finish his sentence, several abilities struck him off the stage. Who the hell did that? On the stage, students were being knocked off continuously, some even unaware of the attacks targeting them. Yet Qin Xuan Bai Wei and Yi Zian showed no intention of fighting separately. The 2 weeks of special training not only enhanced their strength, but also fostered a significant degree of synergy. Their combo attacks left no time for their opponents to react, and the three swept through the competition. Yi Zian laughed while fighting, shouting, "Next." A new student who was sent flying by Yi Zian looked up and yelled at the stage, "Why are you targeting us instead of Su Zhe?" Several other new students who were similarly eliminated echoed, "Exactly. Can't you see Su Zhe standing over there?" Yi Zian, showing off, casually styled his hair with electric energy. "Don't worry, let's clear the field first. Well, save Su Zhe for last." Next to him, Qin Xuan unusually chimed in, "Don't rush, we all have a part to play." The eliminated new students squatted beneath the stage, cursing, "Are these three insane? Can't you see? They want to eliminate all of us first, then fight." The eliminated new students squatted beneath the stage, cursing, "Are these three insane? Can't you see? They want to eliminate all of us first, then fight Su Zhe themselves. A bunch of lunatics." On the other side, Su Zhe was also busy. Several new students exchanged glances and charged towards him together. The leader was a fire-type student brandishing a metal knife engulfed in flames, charging ahead and shouting, "Su Zhe, we know you're powerful, but we're not afraid." Su Zhe turned around, looking at these tense yet determined opponents, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Then come at me." He didn't use phasing or channel any abilities. Instead, he tapped into natural energy. As he sensed it, he realized these new students had strength, but their movements were overly excessive. One after another, 7 or 8 new students took turns to challenge Su Zhe, but he didn't thrust with his spear at all, using only the shaft and his agility to send them away. On the edge of the stage, the eliminated students squatted in a row, some rubbing the places they were struck by the spear's shaft, lamenting, "He's showing us grace by using the shaft instead of the tip." A stubborn earth-type student got back up and charged again, only to be sent back once more by Su Zhe using the same method. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he looked up at Su Zhe, his expression shifting from defiance to admiration. "From now on, if anyone calls you a relation-based student, I won't agree." Su Zhe extended a hand to help him up, smiling, "You trained well. Let's have a rematch next time." The new student, taken aback, jumped down from the stage. Yi Zian and the others were also wrapping things up, turning around to see the three standing on one side of the stage, while Su Zhe stood on the other. Their eyes met, and both Su Zhe and Yi Zian shared a sly smile. The eliminated students squatting by the stage, all eager to see the drama unfold, cheered, "The good show is they are about to face off." On the podium, the dean was speaking to Gu Yushan. "Old Gu, these new students are quite interesting." "Indeed, this year's new students are quite impressive," Gu Yushan replied, unusually serious. The dean, like a child, pulled on Gu Yushan's sleeve. "Su Zhe is your student from the special training. Let's make a bet on who will win." Gu Yushan looked at the dean with disdain. "What are you trying to trick me into doing this time?" Su Zhe smiled at Yi Zian. "This was your idea, wasn't it?" Yi Zian returned a mischievous grin. "Su Zhe, don't underestimate our bond." Qin Xuan also chimed in. "Su Zhe, next time we meet in battle, I want to win this time." Bai Wei said nothing, but her face still showed a slight blush as she looked at Su Zhe. Xiao Xian perched on Su Zhe's shoulder, asking, "Yi Zian, have you thought about how to look cool when you go down?" "Xiao Xian, you can't intervene." Yi Zian pointed at Xiao Xian. "Don't worry, no need for Xiao Xian." Su Zhe pulled out the tip of the Xian Gu spear, exchanging a knowing glance with Yi Zian. They both smiled simultaneously. The next moment, both sides unleashed their abilities, and the battle was about to erupt. Yi Zian was the first to strike. He drew the alloy knife issued by the military district from his waist, the lightning ability enveloping the blade, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he flashed to Su Zhe's side and slashed down. Su Zhe blocked with his gun, but at the moment the knife and gun collided, the lightning energy transferred to Su Zhe, causing a brief paralysis. On the other side, Qin Xuan followed up with several slashes of wind blades, cutting off his retreat. Su Zhe hurriedly pushed Yi Zian aside, deflecting several wind blades with his gun barrel. However, after special training, Qin Xuan's wind blades spread out with great power, slicing off a section of his collar. "My new clothes." Su Zhe glanced down at his collar without time to feel distressed. Bai Wei suddenly shifted, ice mist exploding around her, not as before with a wide spread, but compressed into a dense small area. She vanished directly into the mist. Su Zhe heightened his sensitivity to the wind, just managing to catch Bai Wei's. In the next second, Bai Wei's short blade infused with water energy struck out. He quickly raised his gun to defend, but the water blade directly pierced through the Xiangu gun. With no other option, Su Zhe had to dodge to the side and quickly create distance. Before he could stabilize his stance, Yi Zian's lightning knife chased after him, while Qin Xuan's wind blade sealed off his escape from another angle. After 2 weeks of special training, their mastery and understanding of their abilities had greatly improved. "Not bad," Su Zhe chuckled. "Your coordination is quite impressive." "Indeed," Yi Zian remarked as he touched his long hair. "Today I will take you down and see that proud look of yours after training." He pushed off the ground, activating his lightning flash, transforming into a streak of electric arc as he charged at Su Zhe's side, the alloy knife wrapped in lightning striking down. Su Zhe watched these individuals, thinking to himself, "They are all S-class, their abilities are exceedingly powerful, and confronting them head-on would be disadvantageous for me." He directly faded away to avoid it, while Yi Zian's attack almost hit Qin Xuan, who was blocking the way. Qin Chuan glared at Yi Zian in anger. Are you aiming for him, or for me? Yi Zian chuckled awkwardly. An accident. Your coordination is quite harmonious, but being unable to hit me is still futile. Don't be arrogant. The three of them attacked in turns with Su Zhenguo blocking while fading away. After he broke through the simple act of phasing out and relocating, as long as he didn't overuse, it wouldn't lead to exhaustion. Yi Zian gasped for breath, hands on his knees. No way, if this continues we three will tire ourselves out first. His phasing ability is too tricky, we haven't caused him any real damage. Xiao Xian squatted on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, playfully beckoning Yi Zian with his claw, saying mockingly, come here. Yi Zian, infuriated, crackled with electric arcs from his knife and turned to them saying, use that move. Although it's still not mature. Bai Wei and Qin Chuan looked at him simultaneously. Yi Zian hesitantly said, oh, we tried it during the last training, and it was just a little off. Now is not the time to hold back, when will be? Yi Zian looked at the two of them, hesitating, angrily stating, we are all S-Class 3 against 1, we can't lose, right? You don't want to embarrass yourselves, do you? After hearing this, Qin Chuan and Bai Wei's expressions grew resolute. Qin Chuan cursed directly, damn it, let's do it. Yi Zian turned to look at him, grinning. That's the spirit. Bai Wei merely nodded, and then her abilities began to mobilize. Yi Zian shouted at Su Zhenguo, this move, let's see if you can handle it. Su Zhenguo watched as the abilities of the three opponents lit up simultaneously. Three beams of light were intertwining in an unstable, yet converging rhythm. He slightly curved his lips. They also want to form a fusion technique. Xiao Xian observed the scene and said, three S-Class abilities merging, what do you think? Yi Zian unleashed his lightning abilities, fully no longer striking one by one, but forming a continuously expanding electric net centered around him. Qin Chuan drew his knife and infused wind abilities into the electric field, aiding the lightning's momentum. Bai Wei followed closely, covering the entire arena with ice mist, with every ice crystal becoming a tiny charge carrier. The entire arena was suddenly filled with chaotic winds and thunder, lightning bursting from the ground as it conducted through the ice crystals. The fusion of three S-Class abilities caused the energy fluctuations to make the arena floor tremble, yet the barrier set up by the director did not budge at all. The eliminated new students below witnessed this scene. Someone instinctively swallowed. Are these three really new? Another person replied, don't you know that others have S-Class abilities? They must be stronger than us. On the platform, the Dean Su Guoshan smiled as he watched this scene, saying, Old Gu, how do you see these three kids merging their abilities? Gu Guoshan replied calmly, unstable fusion, but the idea is correct. Water can conduct electricity, wind can disperse, three S-Class abilities combined, the power is more than doubled. Although the precision of control is still far from adequate, the direction is right. The Dean leaned closer to Gu Guoshan, tugging at his sleeve with a coquettish expression. Old Gu, how about a bet? Gu Guoshan moved aside in disdain. No betting. Don't be so quick to refuse. The Dean continued to lean in. I bet these three kids can defeat Su Zhenguo. If you win, I'll give you a bottle of the good wine I've treasured for 10 years. If you lose, I won't bet. Last time your bottle of terrible wine made me single-handedly face several 7th-tier beasts, and you went to raid their base. How can you still bring it up? This time is different. If you lose, you help me cover a task. If you win, the Dean paused, justifying his stance. You still help me cover a task. Gu Guoshan pressed his face close to the Dean, roaring, what do I win then? Win a lonely victory. The Dean said earnestly, you win a bottle of good wine. Do I lack your bottle of wine? That wine is really good. Ooh, I got it with great difficulty. You really have no shame. Gu Guoshan pointed at the Dean, his finger trembling. You said it was left to you by your grandfather? I only found out later that it was something you bought last week. The Dean coughed awkwardly, a hint of guilt flashing across his face, but soon restored his cheerful demeanor. Just tell me, did you, or did you not get a bottle of good wine? Gu Guoshan was furious, clutching his chest. Damn, how can you still bring this up? Can't you at least buy a decent wine? You bought fake wine, I really. The Dean was also taken aback. No way, I bought 2 bottles for $9.99, is shipping included. He glanced at old Gus' furious expression, quickly shifting the topic. Ahem, let's watch the match. These new students are indeed impressive, don't you think? Gu Guoshan directly moved away from him, redirecting his gaze back to the arena, ignoring him. On the arena, Su Zhenguo looked at Yi Zian and the others who were creating such a grand spectacle. Yi Zian stood at the center of the electric net. He tilted his head to glance at Su Zhenguo, stroking his hair, pointing his knife at Su Zhenguo, and said, Su Zhenguo, are you ready? Xiao Xian, observing Yi Zian's antics, got irritated and jumped on Su Zhenguo's head, scratching. Su Zhenguo, he's acting up again. Su Zhenguo gazed at the vast expanse of the electric net before him. Just in time, having just broken through to the 4th tier, he had yet to utilize the elemental domain in actual combat. He quickly summoned the attribute abilities within him, forming a 5-colored energy halo beneath his feet. Red, blue, green, yellow, and purple intertwined and rotated, with the halo gradually expanding beneath Su Zhenguo and enveloping the arena. On the podium, Gu Yuxian watched the 5-colored halo under Su Zhenguo's feet, his face brimming with joy. This kid has grown. The Dean, noticing the smile on Gu Yuxian's face, quickly leaned in. Wow, old Gu, this kid is amazing. Who taught him? Oh, so it was you. No wonder. Gu Yuxian's expression changed immediately, disdainfully saying, who taught him is none of your business, I won't be fooled. Yi Zian gripped his knife with both hands and swung it down, causing the entire electric net to contract around Su Zhenguo. Qin Xuan's wind vortex pushed the rotation speed of the electric net to its limits, while Bai Wai-Sai's crystals danced wildly within the electric field. The three of them struck simultaneously with lightning continuously descending. The electric net was intertwined with the wind vortex's assault alongside the ice crystals infused with lightning. The spectators below remarked this move. It seems very difficult for Su Zhenguo to evade unless he uses that devastating technique against the alien beasts. Indeed, but there probably isn't enough time, and didn't you forget how long he needs to charge that move? Yi Ziyan shouted while pushing against the electric net. Get ready. This move is called Super Invincible Thunder Ice Storm, a name I just came up with. The name is too long. Qin Xuan yelled from the side. Whatever. Bai Wei rarely shouted a response. Yi Ziyan and you lack culture, Xiao Xian continued to mock. Su Zhenguo smiled at their combination technique. You guys are strong, but... Holding the Xuangu spear, the elemental domain halo beneath him suddenly erupted. I'm not weak either. Su Zhenguo first thrust the spear directly into the center of the electric net. The net was forcibly torn apart, creating a gap. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei, seeing this, quickly engaged, flanking from both sides. Noticing this, Su Zhenguo lifted the Xuangu spear, sending a magma dragon spiraling towards the two. Qin Xuan unleashed a wind blade that collided with the magma dragon, causing it to be deflected, but he quickly followed up with 3 wind blades aimed in different directions. Bai Wei, utilizing the cover of fog, had already circled to the other side of Su Zhenguo. She swung down with her blade, and as the water blade made contact with the spear shaft, it expanded again, forcing Su Zhenguo to evade sideways. Yi Ziyan smugly declared, Su Zhenguo, you've run out of moves, right? Su Zhenguo replied with a smile, let's talk about winning first. Let's all attack together and take Su Zhenguo down. After Yi Ziyan finished speaking, they charged forward. Although the fusion points of Yi Ziyan and Qin Xuan and Bai Wei's powers were powerful, they didn't seem very stable. The line where the 3 energies converged was their flaw. Although the fusion points of Yi Ziyan and Qin Xuan and Bai Wei's powers were powerful, they didn't seem very stable. The line where the 3 energies converged was their flaw. He evaded the heat and impact with a phantasmal shift, expertly thrusting the Xuangu spear into the gap of the fused energies. The 5 elemental attributes enhanced by the domains surged into the spear tip, exploding with intense radiance and tearing the electric net from within. The 3 simultaneously experienced a backlash of energy, their abilities dissipating as they staggered back a few steps. Su Zhenguo had no intention of letting this opportunity slip. Adjusting after this would be troublesome. He shifted behind Yi Ziyan and Qin Xuan, sweeping the spear to knock them off the arena. Su Zhenguo once again turned phantasmal, flashing to Bai Wei's side, lightly tapping her wrist with the spear, causing her short blade to slip from her hand and embed into the floor. The entire training hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted with cheers. The eliminated freshmen collectively stood up, some excitedly banging on the protective railing at the edge of the arena. Some covered their heads, saying, damn it, if I had known I would have bet on Su Zhenguo. I've lost a week's worth of meal money. Others joyfully shouted, Su Zhenguo, he'll cover your meals this week. Xiao Xian jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder and darted in front of Yi Ziyan. With claws on either side, he scratched at his face. Scream, don't you like to scream? Weren't you shouting pretty loudly on stage just now? Let's see you act tough. Yi Ziyan rolled on the arena floor from the scratching, yelling, stop. No more scratching. I admit defeat. Is that enough? Xiao Xian ignored him and continued scratching, prompting Yi Ziyan to simply close his eyes and lay still. Seeing this, Xiao Xian patted Yi Ziyan's head. Relax, feeling dizzy as normal. Take a deep breath. Yi Ziyan, infuriated, emitted arcs of lightning. Oh, you can still move. Su Zhenguo ignored them and walked up to Bai Wei, extending his hand towards her. Bai Wei glanced at him, a faint blush appearing on her face. She hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. Bai Wei's voice was softer than usual. You've grown stronger again. You all are quite strong. Su Zhenguo smiled slightly. If your coordination had been a bit better, I might have actually been taken down by you. Bai Wei nodded and withdrew her hand. Su Zhenguo turned around, glancing at Qin Xuan, who was half kneeling at the edge of the arena. Qin Xuan supported himself on the ground to stand up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He stared at Su Zhenguo, expressionlessly silent for 2 seconds before saying, seeing beauty and forgetting friends. You didn't come to help me first. Su Zhenguo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Xuan to say such a thing, and he hadn't even had time to explain. Yi Ziyan, sitting on the ground, raised a hand and shouted, and me. I want help either. I can't believe I'm still your roommate. Su Zhenguo, how can you be so shameless? He supported himself on the ground, trying to stand up, but as soon as his knee straightened, Xiao Xian playfully tapped the back of his knee with a paw, causing Yi's legs to buckle, and he fell again. Xiao Xian laughed uncontrollably. Yi Ziyan, and you lying down looks just like a turtle. Yi Ziyan, furious, jumped up and chased Xiao Xian around the arena, shouting, you better stop running. Xiao Xian ran, while stopping to provoke, looking extremely annoying. Come here. Qin Xuan and Su Zhenguo watched the 1 human and 1 monkey circle the arena, helplessly sighing. Qin Xuan turned to Su Zhenguo and said, next time it's a onion on. I lost this time. Su Zhenguo retrieved the Xuangu spear into his spatial ring. Alright, let's have a proper match next time. The dean looked at the arena, then turned to Gu Yushan with a hearty laugh. Old Gu, congratulations. You're amazing. Your disciple made me lose. Gu Yushan was also delighted. Of course, my teaching is unparalleled. Seeing him in a good mood, the dean leaned in and remarked casually about that task. No problem. Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhenguo with satisfaction, waving his hand grandly. What task are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, his hand froze midair. He slowly turned his head, staring at the dean's radiant smile, suddenly realizing, what did I just say? The dean patted his shoulder somewhat teary-eyed. I knew you cared about me. Let's go drink together. This time it's really good wine. Gu Yushan pointed at the dean's nose. You set me up again. How can you always be so shameless? The dean completely ignored him, standing up and leaving, turning back to say, by the way, I sent the task details to your communicator. Setting off in 3 days. Gu Yushan stood there trembling with anger. That little rascal just knows how to trick me. Su Zhenguo suddenly heard a voice in his head. Su Zhenguo, wait a moment, and come to the dean's office. Su Zhenguo was momentarily stunned and turned to look at the podium. The dean was just standing up from his seat, glancing over at him with a cryptic smile on his lips. Su Zhenguo arrived at the door of the dean's office and raised his hand to knock. When the dean's voice came from inside, come in the door, he pushed the door open and entered. The office was small with an old wooden desk, everything arranged very neatly. The dean sat behind the desk, glanced at him from head to toe, and nodded with a smile. Sit down. Don't be nervous, I just want to see what the kid that old Gu talks about every day looks like. Su Zhenguo sat down in the chair, while Xiao Xian peeked out from his shoulder, observing the smiling middle-aged man in front of him. The dean's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Xian leaning forward to inquire. Is this the celestial monkey? Old Gu mentioned you saying you could talk, and were quite strong. Come here, little guy, greet the dean. Xiao Xian tilted his head at him, not calling him a monkey. Hello, dean. Do you have any peaches? The dean chuckled, taking out 2 apples from the drawer and placing them on the desk. No peaches, would you like some apples? Xiao Xian jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, grabbed the apple with both paws, and nodded in satisfaction. You are really nice, better than that old Gu. He only gave me 1 peach. Old Gu is notoriously stingy. The dean looked at Su Zhenguo with a smile on his face. Zhou Ji and old Gu both say you are quite remarkable, especially old Gu. He said that as long as you grow, your future is limitless. In my years at the military district, I've never seen him praise anyone like this. Today, seeing it for myself, I can understand how he feels. No wonder he personally flew to Yanqing to guide you. Su Zhenguo was taken aback upon hearing the term old Gu. His grandfather called him Gu Shitu, an old comrade with decades of friendship. The dean in front of him looked much younger than Gu Yushan, yet he spoke so casually. After a moment's hesitation, Su Zhenguo asked, Dean, are you also a disciple of Grandpa Gu? The dean smiled and waved his hand. Not exactly. Old Gu is not my teacher. He shifted his tone back to the main topic. I called you here today to discuss a few matters. First, you performed very well in the new student competition. Old Gu's training hasn't gone to waste. You've already secured a spot in the elite team, and there will be a series of tasks ahead, some of which may be quite challenging. I hope you can continue to grow during these tasks. Your talents are far beyond your current level. Su Zhenguo nodded. The dean's tone became slightly serious. The recent activities of the original God sect have become increasingly rampant, but their movements are too elusive, and we have not been able to capture any core members. He looked at Su Zhenguo. The 6th rank and 5th rank beasts you encountered at the start of school had their shadows behind them. According to the intelligence we have, they are searching everywhere for various ability users, especially those with special bloodline mutations. Your 5 attributes and space system make you the perfect target in their eyes. So for now you should stay at the military academy and focus on your cultivation. The dean suddenly spoke sharply. If they dare to come, it will be much easier. Oh, just wait until I have time to deal with them. Su Zhenguo nodded in agreement. He recalled the person named Pei and from the original God sect. He didn't say much, only replied, I understand. The dean continued to look at him. I know about your grandfather and your parents. You must remember that to protect yourself and what you want to protect, you must have sufficient strength. Your current strength is likely unmatched among your peers, but the enemy won't care about your age. Train hard. If you need anything, directly seek out old Gu Zhouji, or come to me. The military district will not treat capable people poorly. Su Zhenguo replied seriously, thank you, Dean. I feel very comfortable here. The dean nodded, his face returning to that cheerful expression. That's good to hear. By the way, for your outstanding performance in the new student competition, the academy will issue you a reward. The specifics will be notified to you later. It will not disappoint you. Xiao Xian, upon hearing about the reward, asked with a mumble, is there anything to eat? The dean looked down at him, and a portion has been prepared for you as well. Xiao Xian scratched his head a bit shyly. Just then the office door was pushed open from the outside. Gu Yushan strode in, his voice arriving before his presence, pointing at the dean's nose and starting to scold him. Xiao Xian was startled and jumped while Su Zhenguo instinctively stood up from his chair. Li, you want to cheat my disciple again, don't you? I knew your deceitful mouth wouldn't stay idle. The dean spread his hands innocently. Old Gu, what are you saying? How could I cheat him? I just wanted to have a chat with him to understand the thoughts of the new students. Do you understand what it means to care for your students? I'd be a fool to believe you. Gu Yushan approached and grabbed Su Zhenguo's shoulder, pushing him towards the door. Come on, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy never speaks the truth. You've been sold and are still helping him count the money. Su Zhenguo could only hurriedly say goodbye to the dean. The dean smiled and waved his hand. We'll chat again when you have time. As Su Zhenguo was being pushed towards the door by Gu Yushan, he lowered his voice and asked, Grandpa Gu, what exactly is the dean's? He called you old Gu, yet he seems much younger than you. Gu Yushan paused, turned to glare at the dean's office and sighed. This sigh carried a hint of helplessness. His name is Li Yang. He is a few years older than your dad and is the closed-door disciple of the former dean. The youngest dean in military district history with astonishing talent. I still don't know how powerful he is now. After the former dean died in battle, he took over this burden and has kept the academy safe until now. He is truly capable, but he loves to trick people too much. He added in a lower voice. Just take half of what he said earlier with a grain of salt. But his advice to train hard is genuine. Stay safe in the academy. If anything happens, us old folks will be here. Su Zhenguo dared not ask whether Grandpa Gu had ever been tricked by the dean. He was afraid of getting beaten, so he could only nod and say, Grandpa Gu, I understand. Xiao Xian peeked out from his shoulder, still holding the 2 apples given by the dean, proudly, said to Gu Yushan, the dean is pretty nice. He gave me food on the first visit while you just know how to hit me. Gu Yushan looked at Xiao Xian's smug expression and said with a smile, why don't you take a bite and try? Xiao Xian looked at Gu Yushan's expression, feeling it was quite strange, and opened his mouth to take a bite. After chewing a few times the next second, he became completely stiff, spitting out the contents of his mouth. What kind of rotten apple is this? It's spoiled. Xiao Xian angrily threw the apple to the ground. Gu Yushan laughed at the sight of Xiao Xian's predicament. Didn't you say he was nice? This apple must have been sitting around for who knows how long. He just handed it to you, you silly monkey. Xiao Xian trembled with anger, leaping onto Gu Yushan's shoulder and yelled in his ear, you knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? If I told you, would you still eat it? Gu Yushan patted Xiao Xian. Let's see if you dare to trust him again in the future. Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian's predicament and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Su Zhenguo received a message on his phone from Yi Zian. Where are you? Reply quickly, there's something important. When Su Zhenguo pushed open the dormitory door, Yi Zian had already rushed over to tell him, Su Zhenguo, hurry up. Yi Zian shoved the communicator in front of him. Instructor Zhou just sent a message asking the 4 of us to go to his office to receive a reward. He said the rewards for the freshman competition have been approved, and we need to hurry, or we will miss out. Miss out? Was that what Uncle Zhou said? His exact words were, if you little brats don't come soon, I'll give the rewards to other freshmen. Yi Zian dragged Su Zhenguo outside. What about Qin Xuan and Bai Wei? They have been waiting in Instructor Zhou's office. Hurry, hurry. I heard there are energy potions, high-tech items from the military district extracted from magical beasts, which you can't buy outside. Su Zhenguo and Yi Zian arrived at Zhou Ji's office, and indeed saw Qin Xuan and Bai Wei. They all nodded at each other. Su Zhenguo raised his hand and knocked on the door. Zhou Ji's voice came from inside. Come in. Inside the office, Zhou Ji was sitting behind the desk with 4 rectangular metal boxes laid out on the table. He saw the 4 enter and pushed the boxes forward. Each potion is a different color matched to your unique abilities. Bai Wei's is water attribute, Qin Xuan's is wind attribute, and Yi Zian's is thunder attribute. As for Su Zhenguo, he picked up the last box and handed it to Su Zhenguo. Your situation is a bit special. With 5 attributes, we can't follow the norm. So I'm giving you a thunder attribute one for now. Su Zhenguo accepted the box and nodded. Yi Zian carefully opened his box beside him, revealing a sealed glass tube containing purple liquid. He held it up close to examine it. Will this make me have diarrhea if I drink it? He turned to Su Zhenguo saying, dude, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Su Zhenguo did not pinch him. Xiao Xian quietly climbed onto Yi Zian's shoulder and pinched his back hard with his claw. Yi Zian yelped and almost threw the potion away. What are you doing? You asked him to pinch you, Xiao Xian replied confidently. If he doesn't pinch you, I'll do it for him. No need to thank me. Yi Zian rubbed his back and gave Xiao Xian a resentful glance. Fine, I won't hold it against you this time considering the potion. This is a good thing. I'll have to study how to use it when I get back. Zhou Ji leaned back in his chair watching the 4 of them. Once the 4 had stored their potions, he continued, don't rush to drink the potions just yet. These are not ordinary energy potions. They are refined from the essence of magical beasts and have strong medicinal properties. If you drink them directly without anyone around to supervise, it could lead to problems. Once the elite team is officially formed, someone will guide you in taking them and watch over you. If anyone steals a drink and gets into trouble, you will be responsible for it. Also, there's one more thing. All 4 of you have been selected for the elite team. Yi Zian was frozen in shock holding the potion box, and after several seconds finally managed to stammer, I was not as a reserve. You're a full member, Zhou Ji said, looking at him with an unusually gentle tone. Everyone has witnessed your performance in the chaotic battle. You dared to step up at a critical moment, and though your fusion technique is unstable, you were willing to use it. The academy doesn't need perfect soldiers, but bold ones. I promise to practice hard. Xiao Xian jumped from Su Zhenguo's shoulder to Yi Zian's front, pulling out an apple from his arms and offering it to him. Yi Zian took the apple, looking at Xiao Xian with a hint of, I promise to practice hard. Xiao Xian jumped from Su Zhenguo's shoulder to Yi Zian's front, pulling out an apple from his arms and offering it to him. Yi Zian took the apple, looking at Xiao Xian with a hint of confusion. Xiao Xian patted Yi Zian gently. This is a reward for you. Don't cry. If you cry, I'll have to get you tissues. I'm not crying. You will be soon. Su Zhenguo looked at the apple. Xiao Xian had the same rotten apple the principal had given him earlier, which he had thrown up after eating. He hesitantly said to Yi Zian, this apple. Xiao Xian jumped on Su Zhenguo's head and pressed his mouth shut. Haha, no need to be polite, just eat it. Yi Zian looked at Xiao Xian and nodded, feeling touched. Su Zhenguo broke free from Xiao Xian's grasp and looked at Zhou Ji. Uncle Zhou, now that we're in the elite team, who will lead us? Zhou Ji smiled slightly. Don't rush, you'll find out when the time comes. Zhou Ji chuckled and stood up, clapping his hands. Alright, go back and get ready. In the next few days, aside from regular training, the academy will also hold a social gathering with both freshmen and seniors participating. You all made quite the impression during the freshman competition, so there will definitely be people wanting to chat with you. Make sure to relax, so once you're in the elite team, the tasks will keep coming and you won't have this much free time. He glanced at, by the way, if you're interested, you can also perform at the gathering. Singing, dancing, anything goes. Yi Zian's eyes lit up instantly. Just a moment ago, he was on the verge of tears. Now he seemed to bounce back to life. A social gathering. We have to perform well. There aren't many girls in the military academy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He turned to Qin Chuan, what can you do? Qin Chuan looked at him expressionlessly, nothing. No way. You're so quiet, you must have hidden talents. Do you play an instrument? Or can you sing? You quiet guys always have something up your sleeve. I just don't want to talk. But Qin Chuan turned his face away, not wanting to talk to him. Yi Zian turned his head, a smile plastered on his face, speaking flatteringly, by way, don't you know it's those particularly beautiful seniors I'd like to meet. Or if you want to perform with me, I'm fine with that. Bai Wei looked at Yi Zian and replied succinctly, I don't know, I'm not going. You didn't even hear what I was going to say. I heard it all. Yi Zian finally turned his gaze to Su Zhenguo, narrowing his eyes as he leaned closer. Su Zhenguo stepped back in fright, dodging his body. What do you want? I don't have any talents. You can perform magic using that's for combat. Combat can be performed too. Xiao Xian looked at Yi Zian and asked, why don't you perform by yourself? Why involve others? Xiao Xian, you don't understand. Yi Zian looked at Xiao Xian, his expression deflated. We are a team now, though every decision I make and every thought I have is for everyone's sake. As he spoke, Yi Zian pointed angrily at the others. Look at you all, you have no sense of team spirit at all. How can we fight together in the future? Su Zhenguo and the others looked at Yi Zian's passionate expression, feeling helpless. If I'm worn out talking to you, I'll take Xiao Xian to perform instead. After saying this, Yi Zian took a bite of the apple Xiao Xian had given him. His expression twisted as if he had bitten into something bitter, and he bent over to vomit it out. With eyes flashing with lightning, he glared at Xiao Xian, you monkey. Xiao Xian was already laughing, holding his belly. Haha. The others looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Bai Wei couldn't hold back her laughter. In the evening, Su Zhenguo and Yi Zian arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Yi Zian had changed into a suit today, his hair slicked back with gel, striking a pose at the entrance. Tonight, let everyone get to know me. Su Zhenguo looked at him speechlessly and said, all right, you look handsome enough. You've been putting on makeup for an hour. He pushed open the door, and elegant music filled the grand hall. The new students and the old students filled the hall, chatting in groups, and the dance floor already had people dancing. Xiao Xian looked at Yi Zian and said, why do you look like a girl? What do you know? This is fashion. Yi Zian ignored him and walked towards a group of girls with a drink in hand. He struck a pose he thought was cool and said to the group of girls, I wonder if any of you would like to dance with me. Before he could finish, the girls had quietly dispersed. Yi Zian hurriedly said, hey, you don't need to be shy. He approached another group of girls and changed his opening line, hello, I'm Su Zhenguo's roommate. The girls' eyes lit up and they collectively stepped forward. Yi Zian's lips twitched as he turned around, holding his cup and leaving. Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Yi Zian's embarrassment. Do you not feel ashamed? Su Zhenguo spotted Qin Chuan leaning against the wall in a corner of the hall, chatting with several senior students. He had changed into a dark jacket today, standing casually. A few girls approached him to chat, but they quickly left. Yi Zian saw this from a distance and lamented, he must be showing off. Su Zhenguo planned to go get some food with Xiao Xian when a group of girls surrounded them. They pushed and shoved, eventually pushing a girl with short hair to the front. The girl's face turned bright red as she stood in front of him, struggling to say, Su Zhenguo, do you have a girlfriend? Su Zhenguo felt awkward, almost sweating, when Xiao Xian popped his head out from behind him, munching on a peach, and mumbled, can you eat it? She looked at the little silver-white monkey, opened her mouth to speak, and then squealed, it can talk. Several girls rushed over, pushing the girl with short hair back. Xiao Xian was surrounded and looked at the group of girls. He looked up for Su Zhenguo only to find that Su Zhenguo had retreated outside the crowd. The monkey and the person exchanged glances across several layers of girls, and Su Zhenguo nodded at him, his eyes filled with thank you for your hard work. Then he turned and squeezed out of the crowd, not looking back as he walked out of the hall. Just as Xiao Xian wanted to call him, another girl stuffed a peach into his arms. Little monkey, call out again. He took the peach, and Xiao Xian, unable to hold back any longer, tried to squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. Just as he managed to stick half his body out, a girl quickly grabbed him and held him close, rubbing his head. Don't run away, play a little. Xiao Xian's fur stood on end from the rubbing, and he had cursed Su Zhenguo in his mind 100 times. Su Zhenguo exited the hall, letting out a relieved sigh. He saw Bai Wei leaning alone against the railing, dressed as usual, without any special adornments. Su Zhenguo walked over and stood beside her, and Bai Wei glanced at him. Why are you out here alone? It's too noisy inside. What about you? Su Zhenguo leaned against the railing, feeling a bit helpless, not really used to that kind of scene. They fell silent for a moment. Su Zhenguo seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere. He turned to her and asked, why did you come to the military academy? Bai Wei didn't answer immediately. She stared at the drink in her hand. After a while she spoke, my father was a soldier in the Northern Frontier Military District. He died on the front lines when I was very young. After my mother remarried, I grew up with my grandfather. Her tone was very calm. I came here to see the place where he fought back then. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Su Zhenguo. What about you? Su Zhenguo, upon hearing this, was also shocked. How come Bai Wei's situation was so similar to his own? I am similar to you. My parents died on the front lines, and my grandfather also retired from here. I have always wanted to be like them, to stand at the front and shield others from danger. Bai Wei was a bit shocked after hearing this. How could this be so similar to her? Su Zhenguo didn't know why, but staring at Bai Wei, a thought suddenly popped into his head. I will protect you in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, he himself was stunned, and Bai Wei was also taken aback, her entire face turning red. At that moment it felt as if time had frozen, and neither of them spoke. Su Zhenguo stammered, I meant to say I will protect you during battles. Bai Wei didn't look at him, just lowered her head, and replied softly, I know. Xiao Xian and Yi Zian appeared at the corridor entrance without them realizing it. Both the person and the monkey wore expressions of anger. Yi Zian pointed at him. I told you not to be so calm, it turns out you were prepared all along. Xiao Xian jumped onto his shoulder and scratched at him. You left me in there while you ran away. Bai Wei saw them coming and said nothing, quickly walking back into the hall. Su Zhenguo held Xiao Xian down. Stop scratching, let's go find something to eat before it's all gone. After saying that, Xiao Xian finally stopped and followed him into the grand hall. In the corner they saw Qin Xuan and Bai Wei, and they walked over, not having time to speak. A voice came from the broadcast. While the evening party is still ongoing, let's take a moment to say a few words. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked towards the stage where Zhou Ji stood in the center with a microphone, the spotlight on him. Our academy is different from traditional martial arts schools. They teach how to win while we teach how to survive. Because in other places losing may just mean failure. Here losing might mean never coming back. Behind you is the wall of the northern frontier, and behind that wall is the home of me. To defend this wall, countless predecessors have fallen, including many of your parents, elders, and comrades who are present here today. He paused, scanning every face in the audience. So cherish the present. Cherish every day. Cherish every teammate who annoys you. They might be the ones to save you one day. Thank you all, and thank you for choosing to stand here. Your sweat and blood here allow those outside to live their lives in peace. This peace is earned by you. He raised his cup. I hope that next year on this day, I can still drink with you here. The audience fell silent for a moment, then everyone raised their cups in unison. Su Zhenguo lifted a drink from the table, and the four of them stood in a row with Qin Xuan unusually not avoiding Yi Zian's arm around his shoulders. Su Zhenguo turned to look at Bai Wei, and she happened to look over as well. The two locked eyes, and this time neither of them looked away. Bai Wei's lips slightly curled as if she smiled. Su Zhenguo also smiled slightly, raising his cup to gesture at her. 3 days after the gala, Su Zhenguo and the others received notice to gather. When the four of them reported to the training hall, Zhou Ji was already standing in the center of the arena, accompanied by another person. The person stood tall with the sleeves of his training uniform rolled up to his forearms, wearing a lazy smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing them enter, he scanned them up and down. Let me introduce you, Zhou Ji said, pointing to the person. Li Jiala, a junior earth element strength 5th stage. A direct disciple of General Gu. From now on he will be the captain of your elite team. Su Zhenguo will serve as the vice captain. Yi Zian murmured, a disciple of General Gu. Didn't you say you trained with General Gu? Li Jiala with sharp ears caught the remark and flashed a smile at Yi Zian. Considering it, you guys can also be considered half disciples of General Gu. We will fight side by side in the future, so take care of each other. Zhou Ji stepped back to the edge of the arena, clearing the center. Li Jiala's gaze swept across the four faces, still full of smiles. Taking care is one thing, but I have to gauge your strengths first. Let's see the strength of the elite team. Come on, the four of you attack me together with all your might. As soon as Yi Zian heard this, memories of the intense training from the past 2 weeks flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he took half a step back and turned to look at Su Zhenguo. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei also stood still, exchanging glances, unsure whether they should really engage. After all, the person across was a direct disciple of General Gu 5th stage, and also the captain. Seeing their hesitance, Li Jiala chuckled. What's wrong? Are you afraid of hurting me? There's no need for that. He drew his battle blade from his waist, the blade already glowing with earth element light, his tone relaxed. Come on, give it your all. If I don't knock you down, how can I be the captain? Qin Xuan was the first to draw his side blade, his body beginning to mobilize his special ability. Bai Wei swiftly followed with her short blade, water energy condensing to elongate the blade. Su Zhenguo also took out his spear from his spatial storage, assuming a combat stance. Yi Zian looked left and right side and also drew his alloy knife from his waist, lightning wrapping around the blade. Alright, I guess it doesn't matter when I get hit, whether sooner or later. Li Jiala's eyes lit up when he saw the gun in Su Zhenguo's hand. Is this the gun that the teacher made? Yes, it's not bad. Li Jiala rested his battle blade on his shoulder and beckoned the four with a finger. Come on, don't hold back. The four exchanged glances and quickly spread out to take their positions. Su Zhenguo faced forward, Yi Zian on the left, Qin Xuan on the right, and Bai Wei at the back, spreading ice mist to seal their retreat. The four of them struck simultaneously, unleashing wind, thunder, slash, thunderblade, wind blade, and ice spike from 4 directions. Li Jiala's lips curled up slightly, interesting. He stomped his right foot, and earthen walls rose up simultaneously to precisely block the 4 attacks. At the same time, he swung his blade horizontally, summoning various stones from the air to smash down on the group. From below, rock spikes emerged, sandwiching the 4, forcing them to hastily block. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Zhenguo used his phasing ability to shift behind Li Jiala, and as he materialized, he thrust his spear forward. Li Jiala did not look back, blocking with his battle blade. This forced Su Zhenguo to retreat. Junior brother, I know you have spatial abilities, he remarked. The 4 adjusted their positions and charged again. Li Jiala suddenly turned serious, no more playing around. He stomped down heavily with his right foot, and a gravitational field suddenly expanded, centered on him. The 4 simultaneously felt a weight pressing down on them. Immediately after, Li Jiala swung his blade, sending several rock spikes towards them. Yi Zian, Qin Xuan, and Bai Wei simply waved their weapons to block the rock attack, still in the midst of defending. Li Jiala had already reached them, using the back of his blade to send them flying. Only Su Zhenguo felt himself escape the range of the gravitational field when he moved. Li Jiala glanced back at him. Junior brother, not bad. He sheathed his battle blade and dissipated the gravitational field. I didn't expect you to get out of the gravity field. He turned back to the three lying on the ground once again, wearing a brilliant smile. Don't be discouraged, it's normal. The gravitational field is a high-level ability. In no time except for Su Zhenguo, the others were all down. Yi Ziyan sat on the ground looking dejected as he said, I thought I could hold a few moves against the senior, but it turned out to be just a few moves. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei had already stood up with Qin Xuan stating, his precision in earth element control is even higher than that of instructor Tai. Bai Wei remained silent, putting away her broken blade. Su Zhenguo then said to everyone, because I knew General Gu had this move I prepared in advance, so otherwise I wouldn't have fared. He turned to Li Jiala. Senior brother, you were holding back just now, right? Su Zhenguo asked. Li Jiala chuckled. You weren't using your full strength either, were you? Su Zhenguo awkwardly smiled, not responding. From now on we are a team. Li Jiala sheathed his battle blade, smiling at the group. To be honest, I can't find anyone more talented than you four. If you can grow quickly and truly refine your teamwork, it will be incredible. Yi Ziyan got up from the ground, rubbing his backside. So do we pass? You passed. Li Jiala smiled. We will fight side by side in the future, so take care of each other. Yi Ziyan suddenly asked again. By the way, Captain, does that mean that juniors like you in their third year, if they're strong, can lead a team? Not necessarily, it depends on the higher-ups' arrangements. So do you have anyone else around you who is also a captain? Li Jiala continued smiling. All my teammates from the same team back, then died in battle. Now I am the only one left. Yi Ziyan's smile froze on his face, and everyone was stunned staring at Li Jiala. Seeing everyone so shocked, Li Jiala suddenly chuckled. Haha, you don't need to be so tense. He raised his hand and patted Yi Ziyan on the shoulder. It's alright, don't be afraid. If there's danger, I will die in front of you. After saying that, he turned to walk back, waving his hand as he went. We'll set off early tomorrow, don't be late. The others were still in shock when Zhou Ji approached. He is in strength from their year with exceptional talent. During a mission, his captain and teammates sacrificed themselves to protect this strength, all perishing. He was only in his second year back then. He turned to look at Su Zhenguo and the others with a rather calm expression, speaking in a flat tone. This is how it is here. Today we go on a mission together, and tomorrow we may not meet again. He pulled out a document, directly getting to the point. Let's talk business. The first mission has been assigned. There is an abandoned outpost on the outskirts of the northern front that has recently shown signs of beast activity. You are to cleanse it. The mission difficulty is not high, but the area has been unstable lately with reports of unidentified individuals appearing. We will assess the specifics upon arrival at the front. Remember, do not act recklessly up front. At dawn the next day, the five gathered at the academy gates. Bai Wei rode her silver Fang, Qin Xuan rode his shadow leopard, and little Xian bounced back and forth between the two beasts, annoying them so much they seemed to wish he would just pick one. Yi Ziyan looked around and realized he was the only one in the group without a contracted beast. He made up his mind to get one. Jiao Lao arrived dressed exactly as he had been the day before. Everyone's here. Let's move out. Our first mission. On the road, the mood was heavy, likely due to the events of the previous. Jiao Lao walked at the front humming a tune. He noticed how quiet everyone was. He glanced back, scanned their faces, and suddenly he took a couple of steps backward. Perk up. You're going on a mission, not a funeral. Yi Ziyan looked up at him for a moment, then lowered his head again. Jiao Lao walked over and tapped him lightly with the scabbard. Still thinking about yesterday? Yi Ziyan looked at him and said, I. Jiao Lao let out a short laugh. Those hove moved on. They wouldn't want me moping around on a mission. If they were still here, they'd slap you on the shoulder and say, newbie, don't be a coward. He smiled at the group, especially our captain. His favorite saying was, remember this, if I die protecting you, it's an honor. Don't feel guilty. Carry my conviction and keep fighting. Yi Ziyan looked up. Captain, you have a great mentality. It's not mentality. It's acceptance. Once you choose this path, you'll face this sooner or later. The sooner you accept it, the sooner you find peace. He walked a few steps forward, then turned back to Yi Ziyan. So Su Zhenguo has a monkey, Bai Wei has a wolf, Qin Xuan has a leopard. How come you're the only one without a contracted beast? He sidled up to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, where'd you get your leopard? Qin Xuan glanced at him. It was raised by my family. The shadow leopard has been my contracted beast since childhood. Its bloodline purity is high. You can't buy one outside. Yi Ziyan turned to look at Bai Wei. Bai Wei stroked Silver Fang's fur. Silver Fang and I grew up together. Yi Ziyan was silent for a moment. So, your families are all pretty wealthy. Little Xian chimed in, it's okay. You have lightning. Lightning doesn't count. Then just treat your lightning as your contracted beast. You can generate bolts and strike yourself with them for fun. Can you just shut up? No. Little Xian continued. Yi Ziyan reached out to grab Little Xian, who hopped onto Silver Fang's head. Silver Fang didn't seem to mind, and even when Little Xian got restless, it just let him sit there without getting angry. The tension eased. Yi Ziyan was still chasing Little Xian, shouting, get down here, while Bai Wei reached out and patted the little creature's head. Su Zhenguo watched the scene and smiled, feeling that having them as teammates wasn't so bad. By afternoon, an outpost appeared at the edge of their sight. The iron gate was half open, and wind howled through the gap. Jiao Lao made a hand gesture, and everyone immediately wiped the smiles from their faces. Su Zhenguo called out Xian. Little Xian immediately returned to Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Qin Xuan dismounted from the shadow leopard. Bai Wei drew her short blade. Yi Ziyan gripped his alloy knife tightly. Silver Fang and the shadow leopard let out low growls. Something's wrong, Su Zhenguo said quietly. They must sense. Jiao Lao's hand rested on his sword hilt. Spread out. Hold formation. The five slipped into the outpost. Su Zhenguo crouched down, felt the fire pit, and looked up at Jiao. The embers are still warm. Jiao glanced at the messy footprints near the campfire. Someone was here before us. They left not long ago. He straightened up. Full combat readiness. Stay together. The corridor was dim, and the walls were covered in claw marks. Su Zhenguo took point, extending his wind sense to scan ahead. After a few dozen steps, he suddenly stopped. There's something behind the corner up ahead. Not a beast, people. Two of them suppressing their presence. Jiao moved silently to his side. Can you pinpoint their positions? One is 3 meters behind the corner. The other is deeper in a room further ahead. The one outside is waiting for us to walk into the trap. Then let's give him a surprise. Jiao lowered his voice. Su Zhenguo phased through and flanked behind. They'll draw their attention from the front. Qin Chuan used wind blades to cut off their escape routes. Bai Wei used ice mist to seal their retreat. Yi Zian, what do I do? You observe and provide support. Yi Zian nodded, already channeling his ability. Su Zhenguo's body turned transparent, and he passed through the corner silently. In the darkness, a figure in black was crouched against the wall, clutching a ball of purple light, staring intently down the corridor. Su Zhenguo materialized behind him and swung his spear shaft, striking the back of the man's head. The figure grunted and pitched forward, the purple light in his hand dissipating instantly. Jiao blocked with his battle blade, while raising an earth wall to seal the chains. Qin Chuan's wind blades cut in from the flank, forcing the figure back a step, and by Weiss, Jiao blocked with his battle blade, while raising an earth wall to seal the chains. Qin Chuan's wind blades cut in from the flank, forcing the figure back a step, and by Weiss ice mist sealed the escape route behind him. A bolt of lightning from Yi Zian streaked past Jiao's shoulder and struck the ground at the figure's feet, sending rubble flying. Can you aim before you fire? Jiao shouted. I did aim. Your earth wall deflected it. The wall was meant to protect you. Under the combined assault, the figure tried to resist, but Su Zhenguo had already phased behind him, the tip of his spear pressing against the back of his neck. Don't move. The purple light in the man's hands flickered twice and went out. Jiao walked over and tore off the man's mask. It was a man in his 30s, and a faint dark red tattoo was primordial god cult. Jiao slammed his battle blade into the ground. Talk. What are you doing here? The man smiled, and a trickle of purple-black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Jiao moved to dislocate his jaw, but it was too late. The man's head lolled to the side. He was dead. Silence filled the corridor for a few seconds. Everyone was stunned. A person had just died right in front of them. Jiao straightened up. He was a low-ranking member of the primordial god cult. They have a seal inside their bodies. It triggers the moment they're captured. This outpost is more than just a lair for beasts. Su Zhenguo crouched down and searched the man's pockets, finding a slip of paper with a single line, goods relocated. Await orders. He handed the note to Jiao. Jiao read it, was silent for a moment, then tossed it away. They were hiding something here. It's already been moved. He turned to look at the staircase leading underground. Seeing a person die in front of you for the first time, feeling uneasy is normal. But you need to adjust right now. This is a battlefield, not a training ground. The enemy won't wait for you to process your feelings before they strike. He turned and started down the stairs. Follow me. The 5 descended the stairs. Suddenly Su Zhenguo felt something. Not an energy fluctuation, but it was the same feeling Head had in the 10,000 Beasts Forest when the 3 primordial god cult members had targeted them, but this time it was thicker, denser. Little Xian tensed up. Su Zhenguo, something's very wrong ahead. Su Zhenguo turned and whispered to the group. Everyone be careful. There's danger ahead. All of them tensed abilities. Jiao stepped forward, drawing his battle blade. Prepare for contact. The 5 individuals descended the stairs. Su Zhenguo led the way, and the further down they went, the closer he felt the malice approaching. He lowered his voice, saying, there's more than one. 2 up front, 1 on each side, and something moving in the ceiling space above us, Li Jiao inquired. How many exactly? At least 4 people. There are exotic beasts, and I can't perceive them clearly, but there are quite a few, and the energy fluctuations are chaotic. Su Zhenguo furrowed his brows and continued. I can sense that there's something inside constantly emitting abnormal energy. The energy within is quite unsettling. Everyone must be extremely cautious. Li Jiao's tone grew serious. They must have set something up in the basement to attract all the surrounding exotic beasts. Su Zhenguo, you need to find that source of abnormal energy from behind while we hold them off in front. Remember, we need to destroy that thing, otherwise we might attract even more exotic beasts. Su Zhenguo nodded, looking at Xiao Xian. Get ready. Xiao Xian unusually remained silent and nodded. Li Jiao turned to the other 3, saying seriously, wait for my command, stay alert. I don't want anyone to be lost on our first mission. They nodded gravely, and this time, Yi Zian also remained silent. At the end of the stairs stood a rusted iron door. Li Jiao signaled, and a violent burst of energy blew the door open as they rushed inside. The basement was much larger than above, and they immediately saw a metal device about 1.5 people tall in the corner, continuously releasing purple-black mist. The mist spread continuously, distorting the air in its wake. 4 figures in black stood around the device, their energy glowing with a mix of purple-black, the same source as the mist released by the device. In the shadows behind the device were countless eyes of exotic beasts, at least a dozen, not very large, all around the 3rd tier, but their pupils also glowed with the same purple light. Su Zhenguo immediately sensed those people and the exotic beasts, shouting to alert his companions. The energy intensity of those exotic beasts is significantly higher than that of ordinary 3rd tier. They must have been altered by the dense mist from that device. They'll dismantle the device. You four hold off the people and the exotic beasts by me sometime, Li Jiala said as he drew his battle blade. Are you going alone? I'm the captain. If I don't go at times like this, who will? Yi Zian gripped her alloy blade with lightning already crackling. With that, Li Jiala flashed a grin at him, then stomped his right foot, launching himself towards the device like a cannonball. The earth energy erupted around him, and a gravitational magnetic field radiated from him, pressing two exotic beasts down to the ground. The four figures in black acted simultaneously. Chains, blades, and energy projectiles formed from purple light flew towards Li Jiala from four directions. Su Zhenguo shouted, "Cover the captain." Su Zhenguo faced one directly, the 5 elemental lights on the Xiangu gun lighting up as he thrust forward. The figure in black raised their hand to conjure a purple shield, and the gun's tip collided with the shield, exploding and shattering it. Qin Xuan slashed with his blade, sending a wind blade that forced the opponent back into Bai Wei-Sai's fog area. As Bai Wei withdrew the ice fog, the opponent's vision was obscured, and their purple chains swung empty. Yi Zian unleashed a lightning strike that struck the person in the chest, the arc exploding as the opponent screamed and flew back, slamming against the wall. He excitedly shouted, "Got it!" Before his words faded, an exotic beast lunged at him from the side, its claws less than a foot from his head. Silver Tooth charged from the flank, slamming the beast harshly against the wall. The shadow leopard darted out from the other side, almost simultaneously swatting away another exotic beast that attempted to ambush Yi Zian. Before Yi Zian could express his gratitude, Silver Tooth had already turned and pounced on the next target, the shadow leopard's tail sweeping past his calf, as if to say, "Don't block the way." Under the cover of Su Zhenguo and the others, Li Jiala slashed at the outer shell of the device. The device shook but did not shatter. "This thing has a defensive layer," Li Jiala shouted. The figures in black and the exotic beasts charged at him, and he used the gravitational magnetic field to take down several. But the exotic beasts, as if devoid of pain, continued to surge forward after being knocked down. He had no choice but to. A black-clad figure that Yi Zian had sent flying crawled up from the ground, the wound on its chest healing rapidly in the purple mist, restoring itself in mere seconds. The exotic beasts that had been knocked down also twitched on the ground before standing back up. "Their wounds are healing," Yi Zian exclaimed, eyes wide. "I clearly hit him." Qin Xuan focused on the expanding purple mist emanating from the device. "It's that device." After they absorbed the purple mist, their wounds began to heal. Li Jiala slashed at the black-clad figure charging at him. "We must destroy the device first, otherwise it will all be in vain. Just now I slashed once, and there's a gap in the shell. One more blow will shatter it. You cover me. We'll charge with you." Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the Xiangu gun. Li Jiala glanced at him and smiled. "Then let's go together." Su Zhenguo turned to Xiao Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, coordinate with them." Xiao Xian gave an okay gesture to Su Zhenguo. Li Jiala shouted, "Everyone charge together." The 5 moved simultaneously. Li Jiala surged forward, the earth walls rising to his sides, blocking attacks from both flanks for his teammates. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei moved left and right, their whirlwind and ice fog intertwining into a net that forced all the black-clad figures attempting to intercept them back. Xiao Xian sat atop Silver Tooth, charging at the forefront with the shadow leopard continuously releasing energy projectiles, while Silver Tooth and the shadow leopard crashed through the ranks of exotic beasts. Su Zhenguo followed closely behind, Li Jiala activating his phasing ability when he was 3 steps away from the device. His body turned transparent as he passed through a chain flying at him from a black figure directly appearing in front of the device. He exited phasing and channeled the 5 elemental powers into his gun, thrusting it into the gap that Li Jiala had previously created. With a loud bang, the device exploded. The surrounding figures in black and exotic beasts simultaneously shrieked. Without the device's amplification, the purple light on those exotic beasts rapidly faded, as if their last bit of strength had been drained. One after another they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The energy on the black-clad figures dissipated as well. When they turned to flee, Li Jiala pressed them down to the ground with a gravitational magnetic field. Xiao Xian, along with Silver Tooth and the shadow leopard, guarded the exit, blocking 2 black-clad figures attempting to escape. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei pressed in from the left and right, their wind blades and ice fog sealing off the retreat. Several black-clad figures leaned against the wall, their purple light flickering twice before completely extinguishing. Li Jiala sheathed his battle blade and approached the shattered device, bending down to rummage through the wreckage. Moments later he stood up and inserted the blade back into his waist, saying, "It was this device that caused their mutations." He walked up to the black-clad figure pressed down on the ground. "Tell me, who ordered you to set up this device here?" The person raised their head, their lips twitching, but they had already breathed their last. The internal restraints triggered, clean and decisive. Su Zhenguo did not look at the corpse. His gaze fell upon an object beside the device's wreckage, a copper coin. Dark red. He bent down to pick up the copper coin, turning it over. The back was engraved with the character Pei. Li Jiala walked over and glanced at the copper coin in his hand. "What is this?" Su Zhenguo remained silent, recalling the encounter with a person named Pei and from the original God sect. When they returned to the academy, the sky was already darkening. Yi Zian shouted, "We're back." Xiao Xian disdainfully replied, "Can't you stop shouting all the time?" Li Jiala looked at them and said, "Indeed, we should celebrate our first mission success. You go ahead to the cafeteria and wait for me. Take my card with you. I'll report to Instructor Zhou and join you soon." Yi Zian shyly said as he took the card, "I feel so embarrassed about this." Li Jiala smiled and said, "It's fine, just go." Xiao Xian looked at Yi Zian. You're taking advantage and acting innocent. Yi Zian replied, then you buy your own fruits. Well, I won't buy them for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian got angry and jumped onto Yi Zian's head. I'm going to scratch you. Su Zhenguo and the others exchanged glances and laughed. After all, they had witnessed someone die on their first mission, yet everyone was safe. When they arrived at the cafeteria, as Yi Zian sat down with his tray, he became quiet, as if he had turned into a different person. Qin Chuan glanced at him twice and asked, why aren't you talking? I'm deep in thought. Yi Zian stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. I wonder if we will encounter more troublesome matters next. Qin Chuan didn't respond, but raised his cup and tapped Yi Zian's cup lightly without saying a word. Yi Zian was momentarily stunned, then smiled, and took a big gulp from his cup, almost choking. Bai Wei sat opposite him, picking pieces of meat from her plate to feed Enya. Xiao Xian sat on Enya's head, resting a peach against Enya's ear, and sat cross-legged. Enya's ears twitched, and a low growl emanated from its throat, yet it did not shake off the peach. Bai Wei fed the last piece of meat to Enya, and looked up, meeting Su Zhenguo's gaze. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Bai Wei was the first to look away. Is your injury all right? It's fine, Su Zhenguo replied, lowering his head to eat. How about you? I'm fine too. Xiao Xian, sitting on Enya's head, glanced at Su Zhenguo, and then at Bai Wei, biting into a peach. Why does your conversation sound like exchanging information? Yi Zian almost spat out his soup, quickly lowering his head to pretend to eat. Qin Chuan continued eating, as if Yi Zian leaned over and whispered, why don't you say something? Qin Chuan remained impassive. What should I say? Yi Zian anxiously replied, just say anything, don't leave me hanging alone. Qin Chuan put down his cup and leisurely said, the food is quite delicious. Yi Zian buried his face in his hands. Su Zhenguo looked at the four people at the table, one monkey and two contracted beasts, and suddenly felt that this was quite good. Their first mission, their first sight of death up close, and their first time really trusting their backs to teammates. No one had dropped the ball. Just as he thought to say something, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from the cafeteria entrance. A student rushed in, pale-faced, scanning the room before rushing over to Su Zhenguo's table. Li Shixiang, he suddenly collapsed at the office door. The four stood up almost simultaneously, quickly running out of the cafeteria, with Xiao Xian trailing behind along with two exotic beasts. Upon arriving at the medical room, they saw Li Jiala lying on the treatment bed, the sleeve of his left arm cut open, revealing a patch of purple-black markings on his forearm, spreading from his wrist to the crook of his elbow, as if something was crawling beneath his skin. He lay with his eyes closed, breathing shallowly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Su Zhenguo looked at him anxiously and asked, how is the captain? The ability user responsible for treatment stood by the bed, the healer furrowing his brow. There's an energy within him that is constantly damaging his body. Oh, both medication and abilities seem ineffective. What do you mean? Yi Zian's voice trembled slightly. It means that if we don't handle it quickly, no one will be able to save him. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ashen. At that moment, the principal appeared, having arrived at some point. He walked to the bedside, hovering his hand above Li Jiala's arm, releasing his abilities to envelop his body. After a while, the principal withdrew his hand, his expression unusually grave. While my abilities can suppress it, they cannot. Upon hearing this, despair surged within Yi Zian and the others. Even the principal, a top-tier powerhouse, could not do anything. With a choked voice, he asked, what should we do? The captain can't. The principal straightened up and remained silent for a moment. You all go out, I'll try again. The healer had already exited the room, but Yi Zian and the others still did not move. The principal, slightly irritated, said, if you don't want anything to happen to him, you should listen to me. Yi Zian, Qin Chuan, and Bai Wei exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then left the ward. Su Zhenguo did not go out. He stared at the purple-black markings on Li Jiala's arm. Xiao Xian noticed this, and asked Su Zhenguo, do you think this might be similar to the pollution from the ancient tree? I feel it's the same. Deep within his spatial realm, the two beams of black and white light were gently vibrating, as if they were responding. Principal Su Zhenguo suddenly spoke, let me give it a try. The principal looked at him, are you confident? This is not a child's play. Su Zhenguo recalled the pollution from the ancient tree, which seemed similar to what the captain was experiencing. I've dealt with something similar. The principal was silent for a moment before speaking, try it, you all observe from the side. Su Zhenguo walked to the bedside, hovering his right hand above Li Jiala's arm. He closed his eyes, attempting to summon the black and white light spheres deep within his consciousness, which he had always been unable to mobilize. Only when he sensed the pollution from the ancient tree did they respond. He decided to give it a try this time. He attempted to invoke the two spheres of light, which seemed to sense the pollution in the captain's body, and indeed reacted. White light surged from his palm, enveloping Li Jiala's body. The purple-black markings on his arm began to seep from the surface of the skin, being forced out by the white light. Suddenly, the white light transformed into black light, engulfing the seeping purple-black mist. A few seconds later, the purple-black markings on Li Jiala's arm completely vanished. His tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his breathing returned to normal. Li Jiala opened his eyes in a daze and saw Su Zhenguo and the principal. What am I doing? Su Zhenguo hurriedly said, Captain, you were injured, but thankfully you're fine now. The principal's gaze remained fixed on Su Zhenguo, his brow slightly furrowed, no longer wearing that cheerful expression. He didn't speak, just looked at Su Zhenguo as if confirming something or weighing something. After a long while, he turned and walked. Yi Zian saw the principal coming out and immediately surrounded him. The principal said, it's fine now, I'll go in and take a look. Yi Zian rushed in first and saw Li Jiala leaning against the head of the bed, drinking water. His eyes immediately turned red, and he rushed to the bedside, his voice breaking, Captain, I thought you were going to be gone. Li Jiala nearly choked on the water. I'm not dead, yet don't act like it's a funeral. Xiao Xian immediately chimed in. Exactly your expression, looks like he's already gone. Yi Zian turned around angrily. What? This is a genuine display of emotion. Xiao Xian laughed and said you just pressed on the captain's injured hand. Li Jiala also joked it's funny that I wasn't taken out by the enemy, but rather by you. Yi Zian quickly jumped up repeatedly saying sorry. Qin Chuan and Bai Wei looked at the captain's state and also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Zhenguo relaxed his brow but hadn't had the chance to speak. A hurried voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Su Zhenguo, come find me with Xiao Xian right now. Hurry. Su Zhenguo immediately said to Xiao Xian, let's go, it's time to eat apples. Upon hearing about food, Xiao Xian immediately jumped on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Su Zhenguo pushed open the door to the principal's office and saw the principal already inside. He stood with his back to the door by the window, not turning around, merely raising his hand to gesture for him to enter. A translucent barrier enveloped the entire room. Su Zhenguo immediately felt as though the room had been placed in an isolated space with all external sounds completely silenced. Sit. The principal turned around and sat down behind a desk. He skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. What technique did you use to treat Li Jiala in the medical room just now? Su Zhenguo hesitated for a moment. He planned to speak honestly. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how to explain it. Usually I can't mobilize that kind of ability. Have you used it before? The principal asked. Or have you encountered a similar situation before? I noticed you said, let's give it a try at first, which shows you weren't confident. Su Zhenguo fell silent for a moment and then nodded. I tried it once at Xiao Xian's house before. Today is the second time. I've never had a reaction no matter how I tried before. The principal's hands were clasped with a serious expression, deep in thought. After a long while he finally spoke again. Your ability reminds me of someone. You should know that if this ability is discovered by certain individuals you will be in great danger. The original God cult? Su Zhenguo asked. It's not just the original God cult. The principal stood up. I suspect there are infiltrators from the original God cult within the military district, and they hold significant ranks. When your parents were attacked at the northern border, past the scale of the beast tide far exceeded intelligence estimates. I don't believe it was a coincidence. I've been investigating for a long time, but every time I'm close to grasping a clue it slips through my fingers. As the principal spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him, causing Su Zhenguo to feel like the entire room was being compressed. Xiao Xian also sensed the terrifying energy gripping Su Zhenguo's neck. But one thing is certain, if that infiltrator is still in the military district, what you did in the medical room just now may have already been discovered. Su Zhenguo listened intently, his gaze fixed on the principal. So my parents' deaths were not an accident, someone deliberately sent them to their doom. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, causing them to deform. Xiao Xian was crouched on his shoulder, not uttering a word. Su Zhenguo's chest heaved violently, his voice low, yet trembling with each word. Do you know who it is? The principal remained silent. Su Zhenguo suddenly stood up, his chair sliding back and crashing against the wall with a muffled thud. Do you know who it is? His voice rose sharply, his eyes reddening not from tears, but from anger. Xiao Xian pressed down on his shoulder with a paw, remaining silent. The principal sat back down, watching Su Zhenguo's slightly out-of-control demeanor. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I don't know yet. If I did, I would have resolved it already. He paused. Precisely because I don't know who it is, you need to be more cautious. What you need to do now is to grow stronger. Otherwise, when you find the perpetrator, if you can't defeat them, it will be quite awkward. Su Zhenguo heard this and began to contemplate. He must catch the culprit no matter what. The principal observed that Su Zhenguo had calmed down a bit and continued. So from now on, this ability cannot be revealed in front of anyone, including your most trusted teammates. It's not a matter of distrust, it's that if they learn about it, it could endanger them. If the original God cult cannot deal with you, they will target those around you. You also don't want to see others fall because of you. Su Zhenguo could only nod. I understand. The principal leaned back slightly, his tone relaxing a bit from before. As long as you understand. This matter ends here. If you discover anything, report it to me or to old Gu. Don't think about acting alone. He paused. As for your team's training, it's time to arrange the next step. You have completed your first mission. Next, I will have Zhou Ji prepare a new training plan for you. Understood, principal. I won't act impulsively. The principal nodded. That's good. Let's go get back and rest early. Just as Su Zhenguo stood up to leave, Xiao Xian suddenly poked his head out from his shoulder, pointing at the principal with both paws. Xiao Xian pointed at the principal's nose. I took a bite and almost spat it out. You old rascal, why did you give me rot? Xiao Xian pointed at the principal's nose. I took a bite and almost spat it out. You old rascal, why did you give me rot? The principal's face broke into a smile again. He cleared his throat, suddenly turning serious. Well, those were my prize. I couldn't bear to eat them myself, though I saved them just for you, and you don't appreciate it. Prize collection. Xiao Xian was furious, its fur bristling. They were all rotten and black. How do you call that a prize collection? You're just scamming a monkey. The principal said sternly. Even rotten, they're still apples. Wasting food is shameful. Oh, didn't you eat it? I spat it out. Spitting it out still counts as having eaten it. Xiao Xian was so angry it jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder and scrambled onto the principal's desk, its claws tapping loudly on the surface. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise I'll tell everyone that the principal gives monkeys rotten apples. The principal leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands in a nonchalant manner. Go ahead and post it. It just so happens that the new students have been training too hard lately. I'll let them have a bit of fun. Xiao Xian was shaking with anger, turning to look at Su Zhenguo. Say something. Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian's frustrated expression. Let's go. Next time you want to eat something, just cut it open and check first. The principal shouted from behind. Next time, I'll give you good ones. Really? Xiao Xian jumped back onto Suja's shoulder, turning around to make a face at the principal. I won't believe you again, you've lost this monkey's trust. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiao Xian kept chattering in his ear about the principal's faults. Suja ignored Xiao Xian. To him, today's information was overwhelming. His parents were actually killed by an infiltrator. That old rascal giving me rotten apples last time, and now acting sly. What kind of principal? He's just an old fraud. Suja, are you listening? Suja replied, his voice flat. Xiao Xian seemed to sense his emotions. You're thinking about what the principal just said. Suja stopped in his tracks, his entire being trembling with anger. He said my parents' deaths were not an accident. It was someone who deliberately sent them to their doom. Xiao Xian didn't say anything, just gently touched his head with its small paw. Suja's voice was trembling. No matter who that infiltrator is, I must root them out. But right now it's not enough. The principal couldn't find anything new. I can't. Don't be afraid. Xiao Xian's voice was unusually serious. When we find that infiltrator, if we can't beat them, I'll fight. Suja froze for a moment, then smiled rarely. Then you'd better eat more peaches to build up your strength. No need for you to remind me. I'm already stocking up. Oh, I took 3 from the cafeteria today. You stole them, didn't you? I just took them conveniently. How is that stealing? Xiao Xian argued justifiably, then tilted its head and nudged Suja's cheek. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. Suja pushed open the door to the dormitory, and Yi Zian looked at him with a face of existential despair. Did you know? We're going to have special training again. The next morning, the elite team gathered at the training ground. Zhouji looked at them and said, everyone is here, let's go. Aren't we training here? Yi Zian asked. You'll know when we get there. The others were a bit confused, but still followed Zhouji. Did not take them to the usual training hall, but led them through several corridors, arriving at a low, old building at the deepest part of the academy. A few elderly men stood at the entrance of the building. Some leaned on canes, some had empty sleeves, and some bore old scars. Zhouji approached them, putting away his usual serious expression, slightly bowing, and his tone was much more polite than, esteemed elders, these are the promising talents I mentioned to you. I hope you can take some time to guide them. The one-armed elder leaning on his cane glanced at the 4 and snorted. Zhouji, every time you come to us there's trouble. You old geezers are never left alone by you. What kind of trouble did you bring this time? Zhouji quickly smiled and said, I know it's a bother, but I also brought some good wine this time. After finishing his sentence, Zhouji immediately took out several bottles of wine and opened the caps. The one-armed elder sniffed. Now that's more like it. If you brought fake wine like that, Kidley, I definitely wouldn't let you off. Zhouji quickly waved his hands. How could I do that? Am I that kind of person? Yi Zian leaned over to Suja's ear and whispered, who is this old man daring to call instructor Zhou kid? It was no use whispering any lower. The one-armed elder had sharp ears, and his gaze was already fixed on Yi Zian. Do you think I'm old and useless? Yi Zian hurriedly waved his hands. No, esteemed elder, you're still in your prime. Before he could finish, the one-armed elder had already moved. His body swayed and was so fast that Yi Zian didn't even see clearly. In the next second, the cane had already struck his knee. Yi Zian's leg buckled, and he knelt on one knee. The lightning he had gathered dissipated before it could explode. In your prime. Flattering me in all the wrong ways. The one-armed elder retracted his cane. Kid, I heard come let me see your strength. The training has already begun. Oh, what are you waiting for? Should I tell you to get ready? Yi Zian gritted his teeth and regathered the lightning. Don't say I don't respect my elders. Them coming. This time he initiated the attack, first speeding up with lightning flash and darting to the side to strike down. The one-armed elder struck back with his cane, accurately hitting Yi Zian's wrist. The lightning blade flew out of his hand and clattered to the ground. You've got speed, but not enough force. Lightning system bursts aren't solely reliant on abilities. You need to compress the lightning to its extreme and then release it instantaneously. Your lightning looks impressive, but when it hits the enemy, it's about as effective as static electricity. No need to watch. It's your turn now, said one of the limping elders. Qinchuan nodded and said, I'll take my turn. He unleashed several wind blades. The limping elder shattered the wind blades with his bare hands, shaking his head as he did. So the wind system emphasizes area and strangulation. Your wind blades are too singular. Are you afraid I can't dodge, or worried that I'm old and my eyesight is poor? Qinchuan gritted his teeth, adjusting his angle, and swung out several more wind blades. The limping elder sidestepped to avoid them, nodding. This strike has some merit. The energy of the wind blades has increased, and the strangulation is present. Girl, let's practice a bit, an old woman said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei gently nodded and said to the old woman, esteemed elder, please guide me. She first summoned ice mist, intending to control the elder's movement. But before the white mist could spread, the old woman countered with water, extinguishing the mist before it even formed. The old woman looked at her voice hoarse. But gentle child, what is the water system? It encompasses all. Oh, don't just rely on such singular methods. Bai Wei nodded, regathering the ice mist. This time she compressed the mist into a tightly packed small ball inside, which contained ice bullets. The old woman raised her hand to disperse the mist, but the ice bullets attacked her heat. Not bad, you're learning quickly. Only Su Zhenguo was still standing. His opponent was an old man with a scarred face who had remained silent since the beginning. Once the other 3 were down, he slowly approached, rolling his wrists. Come. Su Zhenguo did not test the waters. Gripping the Xiangu spear tightly, he pushed off the ground his entire body, leaving a residual shadow as he charged forward. The lightning erupted from the spear tip, stabbing towards the chest of the one-armed elder. The scarred elder raised his cane, and the spear tip collided with the shaft arcs of electricity, scattering everywhere. Su Zhenguo used the recoil to move laterally, sweeping the spear horizontally, flames exploding from the spear tip, wrapped in a heat wave as it slashed toward the elder's side. The scarred elder sidestepped to avoid the flames which grazed his clothing. Just as he was about to counterattack, Su Zhenguo's spear tip had already touched the ground, and earth-based abilities surged into the ground. 3 rock spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the elder's feet. The elder stepped on the stone spikes, shattering them into pieces, and before the debris could land, Su Zhenguo had already phased behind him. The moment he exited the phasing, a water blade coalesced at the spear tip, slashing downward. The elder turned around and struck the spear shaft with his palm, sending water splashing everywhere. His palm felt slightly numb, and Su Zhenguo's spear tip advanced another half-inch. The elder looked down at the wet mark that the water blade had left on his sleeve, and then raised his head to look at Su Zhenguo. What's up with? He switches between several attributes without even needing to catch his breath. Zhou Ji stood by, his lips twitching. He was already able to fuse 2 attributes upon enrollment. Then how am I supposed to teach him? The scarred elder shouted at Zhou Ji. This kid's strikes already have the rudiments of combat techniques. His attribute switching is as smooth as breathing. Did you bring someone like this to me to teach him, or to let him teach me? Zhou Ji, being scolded, touched his nose, not daring to. The other elders laughed. The limping elder approached, glanced at Su Zhenguo, then at Zhou Ji. You were indeed far behind this. I remember the first time you sparred under Old Scar, you got knocked down in one move. Esteemed elder, that was 20 years ago. Wasn't that still your business 20 years ago? The scarred elder shot him a glare. You're an instructor now, and you still have to stand here and listen to us teach. Zhou Ji sighed helplessly and turned to look at Su Zhenguo and the others. These esteemed elders were all my instructors back in the day. Yi Zian got up from the ground, rubbing his knee. Instructor Zhou's instructors? What kind of lineage does that make them? Lineage isn't important. What's important is that they are willing to teach you. Zhou Ji said seriously. Take out the body refining potions I gave you before. The 4 of them took out their potions. Yi Zian opened the bottle cap and sniffed, frowning. Why does this smell similar to the cold medicine I drank last time? You've had cold medicine? Qin Chuan asked. No, but I feel like that's what it smells like. The one-armed elder slapped him on the back of the head. Less talk, drink it. Yi Zian tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Moments later, Qin Chuan and Bai Wei reacted first. Qin Chuan's wind blades erupted uncontrollably around him, while Bai Wei was surrounded by white mist and water bullets flying everywhere. Seeing this, Zhou Ji told them, under normal circumstances you all need to adjust quickly. The 2 of them sat cross-legged to regulate their internal abilities. After Su Zhenguo finished drinking, he looked down at himself, feeling nothing at all, as if he had just drunk water. But Yi Zian was acting strangely. A terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted violently from him, with blue and white arcs shooting up into the sky, instantly darkening the skies above the training ground. A bolt of lightning struck down, crashing into the ground beside him. Following that, a second and third bolt followed as the lightning gushed out of him like it was free, turning the entire training ground into chaos with flying debris. The elders all surrounded him. Zhou Ji's expression also changed. Yi Zian's fury continued unabated. The one-armed elder, witnessing this, reached out to check Yi Zian's pulse. As his fingers barely touched Yi Zian's wrist, a bolt of electricity shot out, repelling his hand. This thunder is unusual. The one-armed elder turned to Zhou Ji, asking, what did you give him to drink? Zhou Ji was also taken aback. It's just the standard body-refining potion extracted from a thunder-type beast. But thunder-type beasts are inherently rare, and this batch of potions was stored for quite some time. Xiao Xian interjected. How long is quite some time? You didn't give him something spoiled, did you? Zhou Ji's face darkened. The potions are sealed. They wouldn't spoil no matter how long they are kept. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Xian swayed his tail leisurely. Last time the dean gave me an apple, he said it was good, but it turned out to be a disaster. The one-armed elder glanced at Xiao Xian, then at Zhou Ji, the corner of his mouth twitching. Your academy is now challenging instructors with monkeys. I'm a celestial monkey, Xiao Xian corrected. The one-armed elder urgently stated, if this continues his meridians won't hold. Come help. Zhou Ji had already crouched down on the other side of Yi Zian, pressing his palm on his shoulder, slowly channeling his powers. The one-armed elder also made his move as 2 streams of potent energy converged within Yi Zian. The chaotic arcs of electricity surrounding Yi Zian gradually subsided, stabilizing slowly. Xiao Xian, with his little paw scratching his chin, observed the crackling lightning still sparking around Yi Zian. He won't blow himself up in a fight, will he? Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian and said, then we should keep our distance from him in the future. Xiao Xian nodded solemnly. After about 20 minutes, Qin Chuan and Bai Wei seemed to have adjusted and stood up. Qin Chuan looked at Yi Zian, who was still crackling with electricity, and turned to Bai Wei. What did you feel when you took the potion? Bai Wei thought for a moment. I felt an additional surge of energy within me, uncontrollably radiating outward. What about you? I felt the same. Qin Chuan formed a blade of wind in his hand. It seems like my powers have increased. Bai Wei also conjured a mist of ice in her palm, with several ice bullets wrapped within the fog. She tried to flick one out. The ice bullet struck the target in the corner of the training ground, instantly freezing it into a lump. Qin Chuan looked at the ice lump. You're much tougher than before. You're not bad either, Bai Wei replied. At that moment, the lightning surrounding Yi Zian finally dissipated. He opened his eyes and noticed everyone was staring at him. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare like that, do you? Hee, you nearly blew yourself up with your own handsomeness. Xiao Xian said disdainfully. You just can't stand seeing me looking good. Zhou Ji looked at him. How do you feel now? Yi Zian stretched out his hand and wiggled his fingers a bit numb. What else? It feels like something is pushing outward. He attempted to conjure a bolt of lightning. A blue-white arc exploded from his palm, forming a solid lightning pillar that slammed into the target in the corner of the train. The target shattered into pieces in an instant. The training ground fell silent for several seconds. Qin Xuan was the first to speak. You called that just a little numb. The target shattered into pieces in an instant. The training ground fell silent for several seconds. Qin Xuan was the first to speak. You called that just... Bai Wei looked at him. It seems you've gained the most. Yi Zian stared at his palm, then raised his head, the expression on his face shifting from confusion to ecstatic joy. Haha. I've become stronger. Mutation Thunder Type S class. The one-armed elder stood up with his cane, looking at Yi Zian. You have indeed grown stronger, but you can't control this power. I worry you might not fully harness it, and end up blowing yourself up. Xiao Xian laughed, and said I really called it. Yi Zian, in battle you can launch yourself at the enemy and self-destruct. Yi Zian, unusually silent, swallowed hard, and asked what should I do? Follow me, and train properly. The one-armed elder looked at him, his tone unusually serious. I will teach you how to control your thunder abilities. Are you willing to train with me? Yi Zian beamed with happiness. I couldn't ask for more, senior. The one-armed elder waved his hand. Don't be too happy too soon. My training isn't something everyone can handle. If you can't take it, you can leave. Yi Zian patted his chest. Senior, don't worry, I'll never leave. The scar-faced elder suddenly turned his head, his gaze landed. He had been quiet until now, but stared at Su Zhenguo for a while before speaking. Kid, come here. Su Zhenguo walked over. The scar-faced elder placed his hand on his shoulder, a stream of powerful energy probing into his body. After a moment, the elder withdrew his hand, his gaze toward Su Zhenguo, now more scrutinizing. Your individual attribute strength isn't as strong as those S-class. Su Zhenguo nodded, aware of this fact. But when you fuse 2 or 3 types of attributes, your power is no less than A-class. Furthermore, the fusion happens extremely naturally, without any need for adjustment, as effortless as breathing. You can also combine multiple attributes to create variations. The scar-faced elder turned to Zhou Ji. I can't teach him in this situation. It's not that I don't want to, but I've never encountered it before. With 5 types of attributes, how to practice combat skills, and what path to take in the future, I can't decide for him. Have you seen such a situation before? Zhou Ji replied from the side, I've never seen it either. His path is indeed different. So what should we do? Yi Zian interjected. All 3 of us have seniors guiding us. Oh, what about Su Zhenguo? It's not that he doesn't have anyone. The scar-faced elder looked at Su Zhenguo. It's just not easy to define. His attribute fusion has already taken shape, and he has the rudiments of combat skills. What he lacks isn't basic training, but rather higher-level knowledge. This is something I'm unfamiliar with, so I can't teach it recklessly. Zhou Ji thought for a moment, and turned to Su Zhenguo. In your case, did Gu Lao ever mention anything during his guidance? Before Su Zhenguo could respond, Xiao Xian spoke first. He just beats people and hits super hard. Zhou Ji chuckled. That's for your old General Gu mentioned during his guidance that I should switch attributes freely and not overthink before acting. Su Zhenguo replied. Zhou Ji nodded. While the dean is still in the academy, I'll take you to ask him. Su Zhenguo nodded. At that moment, Qin Xuan approached the limping elder and called out, Senior. The limping elder glanced at him and smiled. Your fundamentals are good, but you're too rigid. Follow me, and I'll help you unleash your potential. Qin Xuan nodded, but maintained his aloof persona. Bai Wei walked up to the elderly woman, who gently brushed aside the stray hair from her ear. Her tone, very warm. Child, the variations of water attributes are endless. You have the best water talent I've ever seen. Follow me, and I'll teach you more. Bai Wei rarely showed a smile. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Ji stood by watching the elders take their disciples, smiling as he said to them, these seniors never easily take on Old General Gu wanted them to take on a new student back then, and it took them nearly half a month to agree. You 4 should cherish this opportunity. Su Zhenguo felt genuinely happy seeing that everyone had guidance. He put away his Xiangu gun. You all go practice first. When Xiao Xian heard that he was going to find the dean, he instantly blew up. Zhou Ji led Su Zhenguo to find the dean. All the while Xiao Xian was grumbling. Zhou Ji asked what's wrong with him. Su Zhenguo chuckled. Last time the dean gave him 2 rotten apples. Zhou Ji's lips twitched. That does sound like something he would do. Zhou Ji brought Su Zhenguo to the door of the dean's office, which was slightly ajar, and a rustling sound came from within. He knocked on the door, and suddenly there was a moment of silence inside, followed by the dean's somewhat flustered voice. Wait a moment. Don't come in yet. After a moment the door opened. Zhou Ji saw several delivery boxes inside, one of which had not yet been closed, revealing the packaging of 2 bottles of wine. Bought wine again? What do you mean again? The dean said sternly. This is compensation sent to me by the seller of the fake, 10 times the value for a fake. Xiao Xian lowered his head and whispered to Su Zhenguo, this old man must be up to no. The dean coughed lightly, pretending not to hear, turned around, returned to his desk, and casually kicked the delivery box to the corner. What are you 2 here for? Wasn't it said not to disturb me recently because I'm busy? Zhou Ji briefly explained Su Zhenguo's situation. Several seniors had each taken on apprentices, but Su Zhenguo's situation was unique, and they didn't know how to guide him. After listening, the dean leaned back in his chair, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment of thought spoke. I have indeed never seen a situation like yours. Dual attributes are very rare. Usually it's just a mutation of one's own attribute. Having 5 attributes that can freely merge within one body is quite a challenge for me. The dean opened the drawer, not knowing what he was looking for. Strange, I remember it being here. He rummaged through several drawers. Found it. He took out an ancient bronze token and pushed it in front of Su Zhenguo. Take this to the library and give it to the admin. The deepest rows of bookshelves are usually not open to students containing cultivation insights left by previous seniors. The lowest level is B rank and the highest can even be A or S rank. You can read as much as you can and maybe you'll find something useful. Xiao Xian peeked at the token library. Is there food? The dean looked at Xiao Xian with a smile. You little monkey, all you think about is eating. Dean, I'll go check the library now and won't disturb. After saying that, he and Xiao Xian left, and Xiao Xian kept muttering, old man, you still owe me peaches. Su Zhenguo hurried his pace, afraid Xiao Xian would start arguing with the dean again. He entered the library, passing through the public reading area. An elderly administrator wearing reading glasses was sitting at a table sipping tea. Su Zhenguo placed the token on the table. Hello, sir, the dean asked me to bring this. The elderly administrator lifted his eyelids to glance at the token and took off his reading glasses. He picked up the token and examined it carefully several times, then looked up and scrutinized Su Zhenguo, his gaze sweeping from his face to Xiao Xian on his shoulder. This token hasn't been used for many years. Are you specially approved by the dean? The administrator returned the token to Su Zhenguo. Keep this token safe and head to the special collection area. There's a barrier there, and with the token it's all fine. Thank you, I understand. Su Zhenguo walked into the special collection room, and indeed an invisible barrier opened up. Xiao Xian jumped onto the bookshelf, rummaging around. Su Zhenguo flipped through the shelves row by row. Thunder-type combat techniques, fire-type explosive training, water-type transformation principles, wind-type strangling techniques, earth-type defensive essentials. Each book's cover was labeled with attribute categories and levels: B level, A level, and even several S level. He pulled out one labeled multiple attributes and flipped through a few pages, discovering it discussed the basic theory of dual attribute synergy. He continued to flip through several books, all focused on single attributes with occasional mentions of mutated attributes. At most there were dual attribute synergies, and they were all basic theories. These are of no use to me. Su Zhenguo closed. These books aren't very helpful for me. Xiao Xian jumped down from the top of the bookshelf, landing on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. You don't have to learn these combat techniques, do you? Aren't you able to merge natural energy? What are you afraid of? Natural energy is an enhancement. Su Zhenguo continued to look at the books on the shelf. Combat techniques double the power after the enhancement. Merging with combat techniques would make the power even greater. He continued deeper into the room. The shelves grew older the further, and he went some covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for a long time. He crouched down to search the bottom row, his fingers brushing over the spines of the books, suddenly stopping at an old tome with a nearly worn-out cover. The tome had presumably been there for a long time. The pages were yellowed and brittle with no attribute or level markings on the cover, just a few words written: ability training method. Su Zhenguo curiously opened the first page. Instead of any cultivation methods for attributes, it discussed the essence of abilities, how to compress an ability to its utmost, producing pinpoint lethality, how to extend the duration of an ability's output. It is not a fixed technique of combat skills, but rather how to adjust the form of one's abilities according to the needs of how to simultaneously invoke multiple attributes in battle without causing one's mental strength to collapse. The entire book does not teach any specific combat techniques, nor does it indicate any attributes or levels. Su Zhenguo flipped through the pages and found that the content aligned closely with what he had discovered during practical combat. He felt that what was written here was exactly what he needed. Xiao Xian, Su Zhenguo turned to the last page of the book. This is the one. Xiao Xian leaned over from his shoulder, looking at the yellowed and worn-out book. He glanced at Su Zhenguo's expression, which was one of confusion. Are you sure? This book looks terribly worn, worse than the apple given by the dean. The apple is rotten, but the book is just old. Su Zhenguo closed the booklet and said, it's not the same. He took the old booklet and walked out of the special collection room, placing it on the administrator's desk. The administrator was drinking tea and glanced down at the tattered old booklet, nearly choking on his tea. He took off his reading glasses, picked up the booklet, and flipped through a couple of pages, his frown deepening. Why did you take this one? The administrator looked up at Su Zhenguo. This book has been here for many years and others have flipped through it before, but they felt that the contents were too fantastical and outlandish. It does not discuss attributes, levels, or combat techniques. It focuses entirely on the underlying logic of superpowers. Some have practiced it only to find it completely unfathomable, preferring to diligently practice single attribute combat techniques instead. Are you sure you want to take this one? Su Zhenguo nodded, saying, I believe this suits me. The administrator stared at him for several seconds before closing the old booklet and sliding it back towards him. As you wish. After all, with the token given by the dean, you can take whatever you want. However, don't say I didn't warn you. Many people just glanced at the contents of this book and returned it. It's fine if I don't gain anything, you'll just take another one to practice with. Su Zhenguo continued to smile. The old administrator shook his head helplessly. Young people are still so persistent. Su Zhenguo tucked the old booklet into his bosom and first went to the dean's office. The dean was busy stuffing a delivery box into the cabinet. Upon seeing him return, his hand momentarily paused as he asked, what now? Su Zhenguo tucked the old booklet into his bosom and first went to the dean's office. The dean was busy stuffing a delivery box into the cabinet. Upon seeing him return, his hand momentarily paused. Su Zhenguo handed over the old booklet. The dean took it, flipped through a couple of pages, raised an eyebrow slightly, and then returned the booklet to Su Zhenguo, saying, this book has been around for many years. Others have flipped through it too, and they all found it too vague. If you think it's suitable, take it to practice, just don't blow up the training room. He continued, train well, as you'll have to shoulder more responsibilities soon. Understood, dean. I'm off to train now. After saying this, Su Zhenguo walked out. Xiao Xian turned back and shouted to the dean, "Old man, you still owe me peaches." Su Zhenguo quickly covered Xiao Xian's mouth and smiled, saying, "Dean, don't argue with Xiao Xian." The dean chuckled and replied, go on, how could I argue with a monkey?" Su Zhenguo quickened his pace to the training room. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder and went to the resting chair in the corner. He somehow produced a bunch of grapes and started munching on them. Su Zhenguo sat cross-legged and opened the first page of the old booklet. Ability compression. Compressing the ability to its utmost limit before releasing it. The power can double, but it requires extremely high tolerance from the meridians. The principle is not complicated, it's about reducing the volume of an ability to the minimum, maximizing its density, and then allowing it to explode at the moment of release. He attempted to mobilize his lightning ability, condensing a blue-white lightning sphere in his palm. He controlled the lightning sphere to slowly shrink, compressing it from the size of a basketball to that of a fist. The process of compression was not difficult, the challenge was in stabilization. The lightning sphere compressed to its limit trembled violently in his palm, with fine arcs of electricity constantly bursting from its edges. He aimed at the alloy target in the corner of the training field and threw the lightning sphere. The moment the sphere left his hand, it exploded with blue-white arcs of electricity splattering everywhere, leaving only scorched marks on the target. The target was not destroyed, the energy dissipated quickly. "It spread a bit too fast," Su Zhenguo said, glancing at his palm. The compression was successful, but he couldn't control it during the release. Once the energy was released, it exploded in all directions, with less than half actually hitting the target. Xiao Xian, sitting in a chair and watching Su Zhenguo's performance, remarked, "Your energy is too scattered, it would be better to use a wide area skill." "I know, I'm just practicing," Su Zhenguo replied, trying several more times. Fire, water, wind, earth. Each type faced the same issue when compressed individually. He could stabilize it during compression, but it scattered as soon as he released it. He paused, adjusted his breathing, and suddenly recalled Xiao Xian's energy bullets. Whenever Xiao Xian launched one, it accurately struck the target without dispersing. He turned to Xiao Xian, asking, "How do you control your natural energy bullets to prevent them from scattering?" Xiao Xian looked at him in confusion, replying, "You just compress the energy and launch it, that's all." "That's it." "Yep. Compress, then launch. It's very simple." After saying that, Xiao Xian immediately fired an energy bullet, creating a hole in the target in the training room. "See, it's very simple, right? What I mean is, how do you actually do it?" Xiao Xian scratched his chin. "Well, like this, inhale, and then let it out with a sound. Just like that, it's very simple." Su Zhenguo fell silent for a moment, wiping his face with his hand. How could he ask Xiao Xian for advice? Xiao Xian added, "You don't have to stick to single attributes, do you? Don't you usually fight by combining abilities?" Su Zhenguo looked up at Xiao Xian, his face lighting up with surprise. "Right? How did I not think of it? You don't necessarily have to compress a single attribute." He stood up, opening his right hand. He simultaneously mobilized the wind and lightning abilities, intertwining them in his palm into a blue-green wind thunder blade. Then based on that, he compressed it further, pushing the already fused abilities to their utmost limit. The wind thunder blade, initially the size of a basketball, rapidly shrank to the size of a fist in his palm. The compressed, fused energy trembled violently, with fine arcs of electricity and wind blades constantly bursting from its edges. Gritting his teeth, he focused all his mental energy to stabilize the light sphere in his palm, aimed it at the alloy target, and launched it. The moment it struck the alloy target, it exploded into a massive energy sphere, causing the protective barrier on the wall to flicker violently. When the white light faded, the target had vanished, leaving a smoking, scorched pit on the ground. Su Zhenguo was panting. This strike had consumed nearly half of his abilities. Xiao Xian jumped down from his chair and walked over to the smoking pit, glancing at Su Zhenguo. He poked the still hot ground with his claw, then withdrew and blew on it. "Your attack this time is different from before." "Different," Su Zhenguo replied, catching his breath. Fusing the 5 elements means intertwining different attributes to produce a new attribute change. For example, ice or magma. What I just did was not a new attribute. Then what was it? It was purely fused, treating the fused ability as a cannonball, compressing it to the limit before firing it out. Xiao Xian continued, "It looks like you're consuming a lot." "Yes. I'm not familiar with it, yet once I get the hang of it, it should be much better. The energy consumption isn't so high, the main issue is controlling the mental energy during compression." Xiao Xian continued to look puzzled, saying, "Mental energy. I can summon my ability bullets effortlessly, whatever quantity I need." Su Zhenguo was too lazy to continue discussing with Xiao Xian. This celestial monkey was inherently absurd. He continued to examine the old booklet. Ability compression was just the first chapter. The following sections included how to control compressed energy, extend sustained output techniques, and deeper transformations of abilities. For now, he needed to learn how to control compressed abilities without such high consumption. He aimed for a small breakthrough before Xiao Xian darted back to his chair and pulled out a grape. "Next time you practice, let me know in advance so I can find some cover, so I don't get accidentally hurt." Su Zhenguo closed the old booklet and tucked it into his pocket, standing up to stretch his still numb fingers. He walked in front of Xiao Xian and took the grape from its claw, popping it into his mouth. "Next time you can be the target." Xiao Xian looked at its empty claw, stunned for a moment, then exploded with anger. That was the last one. Su Zhenguo had already reached the door, turning back to wave at it. "I'm leaving. Let's go to the cafeteria, I'll buy you peaches to eat." Xiao Xian hopped onto his head. "That's more like it, otherwise I won't guide you next time." Su Zhenguo turned to look at it in disbelief. "What have you guided me on?" If it weren't for me teaching you, would you have learned to compress abilities so quickly? If I hadn't told you how to release my energy bullet, you'd still be trying out your abilities one by one. Su Zhenguo chuckled, deciding to concede. All right, it's your credit. They'll let you eat a few more peaches. Xian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Then I want 5. All right. And 2 bunches of grapes. Fine. Through 2 weeks of training, Su Zhenguo has significantly reduced the energy consumption from compression and fusion, and his strike speed has increased by nearly a second compared to before. He attempted to use the Xuangu gun to consecutively slash energy projectiles of different attributes, followed by a few shots of fusion attribute. Each energy projectile accurately hit the target, creating explosions, and the energy did not dissipate along the way. Xian remarked, your control is much more precise now. It's better than before. Su Zhenguo stood up and put away the Xuangu gun. It's time to see how they are training. Every night, I hear Yixian wailing in the dormitory, complaining about being tormented. I want to see how he's actually doing. Xian immediately jumped from the chair to his shoulder. Let's see him being tormented. Su Zhenguo walked towards the area where the seniors were. Before reaching the door, he heard the booming voice of the one-armed elder from inside. That's too big. Are you trying to strike down a cow or a mosquito with that thunder? Reel it in. Make it the thickness of chopsticks. Su Zhenguo pushed the door open and saw Yixian with his right hand raised. A blue-white thunderbolt as thick as an arm exploded from his palm, crashing into the distant target, shattering it into pieces. The one-armed elder leaned on his cane standing beside him and struck his head with the cane. I told you to hit the target center, not to blow it to smithereens. Try again. This time, make it thinner. Aim for the red center of the new target. Got it, but can you not hit my head? My hairstyle is ruined, Yixian complained, holding his head. He once again concentrated his lightning abilities, and a lightning thread as thick as chopsticks shot from his fingertips, accurately piercing the target center. The one-armed elder leaned in for a look and nodded. That's more like it. Remember, powers should be explosive and single strikes must penetrate. Do it 10 more times. Yixian caught a glimpse of Su Zhenguo at the door, almost causing his lightning to go awry. The one-armed elder swung his cane again. What are you looking at? Can't you focus when your teammate arrives? Senior, I already said not to hit my head. Su Zhenguo silently took half a step back, deciding to check on Qin instead. The training ground for Qin was much quieter. The lame elder sat in a chair holding a teacup, squinting as he watched Qin wielding a sword in the center of the field. With a swing of his sword, 5 wind blades sliced through the air from different angles simultaneously. The 3 blades from the front struck directly at the target, while the 2 from the side wrapped around to the back. The lame elder sipped his tea and spoke slowly. The 3 frontal strikes are a decoy. The 2 from the side are the real killing moves. Your thinking is correct, but the 3 frontal strikes are too fake. It's obvious you held back. You need to achieve an all-encompassing slaughter. Do it again. Put in your full effort up front. Qin nodded and concentrated his abilities again to slash. This time the speed and power of the 3 frontal strikes were clearly enhanced. The lame elder set down his teacup. This strike has some substance. Maintain this state and practice a few more sets. Su Zhenguo did not disturb Qin and turned to Bai Wei. The old woman said gently, girl, make the flow rate of the water prison a bit faster. The shorter the reaction time for him, the better. Don't just shoot the ice projectiles at the front, aim for the sides, overhead, and beneath. Strike wherever there are openings. The core of water manipulation isn't the number of techniques, but your ability to seal off several directions simultaneously within the same second. Su Zhenguo saw Bai Wei manipulating 3 forms simultaneously in the center of the field. The icy mist sealed off the imagined enemy's frontal vision, while 3 ice projectiles shot in from the sides and above. Underfoot, a thin layer of ice was quietly spreading towards the opponent's feet, prepared to freeze their movement. The old woman continued, not bad. You can release the water prison the moment the ice projectiles are launched. Just as the enemy dodges the ice projectiles, they will be trapped by the water prison beneath them. Bai Wei nodded, reconcentrating the icy mist, launching the ice projectiles and water prison almost simultaneously. The old woman rarely showed a satisfied smile and looked up to see Su Zhenguo standing at the door. Su Zhenguo politely nodded. Bai Wei also saw him and gave a slight nod before continuing her training. Su Zhenguo said to Xian, everyone, the 3 of them seem to have all made significant progress. If I don't improve, I will be left behind. Xian said proudly, you have me here, what is there to fear? That's true. Su Zhenguo smiled, we need to keep pushing ourselves. After the 3 finished their training, they gathered in the rest area. Yixian was slumped over the table, his hair standing up higher than usual, looking as if he had been struck by lightning. Xian jumped onto his head, pointing at his hair with his paw. Your hairstyle is quite unique. Yixian lifted his, don't mention it, every time I lose control, I get hit on the head. Count how many bumps I have on my head. Xian counted, then he was still somewhat lenient. Can you control your powers properly now? Qin asked from the side. Much better. It was tough, but the progress is real. He turned to Qin, what about you? What flaws did the lame elder point out for you today? The 3 frontal strikes weren't convincing, Qin replied. He said my frontal attacks were too fake, and that I must achieve an all-around assault. Bai Wei chimed in, my master today asked me to launch the water prison and ice projectiles simultaneously. It took me several tries to succeed. Yixian lamented, how come none of you got hit? I'm the only one suffering. Xian added insult to injury, it proves you look ugly and are annoying. You little monkey. After that, Yixian and Xian started playfully fighting again. At that moment, the one-armed elder walked into the rest area, followed by the lame elder and the old woman. The one-armed elder looked at them and surprisingly did not yell, "These little guys indeed have some potential. They are good seeds that need further refinement, and they will surely achieve great things in the future." He glanced at Su Zhenguo. "What about you? Have you found a method that suits you?" "Yes, I've been working hard on my training," Su Zhenguo replied. The one-armed elder nodded and was about to say something when the door to the training ground was suddenly pushed open from the Gu Yushan strode in, seemingly releasing his powers, causing the floor to vibrate. Then he scanned them with his eyes, his expression like that of a creditor demanding payment, filled with anger. Xiao Xian felt the intense gaze and instantly jumped back on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. "The old man seems off. Who provoked him?" "I don't know." Su Zhenguo felt a bit nervous. "It shouldn't be us." The one-armed elder looked at Gu Yushan's expression and chuckled. "Old Gu, who has offended you this time?" "It's that Li guy." Gu Yushan gritted his teeth. "I heard a few little guys are training with you. How's it going?" The old woman replied, "They're doing quite well. They are indeed good seeds." Oh, so impressive." Gu Yushan's expression instantly turned sly as he looked towards Su Zhenguo and the others. "Then it's perfect. Let me test your results." Yi Zian watched Gu Yushan's expression and swallowed hard, quietly asking Su Zhenguo, "What is going on?" Xiao Xian popped its head out from behind Su Zhenguo's neck, shouting at Gu Yushan, "Old man, are you going to beat someone again?" Gu Yushan looked at Xiao Xian with an extremely dangerous glare. Xiao Xian immediately shrank back behind Su Zhenguo's neck, leaving only half of its tail shaking outside. Gu Yushan continued to stare at them, his gloomy expression suddenly transforming into a cunning smile. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground. Yi Zian saw not only Gu Yushan, but also Zhou Ji and several seniors. Gu Yushan stood in the center of the field, smiling brightly and waving to welcome them. He leaned close to Su Zhenguo's ear and asked, "What does he really want to do? Didn't they say yesterday would be an assessment? Why are the seniors here to observe today?" Su Zhenguo glanced at the one-armed old man, the lame old man, the elderly woman, and Zhou Ji, who stood in the corner with his arms crossed. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a regular assessment." Xiao Xian shrank behind Su Zhenguo's neck, daring only to peek. Yi Zian looked at the way he was acting, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Aren't you fearless usually? Why are you scared today?" Xiao Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zian with a disdainful gaze. "You all better pray that this old man doesn't go all out. The last time I saw that expression on him, he knocked someone out with one strike." Su Zhenguo nodded beside them. "That's true." Yi Zian's face paled. Qin Chuan asked, "Is there really no resistance?" "Exactly," Su Zhenguo replied. "When Gu Grandpa gets serious, it's like this." Bai Wei looked at Xiao Xian and said, "What should we do today?" Xiao Xian spread his claws. "Hold on. Hold out until he's satisfied." Gu Yushan still had a bright smile as he watched them. "No need to be nervous. You four should go all out together. Remember to use your full strength, and let me see what you've learned." Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian exchanged glances. Gu Grandpa were coming in. Both the man and the monkey moved almost simultaneously. Su Zhenguo pushed off the ground, his abilities erupting, leaving a residual shadow as he charged straight at Gu Yushan. The compressed light beam from the Xiangu gun was unleashed, directly surpassing the probing and launching a killing move. Xiao Xian leaped from his shoulder, forming an energy bomb in his claws and throwing it at Gu Yushan from the side. One shot, one bomb, one frontal, and one lateral arriving almost simultaneously. Gu Yushan's lips curled slightly. There's progress. He swept his military knife, dispersing Xiao Xian's energy bomb and sidestepping the compressed light beam. The light beam grazed his clothing, crashing into the training ground wall, causing the protective barrier to tremble visibly. He swung his knife back at Su Zhenguo with earth-type radiance exploding at the blade's edge. Su Zhenguo blocked with his horizontal gun, but the impact sent him sliding back several steps. He used the gun's tail to stabilize himself and pushed off again to charge back. This time the tip of the gun had compressed abilities gathering, and the speed of the attack was faster than before. Just as he was about to get close, he first shifted to the side. Xiao Xian flipped in the air, launching two energy bombs toward Gu Yushan's back of the head, one after the other. Gu Yushan observed the dual assault coming his way, his lips curling. Interesting, but still far from enough. He swung his military knife, shattering the two energy bombs thrown by Xiao Xian. Before the shattered light dissipated, he raised his left hand, summoning several pieces of shattered earth above Xiao Xian, which came crashing down. Xiao Xian was forced to tumble backwards several times before he could steady himself. Gu Yushan had already flashed to his front, slapping him away. The compressed light beam at the tip of Su Zhenguo's gun stabbed toward Gu Yushan's back. Gu Yushan stomped his right foot, and the ground beneath Su Zhenguo suddenly cracked open, a dirt prison rising from all sides, trapping him in place. Su Zhenguo's gun tip hit the inner wall of the dirt prison. Gu Yushan turned around, sweeping his knife horizontally, sending both Su Zhenguo and the prison flying. Su Zhenguo rolled in the pile of rubble twice before stopping, while Xiao Xian lay on the distant ground, covering his head with his claws. Yi Zian, Qin Chuan, and Bai Wei rushed in from three directions simultaneously. Gu Yushan still smiled cheerfully. "Oh, it's your turn now." Yi Zian's mutated lightning swung toward Gu Yushan's left shoulder, while Qin Chuan unleashed a wind blade to seal off the right side and rear, and Bai Wei's ice bomb and water prison attacked from the front and below simultaneously. The attacks from the few of them nearly reached simultaneously. Gu Yushan stomped heavily with his right foot. The gravitational magnetic field suddenly expanded with him as the center. Yi Zian's lightning knife was deflected in midair by the pressure, and he knelt on one knee under the gravitational force. Qin Chuan's wind blade had its rotation speed drastically reduced in the magnetic field, causing no damage at all. Bai Wei's ice bomb was crushed before it even reached, and the water prison was shattered before it could fully form. Gu Yushan stood at the center of the gravitational field and swung his knife. The ground erupted with several rock spikes, and before the others could even block, they were simultaneously hurled away. In less than a moment, all of them were knocked down. On the sidelines, the one-armed old man watched the scene, frowning slightly. This old Gu is still so ruthless, lacking any restraint. Zhou Ji, standing nearby, rubbed his nose with an awkward tone. You all know that old Gu is like this. The intensity of their abilities has already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, just a layer away from the 4th tier. Isn't it that you all want to help them break through their bottleneck? Without pressure, where's the motivation? The lame old man looked at the people in the field and leisurely added, I see that old Gu is also fired up, not holding back at all, just coming and swinging hard. The elderly woman nodded. That said, these kids do have solid foundations. If it were ordinary 3rd year, they wouldn't be able to stand after that wave of gravitational magnetic field just now. Zhou Ji said, don't worry, old Gu knows how to gauge things. He knows when to ease up and when to go all out. Gu Yushan stood in the center of the field looking down at the few people. Is this your special training result? His voice wasn't loud, but each word cut sharply. Tell me with your strength which one of you would want to be left behind on a mission next time. Or would you rather be completely wiped out? All the individuals were knocked down, kneeling on one knee, and no one spoke. Gu Yushan stepped forward, his abilities erupting, shaking the entire training grounds floor. Li Jialu is my disciple, and the gravitational magnetic field is something I taught you. Didn't you know? Dare to charge in Hedon. Where's your brain? On the battlefield, will the enemy tell you what skills they have? Tell me, who can your strength? What can you do? He straightened up, sweeping his gaze over the floor, his voice suddenly rising. Answer me. Who can you protect? What can your strength do? Zhou Ji watched Gu Yushan like this, and he said to several old men, TSK, tisk, that mouth of his is really sharp. Old Gus' tongue has never lost. Su Zhenguo stood up and addressed Gu Lao. Gu Grandpa is right. With our current strength, we can't protect anyone. He turned to look at his teammates, but my teammates know that even if the enemy is unbeatable, they won't give up. You all agree. Xiao Xian jumped on Su Zhenguo's shoulder angrily, saying, we stand up, even if we get knocked down, we'll still fight that old man. Qin Xuan stood up from the ground, his abilities surging violently. He didn't speak, but stood beside Su Zhenguo. Bai Wei followed suit with ice bombs and water prisons floating beside her, standing up as well. Yi Zian was the last to get up. Suddenly he shouted, tell my mom I'm not a coward. Lightning erupted from within him, and the violent energy formed a lightning prison around his body. Charge! Su Zhenguo raised the Xiangu gun and shouted with a smile, everyone, let's go together. Gu Yushan looked at the rejuvenated aura of several individuals, his smile growing even more radiant. Now this is getting interesting. However, I won't go easy on you. His abilities surged uncontrollably, the earth element radiating from his feet, causing the entire training ground to tremble slightly. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Bai Wei's water abilities flowed into Yi Zian's lightning cage along with various hailstones. Qin Xuan infused his wind abilities into the electric field, the winds amplifying the thunder's might. Yi Zian stood between them, unleashing his powers fully as blue and white arcs of electricity shot skyward, dark clouds quickly enveloping the training ground. The winds howled chaotically, thunder crackled, and hailstones rapped, and lightning fell from the clouds. The stability of the trio's fusion technique was significantly stronger than before, concentrating all destructive power on Gu Yushan. Yi Zian stood at the eye of the storm, gripping a metal knife in both hands with occasional bolts of lightning striking down around him. Super lightning storm. Get ready to receive it. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian had already engaged Gu Yushan in battle. Su Zhenguo's ancient gun fired compressed beams of light, while Xiao Xian darted around him, launching energy balls one after another. Gu Yushan remained unfazed by the dual assault of the storm and the compressed beams, parrying and striking with his military knife, his footing as steady as if nailed to the ground. Xiao Xian had just launched 2 energy balls when a hailstone grazed its tail and smashed into the ground, causing it to bristle. Yi Zian, watch where you strike. Are you trying to take revenge on me? Why are you standing so close? How else can I hit? Gu Yushan forced Su Zhenguo back with a knife, observing the abilities of the others, feeling it was nearly time. No more games. He sank his feet downwards. The gravitational magnetic field was fully activated, causing the entire training ground's floor to suddenly sink half an inch. Following that, the ground began to shake violently, cracks spiderwebbing in all directions, causing the walls of the training ground to tremble. Countless enormous falling rocks materialized in the air, each as large as a basin, crashing down. On the sidelines, the one-armed elder stood up with a cane, his expression turning serious for the first time. Has that old Gu gone mad? He's even using earthquake shock. Zhou Ji's mouth twitched, his tone less steady than before. It's fine, it's fine. It should be fine. The limping elder's eyes widened. Earthquake shock is his signature move, it's his ultimate technique. Is he really using this move against a few kids, eh? The old woman observed the few still struggling in the center, her brow slightly furrowing. These kids' abilities are almost depleted. Yi Zian looked up at the densely packed falling rocks above. Damn it, how are we supposed to withstand this? Su Zhenguo activated his elemental domain, a spectrum of colors instantly enveloping the group. Hold on, unleash all your abilities. Xiao Xian crouched on his shoulder, gathering energy for a large energy ball. The three unleashed all their powers, intertwining electric nets with storms, hailstones wrapped, and lightning crashing against the falling rocks. Under immense pressure, the three simultaneously broke through their bottlenecks, their fourth-tier auras exploding forth. The first round of falling rocks collided with the electric net and were completely shredded. On the sidelines, the one-armed elder leaned on his cane, watching the fourth-tier aura burst from the three, a slight smile appearing on his lips. They've broken through. These little ones have truly held their ground. The limping elder nodded in agreement. Breaking through at the brink of life and death is more effective than practicing for 6 months. The old woman observed the three sprawled on the ground, a rare, satisfied smile appearing. Old Gu pushed them hard enough, and they managed to endure. The falling rocks continued to descend. Although the three had broken through, their abilities were completely exhausted, leaving them with no strength to defend. Just as the first falling rock was about to strike them, they all closed their eyes. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian's attacks arrived, just in time, shattering the boulder. Gu Yushan raised his right hand, freezing all falling rocks in midair. He released the gravitational magnetic field, and the rocks slowly descended back to the ground. Standing in place, he looked down at the four who were leaning precariously, the smile on his face, finally, no longer mocking. He released the gravitational magnetic field, and the rocks slowly descended back to the ground. Standing in place, he looked down at the four who were leaning precariously, the smile on his face. Qin Xuan knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his dagger. But I broke through. Bai Wei echoed, also kneeling on one knee and catching her breath. It was worth it. Su Zhenguo still had some energy left. He sheathed his spear and approached Gu Yushan, scratching his head awkwardly. Grandpa, Gu, you were a bit too harsh. Xiao Xian poked its head out from behind his neck, weakly chiming in. Yeah, you nearly crushed me. Gu Yushan swayed and appeared in front of Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian. He raised his hand and gave each a light rap on the head, making Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian wince in pain. Ouch! How can you not feel that this is my love for you? Gu Yushan retracted his hand, looking at the two holding their heads, the sly smile returning to his face. Moi, don't think just because you've gotten stronger you're there yet. Su Zhenguo said, covering his head. Got it. Xiao Xian held its head, not daring to provoke Grandfather Gu, and jumped onto Yi Zian's shoulder to mess up his hair. Did you just try to strike me? Yi Zian replied weakly. I already told you you're too close to him. Zhou Ji walked over from the side, holding a folder. He looked at the four leaning in various directions, a slight smile, curving his lips, then opened the folder. Just in time, I have an announcement to make. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is about to take place not just within the Northern Territory. It includes Kyoto Magic City and the Southern Military District, with all top academies participating. Our academy will also participate, and you four will go as representatives. Understand? Yi Zian sprang up from the ground, only to collapse again, due to fatigue, nationwide. Yes, it will be broadcast live across the country. Then I need to get a new hairstyle. Gu Yushan suddenly remembered something, turning to Zhou Ji, his smile instantly vanishing. Zhou Ji, where's my wine? The last time Li promised to compensate me with wine, and said he already gave it to you. Zhou Ji pulled out a delicate wine bottle from the bottom of the folder, and handed it over. Here it is. The dean instructed me to give this to you. He said it's genuine, definitely not fake. Gu Yushan took the wine bottle, snorting. He turned to Su Zhenguo and the others, instantly switching to a kind smile. No need to thank me, just a small favor. Yi Zian looked at Gu Yushan, fear creeping onto his face, and turned to Qin Xuan. This old man has killed someone, and still wants others to thank him. Qin Xuan's face twitched slightly. As long as we aren't dead, we gain something. Xiao Xian squinted at the wine bottle. Zhou Ji handed to Gu Yushan. It leaned closer to Su Zhenguo's ear, lowering its voice. That bottle looks exactly like the one we saw in the dean's office that day. Su Zhenguo glanced at it. You mean the one in the delivery box? Yes, that's the one. Didn't we see it in the dean's office that day? Have you forgotten? Xiao Xian's tail began to wag slowly, a mischievous smile forming on its face. Do you think this bottle is fake liquor? Su Zhenguo looked at Gu Yushan, who was examining the wine bottle closely, then at Xiao Xian's gleeful expression. Are you planning to tell Grandpa Gu? No. This old man is quite cunning. I want to see his reaction if he drinks fake liquor. Xiao Xian climbed onto Su Zhenguo's head, grinning mischievously at Gu Yushan. Zhou Ji looked at the few people who had just broken through, and said to them, all right, for the next few days, solidify your newly attained realm. Don't run around and injure yourselves. Yes, you do. Every time you say you can't, the next day you're bouncing around again. That's because I was forced. Qin Xuan sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, and asked, is solidification enough? Yes, you do. Every time you say you can't, the next day you're bouncing around again. That's because I was forced. Qin Xuan sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, and asked, is solidification enough? No extra training. Zhou Ji glanced at him. You just broke through. You definitely need to familiarize yourself with your body and make adjustments. Resting is also part of training. Don't take it lightly. Bai Wei also looked at Zhou Ji and nodded. Got it. Su Zhenguo turned his head and asked, Uncle Zhou, has the departure time been set? Not yet, waiting for the final confirmation from the capital. If all goes well, it will be within a week. If slow, it may take a few more days. Zhou Ji turned and walked a few steps, then stopped, adding without looking back. Remember, adjust yourselves well in recent days. If you embarrass yourselves in the competition, you will have to face. Su Zhenguo put away the Xuangu gun, turned to Xiao Xian, and said, let's go back to rest. Xiao Xian perched on his head somewhat angrily, saying, my tail almost got flattened. It didn't get flattened, it's still there. It was close. That falling rock was as big as my head. Didn't you dodge it? If I hadn't dodged, you wouldn't see me now. Xiao Xian poked Su Zhi's ear with a paw. You owe me compensation. How much? 10 peaches. 5. 8. 6. Deal. Xiao Xian closed his eyes, contentedly relaxing completely. Su Zhi was called by Gu Yushan while walking in the corridor back to the dormitory. There were only the two of them in the corridor, and Gu Yushan leaned against the wall, twirling a bottle of unopened wine in his hand, remaining silent for a while before speaking. Did that guy with the surname Li mention your parents to you? Su Zhi nodded. Gu Yushan said calmly, I know what you're thinking. He took a step forward, looking intently at Su Zhi. That Li guy told you and told me too, because he's afraid one day you might hear it somewhere, and no one can stop you. I need to give you a heads up. Do you understand? As he spoke, he became animated, his entire aura starting to swell. I've been investigating for many years. Gu Yushan gritted his teeth, his voice very low. That incident back then seemed as ordinary as could be normal to the point of being abnormal. Everything fit logically. The intelligence records, post-war summaries, every single document was tightly woven. Both I and the guy with the surname Li went through it all, but it was just too normal that we felt something was off. He firmly pressed Su Zhi's shoulder with one hand. Now that you know the truth, if you encounter someone from the original god cult, it might trigger you. At that point, you could lose your reason and act recklessly. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your parents? How will I explain it to your grandfather? And you need to think about it. If something happens to you, what will your grandfather do? Can he handle it? Su Zhi looked at Gu Yushan's reddened eyes, his voice very calm. Grandpa Gu, I understand. I won't act impulsively. You say you understand, but what about inside? I understand inside as well. Su Zhi, the dean told me that I'm not strong enough yet. The only thing I need to do now is protect myself and strive to become stronger. Gu Yushan stared at him for a long time, confirming he wasn't just being perfunctory before releasing his grip. He snorted, a familiar smile returning to his face. That smile held no treachery, no cunning, only a sense of relief after holding back for so long. All right, I can trust that you won't dare to deceive me. He didn't finish his sentence, waving his hand as if to brush away his subsequent words. Let's talk business. I heard you treated Li Jiao. That kid Li told me about it too. It seems you're really different. Gu Yushan changed the subject. The front line in the Northern Territory has been unstable lately. A patrol team found some unusual traces near the border. They don't resemble those left by foreign beasts, nor do they look like the usual activities of the original god cult. But the terrain there is complex and not suitable for large troops to advance. It's just right for you to use your phasing and teleportation abilities. You should be able to handle it alone. He took out a signal flare from his pocket and handed it to Su Zhi. I'm sending you because I trust your abilities. If you can't handle it, don't push yourself. Send up the signal. Don't make me send a white-haired person to deliver a black-haired one. Su Zhi took the signal flare, holding it in his palm, and looked up at Gu Yushan. Grandpa Gu, what exactly do I need to do for this mission? Just scout. Scout record, and bring back the intelligence. Gu Yushan continued. But once you're there, how to handle whatever situation arises, that's up to your judgment. Just don't push yourself too hard. You should have the judgment ability for that now. Su Zhi looked steadfastly at Gu Yushan, nodding heavily. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. I will be careful. Stop with that act. Gu Yushan wanted to tap his head, raising his hand, only to find he was still holding a bottle of wine. Almost lost my wine. Let me take a couple of sips to calm my nerves. He opened the bottle cap and took a sip. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. He looked down at the wine bottle in his hand, then up at Su Zhi, his expression as if someone had stuffed a whole lemon into his mouth. Xiao Xian had been hiding behind Su Zhi's shoulder, eavesdropping. It saw Gu Yushan's expression change from anticipation to shock, then from shock to anger, finally unable to hold back any longer. Hahaha. Xiao Xian jumped out from behind Su Zhi's shoulder, laughing so hard that he rolled off. He lay sprawled on the ground, two paws clutching his belly, his tail slapping the floor loudly. Last time you laughed at me for eating a rotten apple. This time it's your turn. Is this wine good? I knew it. What that old man has in his box must not be anything good. Gu Yushan gripped the wine bottle, his forehead bulging with veins, looking down at the little Xian rolling on the ground, laughing. You knew all along. Of course I knew. I saw it in the dean's office that day. Exactly the same. I didn't tell you just now because I wanted to see your expression when you drank this wine. Xiao Xian finally caught his breath, wiping away the tears of laughter with a paw. Totally worth it. Much more worth it. Watching that old man suffer is even better than eating 10 peaches. Gu Yushan threw the wine bottle away, raising his hand to point at Xiao Xian. You little monkey, stop right there. Xiao Xian scrambled up from the ground, scampering to the end of the corridor, turning back to make a face at Gu Yushan. Old man, do you think I'm that stupid to wait for you to come and hit me? Gu Yushan cursed as he chased after him. The old man and the monkey were playfully chasing each other in the corridor. Xiao Xian shouted while running. I didn't cheat you, you wanted to drink it yourself. Gu Yushan yelled from behind. Stop right there, I guarantee I won't flatten you. In the desolate mountainous region of the Northern Territory, the wind cuts against the face like a knife. The ridges are steep with debris scattered everywhere. Each step taken causes stones to tumble down. Xiao Xian squats on Su Zhi's shoulder, munching on a peach. It looks down at the pockmarked mining area below and can't help but start to complain. What a shabby place, not a single smooth path to walk on. Every couple of steps I have to navigate another pit. Did old Gu deliberately choose this place to torment you? Su Zhi, while using his perception to scan the surrounding terrain, replied. If he said there are unusual traces, then there are. Grandpa Gu wouldn't joke about the mission. Then where are these unusual traces? I'm following you, but my head is spinning. This cursed place doesn't even attract strange beasts. Su Zhenguo stopped and glanced back at the path they had taken. The ridges are steep and the routes are complex, requiring the team to traverse on foot. He suddenly understood why Gu Yueshan had sent him alone. No wonder Grandpa Gu said this place is suitable for me to investigate. Fortunately, I can take you with me to shift and avoid the bumps. Xiao Xian wobbled on his shoulder. So you just let me suffer, then hurry up and find it. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another second. Got it, stop shaking me. The two continued deeper, encountering several second-tier strange beasts along the way, which Su Zhenguo effortlessly dealt with. Xiao Xian squatted on his shoulder, watching him take down the beasts in seconds while yawning. These low-level strange beasts aren't even worth practicing on. Just consider it a warm-up. A warm-up needs a decent target. You took out those second-tier beasts with a single move, and your body hasn't even warmed up yet. How about you come down and be the target? In your dreams. Xiao Xian changed positions on his shoulder and lazily flicked its tail against the back of his neck. Su Zhenguo suddenly stopped, and Xiao Xian became alert. There are people ahead. Xiao Xian immediately jumped up and stood on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian immediately heightened their perception. They discovered it wasn't strange beasts but people, about 5 or 6 of them, with power levels ranging from 3rd to 5th tier. Xiao Xian asked Su Zhenguo, "Are they from that Yuanshan sect?" Su Zhenguo closed his eyes to sense for a while, then opened them and shook his head. "It shouldn't be. I can sense their abilities are quite normal." "Then who are they? What are they doing in this desolate mountain?" "I don't know. Let's follow them and see. We mustn't alert them." Su Zhenguo lowered his body and silently followed Xiao Xian. They trailed behind the group as they crossed over a ridge. They saw them arrive at a blasted mining cave entrance where several tents were set up outside. There were also a few things covered with thick waterproof cloth obscuring their appearance. Several strangers sat around the tents. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation and actions had already been exposed. One short and plump middle-aged man was drinking and eating meat, saying, "This is great. This haul will keep us going for years." Beside him, a tall, thin man with a cigarette in his mouth glanced at the waterproof cloth before turning back to say, "Don't celebrate too soon." The buyer said everything needs to be intact. If something goes wrong, we might even have to pay. The short, plump man patted his thigh dismissively. "Don't worry, everything is secured. We'll transport it once night falls. Moreover, who could find this place in such a desolate region?" Su Zhenguo with Xiao Xian stood high on the ridge, his gaze fixed on the waterproof cloth. The waterproof cloth was covered too tightly to see what was inside, but his perception caught several faint energy fluctuations, not human but strange beasts. The energy was very weak, almost completely masked by the sense of those poachers. Yet the frequencies were irregular, indicating several beings, one of which seemed particularly weak, as if it were injured. "Xiao Xian, moi, your perception is better than mine. Sense what's under those waterproof cloths." Xiao Xian closed its eyes for a moment, and when it opened them, its ears were standing straight up. "They are strange beast cubs, several of them. Wait, one of them is not right." "What do you mean?" "One of them has an especially weak aura, as if it's about to die." Xiao Xian continued. "Moreover, its energy fluctuations are very unusual, as if it's mutated." It thought for a moment. "I don't know the specifics, just that the aura is a bit weak." Su Zhenguo refocused his perception on the waterproof cloth. Indeed, as Xiao Xian had said, among those faint energy fluctuations, one had a particularly strange frequency. It wasn't a common attribute. It resembled some kind of mutated attribute. The fluctuations were very weak, like a candle flame about to extinguish, and it was gradually becoming weaker. "These people stole the cubs, and are leaving without a care for the consequences." Su Zhenguo lowered his voice, his tone laced. "If those strange beasts' parents find out their cubs were stolen and go berserk, who knows if a beast tide will erupt again." Xiao Xian coldly scoffed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's act." Su Zhenguo stared at the 5 poachers by the tent, calculating. 5 individuals, with the highest at 5th tier and the lowest at... "Let's not act just yet." Su Zhenguo turned to Xiao Xian and said, "Well, observe first, see if they have any backup. Once night falls, we'll make our move and rescue the cubs." "What are we waiting for? What are these people afraid of? Even if one is 5th tier, you can shift in and launch a surprise attack and take them outright. These people should be captured and handed over to the enforcement team." Su Zhenguo shook his head. "Besides, if I act now, that 5th tier will react, and in the chaos they might grab the cubs and run. Where would we chase after them? As long as the cubs are still in their hands, I can't take that risk. Wait until night falls, he'll shift in to open the cage, and once all the cubs are safe, you can make a distraction on the opposite side to draw their attention away. I need to ensure every cub is safe before settling the score with them. How will we steal them? He'll shift and open the cage, and first move the cubs to a safe place. You throw energy bombs from across the camp to divert their attention." Xiao Xian scratched its chin with a claw. "How far should I throw?" "Far enough, but don't blow up the cage." "All right. So does this count as overtime? How do we discuss overtime pay?" Su Zhenguo helplessly glanced at it. "They'll give you more peaches when we get back." "How many more?" "You decide." Xiao Xian raised a paw and seriously counted. "This time it's harder than before. There's a 5th tier over there plus several 4th tiers. I'll need to throw at least a few energy bombs to distract all of them. Considering I just walked half the day with you, my tail is almost frozen. All things considered, at least 5 more. 4. Deal." Su Zhenguo silently retreated to a high spot on the ridge, with Xiao Xian finding an open rock ledge with a clear view. From their elevated position, they kept a close watch on the poachers still drinking by the tents. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian waited until nightfall. The group of thieves lit a bonfire beside the tent, continuing to eat, and after a while the tall and thin lookout leaned against the tent, his head bobbing as he struggled to stay awake. The short and stout middle-aged man and the remaining thugs were sprawled out in sleeping bags outside the tent, snoring in unison. Xiao Xian crouched beside Su Zhenguo, lowering his voice. Isn't it about time? The lookout is nearly asleep. Su Zhenguo glanced at the situation in the camp and nodded. You throw one first, toss it a bit farther, and test their reaction. They'll slip in during the chaos. Got it. Xiao Xian condensed an energy orb from his paw and hurled it toward the cliff a few dozen meters away from the camp. The energy orb streaked through the night sky, exploding against the cliff with a bright flash. A thunderous sound echoed, sending debris flying. The lookout, startled, sprang up from beside the tent, dropping his bottle in fright, and shouted in the direction of the explosion. Who's there? The short and stout middle-aged man jolted awake from his sleeping bag, cursing. What's going on? He grabbed his weapon and stood up, peering toward the direction of the explosion. Xiao Xian condensed another energy orb and tossed it in a different direction. Another explosion rang out, this time farther away, but the sound traveled further in the vast wilderness. The short and stout middle-aged man pointed at two of his men. You two go check it out. The two thugs grabbed their weapons and stealthily moved toward the direction of the explosion. Only 3 people remained by the bonfire: a 5th-tier leader, a 4th-tier thug, and the still trembling lookout. Xiao Xian jumped out from behind a rock, immediately crouching on a high point, and shouted into the camp. Over here. You poachers, I come in the name of justice to eliminate you. The lookout whipped around, pointing at Xiao Xian. What the hell? Where did that talking monkey come from? The short and stout middle-aged man roared at him. Doesn't matter if it's a monkey or a dog, take him down. With that, he charged toward Xiao Xian with his weapon drawn. Xiao Xian turned and ran, glancing back to throw another energy orb that exploded at his feet, forcing him to leap aside. He jumped onto another rock, beckoning with his claws, speaking with extreme arrogance. Come here. The short and stout middle-aged man was infuriated, swinging his blade at the rock. Catch that monkey and skin him alive. Xiao Xian had already jumped to another high point, crouching above to continue mocking. Is that all? You think you can catch your monkey, grandfather? Go eat dirt. Xiao Xian's taunts drove the poachers mad, and they chased after him. They were led in circles around the mining area, getting further and further away. Su Zhenguo saw that Xiao Xian had successfully drawn the attention of the poachers, and it was now his turn to act. He turned transparent, silently slipping through the edge of the camp and reaching the iron cages. Using the tip of his Zhuanggu spear, he pried open all the locks on the cages, pulling out the young creatures one by one. So it's an ironclad rhinoceros. This type of beast can evolve to the 5th tier when fully grown, and some of the strongest in their lineage can reach the 6th tier. In the last cage, he found a heap of grayish material in the corner. Su Zhenguo thought it was a piece of rag until he got closer and realized it was a young avian beast. It was slightly larger than his palm, its wings not fully developed, with feathers of a deep grayish-purple color that were nearly invisible in the night. It lay on the bottom of the cage, breathing shallowly, so faintly that Su Zhenguo almost thought it was dead. How is there still a bird? No matter, let's get them to safety first. Su Zhenguo gathered the young creatures in his arms and used his phasing ability to transfer to a thicket on the ridge above. He gently set them down, but the grayish-purple young creature clung to his finger and wouldn't let go, so he gently pried it off. You know I'm here to save you. It curled up at the edge of the thicket, its crest feathers twitching slightly. Su Zhenguo gently stroked its feathers and then sent a message to Xiao Xian: rescue complete. The next moment, a shout from Xiao Xian echoed from afar in the mining area. Time's up, I'm done playing with you guys. Xiao Xian fired several consecutive energy orbs at the group, causing them to curse wildly. He had already leapt back onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder, looking proud, as if he had done something great. How was I? Did I perform? Full marks. But Xiao Xian, your mouth is too sharp, Su Zhenguo replied. Before Xiao Xian could respond, the short and stout middle-aged man had already caught up, appearing before them. He glanced at the empty iron cages by the tent, and his face instantly changed. Where did you take those beasts? To your father's home, Hahaha. Xiao Xian continued to taunt. Damn it, I will chop you all to death today. He unleashed his 5th-tier fire ability, flames erupting from his weapon as he swung it towards Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo dodged aside, his right hand opened the compressed light orb in his palm, instantly condensing as he hurled it outward. The light orb struck the short and stout middle-aged man's chest, exploding in a blinding flash of white light. He was sent flying as if struck by a truck, crashing into a rock wall several meters away, and when he slid down, he fainted. Su Zhenguo turned his head to look at the remaining few. The others, witnessing this scene, dared not approach. The lookout shouted, "What the hell is this monster?" and fled deeper into the mining area. Su Zhenguo flashed in front of him, the spear tip pressing against his throat. The lookout raised his hands above his head, and with a thud knelt down. I surrender, I surrender. Don't kill me. The others, witnessing this scene of a 5th-tier powerhouse being taken down in an instant, were already trembling, collapsing to the ground. A few minutes later, all 5 of them were bound by the bonfire, with none escaping. Xiao Xian squatted atop the head of the short and stout middle-aged man, swiping his face with his claws. Didn't you just say you would chop me? Go ahead. The short and stout middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said nothing. Beside him, the lookout wore a mournful expression. Boss, I said we shouldn't have taken this job. Shut up. All right, Xiao Xian, let's send a message to the patrol team and let them come. Suddenly, Su Zhenguo felt a sense of oppression coming from the other side of the ridge. It was a beast. Not just one, but at least 2 each at the peak of the 5th tier. In his perception of the wind, he sensed two energy fluctuations rapidly approaching the camp, filled with frenzied, killing intent and near-mad rage. Xiao Xian stood up inside as well. This feeling. The short and stout middle-aged man bound by the bonfire also. He raised his head, his face turning pale as he trembled. It's over. The parents of those young ones are coming after us. From behind the thicket, the iron-clad rhinoceroses let out a few whimpers. On the other side of the ridge, a deep roar. The roar shook the entire mining area, causing the fragments of stone to tremble. And it was not just one roar, a second one followed closely from another direction. Xiao Xian swallowed hard. Two of them. And they feel like they're at the peak of the fifth tier. Xiao Xian looked at Su Zhenguo and asked, "Do you think they will believe we are the good guys?" Doesn't seem like it. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian had not finished their conversation when the ground suddenly trembled. Two armored rhinoceroses rushed out from either side of the ridge. One of them crashed into the tent, while the other charged directly towards Su Zhenguo. Xiao Xian instantly panicked. They are coming. Hurry and hide. Su Zhenguo used his ethereal form to avoid the collision, pushing the armored rhinoceros cub hidden behind the bushes out. Several cubs stumbled towards their parents whimpering. Su Zhenguo shouted, "Look carefully. We are here to save them." The two armored rhinoceroses lowered their heads and nudged the cubs with their noses, confirming they were unharmed. Then they raised their heads, their gazes sweeping over Su Zhenguo and landing on the several bound poachers. The faces of those poachers turned pale. It's over, it's over. A low growl rumbled from the throat of one armored rhinoceros. Xiao Xian crouched on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, watching as the armored rhinoceros stepped towards the campfire. Su Zhenguo, they are doomed. Su Zhenguo's body tensed, ready for battle, while Xiao Xian stared at the poachers. These people must have done this many times before. The poachers were already terrified, scrambling to cry out, "Help! Save me! I can pay you. Whatever amount." Su Zhenguo watched the two beasts, sensing they knew who had stolen their cubs, and his posture relaxed a bit. "Let's go." After saying that, Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian walked away without looking back. The screams of the poachers echoed behind them, quickly fading into silence. They returned behind the bushes, bending down to lift the grayish-purple cub. The little creature's claws gripped his finger, eyes closed, letting out a faint purr. "This little thing is quite attached to you," Xiao Xian said, peering over. "Let's take it back for Yixian. Didn't he always want a contract beast? Do you think Yixian can take care of it? Then you take care of it. It probably doesn't even know how to eat fruit." Just as Xiao Xian was about to retort, he suddenly stood up from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, fur bristling. "Su Zhenguo, someone is coming." Su Zhenguo's keen sense of hearing instantly heightened, detecting an energy wave rapidly approaching. It wasn't a beast, it was people. Peak fourth stage, exuding a tainted aura. Not just one but two peak fourth stages, and one initial stage, fifth stage. The original god sect. A beam of purple light shot out from the shadows of the mine shaft. Su Zhenguo sidestepped to avoid it, the purple light grazing his shoulder and striking the rock wall behind him. Footsteps echoed from deep within the mine as three individuals emerged from the shadows. The leader was an initial stage, fifth stage, clad in a black combat suit with dark red runes embroidered on his chest, holding a swirling ball of purple light. Following him were two peak fourth stages, one wielding a knife, the other unarmed, but gathering purple light in his palm. The leader narrowed his eyes as he looked at the grayish-purple cub in Su Zhenguo's hand. "Hand over that cub. It does not belong to you," Xiao Xian said to Su Zhenguo. "It's that group again, haunting us like a ghost. Take it away first." "Don't you need help?" Xiao Xian asked. "No need, I can finish this quickly, just afraid it might hurt." In the moment of exiting ethereal form, the gun's tip glowed with compressed energy, and he thrust it forward. The man with the knife had just raised his weapon when the gun's tip smacked. The leader sneered, "Do you really think you can escape?" Su Zhenguo did not respond. He took out the Xiangu gun from his space, using ethereal movement to flash behind the man with the knife. In the moment of exiting ethereal form, the gun's tip glowed with compressed energy, and he thrust it forward. The man with the knife had just raised his weapon when the gun's tip smashed into his chest. With a thunderous boom, the energy exploded, sending him flying against the mine wall. A large hole punctured through his chest, instantly killing him. The unarmed man's pupils constricted sharply, the cold smile on his face froze before he could react. Spatial movement. Su Zhenguo did not give him time to respond. With the gun's tip pointed at the ground, earth-type energy surged into the soil, causing 3 rock spikes to erupt violently from beneath the man's feet. Just as the unarmed man jumped to evade the spikes, Su Zhenguo had already materialized in front of him. Upon exiting ethereal form, magma dragons spiraled from the gun's tip, directly piercing through his chest. He looked down at the charred hole in his chest. Blood surged from his mouth as he fell backward. The two peak fourth stage individuals were killed in an instant. The leader's expression changed drastically. The purple light in his hand trembled. "Who exactly are you?" Su Zhenguo pointed the gun at him, stepping closer. "Tell me, what is the purpose of your original god sect coming here? Speak, and I may let you off the hook." The leader took a step back, then another. Suddenly, he conjured a purple light spear with both hands, gritting his teeth as he lunged at Su Zhenguo. "Die!" Su Zhenguo sidestepped to evade the spear's tip, sweeping the gun's barrel to strike his wrist, causing the spear to fly from his grip. The man retaliated by unleashing 3 purple light chains that coiled around Su Zhenguo's arm. Seeing those chains reminded Su Zhenguo of senior brotherly Jiala. Just a brush against those would result in contamination. He shook the long gun to shatter the chains. The man in black seized the opportunity to create distance, clasping his hands together, a purple-black energy ball rapidly expanding in his palms. The purple-black energy ball was hurled towards Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo did not dodge. He compressed and merged attributes, coating the 3 gun tips with energy light as the Xiangu gun swept out. 3 compressed slashes surged outward in a fan shape. The first slash shattered the purple-black energy ball. The second and third struck the leader squarely in the chest. White light erupted, and the leader was knocked back into the rock walls, spewing blood. He propped himself against the wall, looking down at his trembling hands. His combat suit had been shredded, and several ribs in his chest were most likely broken. 2 peak 4th stage individuals had fallen in an instant, and he had been pierced through with his full force strike. He looked up at Su Zhenguo, his eyes filled with fear. He turned to flee. Purple light exploded beneath his feet, granting him incredible speed. Su Zhenguo raised his gun to pursue. "Don't chase." Xiao Xian's voice called from behind. "What if there are more pursuers?" Su Zhenguo paused. He glanced at the direction in which the man had disappeared, then looked at Xiao Xian. Taking a deep breath, he put the gun back into his space. Xiao Xian jumped out from behind the rock, carrying the grayish-purple cub, and leaped onto his shoulder. "Let's go. We can extort something from Yi Zian when we get back." Su Zhenguo chuckled. "You want to scam him again?" Xiao Xian retorted. "Why not? If he doesn't want it, he can raise this cub himself." Su Zhenguo shook his head with a smile. "I can barely afford to raise you, let alone another one. You, Su Zhenguo, blame me for eating too much." Xiao Xian placed the cub in Su Zhenguo's hands and jumped onto his head to scratch. Deep within the mind, the 5th stage man in black pressed his hand against the blood hole in his shoulder, staggering down to kneel in the shadows. In the shadows stood a figure clad in a dark red robe, facing away from him, obscuring his face. The 5th stage man in black lowered his head, his voice trembling as he reported, "The cub wasn't brought back. Those 2 4th stages are all dead." Before he could finish, the figure in the dark red robe turned around, an invisible energy lifting him off the ground. "If we weren't short on manpower, I would have killed you right now." The figure in the dark red robe raised his hand. A beam of purple light shot from his palm, entering the body of the 5th stage man in black. The black-clad man's wounds healed at a visible rate. He knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, forehead pressed against the ground, not daring to raise his head. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord." The figure in the dark red robe withdrew his hand. "Go to Kyoto. Wait for news." Su Zhenguo cradled the gray-purple cub and retraced his steps along the path he had taken. Xiao Xian squatted on his shoulder, watching the cub in Su Zhenguo's arms. "Su Zhenguo, can't you just put it in your space?" Su Zhenguo turned his head and rolled his eyes at Xiao Xian, saying, "I can't store living creatures in my space except for you." "Oh, it seems only I can, probably because the Grand Elder bound a contract between us." "That's likely the case," Xiao Xian continued. "Su Zhenguo, people from the Origin God sect are here to catch this little creature. It must be something extraordinary. Although I don't know its rank or attributes, it definitely isn't an ordinary beast if it's being targeted by that group." Su Zhenguo looked down at the cub in his palm. "So it might be the offspring of a high-level beast. Its parents were killed by the Origin God sect, and it managed to escape only to be picked up by poachers." "That's possible." Su Zhenguo gently stroked the cub's crest with his finger, furrowing his brow. "It seems a bit off, but its breathing is getting shallower." Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder and carefully inspected the cub. He noticed that the cub's eyes were half closed, its amber pupils much dimmer than before. It had stopped making any sounds. "Is it hungry?" "It hasn't eaten anything from the mining area until now." "Should we try feeding it something?" "Feed it what?" "Don't birds eat insects?" "Then I'll find some insects for it." Su Zhenguo squatted down and poked around in the gravel, and indeed found a few grayish beetles. He pinched a couple of beetles and held them to the cub's mouth. The cub opened its eyes, glanced at the beetles, and then closed its eyes again. "Not eating insects," Su Zhenguo said in confusion. "What about fruits?" "Peaches." Xiao Xian pulled a peach from his pocket, took a small bite, chewed the flesh, and placed it by the cub's mouth. The cub didn't even open its eyes and turned its head away. Xiao Xian held the peach with a hurt expression, not even eating it. "This is one I treasured. Do you know how hard I had to get this peach from the cafeteria lady? I couldn't even bear to eat it myself." Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian stared at each other in disbelief. "Have you ever raised a beast?" Xiao Xian asked. "No." "Then what do you think it eats?" Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. When they were in the mining area, this cub had been kept in a cage, and the poachers said the buyer wanted it unharmed. The Origin God sect was also after this cub. Ordinary beast cubs wouldn't attract so much attention. If it doesn't eat insects and doesn't eat fruits, then its diet should be different from that of ordinary beasts. Since it's a beast, then. Su Zhenguo took out a second-tier Shadow Wolf magic core from his space. It was about the size of his fist. He wiped off some dust and held it in his palm toward the cub. "Try this." Seeing Su Zhenguo take this out, Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Look, this thing is bigger than its whole body. How could it possibly eat it?" Before Xiao Xian finished speaking, the cub's nose twitched. Then it opened its amber eyes, looked down at the magic core, opened its mouth, and swallowed it whole. The magic core was roughly the same size as its body. As it swallowed, the cub's neck bulged dramatically, and with a gulp, Xiao Xian nearly dropped the peach in his hand. It just swallowed it. "That thing is as big as it is." Su Zhenguo was also momentarily stunned. He took out several more magic cores from his space, both second-tier and third-tier, varying in size, and laid them in his palm. The cub lowered its head, swallowing one after another. Its neck bulged, gulping them down, and in no time it had devoured them. After a moment, it finished all the magic cores from Su Zhenguo's palm. It looked up at Su Zhenguo. Its amber eyes were noticeably brighter, and it emitted a soft purring sound from its throat. It appeared much livelier than before, and a small tuft of its crest stood upright again. Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, their expressions perfectly synchronized. They looked back at the cub, and Xiao Xian poked the cub's bulging belly with his paw. So it eats magic cores. Do all beasts eat magic cores? But isn't that a bit excessive? After eating so much, what is its stomach made of? How can it possibly consume all that? The cub let out a satisfied purr, closed its eyes, and curled back into Su Zhenguo's palm, as if it had just enjoyed a simple meal. Su Zhenguo looked at the little creature in his palm, and then turned his serious gaze to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, moi. It just swallowed nearly 10 magic cores. Right. Will the future caretaker be able to supply magic cores? Xiao Xian thought seriously for a moment, then looked up at Su Zhenguo. Anyway, it won't be me taking care of it. Yi Zian has been wanting a contract beast, let him take care of it. He should have enough money. Su Zhenguo couldn't help but chuckle as he gently placed the cub into his embrace and stood up, surveying his surroundings. Although this mountainous area is remote, there are plenty of low-tier beasts roaming along the way. He suddenly thought of an idea and told Xiao Xian, since the task is complete and Uncle Zhou hasn't sent any notification yet, why not kill our way back? It would be a good chance to practice our skills and also gather more magic cores for this little creature. That meal it just had would last at most a day or two, so we need to stock up on rations before heading back. Xiao Xian scratched his chin and thought for a moment. That works. Although the beasts here are not high level, they can still help you practice. Moreover, this little one seems much more spirited after eating the magic cores. We must ensure that Yi Zian pays a good price when we get to the academy. What good price? Xiao Xian looked at Su Zhenguo with a face full of disdain. Feeding costs. We rescued it outside, faced an attack from the Origin God sect, and fed it so many magic cores, we can't just let that slide. If Yi Zian doesn't pay up, then I won't give him anything. Su Zhenguo smiled and shook his head. Alright. You can negotiate with Yi Zian when the time comes. Leave it to me. I'm very clever. The two continued their journey, killing beasts along the way, all of which Su Zhenguo used. Magic cores were dug out one after another, with the low-tier ones fed directly to the cub. Just as Su Zhenguo had just unearthed a magic core from a third-tier beast and was about to clean it, he suddenly heard Xiao Xian's voice calling from afar. Su Zhenguo, run, quickly. Xiao Xian burst out from a thicket, running at full speed on all fours. Behind it followed a large group of fire lizards, each about half a person tall, covered in dark red scales. The ones at the front were noticeably larger, with deeper colored scales, likely at the peak of the fourth tier. Behind them followed dozens of fourth-tier creatures, flattening the whole thicket, the ground thumping under their weight. Su Zhenguo's pupil shrank. What did you do? Just run first. Xiao Xian jumped onto his shoulder, gripping his collar tightly with its claws. I'll explain after we escape. Su Zhenguo didn't have time to think. Dozens of fire pillars shot towards him from behind. He quickly scooped the cub into his arms, activated his wind step, and dodged to the side as the fire pillars scorched the ground behind him, turning the rubble red hot. Xiao Xian, what did you do? Su Zhenguo shouted at Xiao Xian. Su Zhenguo watched as the group of strange beasts closed in, and he had no choice but to drive them back first. He drew the Xuangu spear and summoned the attributes of water, earth, and thunder, causing the tip of the spear to glow with compressed energy. He turned around and swept the spear in a horizontal arc, sending forth a fused slash that struck the leading fire lizards, bursting into a blinding flash of white light. The fire lizards were knocked over by the explosion, shaking their heads as they got back up and roared angrily, continuing their pursuit. However, the following fourth-tier fire lizards were staggered by the shockwave, momentarily slowing their chase. Seizing this fleeting moment, Su Zhenguo executed a series of phantasmal shifts, darting into a dense thicket. The fire lizards came to a halt at the edge of the thicket, unable to penetrate the dense trees, roaring and spewing fire from outside. Breathing a sigh of relief, Su Zhenguo leaned against a tree trunk and checked on the young creature he had taken from his embrace. He observed the little thing still hiccuping, its mouth open and eager for more, utterly baffled by the earlier events. He stuffed the young creature back into his embrace and looked down at the limp little Xian on the ground. Speak up. What did you do? Little Xian climbed up from the ground and sat on a rock. With an awkward smile, it scratched its little head. I just wanted to gather some food for you. There were many magic cores in the fire lizard den, so I thought I'd just grab one. As soon as I reached in, dozens of fire lizards woke up. Why did you touch it? That little creature eats so much. How can I raise it without gathering some? Little Xian looked up with an innocent expression. Besides, I didn't even get to grab one before they woke up. Su Zhenguo looked at little Xian with exasperation. Fortunately, we ran fast this time. Don't do it again next time. Little Xian still looked unconvinced. I lacked experience this time. Next time I will definitely succeed. You still want another chance? Su Zhenguo widened his eyes at him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Su Zhenguo could only shake his head, helplessly adjusting the young creature in his arms before standing up. Let's go, those lizards should have left. Little Xian cheerfully jumped onto his shoulder. On the way back, Su Zhenguo kept busy. Every low-tier beast they encountered along the way became his practice target. Most were second and third tier, hardly able to withstand a shot from him. Magic cores were dug out one after another, and the low-tier ones were fed directly to the young creature. The young creature squatted on his shoulder, gulping one after another, looking up after finishing each one, waiting for the next. Every time Su Zhenguo crouched down to dig out a magic core, little Xian would vanish. Just as Su Zhenguo stuffed a third-tier magic core into the young creature's mouth, he heard a booming sound of footsteps approaching from afar, growing closer and denser. Little Xian sprang out from a thicket, loudly shouting to Su Zhenguo, run. Behind little Xian were over a dozen ice wolves, each towering 2 men high, covered in thick, grayish-white skin, with 2 tusks gleaming coldly. The wolves raised their noses high, letting out a deafening roar. This time Su Zhenguo didn't bother to ask anything, grabbing the young creature and turning to run. The pack of ice wolves chased them for nearly 2 miles before giving up. Su Zhenguo leaned against a rock, grabbing little Xian, and angrily asked, "What did you do this time?" Little Xian proudly pulled out 2 blue magic cores from its embrace. "Look, this time I got 2. I'm doing it for this little guy," giving him a change of flavor with an ice one. "You call that a change of flavor? Balanced nutrition is very important," little Xian argued stoutly. After walking for less than 2 hours, little Xian disappeared again. Su Zhenguo stood still for a few seconds, hearing a buzzing sound approaching from afar. A bad premonition settled in his heart. Before long, little Xian burst out from a thicket, followed by a swarm of fist-sized venomous bees densely blocking the sky, their stingers gleaming green under the sunlight. "That thing looked like a rock. I poked it, and who knew it was full of live ones?" Little Xian shouted as it ran. Su Zhenguo grabbed the young creature and ran, cursing as he, "When you're going to get me killed." The swarm of venomous bees chased them for several miles before dispersing. Su Zhenguo leaned against a rock with several leaves stuck in his hair and his clothes covered in dirt. Little Xian lay on the rock, pulling out a stinger stuck to its tail, with its paw wincing in pain. It looked at Su Zhenguo, sensing that Su Zhenguo's eyes were blazing with anger. Feeling a bit embarrassed, it scratched its head and said, "I just wanted to see if there was anything under the rock." "You said the same thing last time. It was really a rock. This time it just looks like one. What's the difference?" "There is. I wasn't stung last time." On the following journey, little Xian attracted the attention of a sleeping 5th-tier armored rhinoceros, a 4th-tier iron-feathered eagle incubating its eggs, and a swamp giant crocodile rolling in the mud. Each time followed the same pattern. Little Xian would disappear, Su Zhenguo would hear a noise, little Xian would rush back, followed by a large group of strange beasts, and Su Zhenguo would grab the young creature and run. At first Su Zhenguo would scold it, but later he became too lazy to even scold, instinctively grabbing the young creature and running. The young creature remained curled up in his embrace, hiccuping occasionally, peeking out curiously at the group of strange beasts chasing behind. By the time they returned to the academy entrance, it was already deep into the night. Su Zhenguo looked at the academy gate and muttered to himself, "I thought I wouldn't make it back." Little Xian immediately laughed and said, "With me around, how could you not return?" Su Zhenguo looked at little Xian in silence. "Don't you know why you almost couldn't return?" Little Xian awkwardly smiled and silently tucked its swollen tail behind it. The sentry saw them in this state, with Su Zhenguo covered in dirt, branches stuck in his hair, holding the young creature, and perched on his shoulder was a silver-white little monkey, with its tail swollen from stings. He paused for a second. "Did you return from a mission?" "Yes." The sentry continued to ask, "Was the mission dangerous? Should I take you to the medical room?" Su Zhenguo glanced at little Xian, pulling out the stinger from its shoulder, and then looked at the young creature in his arms, turning his head calmly to say, "No need, it's nothing serious. Let's go. First, let's find something to eat in the cafeteria," Su Zhenguo said to little Xian. Upon hearing the word food, little Xian perked up. "Hurry up, hurry up." They arrived at the cafeteria, which was mostly empty at this hour. However, Yi Zian and Qin Xuan were still sitting at a table in the corner, enjoying a late-night snack with several dishes in front of them. Yi Zian looked up and saw Su Zhenguo enter, her chopsticks suspended in midair, her gaze sweeping from little Xian's swollen tail to the gray-purple young creature in Su Zhenguo's arms, and she couldn't help but laugh. "Did you come back from a garbage heap?" The more Yi Zian spoke, the more amused she became, eventually bursting out laughing and slapping the table. "Little Xian, your tail is swollen like a big hot dog. You're killing me with laughter." Little Xian jumped down from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, using all fours to pounce in front of Yi Zian, slapping its tail onto her face. "You still dare to laugh? Watch me slap you away with my tail." Yi Zian leaned back, still laughing. "What did you do?" "I went to dig for magic cores from I dug from several nests and got chased for dozens of miles. Fire lizards, ice wolves, venomous bees, armored rhinoceroses, swamp giant crocodiles. Ask it which nest it didn't dig from." Qin Xuan looked at the young beast on the table. "What is this?" Xiao Xian said with a face full of annoyance, "Don't mention it. I suffered all the way because of this little thing." Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian with disdain. "How can you still have the nerve to say that?" He pushed the cub towards Yi Zian. "I saved it in the mine. It has a mutated attribute and can devour magic cores. Haven't you always wanted a contracted beast?" Yi Zian was still in a daze, looking down at the gray-purple cub on the table. The cub also looked up at him, blinking its little eyes before burping. Yi Zian cradled the cub in his palm, inspecting it. "This cub doesn't look very impressive, does it?" Yi Zian raised his head to look at Su Zhenguo. "Are you sure it can fight in the I don't feel like it's that powerful." Su Zhenguo glanced at the little cub, which was burping again, probably hungry. "I don't know, but the Origin God sect has its eyes on it. Do you think it would be an ordinary beast?" Yi Zian continued to curiously observe the little creature, asking, "What does it eat?" "Magic cores." "How many?" "About 10 per meal." Yi Zian's mouth twitched. "What grade are they?" "Second or third grade are both fine. It's not picky." Yi Zian was shocked and jumped up from his chair. "What? 10 per meal? That means dozens a day. A second-grade magic core costs several hundred, and the third grade is double. If I raise it..." Xiao Xian looked at him and leisurely added, "You just realized it. I brought it back from the mine and fed it dozens of magic cores. Remember to reimburse me." Qin Xuan watched from the side, saying, "Your mutated lightning consumes a lot as well. With the energy potions for training plus the food for this cub, your bill will be quite impressive." Yi Zian's face turned green. Xiao Xian jumped directly in front of Yi Zian, counting on his fingers. "Let me tell you, I saved it outside and was almost blocked by the Origin God sect, and I fed it dozens of magic cores. This debt cannot be counted." "Dozens? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Yes, I fed it all the way back from the mine, both second and third grade magic cores. And there's also the mental damage fee. Xiao Xian slapped his swollen tail against Yi Xian's face. Look at my tail. It got stung several times by poisonous bees. It's swollen like this. This debt should also be counted on you. What does the mental damage fee have to do with your tail, eh? My tail got stung, and I was mentally traumatized. How does it not relate? The cub completely ignored their quarrel. It opened its mouth and called out to Yi Xian, then reached out with its paw to pat the back of his hand. Yi Xian looked down at it, and it patted again. Su Zhenguo saw this situation and knew the little guy was probably hungry again. He took out 2 third-grade magic cores from his space for it. The cub bent down and devoured them one by one. The 2 magic cores the size of a fist disappeared in an instant. Yi Xian was stunned. Did it just swallow 2 third-grade magic cores? That thing is bigger than its head. Qin Chuan's expression was also a bit surprised. It really can eat. This beast should be extraordinary. Yi Xian asked, do you know what breed this is? Qin Chuan shook his head. I've never seen it. However, the strength of a beast is determined by its bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the growth limit. My shadow leopard initially also ate normally, but after its bloodline awakened, its appetite doubled. Beasts like the shadow leopard with special bloodlines can reach 7th grade combat power when grown. By why silver teeth are similar, also a mutated bloodline. But these are known bloodline systems. This little guy is so small, yet eats magic cores, proving it is quite extraordinary, and its upper limit is probably very high. After hearing this, Yi Xian looked at the cub and suddenly slammed his hands on the table. If I'm raising it, then so be it. It's just magic cores I can manage on a budget. He carefully cradled the cub which lay in his palm. Yi Xian smiled broadly, then turned to look at Su Zhenguo. What is its name? Not yet named. You name it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, let's call it Zidian. Xiao Xian immediately retorted, that name is too cheesy. Why don't you call it Xiao Hui? It's not gray, oh it's purple. Zidian is too cheesy, change it to something more stylish. Zidian sneezed, spraying Yi Xian with gray purple powder. Yi Xian laughed and said, see, it likes that name. How do you know it likes it? If it didn't like it, why would it spray me, eh? Xiao Xian thought for a moment and felt this logic. Qin Chuan also smiled and said to him, you have your own beast now, not bad. Yi Xian looked at the little creature in his palm and smiled. Little guy, grow up quickly so you can fight monkeys with me. The little guy just stared at him blankly, then burped. Xiao Xian heard this and immediately jumped onto his head, starting to scratch. You still want to hit me? You haven't paid yet, or I haven't agreed to raise you. Su Zhenguo laughed and stood up. Let's go report this task to Uncle Zhou and take this little one with us to show him. By the way, Grandpa Gu is also here, but it's just right to let him see what breed this is. Xiao Xian's little paws immediately stopped looking at Su Zhenguo. Is Grandpa Gu also there? Then I'm not going. He chased me down the hallway last time. He won't hit you. He will flick my head. Xiao Xian covered his forehead. That flick hurt for several days last time. Then you wait in the dormitory. No way, I want to go too. What if he gives you a new task? I have to help you screen it. Xiao Xian jumped back on his Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Let's go. He probably won't have time to flick me today. Yi Xian also imitated Su Zhenguo and placed Zidian on his shoulder, with Zidian's claws gripping his collar, curiously looking left and right. Qin Chuan also stood up, saying he would go too, as he had something to ask Instructor Zhou. The 4 of them, along with a monkey and a bird, headed towards Zhou Jia's office. Upon arriving at the office door, they coincidentally saw Bai Wei coming over with silver teeth lying at her feet. Bai Wei, are you also here to see Instructor Zhou? Su Zhenguo asked. Bai Wei nodded. Instructor Zhou called me over. He said there are some things to explain before the new student competition. Then let's go in together. Upon reaching the office door, Su Zhenguo knocked. Zhou Jia's voice came from inside. Come in. Opening the door, Zhou Ji was sitting behind the desk, and Gu Yushan was leaning by the window sipping tea. Su Zhenguo opened his mouth and said, Grandpa Gu, Uncle Zhou, I'm back. Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhenguo's disheveled appearance, then at Xiao Xian, jokingly saying, a little monkey has also gotten hurt. Xiao Xian immediately stood up from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, raising his swollen tail high. Look. This is all wounds from helping Su Zhenguo gather magic cores. I suffered so much along the way. You have to compensate me properly. Su Zhenguo looked at Xiao Xian with disdain, not exposing him. He turned to Zhou Ji and Gu Yushan and briefly reported on the situation in the mine. After listening, both nodded. Zhou Ji said, well done. Gu Yushan looked at the cub on Yi Xian's shoulder. The Origin God sect wouldn't pursue a newly hatched cub for no reason. He glanced at Su Zhenguo and the others. Let's talk about the matters regarding beasts. Gu Yu asked them, do you know how the levels of exotic beasts are classified? Yi Xian quickly answered, from 1st to 9th tier, just like psychics. On the surface, yes. But in reality, the hierarchy among exotic beasts is far more brutal than among psychics. Gu Yueshan continued, high-tier beasts have their own clans and territories. They fight each other for resources, and the stronger their bloodline, the fiercer the conflict. A king-level beast can not only rule its own clan, but also command other beast clans. Qin Chuan asked, king level. It's the pinnacle of exotic beast bloodlines. 1 in 10,000. Gu Yueshan said, moreover, king-level bloodlines have a unique trait. Upon reaching a certain level, they can take on human form. Their intellect is identical to that of humans. Yi Xian gasped, take on human form. That's basically a demon. Then look at this monkey, does it seem like a demon? Gu Yueshan glanced at him. Xiao Xian immediately retorted, I'm an immortal monkey, not a demon. And I don't need to shapeshift, I'm already this handsome. Gu Yueshan ignored him and continued, many years ago I encountered a king-level flying beast. Its size rivaled a small passenger plane. Its wings could blot out half the sky, and its feathers glowed within thunderclouds. It possessed the king-level bloodline of the thunder attribute. When it flew overhead, the entire mining area trembled. He looked at the cub on Yi Xian's shoulder. It's still uncertain whether this little one is related to that beast. But if it carries that bloodline, then what you've stumbled upon isn't just a contract beast, but a future king-level combatant. Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and said, when I was in the mining area, I sensed its energy fluctuation was unusual. It wasn't any of the standard elements, wind, fire, thunder, earth, or water. It seemed more like a mutated attribute. It's hard to tell what it is exactly yet. That's normal, Gu Yueshan nodded. Before a king-level cub reaches its growth phase, the true power within its bloodline remains dormant. We'll only see a hint of it once it grows a bit. Only upon its awakening will its true might be revealed. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Zidian, who was still hiccuping on his shoulder. Zidian, completely ignoring the conversation, reached out a paw and patted Yi Xian's face. Did you hear that? Yi Xian cradled it in his palm, grinning as he spoke to it. Old Gu says you'll become that huge someday. If you really turn into that, wouldn't we be incredibly awesome? Just thinking about that scene is cool. Zidian let out a hiccup. Xiao Xian immediately started calculating on his claws again. Then the fee I quoted earlier was too low. Since this little thing is so powerful, it's fair to multiply the market price by 10, right? The life-saving grace plus dozens of magic cores plus mental anguish compensation. I need to recalculate. Can you just stop? Yi Xian pointed at him. You said a 20 discount earlier, and now you're multiplying by 10. What kind of business is that? I didn't know it was that powerful before. Now that I know the price needs to be recalculated, Xiao Xian said with confidence. If you don't want to pay, just give Zidian to me. Yi Xian clutched Zidian protectively. Don't even think about it. Su Zhenguo looked at Gu Yueshan. Is the primordial god cult after Zidian because of its king-level bloodline? Not just for that reason. Gu Yueshan's voice lowered. Their pursuit isn't merely to capture a cub. I suspect they used some method to incite chaos within its clan and then reap the benefits. He pointed at Zidian on Yi Xian's shoulder. They want to capture it to gain control. If this little one has the king-level bloodline, it could grow to lead an entire beast clan. If they can corrupt it and turn it into their puppet, they could use it to control the entire clan. Then through that clan, they could control other beast clans. If the primordial god cult launches an attack with these beast clans under their control, we'll be in serious trouble. Everyone fell silent, feeling a wave of fear. Yi Xian held Zidian close, asking nervously, what do we do? Will they come back for Zidian? Qin Chuan frowned. Since the primordial god cult has its sights on its bloodline, they certainly won't send just one group. Bai Wei looked down at Zidian and spoke a rare occurrence. It should be safe within the academy for now. Gu Yueshan waved his hand dismissively. What's there to fear? This little one is in our hands now, not theirs. If the primordial god cult wants to catch it, they'll have to get through me first. He looked at Su Zhenguo. It's a good thing you brought it back this time. If the primordial god cult had gotten their hands on it first, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You've done a great service on this mission. Su Zhenguo said modestly. No, Grandpa Gu, it was my duty. Xiao Xian looked at Gu Yueshan and said defiantly, why aren't you praising me? Could you have brought it back without me? Gu Yueshan chuckled. It's good enough that you didn't cause any trouble. Ah, you old man, you're infuriating. Xiao Xian angrily jumped onto Gu Yueshan's shoulder and started scratching him. Yi Xian looked down at Zidian, still hiccuping in his palm. Don't worry, I won't let anyone take you away. Zidian sneezed, spraying a puff of gray-purple powder onto Yi Xian's face. Xiao Xian sneered from the side. How are you going to protect it? You. What's wrong with me? Yi Xian retorted angrily. Then you and this little guy will get captured together and used for experiments together, ha. Yi Xian hugged the little creature tightly and reached out to grab Xiao Xian. At that moment, Zhou Ji stood up from behind the desk and clapped his hands. All right, let's get down to business. For this year's freshman competition, Old Gu will lead the team. I've heard this year's new students have some exceptional talents, which is why this national freshman exchange competition was specially organized. This competition is a national exchange with the capital, the Magic City, and the Southern Military Region all participating. You represent our academy as freshman delegates. Go there and give it your all. Don't disgrace the Northern Frontier Academy. He paused for a moment, then added, after the competition, students from other academies may come to our academy as exchange. You all need to behave yourselves and not do anything that damages our academy's image. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. Relax, instructor. Zhou, don't you know our strength by now? Gu Yueshan looked at Yi Xian's smug expression, a familiar cunning smile spreading across his face as he said to them, you are the most talented new students I've ever seen. If you embarrass yourselves due to overconfidence. He paused, his smile turning even more sinister. When you come back, I will show you all a lot more care. The training room fell silent for a moment. Yi Xian's hair stood on end, and he snapped to attention. We guarantee we'll complete the mission. We will definitely showcase the spirit of the Northern Frontier Academy. Qin Chuan was also sweating coldly. Bai Wei lowered her head and gently stroked Silver Fang's ear. Su Zhenguo coughed dryly. Xiao Xian poked his head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, about to say something, but Su Zhenguo clamped a hand over his mouth. Gu Yueshan looked at their reactions and nodded with satisfaction. All right, get back to your own business. Remember our academy's principle, don't seek trouble, but don't fear it either. As long as I'm here, go ahead and charge forward. Everyone answered loudly yes. Su Zhenguo thought to himself, this feeling of having someone to back you up was truly wonderful. Each of them made their final adjustments at the training ground. Xian sat cross-legged on the floor with purple lightning dozing on his knee. He tried to channel the mutated thunder within him, and the arcs of lightning around him seemed more condensed than before. But every time he was about to unleash a bolt, purple lightning would hiccup, disrupting the rhythm of his electric arcs. He looked down at the creature and poked its crest feathers with a finger. "Can't you wait until after I strike to hiccup?" Purple lightning opened one eye and let out an even louder burp. Xiao Xian, crouching nearby, laughed so hard it slapped the floor. "Are you even capable? Getting your spell interrupted by a little critter like that?" Yi Xian ignored the remark and continued his practice. On the other side of the training ground, Bai Wei stood before a target, her body radiating a dense, solidified glow of her supernatural power. A mist of frost swirled around her, then condensed into ice bullets followed by cages of water. Inya lay at her feet, nuzzling her leg with its massive head. Su Zhenguo leaned against the wall at the edge of the training ground, an old manual in his hands and the Xuangu spear resting across his knees. He occasionally raised a hand to trace a movement, a flash of compressed energy flickering at the spear's tip. At the far end of the field, Qin Chuan was training alone with the shadow leopard. He swung his blade in a deadly dance while the beast dodged and countered. Through his own footwork, he continuously unleashed sharper wind blades. As they were about to wrap up for the day, Qin Chuan suddenly walked up to Su Zhenguo. "Su Zhenguo, fight me." Su Zhenguo thought he had misheard, looking up at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stood before him, holding his saber, his expression serious. It wasn't his usual cold, expressionless demeanor. He looked genuinely earnest. Su Zhenguo said awkwardly, "Let's not. We set off tomorrow." "Precisely because we leave tomorrow," Qin Chuan said, revealing his blade. "I want to see where my level truly stands." Su Zhenguo stared at Qin Chuan. There was no resentment, no jealousy, no provocation in his eyes. Only a pure, earnest resolve. A smile spread across Su Zhenguo's face. "Looks like we can't settle this without a fight." He closed the manual, stood up, and gripped the Xuangu spear. "Fine then. I've been itching for a bout too." Xiao Xian jumped off Su Zhenguo's shoulder, scampered over to Inya, and plopped down on its neck, holding a bunch of grapes. Come. Place your bets, place your bets." "I bet on Su Zhenguo winning. 10 grapes." Yi Xian turned to look at it. "Where did you even get grapes?" "Snagged them from the cafeteria." "Who are you betting on?" "They'll bet on Qin Chuan then." Bai Wei glanced down at Inya, who let out a low growl. The shadow leopard flicked its tail and lay down, watching Qin Chuan and Su Zhenguo. "Let me see how strong you've gotten." Qin Chuan activated his supernatural power, and a visible vortex of shredding air. "You're telling it who to bet on?" Yi Xian shouted back. "None of your business." Qin Chuan stared at Su Zhenguo. "Let me see how strong you've gotten." Qin Chuan activated his supernatural power, and a visible vortex of shredding air wrapped around him, making him look like the eye of a cyclone. It was clear he had fully consolidated his fourth-order strength. His power was on a whole different level than before. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he watched. "No probing, just going all out from the start." Xiao Xian said playfully, "You think he's like you? Against you he wouldn't even need to probe. One move would be enough." Yi Xian protested, "Why? I'm fourth order too." Xiao Xian glanced at him. "He wouldn't even need to make a move. You'd probably blow yourself up first." Su Zhenguo watched the terrifying wind-type power radiating from Qin Chuan, his expression turning grim. An S-rank ability combined with fourth-order wind element meant its single attribute strength far surpassed any of his own individual attributes. If he tried to block it with a single attribute, he would be utterly crushed. He raised the Xuangu spear, and a 5-colored light blazed around him. "Bring it on." Qin Chuan moved. It wasn't a test, it was full force. Wind step enhanced his movement, and he shot towards Su Zhenguo as a mere afterimage, swinging his blade in a wide horizontal arc. Every slash carried the shredding force of a whirlwind, so precise there wasn't a single wasted motion, each angle so cunning it seemed to cut from a blind spot. Su Zhenguo sidestepped the first strike, but the second was already chasing toward his waist, and the third came crashing down from above. The 3 strikes landed almost simultaneously, sealing off all his escape routes. Su Zhenguo used phase shift to dodge, creating distance. The moment he materialized, he whipped out several crescent slashes of fused attributes. Qin Chuan turned and blocked his wind blades, spinning rapidly along the blade's edge to absorb the impact, then countered with 5 more slashes that forced Su Zhenguo to phase shift again. The two exchanged a smile, and Su Zhenguo said again. He phased behind Qin Chuan, and upon materializing, a magma dragon coiled out from the spear's tip. Without looking back, Qin Chuan slashed downward, striking the dragon's head. The wind blade and magma exploded simultaneously, and the shockwave sent both of them staggering back several steps. The moment Su Zhenguo regained his footing, Qin Chuan was already charging at him again. His wind blades came in relentless waves, each one precisely aimed at Su Zhenguo's weak points. Su Zhenguo weaved through the net of shredding blades, using phase shift, timing each materialization perfectly in the gaps between Qin Chuan's strikes. A compressed fused spear grazed past Qin Chuan's shoulder, while Qin Chuan's wind blades also whizzed past Su Zhenguo's body. So far, neither had gained an advantage. Yi Xian hugged purple lightning, completely mesmerized by the fight. It's just a spar, but you'd think they had a blood feud. Xiao Xian stuffed a grape into its mouth. Neither of them has gone all out yet. They're both saving their trump cards, just waiting to see who blinks first. Yi Xian turned to Bai Wei with a grin. Bai Wei, who do you think will win? No, wait. Who do you hope will win? Bai Wei leaned against Inya. I don't know. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yi Xian squinted, a sly grin spreading across his face. You don't know? Then why are you blushing? Bai Wei shot him a fierce glare. Once they're done, it's your turn with me. Yi Zian quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I'm just kidding. Watching them is enough. After their first exchange, Su Zhe and Qin Chuan simultaneously pulled back to create distance. Qin Chuan looked at him and asked, "You've got more than that up your sleeve, right?" Su Zhe smiled in response. "You haven't used your full strength either, have you?" Qin Chuan suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hahaha, I love this feeling of fighting without holding back. He gripped his saber with both hands as his wind-type power began to surge dramatically. This next move, I was planning to save it for the capital. But if I don't use it now, this fight loses all meaning. Let me see where your limits truly lie. Su Zhe watched as Qin Chuan erupted with another surge of terrifying wind power, and he smiled. I knew you weren't simple. He raised his spear, pointing the tip at Qin Chuan, the shaft held horizontally before him. His own power began to swell as well. He stomped his foot, and an elemental domain spread out from beneath him, while the Xuangu spear blazed with the light of all 5 elements. The two unleashed their powers, colliding in midair, neither gaining an edge over the other. Yi Zian, clutching purple lightning, was starting to panic as he watched. What are they doing? Are they going to blow up the training room? Maybe we should get out of here first. Xiao Xian, however, remained calm, munching on grapes. Relax, this is what makes it fun to watch. Both Su Zhe and Qin Chuan felt their abilities peak. Just as they were about to strike simultaneously, the training room door was kicked open. You two little rascals. Gu Yushan stood at the door, raising his hand to release a gravitational magnetic field towards them. Su Zhe and Qin Chuan were simultaneously pressed to the ground, their elemental domains and wind blades extinguished in an instant. Gu Yushan strode in, grabbing Su Zhe by the collar with one hand and lifting Qin Chuan with the other. You're going to set off tomorrow, and you're practicing hard here. Are you out of your minds? If you want to fight, wait until after the competition. I'll personally referee your match then. Why fight now? Do you want to show up injured on the stage? Su Zhe said aggrievedly. Grandpa Gu, we were just having a friendly spar. A friendly spar? Is that how you two look? Or do you have deep-seated grudges against each other? Gu Yushan grew angrier and slapped Su Zhe on the head. The pain made Su Zhe clutch his head, tears almost spilling out. What if your compression fusion goes wrong and injures him? What if his wind blade doesn't hold and cuts you? Am I supposed to carry you on a stretcher tomorrow for the competition? Qin Chuan, lying on the ground, murmured. I can control my... Gu Yushan immediately shot him a murderous glance. You didn't hit him, did you? Then without hesitation, he slapped Qin Chuan on the head as well. Qin Chuan clutched his head, his expression contorted in pain. Su Zhe and Qin Chuan squatted side by side on the ground, one holding his head, the other clutching his forehead, both too afraid to speak. Gu Yushan looked at them and continued. You really are a handful, both need a good beating. Xiao Xian stood up from Silver Fang's back and said with a smile, they weren't really fighting, they were just showing off. Old man, don't be so worked up. Gu Yushan, having already beaten them, was calming down, but upon hearing Xiao Xian speak, the veins on his forehead bulged. In the next second, he flashed in front of Xiao Xian and smacked him on the head. Xiao Xian yelped and rolled off Silver Fang's back, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. You hit me again. It was them fighting, why hit me? You talk too much. You were the one enjoying the show, stirring up trouble. Xiao Xian dared not retort, hiding beside Yi Zian while clutching his head. Yi Zian, holding Ji Dian, was startled when Xiao Xian approached. Ji Dian burped in his arms. He quickly covered Ji Dian's mouth, silently praying. Don't see me, it's none of my business, don't hit me. Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhe and Qin Chuan, who were getting up from the ground, his tone softening a bit. Alright, perform well in the competition and don't embarrass yourselves. Once the competition is over, you can fight however you want, and I'll personally referee. Now get back and rest. Su Zhe and Qin Chuan stood up, exchanged glances, and couldn't hold back, breaking into smiles. Gu Yushan had already turned to leave, but upon hearing their laughter, he was furious and spun around, smacking each of them on the two instantly crouched down, clutching their heads, tears almost spilling from their eyes. Su Zhe held his forehead, his voice trembling. Grandpa Gu, how can we compete tomorrow if you hit us like this? Gu Yushan glared at them, pointing at the door. I told you not to laugh. Fix the training room door. He strode out of the training room, cursing under his breath, not even knowing what he was saying. Su Zhe squatted on the ground, feeling wronged, and turned to look at Yi Zian and the others. You all come help. I can't fix the door. Yi Zian, supporting the doorframe, complained. You two fought, and now I'm dragged into this. Su Zhe awkwardly smiled and shoved the repair tools into his hands. We are a team, after all, we help each other. Why didn't you remember we're a team when you were fighting? You both were in the arena hacking at each other so joyfully, and now you remember me when it's time to fix the door. Qin Chuan squatted on the other side, not looking up. Didn't you just bet on me? That was to cheer you on. Xiao Xian perched on Silver Fang's back, pointing at him. You just said, is this a spar or a demolition? And now you're fixing the door, aren't you? Profit. Yi Zian didn't want to argue with Xiao Xian, as he could never win. He continued tightening the screws and said, my dad just happens to be on a business trip to Kyoto and said he would come to watch the competition. I wonder if that's true. Bai Wei glanced at him. Then make sure to perform well. Of course I will perform well. Yi Zian set down the tools, lifting Ji Dian. Ji Dian, you say, I can't embarrass myself with my dad coming to watch my competition. Ji Dian burped. Su Zhe curiously asked, what does your dad do? Yi Zian scratched his head. He's just an ordinary white-collar worker doing finance at a company. My dad said our family hasn't had any ability users for 8 generations, and it's a genetic mutation with me. So my dad is particularly excited and wants to train me well. Xiao Xian curiously asked, does your dad know your ability could hurt yourself? Can you not bring that up? Yi Zian turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, your family is in Kyoto, right? Will your family come to watch the competition? Qin Chuan continued to fix the door with his tools and took a while to respond. I don't know. Su Zhenguo glanced at Qin Chuan, his profile hidden in the dim light of the training room, revealing no expression. Su Zhenguo didn't press further. He naturally shifted the topic to Bai Wei. Bai Wei, how's your training going? I saw you earlier at the shooting range. It seemed like you could launch simultaneously with the water prison. Bai Wei leaned against Silver Fong and nodded. I can basically synchronize now. I used to release the ice bomb first, and then the water prison. There was a very brief gap in between, but my master helped me eliminate that gap. Now I can release the ice bomb and the water prison simultaneously. That's good. When we get to Kyoto, your chain control will be our trump card. Su Zhenguo pressed the threshold back in place and dusted off his hands. I heard there are quite a few strong contenders in this comp. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what kind of talent those places like Kyoto Magic City and the Southern Military District have. Qin Chuan put the repair tools back in the toolbox. We'll find out when we fight. Bai Wei gently stroked Silver Fong. It's just right to see our training results. Yi Zian suddenly became serious. Honestly, we really need to perform well. It's fine if we win, but if we lose. He swallowed hard. I'm afraid when we return, old Gu will kill us. Everyone froze for a moment. Su Zhenguo twitched his mouth. Qin Chuan also tensed up, unsure if he was recalling the incident when he was just hit on the head. Xiao Xian jumped off Silver Fong's back and approached Yi Zian. As long as you don't drag everyone down, it'll be fine. Yi Zian was also a bit angry. I won't. I'm very strong. Su Zhenguo also laughed and said to Xiao Xian, don't say that about him. After all, a 4th-tier mutated level ability, you can hardly find anyone stronger than him. Yi Zian was also proud to hear that. Exactly. Exactly. Xiao Xian sneered. Yes, but it's unknown if you can defeat your opponent without blowing yourself up first. That would be funny. After saying that, Yi Zian chased after Xiao Xian running around. Su Zhenguo could only smile, helplessly looking forward to this exchange competition. Early the next morning, Su Zhenguo and the others arrived at the boarding gate. Zhou Ji was waiting there looking at them as he said, perform well and return safely. With that, he saluted them. Without a word, they returned the salute and boarded the transport plane. As Zhou Ji watched the cargo door slowly close, he couldn't help but sigh. I hope these kids can make a name for themselves so they'll have something to brag about. Yi Zian was unusually excited today. What do you think the capital is like? The girls there must be prettier than the ones back home. What if someone asks for my contact info later? What should I do? Qin Chuan leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. Can you be quiet for a moment? No, I can't. This is my first time leaving the northern border. Can I be excited? Yi Zian took Zi Jian off his shoulder and held it in his palm. Zi Jian, don't you agree? This is your first trip to the capital too, right? Gui Weishan opened one eye. Yi Zian. Yes. If you don't shut up, they'll make you get out and run alongside the plane. Yi Zian immediately fell silent. About 3 minutes later, he turned his head and whispered to Su Zhenguo, do you think the training grounds at the Capital Academy are bigger than ours? I heard their cafeteria has 8 windows. Yi Zian Gui Weishan opened one eye again. I wasn't talking. Your lips. Xiao Xian perched on Yin Ya's head said it'd be more unusual if his lips weren't moving. Yi Zian was about to retort, but seeing Gu Yushan's half-open eye, he swallowed his words. Gui Weishan stood up and scanned the group. All right, let's get down to business. The specific format for this exchange tournament hasn't been announced yet. The organizers said we'll find out when we get there. You should be mentally prepared. No matter the format, don't embarrass me. Yi Zian raised his hand. Old Gu, what if the format is really weird? All you need to remember is to fight well regardless of the format. Qin Chuan added, whatever the format, we'll know once we fight. Bai Wei nodded. Su Zhenguo also looked at Gu Yueshan and nodded understood. The transport plane landed at the capital's led by Gu Yueshan. They passed through the terminal and boarded the bus arranged by the organizers heading straight for the Kyoto Superpower Academy. The main campus of the Kyoto Superpower Academy was right next to the sports stadium. Several silver-white teaching buildings glistened in the sunlight. The track surrounding the training ground was a full lap wider than the northern border academies. The lawn was meticulously trimmed, and even the streetlights were uniformly styled in silver gray. Yi Zian pressed his entire face against the window, his voice trembling. Look at that track. Wow. And there are so many girls taking a stroll. Qin Chuan leaned back with his eyes closed. You're not here on vacation. Can't I even be envious? Yi Zian turned and pointed out the window. Look at that building. That's their combat simulation center, right? Xiao Xian hopped onto Yi Zian and looked out too. What about the cafeteria? Is it big? Just then the bus stopped at the main gate of the academy. Gui Weishan stood up. We're here. Get off. They got off and, guided by the staff, walked through the main campus towards the stadium's waiting area. Yi Zian looked around as he walked. Seeing a girl pass by, he immediately flashed a brilliant smile. Hello. I'm from the Northern Border Military Academy. The girl looked him up and down without a word and quickly walked away. Yi Zian was left standing there dazed. When he came to, he saw the group had moved ahead, and he shouted, hey, wait for me. They entered the waiting area, which was already packed. The deep blue uniforms of the Magic City Academy, the dark green of the Southern Military Region, and the silver gray of the Kyoto Academy each occupied their own space. The deep red uniforms of the Northern Border Academy were the last to enter, and all eyes turned towards them. Yi Zian whispered, are we late? Qin Chuan replied, the Northern Border is the farthest, so it's normal. Su Zhenguo. A familiar voice came from the side. Su Zhenguo turned to see Xiao Wanqing standing at the edge of the Kyoto Academy's lineup, wearing the silver gray uniform, smiling at him. She ran over and stopped in front of him. I knew you'd be at this exchange tournament. Su Zhenguo nodded. Just arrived. Yi Ziyan stepped forward and said to Xiao Wanqing, hello beautiful. Su's teammate Yi Ziyan. Xiao Wanqing, a bit taken aback by Yi Ziyan's demeanor, could only nod and reply, hello, my name is Xiao Wanqing. Before Yi Ziyan could start showing off, a low, beastly roar echoed from the other side of the waiting area. He turned to see a massive flame lion walking towards them from the Kyoto Academy's ranks. The lion was covered in dark red scales, and its mane blazed like fire. A young man sat on its back, wearing his uniform loosely, with a lazy smile on his lips. He bore a slight resemblance to Qin Chuan, but his eyes held a hint of contempt. Yi Ziyan asked Su Zhenguo, who is that? Why is he so full of himself? Su Zhenguo said, I don't know him either, but it looks like he's coming our way. The flame lion stopped in front of their group. The young man on the lion's back scanned Su Zhenguo and the others, then said provocatively, has the northern border run out of people? They even have to scrape the bottom of the barrel with trash, like Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan remained silent. Beside him, his shadow leopard crouched low, its front limbs braced in a fighting stance, the patterns on its back glowing as it let out a low growl. Yi Ziyan's face changed instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Xian stood up on Ya's back, pinching his nose. Yi Ziyan, do you smell something foul? Yi Ziyan caught on immediately and pinched his nose too. Yeah. Why does it suddenly stink so bad? It didn't before. He walked closer to the lion, a look of disgust on his face, waving his hand. This is way too stinky. Xiao Xian nodded, still pinching his nose with a big piece of trash right there. Of course it stinks. Bai Wei couldn't help but smile at Xiao Xian and Yi Ziyan's little act. The young man's smile froze for a split second. He stared at Xiao Xian, his tone turning cold. A talking monkey. Seems like the northern border isn't any better. You even bring trash like this to compete. Xiao Xian's fur bristled in fury. He was about to lunge forward, but Su Zhenguo quickly grabbed his head. The young man, who looked like Qin Chuan, frowned and jumped down from the flame lion. He sneered at Xiao Xian, what, even a monkey dares to fight? He'll sweat you dead with one slap. Su Zhenguo's face darkened. He stepped forward, looking at the young man with an icy stare. You piece of trash. Say that again, and they'll have you on the ground. Su Zhenguo's voice wasn't loud, but the entire waiting area heard it. All eyes turned to them, and the room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The young man's sneer froze on his face. The next second his powers erupted as he roared, you're asking for death. Qin Zhao, stop. The Kyoto Academy's supervisor strolled over, his tone flippant. If you want to fight, do it on the arena. What's the meaning of this here? People will think we Kyoto Academy folks are bullying others. He turned to Su Zhenguo, his tone stern. Are you northern border people so ignorant of the rules? So eager to pick a fight? Just as Su Zhenguo was about to speak in retaliation, Gu Yushan strode over. Your dog is barking here, saying we are provoking. Gu Yushan drew his saber. Come on, no need to wait for the match. Let's fight. Young against young, old against old. If I lose, I'll take my people and leave immediately. The face of the Kyoto Academy leader turned pale and flushed, his lips moved for a long time, and finally he managed to say, Gu Yushan, this is Kyoto, not your northern region. Don't be too arrogant. Oh, come on. Do you even have any shame? Your people insulted mine first, and now you call me arrogant. Look, everyone, this is how Kyoto treats its guests. The Kyoto Academy leader trembled with rage, pointing at Gu Yushan for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Finally, he swished his sleeve and pulled Qin Zhao's arm to leave. Let's go. Don't argue with these northern region folks. We'll see the truth at the match. Qin Zhao was pulled away, glaring back at Qin Chuan with eyes full of resentment. Gu Yushan snorted, sheathing his saber, and shouted, no need to wait for the match. You can do it any time you want. After the Kyoto people left the waiting area, quickly returned to its lively state. Yi Ziyan excitedly walked up to Gu Yushan, her face filled with admiration. Old Gu, you're amazing. You're my idol. Gu Yushan beamed with pride upon hearing this and waved his hand. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Xiao Xian also jumped onto Gu Yushan's shoulder, playfully pawing at his beard while flattering, old man, you're not that bad. Oof, now you know how good I am. Qin Chuan stood there watching Qin Zhao's back, then looking at this group of teammates and teachers, opened his mouth as if to say something, but it seemed he couldn't get the words out. He lowered his head, noticing the shadow leopard nuzzling at his feet, looking up at him quietly. After a moment, he said to everyone. Su Zhenguo immediately replied, we're on the same side, no need to thank us. Yi Ziyan also came over and patted his shoulder. Exactly, what's there to thank for? I was ready to strike. Bai Wei also replied, so was I. I was all set to move. Gu Yushan turned to look at them, still wearing a fierce expression. Next time just start fighting, and I'll cover for you. Remember, we don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Qin Zhao was pulled back into the Kyoto Academy's ranks, his expression dark enough to drip water. He thought of how he had everything he wanted at home since childhood, and had never been publicly humiliated like this. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He slammed his fist against the wall. Oh, young Master Qin is in a bad mood. A lazy voice came from the side. Shun Yunzheng had his hands in the pockets of his team uniform, a look of amusement on his face. What does it have to do with you? Shun Yunzheng looked at Qin Zhao and continued, I thought you'd fight right away, but who knew you'd sneak back like a coward? So, are you laughing at me? Qin Zhao said angrily. Shun Yunzheng chuckled. No, I'm just concerned about you. I just get your revenge in the match. You don't need to tell me that, it just don't drag me down in the match. Qin Zhao glared at him. Shun Yunzheng's expression turned serious as he stepped forward. Qin Zhao, what do you mean by that? Want to fight? The two stared at each other, their powers starting to surge. The Kyoto Academy leader, witnessing this, shouted angrily. Are you all ready for the match, and still want to fight among yourselves? Are you two done? Whoever dares to cause internal strife before the match, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hearing this, the two reluctantly distanced themselves and returned to their positions. On the other side, staff guided the contestants from various academies to the rest area. Su Zhenguo and his group were assigned to a standalone villa 2 stories tall. Yi Ziyan was the first to push the door open and walked around the hall continuously exclaiming in surprise. Look at this sofa. This coffee table. This villa is too beautiful, way better than ours. Xiao Xian jumped from Enya's back onto the coffee table picking. These fruits look delicious, I'll try some first. Su Zhenguo stood in the center of the hall looking around. Let's rest for a while. In the evening there will be a dinner, and the organizers should announce the competition rules then. Qin Xuan carrying his luggage headed upstairs with the shadow leopard. Yi Ziyan suddenly called out from behind him, Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan stopped and turned around noticing several teammates sitting in a row. Xiao Xian was squatting on the coffee table, all eyes were fixed on him. Qin Xuan felt a bit uneasy under their gaze. What do you want? Yi Ziyan stepped forward, her face almost touching Qin Xuan's. Aren't you going to tell us what happened? Qin Xuan felt a bit overwhelmed and placed his luggage at the foot of the stairs, walking over to sit on the sofa in the center of the hall. Looking at several people he sighed and said, that person is my half-brother named Qin Zhao. Less than a year after my mother passed away, my father remarried. Qin Zhao is only a few months younger than me. His voice was very calm, as if he were talking about someone else's matter. I was made to give way to him since childhood. If he wanted something of mine, I had to give it to him. Gradually he began to feel that I was inferior to him in every way. This has been the case all my life. Until I awakened my talent, I thought I had awakened its level ability, and the family would pay attention to me. I didn't expect the suppression to become even more severe, with all family resources, including daily necessities, tilted towards Qin Zhao. He has an 11 mutated wind ability, but still there is a gap between us. Later I couldn't take it anymore, and left Kyoto for the northern region. Everyone listened quietly without saying a word. Suddenly Yi Ziyan slapped the table, and stood up, startling Zidian, who let out a hiccup. Don't worry, if I encounter him on the arena, I'll take care of him. I'll strike him so hard that even his mother won't recognize him. Xiao Xian, usually not one to tease him, was seriously munching on a peach. Count me in. That person is too despicable, he must be dealt with. Bai Wei also spoke, her tone as flat as ever. We are on the... Su Zhenguo also chimed in, don't worry, you're not alone, we're by your side. Qin Xuan lowered his head, not saying anything. He was used to being solitary since childhood, unsure how to respond to others' kindness, and wouldn't say those polite words. He looked at several teammates, opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and in the end, he just nodded firmly, murmuring a low Su Zhenguo watched him, saying nothing more, only patting his shoulder from the side. At this moment the door was pushed open from outside. Gu Yushan walked in wearing that familiar cunning smile. Now this is how my troops should be. Remember what you just said. When you encounter people from Kyoto, don't be polite to them. But if you lose... He paused, his smile deepening. Hey, you all understand. Everyone felt the temperature in the hall drop. Yi Ziyan reflexively stood up straight, and even Xiao Xian jumped off the coffee table, hiding behind Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo shouted loudly, I guarantee we won't lose. The dining location is arranged in the banquet hall of the Kyoto Academy of Abilities. The contestants from the 4 major academies are seated by their respective institutions. The Northern Academy has been assigned a window-side position adjacent to the Southern Military District, with the Magic City Academy opposite, and the Kyoto Academy sitting in the center as the host. The instructors have a separate table, while Gu Yushan and the person in charge of the Kyoto Academy glare at each other across a table, with a palpable tension hanging in the air. After Yi Ziyan sat down, he noticed that the contestants from the Southern Military District at the adjacent table were all robust, staring intently at him. When he returned their gaze, they silently averted their eyes. He glared back, and they looked away again. Why do they keep looking at me? Yi Ziyan leaned over to Su Zhenguo. Xiao Xian, while eating a peach, said, because you greeted everyone from Kyoto on the bus earlier, and now everyone recognized. That was socializing. Do you understand socializing? What the heck is socializing? You just introduced yourself to a girl who walked by, and she was so startled she took a detour. She even muttered, what a weirdo. You heard wrong. My hearing is much better than yours, you know nothing. Yi Ziyan decided not to bother with it. He picked up an orange from the table, peeled it, and was about to pop it into his mouth, when Zidian poked its head out from his shoulder and gulped down the entire orange. He looked down at his empty hand, and then at Zidian's bulging cheeks. Aren't you supposed to only eat magic cores? Zidian let out a loud burp. Alright, you eat everything. The lights in the hall dimmed. A middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform walked up to the podium, a golden badge pinned to his collar. He scanned the audience and got straight to the point. Welcome everyone who has traveled from afar to participate in this exchange competition. I am from the Kyoto Abilities Management Bureau, and I will introduce this competition to you all. This exchange competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the Stronghold Contest. Contestants from the 4 major academies will enter a secret realm where there are 4 strongholds and abundant energy crystals. The competition lasts for 3 hours and is ranked by total team points. After he spoke, giant screens unfolded above everyone's heads, displaying a 3-dimensional map of the secret realm. The lights of the 4 strongholds illuminated the night sky, positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. Contestants can fight each other for each other's crystals. If a contestant loses their combat capability or voluntarily forfeits, they can teleport out of the secret realm. Contract beasts can participate in the battles. Yi Ziyan looked down at Zidian in his arms. Can you participate? Zidian let out a loud burp. The second stage is the Arena Challenge. Contestants from each academy will take turns in unknown arena matches. Those with the capability can continue winning without needing to switch out. The third stage is a free-for-all flag contest. A flag is placed in the center of the arena. Whoever can seize the flag during the chaos and hold on to it until the end will win. Each stage is scored independently, and the final champion is determined by the total points. The event director closed the folder. Before the draw, there is something we need to clarify. This secret realm is a real battlefield, not a training ground or a simulated arena. There are no shields, no referees to call a halt. If you get injured, you bear the consequences yourself. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, you still have time. He paused for a moment. No one in the audience moved. Good. Then I will continue. The secret realm is not only filled with crystals and strongholds. Various exotic beasts and spiritual treasures are scattered throughout with varying levels of rarity. Encountering them depends on your luck. However, spiritual treasures are usually guarded by high-level exotic beasts, so if you want the good stuff, you must take on the corresponding risks. He continued flipping through the documents, saying, the academy with the highest total points will be rewarded with an S-class energy recovery device delivered directly to the academy's training room by the Abilities Management Bureau. The crowd erupted in surprise. Gu Yushan was somewhat excited upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a reward. Qin Xuan said, I didn't expect the Abilities Management Bureau to offer something like this as a reward. Is it that rare? Su Zhenguo asked. There are very few of these devices nationwide. For those of us who often go on missions, it can be life-saving at critical moments. Yi Zian put away his playful expression and seriously said, we need to bring this back. Su Zhenguo also said, then we must come in first this time just for this device. Alright, representatives from each academy will come up to draw their initial stronghold positions. Other representatives came up one after another to complete their draws. Yi Zian pushed Su Zhenguo, saying, hurry up and get a good draw. Su Zhenguo stood up, walked forward, politely nodded to the person there, then reached into the box and took out a crystal token. The token revealed a line of text, Northern Stronghold. Su Zhenguo returned to his seat with the token. Yi Zian leaned over anxiously, saying, let me see where we are. Su Zhenguo handed the token over to him. Northern Stronghold. Isn't it too far from the center? While others are in the middle snatching crystals, we are stuck in the north looking at the scenery. Qin Xuan leaned back in his chair. There are advantages to being far away. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. By Y-size fog can exert its maximum effect in the northern narrow terrain. I can seal off the perimeter of the stronghold. Anyone trying to approach will have to get through a double defense line first, Bai Wei added. Then Qin Xuan and I will go outside to collect crystals. You and Yi Zian will defend. Just use long-range lightning strikes to deal with anyone who gets close, Su Zhenguo suggested. Zidian let out a burp. After the competition rules were announced, the undercurrents among the academies began to subtly stir during the banquet. As the captain of the Southern Military District passed by, he glanced at Su Zhenguo. Su Zhenguo met his gaze, and the other party nodded before leaving. At that moment, someone from the Magic City Academy approached. He wore silver-framed glasses and held a cup of juice, standing in front of Su Zhenguo. I've seen your competition video. It's a shame you didn't come here to learn about formations. What are you trying to imply? Yi Zian asked. Nothing much, just came to say hello. The formation master took an apple and placed it in front of Yi Zian, a bribe for you. If you encounter my formations in the secret realm, please go easy on me. Xiao Xian took a bite of the apple, chewed a few times, and frowned sour. I didn't know that it was what was left over from the banquet, the formation master said with a smile, waving his hand. Yi Zian also smiled and said, what are you thinking, testing the cadres with an apple? The formation master turned to leave, leaving behind a remark, see you tomorrow. Yi Zian watched his back and said, that guy is a bit strange. He's a formation master from the Magic City Academy. Their specialty is the fusion of formations and abilities. Qin Xuan said, staring at him, formations are intangible things that can be laid out in any corner of the secret realm in advance. Their combat strength will significantly increase within the formations. My ice fog can interfere with the energy flow of the formations. If we encounter formations, let me scout ahead, Bai Wei added. They have strong defenses, but our offense isn't bad either. Let's ask Grandfather Gu when we get back. He should have plenty of experience in combat, Su Zhenguo said. The others nodded. After the banquet dispersed, the five of them walked back to the villa. Yi Zian, holding Zidian, suddenly ran in front of everyone, grinning widely and asking, are you guys interested in doing something? Everyone stopped looking at him with puzzled expressions, not knowing what he was up to. Yi Zian observed the puzzled expressions of a few people and hurriedly said, don't be tense, don't be tense. I meant to say let's play some bets on the outer circle. Su Zhenguo was taken aback. Outer circle? Xiao Xian poked his head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, tilting his head and asking, what is the outer circle? It means gambling, Bai Wei said. Xiao Xian's curiosity piqued. Gambling? Betting on what? Yi Zian leaned closer to them and lowered his voice. I saw on the Kyoto forum that someone set odds for this exchange competition. Can you guess? Our Beijingshan Academy is the least favored team. The odds are ridiculously high. He took Zidian off his shoulder, cradling it in his palm, while explaining and gesturing, think about it, this little guy eats so much my allowance is barely enough to feed it. If I bet on us winning 3 matches with these odds, it would be hard not to profit. After 3 matches, not only would I be able to afford Zidian's food, but I could also stock up on high-grade magic cores for its future advancement. Qin Xuan stared at him for several seconds. What if we lose? Do you have so little faith in us? Yi Zian became anxious, pointing at Qin Xuan's nose. We're the elite team from Beijingshan Academy. Team Battle Champions. Just a moment ago in the cafeteria you said that glass recovery device had to be taken back. Now I ask you if you're betting on us winning, and you ask me what if we lose. Qin Chuan remained silent, his nose being pointed at, and his lips twitched, but offered no rebuttal. Bai Wei was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "I'll bet 100,000. Yi Zian turned around sharply to look at her. What? Bai Wei, you don't usually spend much, and now you bet one. Bai Wei inserted her short blade back into her waist. It's from my savings. I don't usually need it, so I saved it up. Su Zhenguo thought for a moment. I don't have much money. I sold some money I made from hunting beasts with others, and after betting once and winning 50,000, I have about 80,000 in total. Xiao Xian scratched Su Zhenguo with his small paw, asking, "If we lose, will we have no money left?" "Yes. We won't even have money for fruit." Su Zhenguo replied. "Then if we win, can we buy a lot of fruit?" "Yes, we can buy a lot, an enormous amount." Xiao Xian immediately jumped on Su Zhenguo's head, hitting Su Zhenguo's head with his paw. Buy everything. Su Zhenguo, you must not lose, or else this monkey will starve. After everyone reported their bets, Yi Zian took out his communicator and opened the forum to take notes, but suddenly felt something was missing. He looked up and found Qin Chuan with his arms crossed, remaining silent. "Qin Chuan, how much are you betting?" Qin Chuan didn't say anything. "No way." Yi Zian narrowed his eyes. "Do you have no confidence in yourself? Or do you have no confidence in us?" Qin Chuan, he pulled out his communicator from his pocket, opened the transfer interface, and handed it to Yi Zian. Yi Zian looked down at the numbers on the screen, utterly stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Then he raised his head, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. 1 million. You saved 1 million. Bai Wei leaned over to take a look. Su Zhenguo also leaned over to look. Even Xiao Xian poked his head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, staring at the string of numbers on the screen. Qin Chuan looked away. "It's pocket money. Saved from before. Didn't you sever ties with your family?" Yi Zian's voice. "This is the small money saved before severing ties." Qin Chuan paused uncharacteristically, showing a hint of discomfort. "When I was in the Qin family, they didn't value me much, but they occasionally gave me some money which I saved up since I didn't use it. This is small money. Your small money is 20 times my entire fortune." Yi Zian pointed at Qin Chuan's nose, trembling all over. "Is this what it means to be rich? Even severing ties makes you richer than me?" Xiao Xian curiously asked, "Is 1 million a lot?" Yi Zian excitedly replied, "Not much, just enough to buy several carts of fruit and peaches for you, enough to make you vomit, and the best kind. What Tianshan snow peaches, Beijingshan golden peaches, whatever you want, we can buy it all." Xiao Xian, upon hearing this, jumped off Su Zhenguo's shoulder, leaped onto Qin Chuan, and tugged at his collar with his paws. "I never knew you were so rich, since you usually don't talk. How come you never bought me fruit?" Qin Chuan, being tugged, leaned back slightly, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. "Next time, I'll treat you." "When is next time?" "After tomorrow's match." "Alright, it's a deal. Don't cheat the monkey. I want Tianshan snow peaches, a whole box." The group returned to the villa's hall, gathering around the tea table. Yi Zian noted everyone's betting amounts on his communicator, muttering as he wrote, "I bet 50,000 Bai Wei, 100,000 Su Zhenguo, 80,000 Qin Chuan, 1 million. Adding up to 123,000. All bets on Beijingshan Academy winning. If we lose, I want touch outer circle betting for the rest of my life." Qin Chuan added, "If we win, you'll be betting on the outer circle for life." At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. Gu Yushan walked in and saw the 5 people gathered around the tea table. "Just in time, you're all here. I need to discuss the competition with you." Yi Zian quickly shoved his communicator into his pocket. Qin Chuan quietly averted his gaze. Bai Wei lowered her head to clean her short blade, while Su Zhenguo cleared his throat. Gu Yushan glanced at the 5 of them, noticing their unease, thinking that the competition might be stressing them out. He placed the military knife beside the tea table, sat on the sofa, and slowly began to speak. "Do you know the significance of the prizes for this competition?" Qin Chuan spoke first. "I have a rough idea. This glass recovery device can restore both supernatural abilities and mental strength in a short time." Gu Yushan nodded, his expression serious. "This item is very important for us in the north, and glass recovery device can help people quickly regain their combat strength. If you manage to bring it back this time, it will be crucial for the academy." Other than Su Zhenguo, the others were seeing Gu Yushan speaking so solemnly for the first time. After hearing this, Su Zhenguo spoke up. "Grandpa Gu, we will definitely win the competition and obtain the prize." Gu Yushan looked at Su Zhenguo, then at the others, realizing that his tone earlier had been a bit heavy. He smiled and said, "Alright, don't make it so serious. The prize for this competition is indeed very useful for our academy, but remember one thing, your safety is the most important. You are the future." After hearing this, Yi Zian immediately patted his chest. "Don't worry, Grandpa Gu, we will definitely win." Gu Yushan looked at him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I believe in you all." As for the competition aspect, he looked at Su Zhenguo. "You have always been calm. This time I entrust it to you to command. Winning is important, but your teammates' safety is even more crucial." Su Zhenguo met his gaze and nodded. "Grandpa Gu, I understand." At this moment, Xiao Xian jumped in front of Gu Yushan, wagging his tail and placing his hands on his hips. "Old man, rest assured we will definitely win. We bet on." Before he could finish, Yi Zian quickly covered its mouth and stuffed Xiao Xian into his arms at light. Xiao Xian struggled desperately in his arms, making muffled sounds. Yi Zian flashed a brilliant smile at Gu Yushan. "We will definitely win. Rest assured." Gu Yushan looked at Yi Zian's overly guilty expression and then glanced at Xiao Xian, who was still kicking in his arms. He felt that these little rascals were hiding something from him. Early the next morning, the competitors from the 4 major academies gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. The staff of the Ability Management Bureau were already in position, and the teleportation array had lit up. 4 giant screens unfolded above the arena, broadcasting live coverage of the upcoming competition. The nationwide live broadcast signal was synchronized, and the announcer's voice echoed in every corner. The audience seats were filled with instructors and non-competing students from various academies. At the Northern Academy, Zhou Ji stood by the office window, watching the live broadcast on his communicator. He looked at the screen and said, "Go for it, young man." The academy cafeteria was crowded. Most of the students were gathered in front of the cafeteria screen. Even the lady serving food was holding her bowl, standing at the back of the crowd, looking up at the screen. Did Su Zhe and the others go in? Did you see Yi Xian's hairstyle? Did he use half a bottle of hair gel? Bai Wei looks so cool standing next to Enya. Where is Qin Chuan's shadow leopard? I saw it's behind Su Zhe. In Yangqing, Su Zhenguo sat in an old rattan chair, steam rising from the tea in front of him. The old man held his teacup, watching as Su Zhe and his teammates stepped into the teleportation array. He said nothing, merely resting the cup on his knee, intently focused on the screen. Yi Xian held Zidian, looking up at the 4 giant screens above the arena, a proud expression on his face. Hahaha, let everyone see our strength. Xiao Xian said on top of Enya. As long as you don't embarrass yourself, that's enough. Just as Yi Xian was about to retort, Su Zhe spoke up. At that moment, the broadcast announced, competitors from all academies prepare, the teleportation array is about to activate. Guyu walked up to the 5 of them. There was no trace of his usual sly smile on his face. He simply glanced at each person one by one. Go ahead. I will wait for you here. Su Zhe tightened his grip on the Xuangu gun and nodded. The 5 turned and stepped into the light of the teleportation array. At the northern outpost. As the light of the teleportation faded, the 5 appeared on a desolate ridge. Beneath their feet were gray-white rocks surrounded by sparse dead wood, and in the distance they could vaguely see the lights from 3 other directions. That was likely the location of the other 3 outposts. At the center of the outpost stood a crystal pillar about half a person's height, embedded with energy crystals that were slowly emitting light. This was the core of the northern outpost. Su Zhe surveyed his surroundings and quickly made a judgment. Bai Wei will stay behind to set up the defense line. Yi Xian will provide remote suppression. Qin Chuan will accompany me to collect crystals. Xiao Xian will patrol the area around the outpost with Zidian and notify Bai Wei immediately if anyone approaches. The others nodded and began to divide their tasks. Bai Wei first used ice mist to lay down a double defense around the crystal pillar. Yi Xian jumped onto the highest rock at the outpost holding Zidian. Xiao Xian rode on Enya, directing it to jump to another rock. Su Zhe and Qin Chuan exchanged glances and also began to set off. The 2 arrived at a gravel beach where they found 3 stone-armored lizards sunbathing, their scales blending in almost seamlessly with the rocks. 3 heads, 3rd rank. Each person takes 1 head, and the shadow leopard will restrain the remaining 1. Quick battle, quick resolution. Qin Chuan nodded, his wind step bursting forth as he dashed toward the leftmost one. At the same time, the shadow leopard sprang from the side, biting the hind leg of the middle stone-armored lizard. Su Zhe blurred and circled around to the back of the rightmost one, releasing his concealment just as he thrust forward with the gun, the tip imbued with compressed fusion ability. The stone-armored lizard barely lifted its head before being pierced by the shot. On Qin Chuan's side, his wind blade sliced into the gap between the scales of the stone-armored lizard's neck, killing it instantly. The one the shadow leopard had bitten was flung against the rocks, dazed as it tried to get up and flee, only to be finished off by Qin Chuan with another strike. Su Zhe walked to the center of the gravel beach, bending down to pick up several scattered crystals beside the stone-armored lizard. 5 of them. The quality is average, but the points should suffice. Qin Chuan also picked up a few and stuffed them into his crystal bag. These magical beasts were likely attracted by the energy of the crystals. The higher the rank of the crystals, the stronger the guarding magical beasts will be. Su Zhe stored the crystals in his space. Continue. There's still an area ahead. Qin Chuan followed Su Zhe as they continued forward. The announcer's voice spread across the nation through the live broadcast. All right, dear viewers, let's take a look at the situation at the other 3 outposts. The Kyoto Academy was launching attacks from all sides under their captain's command, quickly occupying the central outpost and collecting crystals at a rapid pace. They even directly challenged a high 4th rank magical beast, securing a high point crystal. Now let's look at the students from Modu Academy, who are coordinating exceptionally well. The formation masters have set up defenses around the outpost like an iron barrel. The scene shifted to the west. The Southern Military District is sticking to their old style, going head-to-head. The Hammer Team captain leads the way, engaging in one battle after another, racking up points rapidly. But I must say this style of play is too exhausting. Sustaining it is a major issue. With over 2 hours left in the competition, whether they can hold on is a big question mark. Just as Su Zhe and Qin Chuan finished dealing with a group of magical beasts and were preparing to head back, Su Zhe suddenly raised his hand to signal. Someone is coming. Heavy footsteps approached from the end of the mountain road ahead. 2 burly figures emerged from the corner of the deadwood forest, wearing the dark green uniforms of the Southern Military District. One was carrying a war hammer, while the other had 2 short axes at his waist. The one with the hammer spotted Su Zhe and Qin Chuan, stopping in his tracks and smiling. Hey, look who it is from the Northern Academy. He raised his two war hammers imbued with abilities and pointed them at them, saying, "Since we're all from military districts, why don't you hand over your crystals, and I'll let you go. How about it?" Su Zhenguo chuckled helplessly. "Do you think we are easy to manipulate?" The hammer team captain tilted his head. "It's not that I think you are easy to deal with, it's that I have confidence in myself." Su Zhenguo raised his Xuangu gun, which was also imbued with abilities. "Coincidentally, we are also quite confident in ourselves." Su Zhenguo and Qin Xuan had already begun to mobilize their abilities, ready to strike at any moment. The screen shifted to the edge of the southern forest. The announcer's voice excitedly exclaimed, "The Northern Academy and the Southern Military District have clashed at the edge of the Northern Forest. This is the first direct confrontation between academies in this year's competition." Outside, the person in charge of Kyoto chuckled, turning to Gu Yushan. "Oh, you've encountered the Southern Military District. Gu Yushan, your Northern Academy won't be eliminated so quickly, right?" Gu Yushan turned his head, his expression turning cold. "None of your business." The Kyoto person in charge, taken aback by the rebuttal, pointed at Gu Yushan. "You." Gu Yushan continued to retort, "What do you mean, you?" Stuttering. The Kyoto person in charge turned red with anger, shouting, "Dare to make a bet. Let's bet on which of our two teams scores higher." Gu Yushan looked at him in confusion. "Bet on what?" "A 7th rank magic core. Are you in?" Gu Yushan's face revealed a disdainful smile. "You want to give me something good? Well, thank you then." The Kyoto person in charge's expression darkened. "If you lose, don't you dare play tricks." Gu Yushan leaned back against the chair, crossing his legs. "With so many people watching, do you think everyone is as shameless? Then let's have a good fight." The captain of the Warhammer team swung his hammer down to the ground. The earth-type abilities surrounding him erupted, and the dark yellow light enveloping the Warhammer thickened. Su Zhenguo raised his mysterious ancient spear, his body radiating with ability. "Come on." The captain of the Warhammer team stepped forward, his entire being charging like a cannonball. The Warhammer was raised overhead, crashing down with earth-type ability. Su Zhenguo's mysterious ancient spear met at the shockwave, exploded, fracturing the ground into a web of cracks centered around the two. The surrounding withered woods rustled under the pressure wave, fragments of wood flying everywhere. Su Zhenguo was forced back several steps, carving two deep grooves on the stony ground. "Oh, not bad, still standing." The captain of the Warhammer team grinned. "Let's do it again." Su Zhenguo glared at this terrifying guy, and he realized that this guy's earth-type ability was completely different from Grandpa Gus. Grandpa Gus was about precise control, always aiming for accurate strikes. This person used a pure warrior style, using earth-type abilities solely to enhance strength and defense. Each swing of the hammer aimed to create a pit in the ground. Seeing this, Qin Xuan drew his dagger and took a step forward. The short axe man flashed out from the side, spinning two short axes in his hands, wind-type abilities swirling around the blades. "Where do you think you're going?" "It's fairer unknown." Qin Xuan said nothing and swung his blade. A wind blade sliced through just as the short axe man was about to engage. The wind blade split into several strands, attacking him from different angles. The short axe man activated wind steps, dodging the 3 frontal strikes, crossing his 2 axes to block, shattering the 2 wind blades that circled behind him. "You're also wind type." The short axe man's eyes brightened. "Perfect, let's see whose wind is stronger." The shadow leopard darted out from the side, its dark red pupils fixated on the short axe man. The short axe man glanced at it. 2 against 1. "Sure, I'll let you." Outside, the commentator was getting into it. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Northern Academy and Southern Military District are fiercely clashing at the edge of the Northern Forest. Su Zhenguo is facing the captain of the Warhammer team, while Qin Xuan is up against the short axe vice captain. Both sides are 2 versus 2, and it's still unclear who will win." In the audience, the leader of the Southern Military District turned to Gu Yushan. "The students you brought are quite impressive." Gu Yushan responded with a smile. "Not bad. Your students are also quite good." The Kyoto leader scoffed. "Neither side is thinking, they're just fighting. If they wait too long, they'll be ambushed." Gu Yushan didn't even turn his head. He shot back, "You should keep an eye on your own people. Oh, we'll be coming for you soon." The Kyoto leader turned pale. In the withered woods, Su Zhenguo clashed with the hammer-wielding man for several rounds. He found that the opponent's fighting style was all about hard hits, every strike aimed at creating a pit in the ground. After several hard exchanges, his hands felt numb, and the stony ground was littered with pits blasted out by shockwaves. The opponent was getting more and more excited. As one hammer strike was dodged by Su Zhenguo, the hammerhead slammed into the ground, blasting apart a shower of stones. The recoil sent him back half a step, yet he grinned. "Nice. It's been a while since I fought so freely." He swung the warhammer with both hands, his abilities showing no sign of waning. "Northern folks, you're tougher than I expected. Let's do it again." Just as Su Zhenguo was about to unleash his elemental domain, he suddenly restrained his abilities. The captain of the Warhammer team was also about to swing his hammer, but stopped at the same time. The two of them almost simultaneously turned their heads to the edge of the withered woods, a flicker of alertness crossing their faces. The short axe man halted his movements. Qin Xuan sheathed his dagger. The 4 of them looked towards the edge of the withered woods. The commentator's voice rang out again. "Wait. The people from the Demon City Academy are also approaching. They have already begun to set up a formation at the outskirts of the withered woods." "Damn it." The captain of the Warhammer team cursed. "These Demon City folks are really sneaky. I was just getting into the fight." Su Zhenguo retracted his mysterious ancient spear. "You don't want to be the one who gets ambushed either. Kid, let's wait until we settle things." The captain of the Warhammer team hoisted his warhammer onto his shoulder, turning to leave with the short axe man. Qin Xuan returned his dagger to his waist. "Let's retreat. Don't let them take advantage." Su Zhenguo nodded. "Yeah, let's go back and regroup with Yi Zian and the others." The two quickly traversed the withered woods and returned to the northern stronghold. Yi Zian was squatting on a rock and upon seeing them return shouted from afar, "How did it go? How much did you get?" Su Zhenguo took out a bag filled with spirit stones from his space. "The first haul is not bad." Xiao Xian, riding on Silver Tooth, darted out from behind the rock, curiously examining the spirit stones. "Is this all you got? Why did you bring back so few?" Bai Wei stood by the crystal pillar explaining to Xiao Xian, "Because we only took a little, then we came back to guard the home. Otherwise, if we are ambushed, we won't have any points left if our crystals are destroyed." Qin Xuan spoke up. "We ran into the people from the southern district on the way back. We fought halfway, and the demon city people set up a formation around us, almost ambushing them. We didn't linger, we withdrew." Yi Zian jumped down from the rock. "Are you guys okay? How strong was the opponent?" Su Zhenguo replied, "Very strong. That guy uses a hammer, fighting in a very aggressive style. Be careful if you encounter him." Xiao Xian stood up from Silver Tooth's back proudly, saying, "If you had taken me, we would have won in no time. Afraid you'd get smashed by a hammer. Nonsense. I'm very agile." Su Zhenguo was about to retort when he suddenly stopped. Xiao Xian's ears perked up as well. Both the human and the monkey turned to the direction of the mountain path. "Someone is coming." Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the mysterious ancient spear. "Get ready." The others also gripped their weapons, channeling their abilities. The shadow leopard and Silver Tooth stared intently. Heavy footsteps echoed around the corner as the captain of the Warhammer team emerged from the withered woods, followed by both of them carried their weapons slung over their backs, not taking a combat stance. They stopped at the edge, saying, "Don't be tense, we're not here to fight." Su Zhenguo glared at them and asked, "Then what are you here for?" The Warhammer-wielding man replied, "To propose a deal with you. How about it?" Su Zhenguo looked at him. "What kind of deal?" "Simple. You deal with Kyoto, and we'll hold back Demon City. Or vice versa. What do you think?" Yi Zian eyed him. "Who knows if you'll take advantage of us while we're out. If you seize our stronghold, that'd be the short-axe man grew anxious. "What kind of talk is that? We wouldn't be so shameless." Su Zhenguo turned to look at his teammates. Bai Wei was the first to speak. "It's your decision." Qin Xuan added, "You decide." Yi Zian said, "Let's fight. We'll take on Kyoto." Su Zhenguo turned back. "All right. You hold back Demon City, and we'll deal with Kyoto." The captain of the Warhammer team grinned, extending his fist. "Nice. A pleasant cooperation." Su Zhenguo bumped fists with him. Xiao Xian leaped onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder, asking, "Isn't that trash part of the Kyoto team? We'll take him out ourselves." Yi Zian laughed. "Right, we'll go get him." Two people from the southern district turned and walked toward the eastern outpost. The one with the hammer took a few steps, then looked back at Su Zhenguo and said, "Hey, from the northern border. In the next round we too will have a match." Su Zhenguo smiled and replied, "All right." After the people from the southern district left, Xiao Xian jumped from the back of Enya to Su Zhenguo's shoulder, looking very excited. "Hurry, hurry, let's go fight. That trash is in Kyoto, right? Just watch how I deal with him." Yi Zian placed the purple lightning beside the crystal pillar, his hand crackling with a hint of lightning, pushing his hair back. "Let's go. I've wanted to take them down for a long time." Qin Xuan mounted the shadow leopard and stroked it while saying coolly, "Leave Qin Zhao to me." "All right, your call." Yi Zian turned to Su Zhenguo and asked, "So who do I deal with?" Bai Wei jumped onto Enya and said, "You'll know once we start fighting." Su Zhenguo also revealed his Xiangu gun, exchanged glances with a few others, and said, "Let's move." Following the guidance from the screen, they headed toward Kyoto. As they approached the Kyoto outpost, Xiao Xian suddenly twitched his ears and stood up on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. "Wait a moment, there are several energy fluctuations ahead. Let me count. 4. Su Zhenguo raised his hand to signal them to stop and expanded his perception. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "All 4 are around the outpost." Qin Xuan said, "Should we just charge straight in?" Bai Wei looked at him and replied, "They should have set up defenses by the time we reach. Charging in Hedon won't be advantageous." Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and said, "Let's split up. Bai Wei, you, Qin Xuan, and Yi Zian will push in from the front to draw their attention. Don't engage directly, just hold them off." He turned to Xiao Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, come with me to flank them. We'll sneak in from the side and directly attack their crystal pillar. As long as we destroy that thing, they won't score any points." Bai Wei nodded, "Understood." "Enya, let's go." Qin Xuan and Yi Zian followed Bai Wei. The 3 of them, a wolf, a leopard, and a small bird, moved toward the square, taking cover behind the rocks. Xiao Xian activated his own power and attached it to himself. He looked ahead and suddenly said excitedly, "Su Zhenguo, guess who else is in Kyoto?" Su Zhenguo looked at him with some confusion and replied, "Isn't it just Xiao Wanqing? I don't have anything with her." Xiao Xian smirked and said, "And that Xin Yunjin you knocked down, he's here too." Su Zhenguo didn't expect him to be here as well. He smiled at Xiao Xian and said, "Then let's beat him up again. Let's go." He and Xiao Xian shifted and moved to the back. In a low voice, Su Zhenguo said to Xiao Xian, "Wait for Bai Wei to make the first move. Once they attract attention, we'll sneak in from the right and directly cut the crystal pillar." Xiao Xian squatted on his shoulder and whispered, "Understood. You distract that person and he'll steal the crystal." Su Zhenguo reminded, "Be careful, don't blow me up." "Don't worry, my aim is excellent." The announcer's voice spread across the country through the live stream. "Dear viewers, the Northern Border Academy is taking the initiative to attack the Kyoto outpost. This is the first full-scale clash between academies in this competition." In the audience, the Kyoto representative turned to Gui Weishan and said, "Your people have quite the appetite, daring to charge directly at the central outpost." Gui Weishan maintained a relaxed demeanor and replied, "If we don't have a big appetite, how can we secure first place? Don't let your people be taken down right away, that would be boring. You should worry about your own people first. Don't lose everything trying to steal a chicken." Gui Weishan retorted, You should be more concerned about your 7th grade magic core. I've already figured out where to place it. The Kyoto representative's face turned green. In the front at the rubble square, Kyoto Academy was positioned with Qin Zhao sitting on the fire lion at the left side of the square. He stared angrily at the direction of the northern border outpost and said, I don't understand why we can't just kill our way over to the northern border. Shin Yunjin spoke up, his tone flat. You need to use your brain. We should have enough points now. Our main focus is to hold our ground. As long as we can drag it to the end of the match, our points will naturally lead. If you don't agree, just charge out and give away your head. Don't drag us down. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's expression darkened, his powers began to surge. What did you say? Shin Yunjin retorted. Was I not clear enough? If you want to throw yourself away, go now. Xiao Wanqing quickly stepped forward, blocking between the two. She turned to Qin Zhao and said, Shin Yunjin is right, we just need to hold our ground. There's no need to take risks. At that moment, Bai Wei, Qin Xuan, and Yi Zian emerged from behind the rocks, stepping into the rubble square. Yi Zian clapped his hands, a mischievous grin on his face. Didn't expect you guys to have an internal conflict first. Should we wait a bit for you to settle things among yourselves? Qin Zhao suddenly turned his head and glared at Yi Zian, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. I was just looking for a place to vent my frustration, and you all came knocking. Shin Yunjin looked at the few people in front of him and asked, Where's Su Ye? He didn't come. Did you three come to deliver yourselves? Yi Zian's sword glimmered with lightning. You really think too highly of yourself. Shin Yunjin smiled slightly, drawing his sword, water-type powers enveloping it. Good. He'll deal with you first, then wait for— Bai Wei drew her short blade, ice mist spreading from her palm. Enya crouched low, letting out a low growl from its throat. Yi Zian retorted, You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Xiao Xian's voice came through the communicator. He is Su Zhe's defeated opponent. He was knocked down by Su Zhe before, and even called his family to support him, but they also got knocked down. It's so funny. Yi Zian pointed and laughed. So you're a defeated opponent. Huh. Why didn't Su Zhe say this earlier? Upon hearing this, Shin Yunshin's face turned ashen, his hand trembling on the sword. This was the last thing he wanted to remember. Bai Wei's ice mist silently spread behind Qin Zhao. Bai Wei and Yi Zian exchanged glances. Now, Yi Zian shouted. Yi Zian suddenly raised his hand, the lightning exploding in the mist, a blue-white arc striking the ground beneath the fire lion's feet. Debris flew, and the fire lion roared in anger, flames on its mane shooting up several feet. The shadow leopard pounced from the side. The two exotic beasts collided, claws and scales scraping against each other with a piercing sound. Qin Zhao also charged in, engaging in a brawl with Qin Xuan. Xiao Wanqing saw the ice mist spreading across the square, raised her fire short staff, and a ring of fire expanded from her, vaporizing the nearby ice mist into white steam. The powers of ice and fire collided in the air, causing a strong tremor. Shin Yunjin said to Yi Zian, I'll make sure you can't return. Su Zhe noticed the commotion over there and said to Xiao Xian, They've made the first move, it's our turn now. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, an energy orb forming in his claws. I've been waiting for this, I was almost going to burst. The Kyoto representative stood beside the crystal pillar. He watched Su Zhe walk out from behind the rocks, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. A flanking ambush. While your teammates are fighting hard in front, you have the leisure to do this. Su Zhe raised his Xiangu gun and said, I trust them. He took a step forward, a different colored glow of power shining from him. After I take you down, I'll go deal with them. It won't take long. Then you can try. The 5-colored light illuminated under Su Zhe's feet, as his Xiangu gun also glowed with power. Su Zhe took the initiative, raising his spear and creating a residual shadow as he charged directly at the Kyoto leader. The Kyoto leader pushed with both hands, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, shattering as the spear tip collided. Dual attributes. Su Zhe was somewhat surprised. The Kyoto leader glared at him with his left hand controlling earth and his right hand controlling water. Don't think you're the only one with multiple attributes. The intensity of my abilities has reached grade A. Then let's see who is stronger. Su Zhe struck again. He didn't meet force with force, changing his position with every attack, unleashing compressed energy of different attributes in succession. Wind and thunder struck the earth shield, causing debris to fly. The magma dragon circled around from the side, forcing the opponent to block with a water prison. Su Zhe fought while retreating, firmly restraining the Kyoto leader. The Kyoto leader grew increasingly irritated. Every time he was about to counterattack, Su Zhe would phase out and then change angles to strike again. His earth shield had been cracked and repaired multiple times, and every time he swung the water chains, Su Zhe would phase through, not even grazing his clothing. Let's see how long you can dodge. I don't believe your ability intensity is that high. He slammed a fist into the ground, causing 3 rock spikes to rise from beneath Su Zhe's feet. Su Zhe phased through the rock spikes, and as he reappeared, he countered with several slashing attacks infused with combined abilities. Then let's see if you can wear me down. Xiao Xian crouched behind a rock on the right side of the square, bringing her claws together as the natural energy sphere in her palm grew larger. She gritted her teeth, controlling the energy sphere while thinking it should be enough. Let's give you all a big one. Taking advantage of Su Zhe and the Kyoto leader's fight, Xiao Xian quietly approached the crystal pillar and slammed the basketball-sized energy sphere down onto it. With a loud bang, the crystal shattered. Fragments filled the air. The light on the crystal pillar flickered twice before extinguishing entirely. At that moment, the points of the Kyoto base dropped to 0. Xiao Xian jumped onto the top of the crystal pillar, excitedly bouncing around as her entire form radiated light. Haha, I got it. I stole from them. The Kyoto leader suddenly turned his head, seeing the extinguished light on the crystal pillar. His expression shifted from shock to furious rage. His earth and water abilities erupted simultaneously, causing the ground's debris to levitate. You dare steal my crystal? Xiao Xian made a face at him. Since it's already stolen, can it be returned? Bye-bye. Su Zhenguo swiftly scooped up Xiao Xian and activated his phasing ability. The Kyoto leader's rock spikes and water prison crashed down onto the spot where he had just stood, exploding into a shower of debris and water, but he had already vanished. Su Zhenguo swiftly scooped up Xiao Xian and activated his phasing ability. The Kyoto leader's rock spikes and water prison crashed down onto the spot where a monkey from the Northern Academy actually stole the crystal from Kyoto Academy. My goodness, a monkey is raiding a house. The students of Kyoto Academy were in an uproar, instantly furious upon seeing the theft. In contrast, in the cafeteria of the Northern Academy, the students in front of the screen all stood up cheering. Some were laughing so hard they couldn't straighten up, while others pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, Northern Academy. Northern Academy. Northern Academy, someone chimed in. Well done. Now the Kyoto people have nothing left. Even the cafeteria lady holding a ladle stood behind the crowd, looking up at the screen and cheering along. Li Jiala was also in the cafeteria, watching Xiao Xian's mischievous antics on the screen, smiling and shaking his head. This monkey is truly something else. Zhou Ji observed the live performance of Su Zhenguo and the others, grinning broadly. These little guys are doing really well. On the front line, the battle was fierce, with various abilities colliding. Just as both sides were preparing to unleash their ultimate moves, they heard an explosion from behind, causing them to stop simultaneously. Qin Zhao abruptly turned his head, and upon seeing the extinguished light on the crystal pillar, his expression shifted from anger to astonishment. You destroyed the crystal? Yi Zian looked at his shocked expression and laughed, saying, didn't you see? You're really quite foolish to still ask. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth in frustration. Despicable. Yi Zian continued to provoke him, smiling brightly. Oh, this is strategy, understand? Qin Zhao turned to Sun Yunjin. The crystal has been stolen. Oh, we can't let them get away. Shen Yunshin's expression, he knew it wasn't the time to bicker with Qin Zhao. He quickly gathered all his abilities, and even Xiao Wanqing began charging a large fireball. Leave them all behind. Qin Zhao shouted as he charged forward. Let's see if you can catch us. Yi Zian said, unleashing violent lightning abilities. Bai Wei and Qin Chuan followed suit, releasing their own energies. Just as they were on the verge of harnessing their powers, a shadow flashed at the edge of the square, and Su Zhenguo appeared next to them with Xiao Xian. Get away. Su Zhenguo thrust his hands forward, launching a compressed energy sphere infused with multiple abilities toward Qin Zhao and the others. They were interrupted mid-charge by this sudden attack, forced to retreat and defend. The energy sphere exploded upon hitting the ground, sending shockwaves that lifted the debris from the square, with white smoke rising and stones flying everywhere. Qin Zhao was thrown off by the shockwave, while Sun Yunjin stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. As the smoke cleared, Su Zhenguo and his group had retreated to the edge of the deadwood forest. Sun Yunjin shouted, Su Zhenguo. Xiao Xian danced on his shoulder, turning back to Sun Yunjin and waving her claws. You chase me. If you catch me, Sun Yunjin, infuriated, slammed his fist into a nearby rock, sending fragments flying. Xiao Wanqing stood at the edge of the square, glancing at Su Zhenguo with a soft smile. In the audience area, the Kyoto leader's face was ashen as he turned to Gu Yushan. Is this how your Northern Academy plays? Unable to win in a frontal battle, you resort to sneaking around to steal the crystal? Gu Yushan whistled nonchalantly. So what? Is there a rule against stealing crystals? Must it be a frontal confrontation? The Kyoto leader stood up, abruptly, livid. You really have no shame. Who lacks shame? If you can't take a loss, just say so, don't whine. Gu Yushan snorted and continued. I'll tell you, I've already shown you enough courtesy. If we were to clash, Heat and my students would cripple you all, and you wouldn't even have to participate in the next 2 matches, yet here you are complaining. The Kyoto leader was left speechless by Gu Yushan's retort. After finishing, Gu Yushan took a couple of steps away, then turned back to look at him. And remember our bet. If you want to play tricks, you can try it. The head of the Southern Military Region, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The Kyoto leader glared at him fiercely. Unwilling to back down, he replied, What? Can't we laugh? The expression on the Kyoto leader's face darkened further. Su Zhenguo and the others returned to the northern stronghold. Yi Zian sat down beside the crystal column, a hint of excitement on his face. I thought the capital would retaliate. The time is almost up. They won't make it in time. Qin Chuan remained calm. Bai Wei added, Even if they do retaliate, we are not afraid. Xiao Xian stood on Yin Ya's back, smiling as he asked, Are we first in points? We must be. Su Zhenguo glanced at the jumping numbers on the crystal column. If there are no issues, it should be us. As soon as he finished speaking, the light from the teleportation array surged from all directions, enveloping the entire stronghold. Su Zhenguo said, The first round should be over. Let's prepare to go out. Instantly, a deep blue light swallowed all sight. When clarity returned, the 5 stood outside the entrance of the secret realm in the square. Various noisy voices filled the audience area. The commentator shouted excitedly over the broadcast, his voice fluctuating several tones. The first stronghold contest has ended. Let's see the final score rankings. Northern Academy total points first. Southern Military District and Magic City Academy tied for second. Kyoto Academy, due to the destruction of their stronghold, Crystal, ranked third. Upon hearing the broadcast, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Someone in the Kyoto Academy stand stood up pointing at the northern team below and cursing, "Northern is shameless. If they can't win Hedon they resort to sneaking." Nearby another person chimed in, "What kind of skill is sneak attacking? Have the guts to fight face to face." Yi Zian looked up, hand behind his ear, posing as if to say, "Speak louder, I can't hear you," with a calm expression on his face. The Kyoto Academy's curses grew even fiercer. Damn, does this person have no shame? So arrogant. Never seen someone so deserving of a beating. Yi Zian smiled and elegantly bowed to them like an actor taking a curtain call. The curses from Kyoto Academy instantly rose several decibels. Xiao Xian looked at Yi Zian's expression of enjoyment and asked, "Is he insane? He's so happy being cursed at." Su Zhenguo helplessly replied, "It's not your first day knowing him, he's always like this." Gu Yushan walked over with a smile, unable to hide his smug expression. Xiao Xian immediately ran in front of Gu Yushan, proudly claiming, "Old man. Did you see that? I blew up their crystal. Am I awesome or what?" Gu Yushan looked down at him and flicked his forehead. The force was light, and Xiao Xian covered his forehead and let out a yelp. "Not bad, you're starting to use your brain. Much better than just rushing forward like before." Xiao Xian covered his forehead, still looking smug. "Of course. I'm a celestial monkey, a born tactical master. Without me we would have definitely lost this time." Gu Yushan ignored Xiao Xian and turned to Su Zhenguo and the others. "You fought well. Time to rest. After dinner get a good night's sleep. The next arena match is the day after tomorrow." Yi Zian squeezed over with Zidian. "The cafeteria in Kyoto shouldn't shortchange us since we blew up their crystal." "Haha, don't worry, the food should be very good," Gu Yushan said. Yi Zian's eyes brightened, and he ran towards the cafeteria. Bai Wei nodded at Gu Yushan, mounted Inya, and Xiao Xian immediately jumped onto Inya's neck, shouting to set off. Qin Xuan patted the shadow leopard's head and followed. As Su Zhenguo was about to leave, Gu Yushan called out to him, "Su Zhenguo, you performed well." Su Zhenguo felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It was their teamwork that was good. "Alright, you're starting to think, you're not so reckless anymore." Gu Yushan patted his shoulder. "But the next arena match will be unknown. You can't rely on tactics to gain an advantage. Having suffered a loss, Kyoto will surely try hard to get back at you. Be mentally prepared." Su Zhenguo nodded, "I understand." The group arrived at the cafeteria and found the table already filled with a feast. There were various meats piled high, several plates of stir-fried vegetables, and a whole plate of peaches. Xiao Xian shouted in excitement, "Let's eat." He immediately hopped onto the table and started munching on a peach. Su Zhenguo couldn't help but smile helplessly at the sight. Yi Zian looked at him and said, "Xiao Xian, don't spray your saliva everywhere." Just as the group sat down to eat, the captain from the southern district walked in carrying a war hammer, followed by a short-axe man. The two saw Su Zhenguo and waved. Su Zhenguo waved back. The hammer-wielding man sat down beside him, placed his hammer down, and patted Su Zhenguo on the shoulder. "You really blew up Kyoto's crystal. Impressive." Su Zhenguo raised his cup. "Without you restraining the magic city, we couldn't have done it. This cup is for you." The hammer-wielding man picked up a cup from the table and clinked it with his. The short-axe man also picked up a cup and glanced at Qin Xuan. "Your win-style approach is good. Next time there's a chance, let's have a match in the arena." Qin Xuan raised his cup. "He'll be waiting." Yi Zian leaned over and looked at the two short axes hanging at the short-axe man's waist, his eyes instantly lighting up. He leaned closer and asked, "Those axes look really powerful. Can I borrow them for a bit?" The short-axe man was taken aback, looking at Yi Zian with confusion at such a strange request. "These axes are my personal weapons, though I can't lend them out. Just for a moment. I just want to take a look. I won't break them. Last time you borrowed a knife from Bai Wei to just take a look, and you almost broke it. Bai Wei was ready to kill you." Xiao Xian, munching on a peach, interjected with his mouth full, "That was an accident." The short-axe man silently moved the two axes further behind him, looking at Yi Zian's eager expression. The hammer-wielding man and Su Zhenguo exchanged glances, both bursting into clear laughter. Just then footsteps were heard again at the cafeteria entrance. Qin Zhao and Shun Yunzheng walked in, both looking rather grim. Everyone stared at the two of them. They stopped next to Su Zhenguo's table, staring at him with a hint of cold smiles. "Today you got lucky. Next round it's unknown. Let's see what you'll do then." Qin Xuan looked up at him, his gaze calm. "You'll know when the time comes." Shun Yunzheng stood behind, his gaze fixed on Su Zhenguo. "Su Zhenguo, today's account for stealing the crystal from behind will be settled in the arena with interest." Xiao Xian noticed them and immediately started taunting. "Why do you guys always shout? Don't you eat, or can't you eat?" Yi Zian immediately chimed in. "Your home was robbed. How can you eat? You must be too angry to eat." Shun Yunzheng and Qin Zhao knew they couldn't win against these two in a verbal duel. They left with dark expressions. As Shun Yunzheng was leaving, he glanced back at Su Zhenguo and said, "You wait for me." Yi Zian looked at their retreating figures. Why do people from Kyoto like to make such harsh threats? At this moment, the hammer-wielding man said that they must not be careless against them, as he knew that none of their main forces had shown up. Su Zhenguo curiously asked, "Is that so?" The man with the war hammer placed the cup on the table and leaned forward slightly. "According to our sources, there's still a main force from Kyoto that hasn't shown up yet. I heard they are still in seclusion training, and their strength is formidable. The Kyoto Academy is keeping something hidden this time." Su Zhenguo raised an eyebrow. "How strong?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but I've heard that they are the true trump card among the new students of Kyoto Academy." "I also heard this from people in Magic City." The Warhammer man grinned. "I actually want to face him in a match to see if he's really that. So will he not participate in this competition?" "I don't know. Perhaps he wants to save himself for later as a trump card, or maybe he'll just show up unexpectedly tomorrow. Who knows what's going on in Kyoto?" The Warhammer man lifted his cup. Regardless of who takes the stage, the fight still has to happen. You guys feel the same, right? Su Zhenguo smiled and lifted his cup as well. Then let's meet in the next round. I hope to have a proper sparring session. The two clinked their cups, producing a crisp sound. The short axe man also raised his cup and clinked it with Qin Xuan's. They didn't say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was understood. When the group returned to the villa's hall, Yixian's footsteps abruptly halted at the doorway. Gu Yuanshan was already seated on the sofa, holding a cup of tea. Upon seeing them enter, he lifted his eyelids. Have you eaten? How did you get in, old Gu? Yixian looked around. Wasn't the door locked? The locks of this villa can't stop me. Come sit down, I have something to discuss with you. The five of them sat obediently across from Gu Yuanshan at the coffee table. Gu Yuanshan set down his teacup, looked at them, and spoke up. The next round of the arena competition is Unknown, which is different from the stronghold battles. There are no teammates to cooperate with, no terrain to utilize. It all depends on personal strength and adaptability in the moment. You all won against Kyoto today, which is great, but don't get cocky. Unknown is when your training results are truly tested. He then asked, what do you know about the people from Kyoto? Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and spoke first. I've clashed with the person in charge of Kyoto during the stronghold battle. He has dual attributes, earth and water, with particularly strong restraining capabilities. The earth shield provides defense while the water prison controls the field, making their combination quite tricky. But I'm not afraid of him. His switching speed can't keep up with my phasing movement. Xiao Xian immediately chimed in. If it were me, I'd knock him down in a few hits. I had a round against Xiao Wanqing during the stronghold battle, Bai Wei continued. Her strength fire attribute burst is indeed substantial, with a large area of damage and strong ability intensity. However, her precision control of abilities is still lacking a bit. If I were to actually face her, I'd be confident. Yixian, after listening, added, the defeated subordinate of Su Zhenguo is not worth mentioning. His level and ability intensity are insufficient. I don't even know if Kyoto has anyone left to send him. Qin Xuan said blandly. Qin Zhao also wields a mutated wind attribute, fast and dense, launching aggressive attacks from the start. But his precision is too poor, with flaws everywhere. What about the South District? Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and continued. I fought against the Warhammer man and the Short Axe man. Their fighting style is all about bold moves and direct confrontations, Qin Xuan interjected. Their style is somewhat similar to ours, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. However, I'm not afraid of direct confrontation either. Gu Yuanshan nodded after listening. That's true. I've also observed the battles between them and the people from Magic City. The abilities of those from Magic City are the most controlled, capable of delivering precise output and defense. After adding formations, they become leak-proof, which is why they were able to withstand against the South District in the first round. Qin Xuan remarked, everyone is formidable. Just know that. Gu Yuanshan stood up, his tone turning serious. I'm quite clear about your strengths, but others are not simple either, so don't let your guard down. In tomorrow's arena competition, you must bring out your full strength for every match. No sooner had he finished speaking than the doorbell rang. Yixian stood up. Who could it be so late? He walked to the door and opened it, leaning back slightly in surprise. The person in charge of Kyoto, upon seeing Yixian, said nothing. He walked past him, directly entering the room, and seeing Gu Yuanshan sitting on the sofa, tossing a cloth bag onto the coffee table. A 7th tier fire magic core. Let's verify it. Gu Yuanshan picked up the bag, weighed it, opened the top to glance inside, and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, you've kept your promise. Don't get too pleased with yourself. The Kyoto representative glared at him, visibly displeased. Dare to wager again. Gu Yuanshan placed the bag on the coffee table and crossed his legs. What are we betting on this time? If we're already at 7th tier magic cores for the first round, let's make the next bet on 8th tier ones. Are you up for it? Yixian's pupils widened at this. Qin Xuan and Bai Wei looked up, their gazes fixed on Gu Yuanshan. Xiao Xian even paused his peachiating, staring at Gu Yuanshan. Gu Yuanshan maintained his casual demeanor, a cheeky grin on his face. What's there to be afraid of? I accept. Good, you've got guts. In the next match, I'll collect my winnings with interest, the Kyoto representative said, turning to leave without a moment's pause. Watching him walk away, Gu Yuanshan played with the magic core in his hand, chuckling. You little rascal, trying to challenge me. He looked up to find Su Zhenguo and the others all staring at him. Those gazes held disdain, helplessness, and a hint of not again. Gu Yuanshan felt a chill running down his spine under their stares, and he stuffed the magic core into his clothes, saying, What's wrong? This is me believing in you all, don't you get it? I dare to make such a big bet, because I know you can win. Yixian crossed his arms, shook his head, and sighed. Old Gu, you're really too much. We're fighting our hearts out inside, and you're out here betting with others. Oh dear, we thought you were nervously watching us from the audience, but instead you were collecting magic cores over there. Xiao Xian jumped onto the coffee table, pointing a claw at Gu Yuanshan's nose. Exactly. Old Gu, you've gone too far. Winning such a huge magic core, aren't you supposed to buy me a lot of fruit? Su Zhenguo added from the side. Grandpa Gu, do you have an 8th tier magic core? Gu Yuanshan shrugged, stating confidently, No, I don't. You don't have one, yet you're betting on 8th tier ones. What if you lose? Xiao Xian was furious, her fur bristling. What's wrong? Gu Yuanshan slammed the coffee table and glared. Do you think you'll lose? Huh. What's the point if you have no confidence in yourselves? Then why bother fighting? Just pack your things and head back to the northern. He grew increasingly agitated, collapsing onto the sofa and throwing a tantrum like a child. My goodness, how did I end up with students like you? I worked hard to bring you all over from the Northern Territory acting as both father and mother analyzing opponents and devising strategies for you. And you say I don't care about you. I just wanted to help you win some rewards, and yet you're complaining about me. Yi Ziyan stood there in a daze unsure of what to say. Qin Xuan, and by way sensing the atmosphere, quietly took their shadow leopard and silver fong and walked towards their room. Xiao Xian jumped onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder, covering her face with her paws. Su Zhenguo approached Gu Yuanshan, comforting. All right, Grandpa Gu, we will definitely win. Don't worry about the 8th tier magic core, we'll make sure you don't lose. Gu Yuanshan sat up straight, the look of grievance on his face disappearing in an instant, replaced by a familiar sly smile. Now that sounds better. In the underground training room of the Kyoto Academy, Shen Yunzheng stood alone under the light, slowly rotating a heavy water ball in his hand. He raised the water ball to his eyes, the deep blue glow reflecting on his face, revealing no discernible expression. A voice emerged from the shadows in the corner of the training room. Shen Yunzheng did not turn his head, simply crushing the water ball in his grip. What brings you here? I came to see you. I watched the entire base battle today. The figure in the shadows stepped forward, draped in a dark red robe, his face obscured. He continued, if you were to face one of them unknown, you would stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunzheng's body erupted with his water manipulation abilities, his face contorted in rage as he shouted, how is that possible? Am I really that weak? Ever since the failure in Yanqing, I have been training constantly. My strength has increased beyond measure. Who do you look down? After saying this, he stepped forward, conjuring a water chain and flinging it towards the figure in the shadows. The chain shattered into fragments when it was still an arm's length away, struck by an invisible force. Shen Yunzheng attempted to strike again, but the other party merely raised a hand, a pressure far superior to his own, forcing him to kneel. Are you still so naive? The tone of the figure in the shadows was light, yet it pierced Shen Yunzheng like a needle. You are still not even at the 4th tier. The people from the Northern Territory, Qin Xuan, Yi Ziyan, and by way are all at the 4th tier's grade. And you? Your water ability is merely a grade peak. Whether it reaches grade is something you know all too well. What do you intend to fight them with? Are you going to fight them with mere words? Hey. He stood up and walked in front of Shen Yunzheng. Look at yourself now. All you do is rage, impotently failing to recognize reality. After hearing this, Shen Yunzheng felt as if all his strength had been drained, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. His fingers dug into the floor, his shoulders trembling violently. He lowered his head, his eyes devoid of spirit, murmuring to himself, it won't happen, I can't lose, it won't happen. He recalled the moment in Yancheng when Su Zhenguo's gunpoint was pressed against his throat, and the image of a monkey mocking him as a defeated opponent. He remembered the way Xia Wanqing looked at Su Zhenguo, causing him to tremble even more violently as he screamed, this is impossible. I won't accept it. Am I really going to be crushed by him? Why should I? As he spoke, he pounded the floor with both hands. The man in the dark red robe silently watched him break down. Once Shen Yunzheng had caught his breath, he walked closer, speaking in a tone meant to soothe the child. Only I can help you now. As long as you listen to me, you'll shine on the arena tomorrow. All eyes will be on you. You don't want that girl next to you to throw herself. He squatted down and placed a dark purple pill on the floor in front of Shen Yunzheng. Take this. Tomorrow you will be the main character on the arena. Shen Yunzheng raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and his face drenched in cold sweat. He stared at Payan for a long time, then gritted his teeth, his expression fierce. All right. I just need to win. The figure in the shadows chuckled lightly and turned to walk towards the exit of the training room. The dark red robe flickered through the darkness. If Su Zhenguo were here, he would certainly recognize this person. It was Payan who had recruited him in the Beast Forest. The next morning, the arena was packed. 4 giant screens hung from the dome, broadcasting the national live signal. The voice of the commentator echoed in, Dear audience. After the intense competition of the first round of the base battle, the Northern Territory Academy ranks first in points, while the Southern Military District and Magic City Academy tie for second, and Kyoto Academy ranks third. The second round of the arena match is about to begin. If the first round tested tactical coordination, the second round tests the individual strength of the contestants. Unknown real blades and guns with no tactical tricks allowed. The screen began to roll with the drawing of lots. All eyes in the audience were glued to the screen. The battle order of the academies appeared on the screen. Northern Territory Academy versus Kyoto Academy, Magic City Academy versus Southern Military District. The audience in the Kyoto Academy section erupted. Some stood up waving their fists while others shouted at the top of their lungs, kill them. It was their ambush in the first round that made it. Right, let's not let them be arrogant any longer. I bet all my savings on Kyoto, let's go. The curses from the home crowd surged like a tide. Su Zhenguo and his team were in the waiting area. Although there was soundproofing, they could still faintly hear the various curses. Xiao Xian remarked, their voices are so loud. Yi Ziyan, sitting nearby, remained relaxed, smiling as he said, after this round they'll be silent. Su Zhenguo turned to his teammates asking, are you confident? Qin Xuan had already stood up, unusually excited. I'm all set. Just waiting for it. Bai Wei looked at him with firm eyes, her tone cold. We won't lose. Xiao Xian squatted on Su Zhenguo's shoulder, looking disdainfully at Yi Ziyan, saying, can you stop making such embarrassing moves? It makes me feel embarrassed for you. Yi Ziyan immediately retorted, what do you know? That's my provocation towards them. Just watch how I perform today. Su Zhenguo watched his teammates, his expression becoming more relaxed. He turned to Gu Yueshan, saying, Grandpa Gu, I let them 3 go up this round. Gu Yueshan glanced at him asking, are you sure? Aren't you going to go up to support? They have the strength for it. If I go up, I'll overshadow them. Su Zhenguo smiled. If it really becomes necessary, I can step in at any time. Gu Yueshan nodded. All right. You decide. In the Kyoto Academy waiting area, Qin Zhao's face was filled with barely contained excitement. Today, let's see how you dodge. The base battle allowed you to steal the crystal, but in the arena match, no one can help you. He looked towards Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with malice. The Kyoto representative stood beside him, patting his shoulder. You must regain all the points lost yesterday today. Don't disappoint me. Qin Zhao, you're the first to go up. Remember, show our momentum. Don't worry. I plan to take all three. After saying this, Qin Zhao mounted the flame lion and headed toward the arena. Su Zhenguo looked at Qin Chuan, asking, Qin Chuan, are you ready for a match? Qin Chuan stood up, gripping his saber, looking at the others. Don't worry, I won't embarrass myself. Su Zhenguo looked at him, nodding. Good luck, I believe in you. Bai Wei remained silent, also nodding firmly at him. Yi Zian came over, patting his shoulder excitedly, saying, Old Qin, you must make the first strike hit them hard. After saying this, he leaned close to Qin Chuan's ear, whispering, Remember, we bet all our savings on you. Xiao Xian also leaped onto Yi Zian's head, saying to Qin Chuan, Don't mess this up, or I won't have money to buy fruits later. Qin Chuan looked at the two, one human and one monkey, with a helpless smile, as if accustomed to this special care. He glanced down at the shadow leopard, reaching out to stroke it. Let's go. It's our turn now. On the arena, Qin Zhao was already waiting on the opposite side. Qin Zhao taunted as Qin Chuan approached. I never expected you to dare go first. Today I'll show you who is the strongest. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Zhao, his gaze calm, as he declared, Today, I will bring you down. No one can stop me. The voice of the commentator echoed through the broadcast. Dear audience friends, the first match of the arena competition is about to begin, with Qin Chuan from the Northern Academy facing off against Qin Zhao from the Capital Academy. Qin Zhao stared at Qin Chuan, his face filled with disdain, and said, You've always been like this, never daring to take the initiative. You used to hide silently in the corners of the Qin family, and now you're just hiding in a different place here in the north. Why bother showing up at all? Qin Chuan remained silent, his expression as calm as ever. Seeing his lack of reaction, Qin Zhao continued to taunt. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? If your family saw you like this now, they probably wouldn't want to recognize you. Qin Chuan lifted his head, looking at Qin Zhao, and suddenly smiled. Qin Zhao was taken aback by Qin Chuan's smile, and asked, What are you smiling about? You're still just like a child, exactly the same as when we were young. Qin Zhao's face instantly flushed red. He hated Qin Chuan's demeanor the most. No matter how much he scolded or provoked him, Qin Chuan always maintained an indifferent expression. He was so angry that he was shaking all over his body, radiating an aura of strange energy. Say that again. He mounted the flame lion, giving it a hearty pat on the neck, and the flame lion let out a deafening roar, flames enveloping it. Qin Zhao, along with his lion, charged straight at Qin Chuan, his blade wrapped in a dual force of wind and fire. Qin Chuan blocked horizontally with his sword, and the two blades clashed, exploding into a shower of flames and wind blades. The shockwave sent fragments of stone flying across the arena. The commentator's voice blared through the broadcast, Qin Zhao strikes first. With the mutation of wind and fire attributes, the power of this strike surpasses that of the skirmish. Qin Chuan has blocked it. The two are engaged in a fierce counterattack on the stage. Qin Zhao continued to swing his sword, each strike infused with the dual attributes of wind and fire. On the stage, their bodies collided everywhere, enhanced by the wind powers and the clash of their respective beasts. The audience found it hard to keep up with their movements, as each encounter occurred too swiftly. Even the commentator was exclaiming, My goodness, I can barely keep up with my eyes. Qin Zhao continued to shout insults, his taunts echoing throughout the arena. Qin Chuan remained silent, constantly blocking and dodging, carving deep grooves into the stage with his feet. Down below, Yi Zian stomped his feet, anxiously saying, Why does Qin Chuan keep dodging? Is that really going to work? I should have gone first, I can't stand that trash talker. Xiao Xian was also getting anxious, sitting on the silver-tooth's neck and scratching its fur. What if he has exhausted too much energy in the skirmish and hasn't adjusted his state? Su Zhenguo patted Xiao Xian's head, saying, Stay calm. You all need to trust Qin Chuan. Bai Wei added, Don't worry. You've all seen his strength before. Gu Yushan remained unfazed, not even glancing at the stage. Can you all be quiet? You're louder than the people. Xiao Xian turned to him and said, Old man, if we lose the 8th tier magic core, you're going to have to give it away. Do you even have an 8th tier magic core? Gu Yushan chuckled, I don't have one. I'd rather hand you over to the capital side and see if they want you. Why should I be handed over? I'm not your pet. You eat free meals in the northern cafeteria every day. Who else would be feeding you? Xiao Xian angrily leapt from Silvertooth onto Gu Yushan's head, scratching through his hair. Gu Yushan let it scratch, without moving, relaxing with his legs crossed. On the stage, Qin Zhao's attacks grew fiercer. The Shadow Leopard and Flame Lion also clashed. The Flame Lion bore several wounds its side, punctured by the Shadow Leopard's claws, while the Shadow Leopard itself suffered. Each time the Flame Lion attempted to attack, Qin Chuan's wind blade would slice in from the side, precisely striking its claws and forcing it to retract and back away. After a few exchanges, the Flame Lion had been forced back several steps. Seeing this, Qin Zhao continued to spew insults. Look at you, truly brainless. Helping a beast block blows, do you want to die faster? Qin Chuan blocked Qin Zhao's next strike with his sword, his tone calm. The Shadow Leopard is my partner. Qin Zhao burst into mad laughter. That's really funny, a beast is just a beast. With that he landed on the back of the flame lion which soared into the air. From above Qin Zhao looked down at Qin Chuan with a sinister smile saying, "I'm done playing with you. With this move I'll cripple you." He gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing his full power. A gigantic tornado formed around his body. The flame lion roared in coordination, all its flames pouring. The combination of man and beast created a whirlwind infused with fire attributes. Qin Zhao swung his sword. Windfire tear sky slash. A whirlwind wrapped in flames tore away from the blade, filled with countless wind blades. The flames burned furiously at the edges of the wind blades, lifting shards of stone from the entire arena floor. The strike, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, hurtled toward Qin Chuan and the Shadow Leopard. The audience from the Capital Academy cheered as they witnessed Qin Zhao unleash his ultimate move. "Well done. Bring him down." The cheers resonated throughout the stands. Yi Zian was so anxious that he shook his hands with the Zidian, tightly causing it to burp several times. What is old Qin doing? Why isn't he mobilizing his energy to counterattack? Bai Wei remained silent, her eyes fixed on the increasingly larger fiery slash on the stage, her hand on Silvertooth. Xiao Xian covered his eyes with his paws peeking through his claws and muttering, it's over, I can't bear to watch. My fruit money is going to go down the drain." Su Zhenguo looked at Qin Chuan's calm demeanor on the stage, feeling a bit anxious himself. Trust Qin Chuan, he still has a damn it, is he saving it for the north? Yi Zian lamented nearby, "Old Qin, I misjudged you." Gu Yushan still remained calm, whistling as he leisurely rocked in his chair. The fiery slash struck Qin Chuan and the Shadow Leopard heated. The explosion ignited flames that engulfed half the arena, sending debris and sparks flying. Qin Zhao stood on the back of the flame lion, his chest heaving, sweat pouring from his forehead, yet his excitement and exhilaration could not be concealed. He shouted madly, "Ha, Qin Chuan, you're just trash. I'll tell you, you can't compare to me." As he grew more animated, he approached a state of frenzy. The commentator's voice erupted through the broadcast. "Qin Zhao's windfire tears sky. Slash has hit directly. Can Qin Chuan still stand?" The audience from the Capital Academy was also caught up in the frenzy, their cheers blending with the broadcast voice. Qin Zhao's smile grew increasingly smug as he gazed at the still burning flames, eagerly anticipating the moment the fire subsided to see Qin Chuan lying on the ground. As the flames gradually dissipated, Qin Chuan stood and placed the Shadow Leopard resting at his feet. Both remained unscathed. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhao's smile instantly froze. His hand gripping the sword began to tremble, his gaze turned vacant, utterly unable to accept the reality. How is that possible? It can't be. He stared in disbelief at Qin Chuan, who remained uninjured after his strongest move had caused 0 damage. What pained him the most was that Qin Chuan remained so calm, even wearing a slight smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He suddenly screamed, his powers surging again, though the light was significantly dimmer than before. "My strongest move? By what right? By what right can you block it?" He frantically unleashed several wind blades toward Qin Chuan, but each strike was weaker than the last. Qin Chuan watched Qin Zhao wildly brandishing his blade. A faint smile curled on his lips. A smile laced with disdain, pity, and a certain ease of release. "Look at yourself now. Arrogant, unable to accept reality, barely able to hold your sword steady." Qin Chuan slowly sheathed his blade. "Let me teach you what wind truly means." His wind-based ability abruptly retracted, every wind blade vanishing. The arena fell silent. Even the wind itself seemed to hold its breath. Yet Qin Chuan felt like a bomb on the verge of detonation, the very air around him warping subtly. He drew his sword. One slash. Wind blades converged into a colossal cyclone, tearing free from the blade and swelling as it surged forward. Qin Zhao and the flame lion were instantly swallowed and hurled into the air. Countless razor-thin wind blades ravaged within the vortex. Qin Zhao's screams drowned by the howling gale. Qin Chuan stamped his foot and shot upward as a blur appearing before Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's eyes flew wide. He tried to fight back, but found he couldn't channel a shred of his ability. "Watch closely. Let me show you exactly how the trash you despise brings you down." Qin Chuan slammed his foot into Qin Zhao's chest. Before Qin Zhao could fall, he flickered after him. Second kick, third kick, fourth. A flurry of kicks left after images in the air, each one landing with surgical precision on Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao's body ricocheted in midair like a sandbag, struck again and again until a final brutal kick slammed him down, crashing into the arena floor like a meteor. At the same moment, the Shadow Leopard lunged, raking the flame lion with a barrage of claws and battering it out of the sky. Qin Zhao lay flat on his back, blood welling from his mouth as his eyes fluttered shut, completely unconscious. The flame lion struggled to rise, but its body was already crisscrossed with countless bloody gashes from the Shadow Leopard. After a few feeble attempts, it too collapsed. The entire arena plunged from wild revelry into utter silence. Spectators from Kyoto Academy still had their arms raised mid-cheer, frozen as if struck by a petrification spell. Some stood with mouths hanging open, others dropped their cheering flags without even noticing. The silence stretched on until the announcer's voice shattered it. The announcer's voice trembled slightly. Kyoto Academy's Qin Zhao has lost consciousness. Northern Frontier Academy's Qin Chuan completes a stunning comeback. The winner is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stood at the center of the arena, sweeping his impassive gaze across the crowd. His eyes lingered nowhere, finally dropping to the Shadow Leopard at his feet. His cold expression softened instantly as he reached down to pat the leopard's head. "Let's go." Yi Zian froze for a few seconds below the stage, then punched the air wildly, nearly flinging Zi Jian off. Damn it. That Qin. He hogged all the glory. How does he manage to be so insufferably cool? He held back the entire time, holding and holding until that final slash sealed the win. And then he drops, "Let me teach you what wind truly means." He must have rehearsed that line. Xiao Xian also stood up from Inya's neck, chiming in, Exactly. Just finish it already. You had me scared half to death down here. I was already ready to loot everything and run. Bai Wei said nothing, but her tightly knit brows finally relaxed. She watched Qin Chuan's retreating figure on the arena and smiled. Su Zhenguo glanced at her and smiled as well. Sensing someone's gaze, Bai Wei turned and met Su Zhenguo's eyes directly. She quickly looked down, stroking Inya. Qin Chuan walked off the arena with the shadow leopard, a striking sight. One man and medical staff rushed past him, kneeling beside Qin Zhao to assess his injuries. Yi Zian was the first to charge up, throwing an arm around Qin Chuan's shoulder. Ha, old Qin. I knew you had it. You know what? I believed in you from start to finish. Even when you were taking hits early on, my faith, not even for a second. Xiao Xian leaped off Inya's back, scrambled onto Yi Zian's head, and started tapping his skull with tiny claws. I wonder who was so scared just now they almost dropped the little cub in their arms. So funny. Caught red-handed, Yi Zian coughed twice and slapped Qin Chuan's shoulder vigorously. Impossible. What are you talking about? How could I not believe in you? Really? I just saw you on the defensive early on, and I had just a tiny bit of worry for you. He gestured a tiny pinch with his fingers. Qin Chuan looked at Yi Zian's thoroughly guilty expression and for once cracked a smile. You didn't think I was going to lose, did you? Yi Zian looked as if had been struck by lightning, his face instantly twisting into fury as he jabbed a finger at Qin Chuan's nose. You've changed. You never used to be like this. You used to be a man of few words and no heart stabbing. Now you've learned to stab hearts. Did Su Zhenguo teach you this? Su Zhenguo raised both hands from the side. Not me. I never did that. Yi Zian couldn't take it anymore and continued his rant. Seriously, you're too good at showing off. You were saving up your big move the whole time, and then you say, let me teach you what wine truly means on stage. Did you write that line in advance? Did you? Qin Chuan said nothing, just shrugged and spread his hands. The innocent gesture only infuriated Yi Zian further. And now you shrug. And you spread your hands. Yi Zian grabbed his own hair. You've changed. Completely changed. Bai Wei watched Yi Zian's utterly defeated expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gui Weishan leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. Truly excellent. He wasn't rattled by the opponent's attacks, ended it with a single decisive strike, and his energy consumption was minimal. All that training hasn't been wasted. Qin Chuan clasped his fists and gave Gui Weishan a respectful nod. Xiao Xian hopped onto the shadow leopard's back and scratched its ear with a tiny paw. Don't let him corrupt you. He wasn't like this before. Now he's getting better and better at showing off. The shadow leopard lay on the ground, letting out a low whimper, its tail sweeping weakly across the floor twice. Clearly exhausted. After a moment, the broadcast crackled again. The second arena match is about to begin. Both sides, please send out your representatives. Bai Wei stood up, her tone resolute. He'll take this one. Yi Zian panicked and grabbed her sleeve. My turn. Qin Chuan already had his moment showing off. It's my turn now. I'm dying to get out there. Su Zhenguo pressed a hand on his shoulder, his tone dead serious. Think about it. The strongest always comes last. Qin Chuan opens as the vanguard. Bai Wei stabilizes the middle, and when you step up last, every eye in the arena will be on you. Yi Zian pondered for a moment, then his eyes slowly lit up. He released Bai Wei's sleeve, straightened his collar, and a smug smile spread across his face. True. The finale. That's how you show I'm the strongest. Fine, Bai Wei, you go first. If you can't win, no worries. I've got your back. Bai Wei looked at him, her tone icy. Don't worry. You won't get the chance. Bai Wei patted Inya's head. You're not coming for this one. Wait for me here. Inya let out a low rumbling growl, rolling its eyes at her with obvious reluctance. Su Zhenguo spoke up, slightly anxious. Not bringing Inya. Isn't she your usual partner? If you don't. Before he could finish, Bai Wei cut him off. None of the others brought their beasts. Neither do I. Su Zhenguo opened his mouth to argue, but seeing the certainty in her expression, he swallowed his words. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. All right. Good luck. Bai Wei nodded once and walked toward the arena alone. As she stepped onto its edge, Xiao Wanqing rose from Kyoto Academy's waiting area. Their gazes locked across the battlefield. Ice and fire colliding in the air. Bai Wei had no Inya, and Xiao Wanqing had no contracted beast either. Pure unknown. The voice of the commentator erupted from the broadcast. Dear audience friends. In the second match of the arena competition, Beijing Academy's Bai Wei faces off against Jingdu Academy's Xiao Wanqing. Both contestants have taken their positions on the arena, and the match is about to begin. Xiao Wanqing stood at the center of the arena, her flame-short staff glowing with a brilliant golden-red light. She looked at Bai Wei across from her and nodded slightly. We have crossed swords during the base battle, but back then you should not have used your full strength. Bai Wei drew her short blade, a deep blue radiance extending along its length as a chilling aura radiated from her. I know your flames are powerful. Xiao Wanqing raised her flame-short staff. She looked at Bai Wei and said, let me see if your water abilities can withstand. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wanqing pointed her short staff forward, and a golden-red flame ring suddenly expanded around her. The high temperature caused the shattered stones on the arena to be overturned. She held nothing back, using all her strength. I must say Jingdu's support measures are quite impressive. The atmosphere in the audience area transformed from a library ambience to a thunderous roar. Some waved support flags and shouted "Go Goddess," while others stood up excitedly clapping the backs of the front row seats. Bai Wei did not take the hit heeded. She waved her hand, and an ice shield suddenly rose up, blocking the flame ring. Flames and ice evaporated against each other, creating a burst of white mist. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Wei quickly moved, adjusting her position. Xiao Wanqing did not stop her attacks. Fireballs pursued Bai Wei's shadow one after another, each one precisely predicting her movements. Bai Wei's figure flickered continuously, leaving a thin layer of ice beneath her feet. With every movement, the ice silently spreading across the arena. While blocking, she conjured ice bullets, shooting at Xiao Wanqing from various tricky angles, and each counterattack interrupted Xiao Wanqing's next fireball just as she was about to unleash it. This made her extremely uncomfortable. Every time she charged, she was interrupted. The commentator's voice grew increasingly excited. Dear audience friends, the clash between the two contestants is simply spectacular. Fire and ice, one extreme explosion, the other extreme control. Xiao Wanqing's flames erupt like a volcanic explosion, each strike destroying everything on the arena. Bai Wei's icy mist is like an invisible net, tightening little by little. Who will be the last one standing? Below the stage, Yi Ziyan watched intently, holding Zidian. He turned to Su Zhenguo, elbowing him. This Xiao Wanqing is not simple. The fire system's explosive power is indeed high, and the penetrating power after the flames are compressed can be felt even through the screen. I know. Su Zhenguo stared at Xiao Wanqing on the arena. Her glass fire ability is no joke. I've experienced it. Yi Ziyan's eyes twinkled, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. So who do you think will win? Or who do you want to win? Su Zhenguo turned his head, looking at him expressionlessly. Yi Ziyan smiled, even more brightly, holding Zidian up in front of himself. Zidian, what do you think? This question is important. Zidian burped. Qin Xuan stood nearby, observing the rhythm of the battle between the two on the arena with a serious expression, suddenly speaking up. This girl from Jing Do has impressive flame control. Bai Wei's ice bullets and water prison tried to force her to reposition, yet she could always defend against them precisely with her flame ring. If it were someone slightly less skilled, they would have been dealt with by Wei's blade long ago. Indeed, she has improved significantly since before. The precision of her flame compression and the speed of her strikes have both increased. Qin Xuan focused on the increasingly rapid exchanges of attack and defense between the two on the arena. It's almost time. Bai Wei's ice mist nodes have covered the arena, and Xiao Wanqing's flame consumption has reached a critical point. I estimate she is about to reveal her big move. On the arena, Xiao Wanqing stopped her continuous barrage of fireballs. She stood still, her chest slightly rising and falling, but the light of her flame short staff did not diminish. You are strong. Xiao Wanqing looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei retracted the icy mist, holding her short blade horizontally in front of her. You are not bad either. Xiao Wanqing's abilities began to overflow slowly as she raised her short staff and said, then let's not waste time. Let's determine the victor. Bai Wei's icy gaze flashed with a hint of battle intent. That suits me just fine. Xiao Wanqing gripped her short staff, tightly compressing her fire abilities into the tip of the staff. Unlike the previous flame ring that spread out, all the flames were compressed into an extremely small point at the staff's tip. That point stretched and expanded under everyone's gaze, forming a soaring fire phoenix. Every feather was condensed from flames compressed to the limit, and the tail feathers trailed several golden-red flame chains. The temperature of the entire arena rose several degrees in an instant. The audience from Jingdu Academy collectively stood up, their screams and cheers mixing together. Goddess, show her what glass fire ability looks like. Burn through her ice mist. Contestant Xiao Wanqing has conjured a fire phoenix. The commentator's voice went wild. The energy of this fire phoenix is too violent. It seems to want to dry up the air. I wonder if contestant Bai Wei can withstand it. On the arena, Bai Wei looked at the fire phoenix with calmness, saying, this kind of large-scale explosion is not my preferred style. But that doesn't mean I can't do it. After saying that, she gripped her blade with both hands, and the icy mist rapidly shrank towards the blade. All the scattered ice mist nodes on the arena lit up simultaneously, countless icy blue lights converging from all directions towards her. She swung her short blade, and an ice phoenix no smaller than Xiao Wanqing's flew out. Every feather was formed from ice crystals compressed to the limit, its wingspan rivaling that of Xiao Wanqing's fire phoenix. The ice and fire phoenixes faced off on the arena, and the air in the entire arena was torn apart by these two extreme temperatures. The commentator was already in a frenzy after witnessing the scene. Oh my. Contestant Bai Wei has also conjured an ice phoenix. This is truly shocking. Someone in the audience staring at Bai Wei's figure on the arena couldn't help but exclaim, wait a minute, if you look closely, this girl is not inferior to Xiao Wanqing at all. One is ice, the other is fire. This scene is too beautiful. I suddenly don't know who to cheer for. Wake up. You are from Jingdu. Xiao Wanqing's pupils contracted slightly when she saw the ice phoenix behind Bai Wei. Ice phoenix? That doesn't seem to be your style. Bai Wei, still emanating mist, replied coldly, indeed it is not. But it is enough to deal with you. Xiao Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly, a flash of anger at being underestimated passing through her eyes. Then come at me. She thrust her short staff forcefully forward, and the fire phoenix, engulfed in raging flames, dove down. Bai Wei simultaneously swung her blade, and the ice phoenix let out a silent clear cry, soaring upwards to meet it. The two phoenixes collided in midair. Flames and ice crystals exploded simultaneously, the shockwave sending all the shattered stones on the arena flying. The energy of ice and fire tore at each other wildly, evaporating into a sea of white mist. The sound of ice crystals shattering and flames extinguishing echoed through the mist, and the protective barrier at the edge of the arena flickered wildly under the shockwave. The audience instinctively leaned back with those in the front row shielding their faces as ice shards and sparks. The commentator's voice had grown hoarse with excitement. It's absolutely explosive. The Ice Phoenix against the Fire Phoenix. A supreme clash of ice and fire. Wait, the Fire Phoenix has passed through. The Fire Phoenix has shattered the Ice Phoenix. It continues to charge forward. The Fire Phoenix of Xia Wanqing directly smashed by Weiss Ice Phoenix. The sound of the Ice Phoenix shattering reverberated throughout the arena, countless icy fragments evaporating into white mist in the air. Although the Fire Phoenix had shrunk by more than half, the remaining flames still dove toward by Weiss' position. The flames instantly engulfed by Weiss' figure, forming a pillar of fire on the stage. The commentator suddenly stood up. The Fire Phoenix has triumphed over the Ice Phoenix. Contestant Bai Wei was completely swallowed by the Fire Phoenix. This strike is enough to end the match. Contestant Xiao Wanqing is about to win. The audience of the Kyoto Academy erupted in cheers. The students from Kyoto reached a fever pitch, boiling over with excitement. Great, the goddess has won. I told you the arrogance of the northern region wouldn't last long. Yi Zian suddenly grabbed Su Zhenguo's arm, squeezing tightly. Damn. Bai Wei, how could she possibly lose? Ji Jian was choked by his other hand, burping several times. Qin Xuan crossed his arms, frowning, and remained silent. Su Zhenguo wore a solemn expression, his gaze fixed on the still burning flames on the stage. On the stage, the flames gradually dissipated. Xia Wanqing gripped her short staff, staring at the still smoking ground, confirming that Bai Wei had indeed been swallowed by the Fire Phoenix. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, and the short staff in her hand drooped a little. Just as she relaxed for a moment, the cold blade of a short dagger gently pressed against her neck, freezing Xia Wanqing in place. You lost. Bai Wei's voice came from behind her, as calm as ever. Xia Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the dagger pressed against her neck, fear creeping into her voice. You, how could... Xia Wanqing turned to look at Bai Wei. Her body was slowly materializing from a translucent, icy blue. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately just let out a soft sigh. I lost. Some in the audience of the Kyoto Academy were still waving support flags and cheering, completely unaware of what had transpired on the stage. They continued shouting, the goddess has won, until someone next to them tugged at their sleeves and pointed to the stage, causing the cheers to abruptly cease, as if their throats had been seized. When did she appear behind the goddess? Wasn't the Fire Phoenix supposed to have swallowed her? The commentator was stunned for several seconds before reacting, his voice trembling noticeably. Oh my god. Contestant Bai Wei, she appeared behind contestant Xia Wanqing. How did she do that? The contestant from the northern region triumphed with a surprise. In the second round of the arena match, Bai Wei emerged victorious. The emotions of the audience from Kyoto Academy were like a roller coaster. Just moments ago, they were in a frenzy. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted in despair, what the hell? Wasn't she swallowed by the Fire Phoenix? Where did she come from? The leading teacher from Magic City Academy, sitting in the observation seats, had a glint in his eyes. He turned to the teacher leading the Southern District, and the two exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of awe. Incredible. The new students from the northern region, each more astonishing than the last. Bai Wei retracted her dagger and turned to leave the stage. Enya was already waiting at the edge of the stage with Xiao Xian perched on its neck. Upon seeing them, Bai Wei's cold expression instantly softened. She approached Enya and pressed her face against it, receiving gentle nudges and whimpers in return. Xiao Xian stood up from Enya's back and said, just now this big dog almost charged up, but I managed to hold it back. See how much faith I have in you. I knew you could win. Enya let out a low growl nearby, seemingly expressing its Wait, I'll treat you to some delicious peaches. Bai Wei reached out to pat Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Are they the expensive kind? I want to eat 3. Bai Wei rarely smiled. All right. Su Zhenguo and the others also approached. Su Zhenguo asked, are you all right? Bai Wei stood up. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. Qin Xuan leaned against the side, coldly smiling. You've grown stronger again. Aren't you too? Bai Wei replied, looking at him. Gu Yushan walked down from the coach's seat, a satisfied smile on his face. It seems your cultivation has reached a level where you can grasp the phase of the clone ability. Yi Zian asked in surprise, clone? Bai Wei, when did you learn to create clones? This is outrageous. How come I didn't know? Gu Yushan shot him a glance. This is something she practiced on her own. Do you think she spends her days like you, just showing off? When did I ever show off? Yi Zian retorted. I just pay attention to my image. And I can create clones too. My lightning-based clone is even cooler than hers, sparking everywhere. Xiao Xian chimed in nearby. You can create clones, but what you produce is not a clone, it's an illusion created by you hurting yourself. Shut up. The broadcast announcement sounded again. The third round of the arena match is about to begin. You please send out representatives from both sides. Yi Zian immediately pushed aside the previous conversation, excitedly exclaiming, haha, it's my turn. Watch my performance. Gu Yushan rarely gave a reminder. Don't underestimate your opponent, you might end up regretting it. Su Zhenguo also chimed in, remember, don't underestimate them, don't let your head get too big. Yi Zian's body radiated lightning powers as he ran his fingers through his hair, arcs of electricity crackling between the strands. He struck a highly pretentious pose, and using what he thought was an alluring voice said, don't worry, I've got this. Watch me make my grand entrance today, they'll turn Kyoto into a true library. He turned and strode towards the stage's steps, carrying an indescribable rhythm, his body swaying, as if walking down a runway. The audience from Kyoto Academy erupted upon seeing his demeanor. Some stood up pointing at him and cursing, "Kill this bastard." A few led the charge chanting slogans, and the entire stands erupted into synchronized shouts of "Get him! Get him! Get him!" Yi Zian remained unfazed, spreading his arms, as if enjoying the cheers of thousands. He reached the center of the stage, spun around, and blew a kiss towards the Kyoto audience. The curses multiplied instantly. Xiao Xian, perched on Yas, had looked at Yi Zian's utterly irritating demeanor and gritted its teeth, saying, "If I were his opponent, I'd want to punch his face into a flower." Bai Wei rarely disagreed. Qin Chuan remained silent. Su Zhenguo merely shook his head with a helpless smile. Shen Yunjing stood opposite the stage, his anger intensifying upon seeing that it was Yi Zian stepping up instead of Su Zhenguo. He yelled furiously, "Why is it you? Where's Su Zhenguo? Is he afraid?" His eyes were filled with bloodshot rage as he continued to shout, "Su Zhenguo, come up here, don't hide." Yi Zian looked at his expression covering his face as he laughed, unable to contain himself, saying, "How are you so funny? Who would be afraid of you? Do you really think you're strong?" Shen Yunjing glared at Yi Zian, his body erupting with deep blue energy, his voice grim as he said, "I'll first cripple you." Yi Zian's body crackled with lightning arcs dancing around him. He continued to laugh, brandishing a metallic dagger, teasing Shen Yunjing with a challenging tone, "Come on, let me see how capable you are. I hope everyone enjoys it. The upcoming plot will be even more exciting." The voice of the commentator came through the broadcast, filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third match of the arena competition is about to begin. The Kyoto Academy has already lost 2 matches in a row. Can Shen Yunjin turn the tide for Kyoto in this battle, or will Beijing's Academy complete a clean sweep?" On the spectator stands of Kyoto Academy, the earlier jubilation had vanished, replaced by incessant prayers. "Please, we must win at least one match. I really don't want to see that arrogant face again. What's worse than eating shit?" The person beside him chimed in. He was just spinning around in the arena and blowing kisses. "I wanted to rush over and hit him from dozens of meters away. Go, take that thunder element show off down. Yes, beat him to a pulp. Make him squirm." With the commentator's shout of "The match begins," Shen Yunjin shouted, "Prepare to die, you piece of trash." He drew his sword enveloped in deep blue water elemental energy and struck towards Yi Zian. Yi Zian still wore that smug smile, lifting his alloy knife to block. At the moment of impact, his expression turned. A tremendous force far beyond expectations surged through the blade, knocking him back several meters, leaving 2 deep grooves on the arena floor. Shen Yunjin stood firm, watching Yi Zian's retreating figure, a sinister smile on his face. "Aren't you the one who loves to smile? Why the long face now?" Yi Zian steadied himself and put on that pretentious cold smile again. "Looks like you've gotten stronger. Interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted around him, transforming him into a blue-white afterimage as he slashed towards Shen Yunjin's face. Shen Yunjin stood still, motionless. A heavy water shield appeared out of thin air before him. Yi Zian's lightning blade struck the shield, but failed to inflict any damage. The water escape exaggeratedly sent him flying. He spun in midair before stabilizing himself. If he was just puzzled before, Yi Zian's expression now turned to shock. Shen Yunjin watched the uncontrollable shock on Yi Zian's face, grinning maliciously. "Weren't you saying you would do something to me? What happened to your arrogance on stage?" Yi Zian forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, the usual smug grin resurfacing. "It's just a slight improvement in strength. It's not like it's something extraordinary. How long can you maintain that level relying on external force?" Shen Yunjin's expression twisted in an instant, the blood vessels in his eyes bulging. He gripped his sword tightly, the deep blue energy around him shining brighter as he roared, "I'll crush you completely in this." On the sidelines, Xiao Xian's expression was unusually serious. "Something's not right. This guy isn't this strong." Bai Wei also frowned. Even if he broke through in the past few days, he couldn't have improved this much. Was he hiding his strength before? Su Zhenguo closely watched the increasingly violent water elemental energy surrounding Shen Yunjin, his expression darkening. "This is very strange. This level of improvement doesn't seem like a normal breakthrough." He recalled something and turned to Gu Yushan. Gu Yushan had somehow already reached the edge of the waiting area, arms crossed, his eyes unusually filled with anger. "I can't tell what's wrong at the moment, but his elemental strength has definitely increased significantly. Moreover, the ability is genuine without any signs of drug use." The spectators from Kyoto Academy saw Shen Yunjin suppressing Yi Zian and began to celebrate once more. Some waved their fists and shouted, "Well done. Beat that show off to death. Keep pounding him. Make him squirm like before." On the arena, Shen Yunjin had completely descended into madness. Every swing of his sword was enveloped in raging water elemental energy, with penetration speed and energy density all significantly enhanced. The arena was filled with traces of his slashes, and Yi Zian was retreating step by step under his tempestuous assault. Just as Yi Zian sidestepped a water blade, Shen Yunjin had already set up several water energy bullets at his flank. As Yi Zian dodged, Shen Yunjin fired several water energy bullets directly at him. Yi Zian could not evade and could only block, but still got hit by a few. He used his alloy knife to brace against the ground, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the arena. Shen Yunjin stood in the center of the arena, looking at Yi Zian, who was half kneeling and spitting blood, laughing maniacally. "Trash. Waste. Weren't you going to take me down? Stand up. With each insult his energy surged violently. The crowd erupted in cheers as they saw Shen Yunjin becoming more ferocious. Xiao Xian stood up on the back of silver-toothed claws clenched tightly, shouting angrily at the arena. Yi Zian, don't lose to this trash. Zidian crouched on the chair Yi Zian had just occupied watching the half-kneeling Yi Zian on the arena, a faint glow emanating from him unnoticed by anyone. Yi Zian lifted his head, blood still at the corner of his mouth. He first glanced at Su Zhe and the others, then turned to look at Shen Yunjin, whose face was twisted with malice. With a smile he said, so you underestimated me. That's truly infuriating. He stood up, his water elemental energy bursting forth. A blue-white lightning beam shot up from him, piercing through the clouds above the arena. The sky of the entire competition ground darkened, instantly rumbling. A thick lightning pillar struck down from the clouds, landing on Yi Zian. He did not dodge, instead opening his arms wide, as if bathing in the lightning. Immediately followed by the second, third, and countless lightning pillars striking down from the clouds, enveloping the entire arena in electricity. Yi Zian stood at the center of the lightning storm, his hair standing on end from the arcs, but his eyes shone brighter than ever. He raised his alloy knife, the tip pointing to the sky as the lightning gathered into a dazzling beam on the blade. He looked at Shen Yunjin, maintaining that smug smile. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. No more pretending, I'm laying it all out. He swung down the knife. Thunder Prison. A lightning pillar several meters thick fell vertically from the clouds, striking directly atop Shen Yunshin's head. At the moment the lightning erupted, the entire competition arena was illuminated in blue and white. Shen Yunjin didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the lightning pillar. When the lightning subsided, he lay on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, his limbs twitching slightly. Xiao Xian was thrilled, bouncing on the back of Silvertooth. Well done. Show him what happens when he gets arrogant. Make him pay for his insults. The commentator's voice shifted through several tones. Oh my. Contestant Yi Zian directly hit Shen Yunjin with a thunder prison. Contestant Shen Yunjin has fallen. A deathly silence enveloped the spectator stands of Kyoto Academy. The commentator was about to announce the end of the match. On the arena, Shen Yunjin, who had just been twitching on the ground, suddenly erupted with a dark energy from within. He stood up in a completely unnatural posture, his limbs twisted and shaking. The water elemental energy surrounding him was no longer deep blue, but had turned to a bright purple. Several purple water orbs slowly rotated behind him, emanating an energy fluctuation even more intense than before. Su Zhenguo immediately sensed what it was, and Xiao Xian's fur stood on end. Both the person and the monkey recognized that familiar aura-polluted energy. Yi Zian, be careful. The veins on Su Zhenguo's forehead bulged, his voice tinged with uncontrollable tension. On the arena, Shen Yunshin's eyes had completely turned dark red. He tilted his head, staring at Yi Zian, smiling even more ominously than before. Yi Zian tightened his grip on the alloy knife, his lightning aura reigniting. Facing Shen Yunshin's dark red eyes, he still wore that smug smile, and said, your look is even more pretentious. Although Yi Zian wore a mischievous smile, the supernatural abilities surrounding him remained unabated. He knew that the person before him, Shen Yunjin, was entirely different from the one he had faced during the base battle. The earlier frenzied strike Thunder Prison was the strongest move he could unleash without injuring himself, yet it hit the opponent Hedon, and Shen Yunjin stood up as if nothing had happened. Moreover, the dark purple energy emanating from Shen Yunjin made him feel uneasy. Tilting his head, Shen Yunjin suddenly raised his hand, and a dark purple water sphere detached from behind him and hurled toward Yi Zian. Yi Zian noticed that the trajectory of the water sphere lacked the previous high-speed piercing sensation. Instead, it felt heavy like a lead ball. He sidestepped, and the water sphere crashed onto the arena floor behind him, creating a large pit several meters in diameter. The alloy floor dented under the impact, and then a thick dark purple water column shot up from the pit. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair to evade it, but was still grazed on the shoulder by the spreading water column. Yi Zian glanced down at his shoulder, and saw that the area brushed by the edge of the water column had already corroded. He sighed inwardly, thinking, how did the water elemental mutation gain a corrosive property? Before he could adjust his stance, Shen Yunshin's second and third water spheres were already coming at him. The arena was pockmarked with deep pits, and dark purple water columns shot up from various positions, transforming the entire arena into a watery prison. Yi Zian continuously dodged while also slashing at the water spheres with his sword. However, he realized that every time his supernatural ability struck a water sphere, he could feel his power being eroded by that dark purple energy. The brightness of the lightning diminished, and the density of his supernatural ability decreased. It wasn't that he hadn't inflicted damage on Shen Yunjin. During his evasions and blocks, he had landed several strikes on him. Each slash had precisely targeted Shen Yunshin's joints and vital points. Yet the wounds on Shen Yunshin's body rapidly healed in the dark purple light, with knife marks deep enough to see bone returning to normal in no time. With a solemn expression, he remarked, isn't your recovery speed a bit outrageous? I've seen plenty of water elemental abilities, but none can heal wounds in seconds like you can. Shen Yunjin looked at Yi Zian's increasingly grave expression and coldly laughed. Noticed? Your sword is useless against me. Your lightning is useless against me. You are destined to lie on this arena today. Below the stage, Xiao Xian's claws tightly clutched Su Zhenguo's collar as he nervously said he has been tainted. Yi Zian is in danger. I know, Su Zhenguo replied, equally anxious. Qin Xuan observed the state of Sun Yunjin on the field and turned to Su Zhenguo asking, that kind of power from the original god sect? Su Zhenguo nodded. Gu Yushan stood up, arms crossed, emanating a suppressed rage. He angrily declared, to win they resort to such things. This is self-degradation. Bai Wei also looked worried and turned to Su Zhenguo saying, isn't anyone going to intervene? That thing has exceeded the bounds of the competition. Su Zhenguo's gaze remained fixed on Yi Zian's situation on the arena. Let it finish. It's not wise to rush up now. On the arena, Sun Yunjin suddenly opened his arms. All the dark purple water spheres scattered across the arena floated simultaneously, converging towards Yi Zian from all directions. There were too many water spheres, and their angles were too tricky. Yi Zian dodged several, but one of the water spheres exploded, ensnaring his wrist with a jet of water. The dark purple water flowed around his wrist, and ankles like chains, pulling him into a large T shape. Sun Yunjin revealed his sword and slowly walked up to the restrained Yi Zian. The manic smile on his face faded slightly, and his eyes glowed with a dark red light. He looked at Yi Zian, raised the sword in his hand, dark purple light enveloping it, and coldly said, Hedai. Yi Zian looked down at him, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. I was just waiting for you to come closer. He shouted angrily, unleashing all his lightning abilities without reservation. Ever since his abilities had mutated, he had been suppressing that energy to avoid harming his meridians, but now he couldn't care less. A more violent surge of lightning abilities erupted from within him, pouring out uncontrollably. The dark purple water chains binding his wrists and ankles exploded under the lightning, and he floated in midair, several basketball-sized spheres of lightning swirling around him, each spinning wildly, with arcs of electricity crackling across their surfaces. Floating thunder light formation, he shouted, then swung his sword, sending several lightning spheres flying toward Sun Yunjin. At the moment of impact, the entire arena was engulfed in lightning, a blinding white light, consuming everything. Even the protective barrier at the edge of the arena was fully revealed by the electric abilities flashing wildly. After the light dissipated, the arena remained quiet for a long while. Sun Yunjin lay on his back in the center of the arena. The dark purple light on his body had completely faded, and this time, he had truly fainted. Yi Zian stood beside him, still flickering with residual electric currents. He made a motion to sheath his sword, this time, without a smile, without a word, just standing there. The announcer, recovering from the shock, was the first to speak. Contestant Yi Zian unleashed a stunning strike in the face of despair. The last contestant from Kyoto Academy has fallen. The audience from Kyoto Academy sat stunned in their seats. Some clutched their heads in despair, others gaped in disbelief, and some muttered, he couldn't even win like this. No one cheered, nor did anyone curse. On the arena, Su Zhenguo and Qin Xuan had already appeared beside Yi Zian. Yi Zian sensed their arrival and fell back. Su Zhenguo and Qin Xuan hurriedly supported him. Can you hold on? Yi Zian closed his eyes, his face pale as he replied, if you don't come now, I'm really going to collapse. Xiao Xian poked his head out from Su Zhenguo's shoulder, tapping his head with his paw. Not bad, I thought you were going to drop dead. Yi Zian lacked the strength to open his eyes, but still murmured softly, what a joke. I won't lose to anyone, especially not. Just then the person in charge of Kyoto Academy appeared on the arena. He pointed at Yi Zian, his voice filled with menace. Xiao Xian suddenly turned his head, his tail puffing up to twice its usual size. On what grounds? The Kyoto official fixed his gaze on Yi Zian and enunciated each word. He must have used some cheating method. He had no such strength during the base battle, and that earlier move, floating thunderlight formation, was something no freshman could produce. I demand that the event organizers conduct an ability test on him. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yushan leapt from the audience to the arena, causing a violent tremor upon landing. Unleashing his supernatural pressure, he pointed at the Kyoto people, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Go, just because your people were defeated, you claim others are cheating. Why don't you say anything about your people suddenly spiking to peak 4th grade abilities? What is that dark purple thing on him, don't you know in your heart? The Kyoto official retorted, Gu Yushan, don't slander me. Gu Yushan, uninterested in further talk, felt his abilities surge, ready to strike at any moment. Just as Gu Yushan and the representative from Kyoto were at loggerheads on the arena, the event director hurriedly rushed over to mediate, followed by 2 medical personnel who had already brought a stretcher to the edge of the arena. Elders, please don't argue for now. The priority is to send the injured for treatment. As for what happened today, the event organizers will initiate a formal investigation. When the time comes, I hope both of you will cooperate with us. The Kyoto representative snorted coldly and walked away. Gu Yushan also retracted his powers, spitting at the back of the man's figure. He sure runs fast. Yi Zian was carried back to the villa's resting area by Su Zhenguo and Qin Xuan. Bai Wei had him lie on the sofa and used her abilities to check his meridians. There is a slight disturbance in the meridians due to overexertion of abilities. Fortunately, the previous special training had increased the strength of your meridians, otherwise that outburst just now could have destroyed you. Now just take a moment to rest. Yi Zian opened one eye and weakly raised a finger. Let me ask you a question, was that thunderlight array just now cool? Xiao Xian squatted on the coffee table, munching on a peach, watching Yi Zian trying to show off, and said, you almost blew yourself up and you dare ask if it was cool. When you were suspended in the air by that water chain, I thought you were going to be skewered like a shish kebab. Bai Wei retracted her powers, noticing that Yi Zian still looked a bit weak, and surprisingly did not refute him. It was indeed quite impressive. Yi Ziyan immediately perked up upon hearing this, bouncing up from the sofa, only for Su Zhenguo to push him back down. Look, Bai Wei praised me. Did you hear that? Bai Wei said I'm cool. That means I'm really cool, haha. Bai Wei ignored him, turning to sit next to Enya, not saying another word. Xiao Xian threw the peach pit into the trash can and pointed a paw at Yi Ziyan. She's just comforting you because you took that seriously. No way. Bai Wei never lies. She's not lying, as she just feels sorry for you. Just as Yi Ziyan was about to retort, the main door was pushed open from the outside. Gu Yushan stormed in. His expression seemed to tell them not to provoke him. He plopped down onto the sofa without a word, angrily slapping the armrest, breathing heavily. Just then he spotted Xiao Xian eating peaches on the coffee table and casually snatched a peach from Xiao Xian's paw and took a big bite. Xiao Xian stared at his empty paw, stunned, as he looked at Gu Yushan. Noticing that Gu Yushan was ignoring him and looked extremely furious while eating the peach, he knew he shouldn't provoke the old man at this time. He rummaged under the coffee table for another peach, shifted a bit to the side, and distanced himself from Gu Yushan. After finishing the peach, Gu Yushan spat the pit into the trash can and angrily said, "Damn it, these people really have no— They clearly used forbidden methods, yet they have the gall to accuse us of cheating. The face of the Kyoto Ability Academy has been utterly disgraced by that representative." Su Zhenguo, seeing Gu Yushan like this, wisely poured a cup of water and placed it in front of him. "Grandpa Gu, what do we say about the investigation?" Gu Yushan took a vigorous gulp from the cup, feeling a bit calmer, and slowly began to speak. "The event organizers have already initiated the investigation process. The unusual energy within Sun Yunzheng will be sent for testing, and the medical team has taken blood samples from him. Once the test results are out, Kyoto won't be able to weasel out of this. However, it's likely that this kid won't make it to the next round. Even without that energy causing trouble, those few lightning strikes he took are enough to keep him in bed for a long time." Yi Ziyan chimed in from the side. "Indeed, I shocked him senseless." Su Zhenguo thought for a moment and decided to mention the matter regarding the original god cult, saying, "That power in Sun Yunzheng comes from the original god cult." Gu Yushan turned his head to look at Su Zhenguo, his anger instantly subsiding, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Are you sure?" Su Zhenguo nodded. "I can sense it. That energy is exactly the same as the residue left behind when my senior brother was tainted at the outpost. It's also identical to the energy emitted by the device in the mining area." Xiao Xian interjected, "I felt it too. That energy has a foul stench, it's disgusting." Yi Ziyan propped himself up from the sofa, suddenly realizing and slapping his thigh. "No wonder. I was wondering why that energy felt so familiar. Damn, how did it get linked to the original god cult? Isn't he from the Kyoto? This means that the original god cult has already infiltrated Kyoto." Gu Yushan's expression was unusually serious. Whether that student from Kyoto is a member of the original god cult is still uncertain, but he possesses that energy. This implies that members of the original god cult have already penetrated this competition. That person was able to manipulate things among the students of the Kyoto Academy. Oh, it's possible they could do the same in other academies. These dark rats have already infiltrated here, so you all must be on guard. Qin Chuan, also with a grave expression, asked, "What do they want?" "I don't know, but they surely aren't here for sightseeing. The original god cult never does anything without profit. Their arrival at the Kyoto competition must mean they have big plans." Gu Yushan stood up and walked to the window, recalling that there would be a third round of competitions. The secret realm for the third round, the Battle Royale, is an independent space. Once inside, it will be very difficult for those outside to intervene promptly. If the original god cult plans to make a move during this competition, the secret realm is the best choice. If you encounter anything unusual in the secret realm, signal immediately. Don't try to be brave. Everyone fell silent at this, thinking about what to do if they really encountered the original god cult in the secret realm. Just as everyone was silent, Xiao Xian finished the last peach, threw the pit into the trash, and stood up and brushed off his paws. "What's there to be afraid of? If they come, we fight. If we can't win, we run. After all, I've run before. I was chased around by so many beasts in the mining area and was fine. Why would I be afraid of a few original god cult members?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xiao Xian looked at everyone in confusion, not understanding. "What are you all laughing at? Am I wrong?" Yi Ziyan leaned back on the sofa, laughing so hard he was gasping for breath. "You certainly have experience. Last time in the mining area, you stirred up the beast nests and ended up rolling all over the ground while being chased. That was to gather food for Zidian. It was a strategic collection that ended with you getting stung on the tail by a venomous bee." Xiao Xian could no longer hold back and jumped onto Yi Ziyan's head, starting to scratch his hair. Yi Ziyan laughed and dodged, but the injury on his shoulder throbbed painfully, making him grimace. I give up, stop scratching me already." Su Zhenguo came over and took Xiao Xian off his head, and Yi Ziyan added with a laugh, "If the original god cult does come, they'll just have to catch you first. That would be quite a sight. A talking monkey. They'd take you back for research." Xiao Xian, infuriated, was about to leap back up when Bai Wei held him down. Gu Yushan watched them fooling around and said with a smile, "All right, just be careful, everyone." He noticed that several people were running around without paying him any mind and could only shake his head, helplessly sighing. Youth is truly wonderful. As a few people were having a great time playing, Su Zhenguo was about to say something when the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. He looked down and pressed the answer button. Zhou Ji's holographic projection appeared above the coffee table, wearing a rare smile. Yi Ziyan and Xiao Xian also stopped when they saw it was Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji smiled. and said to them, I watched the entire competition. You all performed excellently and your masters are very good. And Xiao Xian executed the crystal stealing strategy very well. Xiao Xian immediately raised his head proudly, a smug expression on his face, nodding of course. And don't forget who I am. Alright, I'll reward you with a box of peaches when you return. Zhou Ji rarely made a joke, then quickly changed the subject. Is Gu Laoshi there? Gu Yushan was sitting on the sofa, his body unmoved, calmly replying him here. Speak. Just as Zhou Ji was about to continue, a piercing noise suddenly came from the communicator. A lazy voice interrupted from off-screen. Old Zhou, let me talk to them for a moment. The principal's face squeezed into the frame, holding a cup of tea, smiling, and waving at everyone. Gu Yushan immediately stood up and rushed forward, pointing his finger at the principal's nose and starting to scold. How dare you show your face? The matter of that fake liquor last time isn't over. What you compensated for was worthless. I took a sip and almost threw up. Old Gu, wait a moment before scolding. Let's discuss serious matters first. The principal waved his hand, put down the teacup, and his playful expression sobered somewhat. I just received intelligence. The Yuanshan sect has activities happening in Kyoto, and the scale is not small. They are preparing for something. You need to return to the northern region immediately after your competition. Don't linger in Kyoto. Su Zhenguo leaned forward. Principal, what exactly do they want? Before he could finish his sentence, the principal's holographic projection, a burst of noise came from the communicator, and the image flickered in and out. The signal isn't stable. I will. The principal's voice cut off abruptly. Zhou Ji's projection flickered twice as well before it went dark, and the communication was cut off. Gu Yushan cursed into the air. Yi Zian propped himself up from the sofa and asked, does the principal always appear like this? It's like he comes and goes like a ghost. That's just how he is. Gu Yushan sat back down on the sofa, his tone filled with disdain. He leaves half the story unfinished like he's constipated. Yi Zian suddenly spoke up. Old Gu, what's the principal's background? Can you tell us? And tell us about the past events in the northern region too. Gu Yushan looked at Yi Zian's curious expression and teased, why are you so nosy, wanting to know everything? Yi Zian awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Hee, I'm just purely curious. Gu Yushan thought there was nothing pressing at the moment, so he decided to entertain these kids. He stood up, walked to the window, reflecting on the past, and slowly began to speak. Li Yang, the youngest principal in the history of the military district with an extraordinary talent. There used to be someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, named Lu Yuan. They were from the same cohort, one fire type and one wind type. Both were exceptional talents. Back in the day, there was a saying in the northern region's twin walls, Li and Lu running parallel. Later, during an overseas mission, Lu Yuan stayed behind alone to cover the retreat and never returned. The specific files of that mission are still sealed to this day, and even I don't have the authority to view them. Since then, Li Yang has changed entirely. Thinking of this, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and continued, although he likes to play tricks, he has been shouldering the northern region alone for these years, pulling the academy back from the brink of being shut down. He is not only stationed at the academy, but his reputation for fighting at the northern region frontline has spread throughout the continent. I guess there are only a handful of people who can stand against him directly. Yi Zian's mouth dropped wide open. Wow. Then what are we afraid of in the northern region? We can walk sideways. Gu Yushan raised his hand and lightly tapped his head, not using much force, but Yi Zian covered his head and let out a yelp. What do you know? He can't leave the northern region casually. If those king-level bloodline beasts in the northern region find out he left, it wouldn't be a joke. Keeping him at the academy isn't because he doesn't want to go out, but because he can't. The northern region needs someone to stabilize it, and he is that person. Yi Zian covered his head. Old Gu, I was already injured. Why are you hitting me? Xiao Xian looked at Yi Zian getting scolded and said, deserved. That was a good hit. Gu Yushan took out a small bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Zian. Yi Zian caught it and looked. The bottle had the emblem of the northern region military district on it, and inside was a light golden liquid. High-level recovery potion. I originally wanted to wait until your injury healed to give it to you, but seeing that you're doing well, you can drink it, and you'll be lively again by tomorrow. Yi Zian's eyes immediately lit up, tucking the potion into his pocket, and smiling said, thank you, old Gu. I knew you. Gu Yushan ignored him. He looked at the group and suddenly said with a serious tone, I will say it again, you all must not get into it. You are the most talented group I have ever seen. You are the future of the northern region. The principal doesn't want me to tell you this, fearing it will place pressure on you. But I think it needs to be said. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even the usually talkative Yi Zian did not speak. Gu Yushan noticed the atmosphere had grown heavy again, waved his hand, and laughed. Ha, I've said too much, just rest well, don't think too much. We old folks can still hold the fort, we will give you enough time to grow. On the other side, Zhou Ji turned off the communicator and turned to look at the principal sitting behind the desk. The principal was not grinning as usual, but sat upright in the chair staring at the map on the wall. The Yuanshan sect has a... Could there be danger? The principal remained silent for a moment. It shouldn't be. After all, there are so many people in Kyoto, they probably wouldn't dare to make any big moves. Zhou Ji replied, I hope nothing unexpected happens. The principal leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and did not answer. The scene shifted to a dim room somewhere in Kyoto. Several holographic projections were seated around a round table. The light was too dim to see their faces. Pei An's projection stood at the edge. A hoarse voice questioned Pei, and how many resources have you wasted on that student? That pill was refined for a long time, and you just gave it to him. Pei An shrugged, his tone relaxed. It was just a test sample. The test results are in. The enhancement of Shun Yunsheng's abilities after taking the pill, and its duration are all within the expected range. This just proves that our research direction is correct, and this time it will work. The person seated at the main position spoke. His voice was ordinary, but all projections turned their attention to him. I hope you don't forget what you need to do. The third round of the secret realm must not have any more accidents. Payan slightly bowed. Rest assured, everything is prepared. The person at the main position continued. Remember, if anything unexpected happens, you know what will happen. After saying this, one holographic projection after another extinguished. In the end, only darkness remained. After a night of rest, they finally arrived at the third round of the competition. The cheers from the audience in Kyoto had lost some of their fervor after the previous 2 rounds. However, the commentator's voice was still filled with passion. Dear spectators, the rules for the third round of the chaotic flag-snatching battle have been announced. The 4 major academies must first defeat the advanced exotic beasts in their respective areas to qualify for the flag snatching. This not only tests the contestants' individual strength, but also their teamwork and tactical arrangements. Yi Zian, holding the purple lightning, looked around and suddenly pointed towards the Kyoto Academy direction, shouting, "Look! Kyoto has changed its player. Shin Yunjin has been replaced by a new face in that position." Several people turned their gaze towards Kyoto. In the lineup of Kyoto Academy, Shin Yunjin had already been substituted. It was a tall young man standing casually with his hands in his pockets, his face showing little expression. Qin Zhao stood beside him speaking to him, and the young man merely nodded slightly. He probably got knocked down by me and can't get back up, Yi Zian chuckled. Su Zhenguo stared at that person for a while, and then said, "Be careful. This person should be the dual attribute individual the Southern District captain mentioned. He hadn't participated in the base battles or the arena matches specifically save for the third round. It is said that he had recently broken through and entered seclusion for cultivation, and now he has emerged." Qin Chuan turned his head and asked, "Dual attribute? Wasn't the previous representative from Kyoto also dual attribute? Was there another one?" "Yes. The Southern District captain mentioned that Kyoto Academy has 2 dual attributes. One is earth and water. I fought with one of them during the base battles. This one is the second." Bai Wei looked in that direction, turned her head, and touched her silver tooth, saying, "Then we need to be extra cautious." "Whatever their attributes are," Yi Zian said, resting the purple lightning on his shoulder and ruffling his hair with arcs of lightning crackling at his fingertips, "let's just fight when they come. After all, our personnel configuration is good with people, birds, wolves, leopards, and monkeys." The others looked at him with a kind of exasperated expression. Yi Zian was not embarrassed at all and retorted, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Gui Weishan stood at the edge of the waiting area, walking over to look at the few people in front of him. His face lacked the usual cunning smile, and instead showed a bit of kindness as he glanced at each person. Yi Zian felt uneasy under his gaze, and was about to ask what was wrong when Gui Weishan spoke first. "After this match, we'll return to the northern region for a celebration feast. Make sure you all come back safely." Su Zhenguo was the first to draw out the Xuangu gun, saying, "Rest assured, Grandpa Gu, we will definitely have that feast." Xiao Xian also spoke up, saying, "Old man, remember to buy me some good fruit this time." Gui Weishan looked at Xiao Xian, who rarely got scolded, and reached out to pat his head, smiling. "I will definitely get you something delicious this time. It's tough for you, so take good care of these few." Xiao Xian's tail wagged in Gu Yushan's hand as he said, "Don't worry, old man, with me around there won't be any surprises. Just you don't gamble with others again. If you do, remember to tell me. If you win, share a bit with me." The others couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Xian's words. Gui Weishan scolded with a laugh and waved his hand. "Go on. Good luck." The 5 turned and stepped into the teleportation array. As the bluish light brightened, they were teleported away. The waiting area grew quiet. Gui Weishan stood in place, watching the glow of the teleportation array slowly fade away. He felt a bit uneasy. Having experienced so many battles, he had seen countless people step into the teleportation array, some returning and some not. This group of kids was the most talented batch he had brought, but also the most troublesome. He took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff while muttering to himself, "I hope everything goes well." As the light of the teleportation faded, they arrived in a dense forest. The surrounding forest loomed tall, blocking out the sky, and a low beast roar came from ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Su Zhenguo tightened his grip on the Xuangu gun and said to the others, "Stay alert. We don't know what exotic beasts we will encounter. The things in this secret realm are not easier than those outside." The others nodded, drawing their weapons, already ready to unleash their abilities at any moment. The giant screen above the arena was divided into 4 sections, simultaneously broadcasting the real-time battles of the 4 academies. The commentator's voice had already begun. "Dear spectators, the third round of the chaotic flag-snatching battle has begun. The Kyoto Academy has already engaged with the Flame Bull. The Southern District is facing a 5th-level Frost Giant Bear. The Array Master from the Magic Capital Academy is currently using formations to trap a 5th-level Gale Eagle. The Northern Academy is about to face." The screen shifted to the dense forest of the northern region, where a stone-armored giant lizard comparable in size to a small passenger plane crashed out from the woods. A peak 5th-level stone-armored giant lizard. The commentator shouted passionately, "The Northern Academy must face a 5th-level peak exotic beast known for its defensive power. The thickness of this stone-armored giant lizard's rocky armor ranks among the top in 5th-level exotic beasts. Can the Northern Academy defeat it within the allotted time to qualify for the flag snatching?" In the audience area of Kyoto Academy, someone shouted, "Kill the Northern region. Yes, go exotic beast. Crush them. Let them feel so smug." This time let's see how they escape. Go stone, armored giant lizard. Flatten them all. Su Zhenguo's wind listening had sensed the powerful exotic beast approaching, quickly reminding everyone, it's coming, get ready. After he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. The dense forest ahead was split open by a tremendous force. A giant stone, armored giant lizard came charging from deep within the forest, its body covered in dark gray rocky armor, with each scale as large as a wash basin. Its limbs stomped on the ground, shaking the gravel loose with each step. Its pupils were dark red, and the giant beast opened its mouth wide, letting out a thunderous roar that created a small whirlwind. Yi Zian nervously exclaimed, "What the hell, this looks like a 5th-level exotic beast." Qin Chuan replied, "Stone, armored giant lizard. From its appearance, it's likely at the peak of level 5. He drew out his blade, his wind-type ability already infused in the blade. "This thing should be quite troublesome, be careful." Su Zhenguo raised the Xuangu gun, the glow of his ability already shining. "We won't be easy to deal with either." Qin Chuan's wind blade sealed their positions by ice mist froze its joints, and Yi Zian prepared a lightning strike for a ranged attack. Xiao Xian jumped down from his shoulder, leaping on his silver tooth's back, his claws already forming a bluish energy ball. "Watch me smash this big guy. Let it know what the might of a celestial monkey is." Yi Zian's blade crackled with lightning, releasing his mutated lightning ability without reservation. He kept his eyes on the approaching stone-armored giant lizard, a smile curling on his lips as he shouted, "Let's get to work." The group of people and beasts charged towards the oncoming stone-armored giant lizard. Qin Chuan was the first to make a move. His figure flickered as he swung his blade, unleashing several swirling wind blades that struck the joint of the stone-armored giant lizard's front leg. Blue and white arcs of electricity exploded, and as the smoke cleared, the giant lizard merely blinked. Yi Zian landed and turned to look at the smooth eyelid. Not even a scratch on its eye. What is this thing made of? Xiao Xian jumped off Silver Fang's back, launching an energy blast that hit the giant lizard's face, the explosion scattering light, leaving not even a dent on its stone armor. Xiao Xian was stunned after landing. Its skin is tougher than a city wall. Ice mist spread out, freezing the joints of the giant lizard's 2 front legs. Just as she was about to shout, it worked. The ice layer was shattered by a paw from the giant lizard, sending shards of rock and ice flying into her face. Su Zhenguo shouted, "Be careful." Just as the giant lizard's attack was about to land, Silver Fang appeared just in time to pull her back. The shadow leopard darted in from the side, biting into the giant lizard's hind leg, the teeth scraping against the rock armor with a piercing sound. The giant lizard swung its tail, sending the shadow leopard flying, which flipped several times in the air before landing. Bai Wei stumbled a couple of steps upon landing, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand, leaving a streak of blood. Xiao Xian crouched on Silver Fang's back, irritated. "No matter how we hit it, it doesn't lose any blood. Is it cheating?" The giant lizard was enraged by the recent attacks, roaring at the group, while its body glowed with extraordinary power. It slammed its front paw down, causing rock spikes to erupt from beneath the feet of the group. They hurriedly dodged Yi Zian, using lightning to pull back and gain distance, landing just as the rock spike pierced through 3 or 4 large trees behind him. His expression changed. "If this thing grazes you, you could be obliterated." Qin Chuan looked at the rampaging giant lizard, his expression serious as he said, "This creature's earth-type abilities have likely reached a rank. It's already tough and has earth-based defenses, making it difficult for our attacks to be effective against it." Yi Zian asked, "What should we do then?" Su Zhenguo, having observed the stone-armored giant lizard, noted that when it activated its powers, its entire body lit up except for its abdomen. He told the group, "This thing's weakness might be its abdomen." Qin Chuan replied, "It's completely wrapped in rock armor from head to toe, with its abdomen hidden underneath, making it unreachable from the front or the sides." "Then let's expose its abdomen." Qin Chuan used wind blades to seal the left side, Bai Wei used ice mist to seal the right side, and Yi Zian used long-range lightning strikes on its head. Xiao Xian keeps Silver Fang and the shadow leopard continuously distracting it. "Don't let it turn. Force it to leap upward." After Su Zhenguo finished speaking, the powers of the group reignited, and they had no objections to his strategy. Through their time together, they had developed a tacit understanding. Xiao Xian patted Silver Fang's head. "Let's go." Circle around to its back. Silver Fang let out a couple of barks, leaping into the air, with Xiao Xian on its back, the shadow leopard following closely behind. Xiao Xian crouched on Silver Fang's back, continuously forming energy blasts aimed at the giant lizard's nostrils and the back of its head. While attacking, he shouted, "Watch me take down this turtle grandchild." The shadow leopard dashed from the side. Each time the stone-armored giant lizard attempted to turn, it would bite its tail and drag it back. Qin Chuan's wind blade sliced in from the left, sealing off the giant lizard's escape route to the left. Ice mist spread in from the right, freezing the ground on its right side. Yi Zian's mutated lightning struck down from above, hitting it squarely on the head. The stone-armored giant lizard, caught in a 3-way siege, threw its head back to roar, its aura suddenly surging as it raised its front paws. Countless massive rock spikes erupted from the ground, while several large boulders fell from the sky, crashing down towards the group. "Watch out!" Su Zhenguo shouted. "Leave it to me." Yi Zian's feet erupted with lightning, transforming him into an arc of electricity, soaring into the air, his alloy blade slashing down, shattering several boulders midair into fragments. At the moment the giant lizard's front paws were raised, its abdomen was exposed. Su Zhenguo had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He activated his elemental domain, phasing and teleporting directly in front of the stone-armored giant lizard. The compressed and fused energy filled the Zhenguo gun's body, a five-colored glow igniting at the tip of the spear, spreading along three blade patterns as the spear tip pierced through the gaps in the abdominal armor. Compressing energy exploded within. With a twist of his wrist, the spear tip twisted halfway inside the flesh. Then he pulled sideways with both hands. With a loud sound, the rock armor, along with flesh, was sliced open. The stone-armored giant lizard let out a deafening scream, its body glowing with extraordinary power, much brighter than before, preparing for a final desperate counterattack. It concentrated all its powers into its tail, the entire tail crashing down towards Bai Wei like a stone pillar. As the shadow fell on her face, Bai Wei had no time to dodge. She hurriedly summoned her powers to create an ice shield, but the beast's final explosive attack left her no time to channel energy into the shield, and the attack was about to smash down on her. Seeing this, Qin Xuan and Yi Zian rushed towards Bai Wei, but it was too late, one from the left, the other still above. They could only shout in a panic, "Be careful!" Su Zhenguo even summoned natural energy, phasing and teleporting. In the moment the beast's tail made contact with the shield, he wrapped his right arm around Bai Wei's waist and pushed her aside with his left hand, rolling them both out. The two tumbled onto the debris and mud, rolling twice before stopping. Bai Wei's back hit Su Zhenguo's arm, half protected in his embrace. Her hair scattered all over his face, and when she looked up, her nose bumped into his chin. The giant lizard's tail crashed down, creating a large pit and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Bai Wei opened her eyes, realizing their faces were almost touching. Yi Zian stood nearby, watching the scene, a smirk gradually appearing on his face. "Oh, you two are still holding on to each other. Not letting go, huh?" Bai Wei finally reacted, abruptly standing up from the ground, brushing off the dirt from her clothes with exaggerated movements, her entire face flushed. Su Zhenguo said nothing, quickly standing up and pretending to cough a couple of times, hastily changing the subject. "Everyone, let's hurry and adjust ourselves." Qin Xuan sheathed his dagger, looking at the giant lizard on the ground, turning to Su Zhenguo with a rare smile. "That shot you just made was ruthless. You all did well in holding it back." Su Zhenguo replied with a smile. Bai Wei sheathed her short blade and walked over to Silver Fang. Silver Fang lowered its head, rubbing against her hand, while the shadow leopard lay beside them, wagging its tail. Xiao Xian jumped from Silver Fang's back onto the head of the stone-armored giant lizard, tapping with his claws. "This big guy is really tough." Yi Zian knocked on the stone armor of the giant lizard with the hilt of his blade, producing a dull sound. "This skin is really thick. If we could strip it off to make a set of armor, it would definitely be impressive for battles. You wouldn't be able to wear it." Qin Xuan said. "I was just saying." Su Zhenguo was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. The stone-armored giant lizard convulsed. A purple light flashed in its pupils, and the energy fluctuations within it suddenly turned violent. Su Zhenguo immediately shouted, "Xiao Xian, Yi Zian, get away, this thing is not normal." Yi Zian cursed. The lightning exploded as he bounced back. Xiao Xian immediately leaped back on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Bai Wei and Qin Xuan reignited their powers, readying their weapons. They saw the giant lizard, which had been down, now rising again, dark purple patterns appearing on its rock armor, spreading from the abdominal wound all over its body, standing up in a completely abnormal posture. "Be careful." Su Zhenguo's Zhenguo gun lit up with a glow as he shouted to the others, "This guy has been infected." When the stone-armored giant lizard stood up, its entire body radiated a dark purple glow. It threw back its head and roared. Suddenly, countless spikes erupted from the ground and massive stones fell from above. This wave covered a much larger area than before. A few people hurriedly rolled and dodged while Su Zhenguo transformed with Xiao Xian into the air to shatter the falling stones. In the spectator area, the big screen broadcasted the scene live, and the commentary booth exclaimed, "The beast faced by the North District Academy is too brutal." After sustaining such a heavy blow, not only did it not fall, but it also unleashed even more powerful energy. "I wonder if they can handle it." In the audience, a cheer erupted from the Kyoto Academy's student section. Some stood up to applaud while others whistled. A boy in a red jacket turned to the person next to him and said, "This beast is fierce. Kill them." Gui Weishan sat in the front row, his expression tense. He stared at the screen, his aura of supernatural power rising. If anything unexpected happened, he wouldn't care about the championship. He needed to protect these kids. On the battlefield, the giant lizard's attacks became even more frenzied. Every time it slammed its body against the ground, 3 to 5 rock spikes shot up, with their directions completely unpredictable, sometimes from the front, sometimes suddenly erupting from behind. Yi Zian dodged one spike after another, cursing, "Is this ever going to end?" Su Zhenguo sensed with his wind perception that the giant lizard's bodily functions had already collapsed, and that it was being sustained by this polluted energy. "It's burning its life force," Su Zhenguo said. Yi Zian shouted while avoiding, "How long can it keep burning?" "I don't know, but we need to take it down before it burns out." Qin Xuan asked, "How do we attack?" Su Zhenguo glanced at the crack in the giant lizard's abdomen, where the energy fluctuations were the most violent. "It's still the belly. But this time we need to flip it over completely." Su Zhenguo turned to Xiao Xian. "Coordinate with me in a moment." Xiao Xian, already perched on his shoulder, asked without banter, "How do I coordinate with you?" "Just give me a little excess natural energy." Xiao Xian looked worried and flicked Su Zhenguo with its tail. "Watch it, don't get exhausted." Yi Zian, looking a bit anxious, asked, "You're not going to use that big move like at the start of school, right?" You and Xiao Xian both fainted then. "Don't worry, I'll control it this time." Qin Xuan positioned his knife in front of him, gathering his wind-type supernatural power, and asked, "How do we coordinate?" You three unleash all the techniques, you can just delay it a little to draw its attention to you. Su Zhenguo looked at Yi Ziyan, and by way no need to go all out, just keep the attacks dense, and save some strength for the contention. They nodded, and Yi Ziyan shouted, let's go for it. The three of them launched their attacks simultaneously. Qin Chuan's wind blades by Y-sized projectiles, and Yi Ziyan's lightning struck the giant lizard in a frenzied bombardment as they continued to throw their hands out. The giant lizard became agitated, throwing back its head and roaring, its dark purple glow intensifying. A new wave of attacks rained down on the group. At that moment, Su Zhenguo and Xiao Xian had completed the transference of natural energy. He quickly phased out of the way of the giant lizard's attack, arriving at its side, forcefully driving the tip of his spear into the gap between the lizard's front leg and abdomen, using both hands to lift it sharply upwards. He activated his elemental domain, while the Xiangu spear was imbued with compressed fusion energy and natural power. The spear shaft bent into an arc, and then snapped back, lifting the entire front leg of the giant lizard off the ground. The giant lizard's center of gravity tilted, and it toppled to its side, exposing its belly, which continued to ooze blood from the crack. Su Zhenguo shouted, now's the time. Qin Chuan and the others seized the opportunity, launching all their attacks into that opening. The three types of energy mixed together, exploding inside the giant lizard with a muffled bang, shredding its insides to pieces, purple liquid mixed with minced flesh spraying out. The giant lizard's body convulsed violently, but it was not dead yet. Its tail thrashed around, and its hind claws dug into the ground, as if trying to flip itself over. Su Zhenguo hurriedly jumped onto the giant lizard's upturned belly, raising the Xiangu spear high. The three prongs glimmered with blinding white light aimed at the already widened crack, and he thrust down hard, then powered up to lift it upwards. With a loud crack, the entire belly armor was cleaved open, the spear tip slicing from the belly up to the chest, splitting the giant lizard's body in half. The dark purple glow dissipated directly from its abdomen. The two halves of its body fell to either side, crashing onto the ground, raising clouds of dust. At this point, there was no more movement. Su Zhenguo jumped down from the giant lizard, looking down for 2 seconds to confirm that the two halves of the corpse were unmoving before finally relaxing. Yi Ziyan leaned against a rock, the knife stuck at his feet, gasping, ouch, did I break a rib? Can someone help me check? Xiao Xian immediately jumped from Su Zhenguo's shoulder to his head. I don't know if your rib is broken, but let me see if your head is. Yi Ziyan also tried to pull Xiao Xian down with both hands. Get down here. He lacked the strength to deal with Xiao Xian, and weakly said, Su Zhenguo, that was too brutal of a hit. You cleaved it in half directly. Su Zhenguo pulled the Xiangu spear from the ground, the tip still dripping with purple liquid. Who knew it could still move? You cleaved it in half directly. Su Zhenguo pulled the Xiangu spear from the ground, the tip still dripping with purple liquid. Who knew it could still move? He directly reached his hand into the giant lizard's open chest cavity, feeling around in the minced meat and viscous liquid, retrieving a fist-sized dark purple crystal core. He examined it closely. This doesn't seem like a standard magic core. Yi Ziyan also leaned over to take a look. I wonder if this thing can be consumed by Zidian. Bai Wei noticed a blood mark on Su Zhenguo's face, not his own, but from the giant lizard that had just exploded. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but seeing Su Zhenguo wiping his face with his sleeve, she closed her mouth. Xiao Xian jumped back onto Su Zhenguo's shoulder proudly, saying, see, my energy is powerful, right? Su Zhenguo smiled and replied, I know you're strong. Then you have to buy me some delicious fruit. Yi Ziyan interjected, you only know how to eat. Nothing is tastier than Zidian. Yi Ziyan rolled his eyes, no longer being stubborn. Su Zhenguo stored the Xiangu spear and crouched down to poke at the giant lizard's severed body with the spear tip, examining the purple patterns at the edge of the cut. The patterns had completely lost their luster, resembling dried vines. Qin Chuan approached and crouched down beside him, poking with the tip of his knife, saying, something activated it before it died. It's not its own ability. Su Zhenguo replied, this polluted energy is too strange. Qin Chuan didn't continue speaking and sheathed his knife. Just then the ground beneath them suddenly lit up with a circle of faint golden light patterns. A circular light array appeared at their feet, with lines intertwining to form complex patterns spreading out from the center to cover the entire battlefield. Yi Ziyan looked down at his feet. Is this a teleportation? Yeah. Su Zhenguo replied, it's likely that landing means it's a flag point now. Yi Ziyan sheathed his knife. Can't we catch a breath? You need to ask if the other side allows you to catch your breath. Qin Chuan had already stepped into the center of the light array. Less talk. Let's go. Bai Wei dismounted from Silver Fang, standing beside Su Zhenguo. Silver Fang lowered its body, and Shadow Leopard also approached, standing by the edge of the array. Xiao Xian sat on Silver Fang's neck, gripping its fur. Hurry up, let's finish the fight, and go eat something delicious. Su Zhenguo was the last to enter, storing the Xiangu spear, and standing still waiting for the light array to shine the brightest. Bai Wei stood beside him, and softly said, thanks for earlier. Su Zhenguo smiled, no need to be polite. Yi Ziyan looked on, sighing, sigh, I wonder if anyone would help me like that if I got hurt. After saying that, he met Bai Wei's cold gaze, and quickly added, hee, just kidding. Then the light array suddenly contracted, and the figures of the group vanished from the spot. The giant screens above the arena turned black simultaneously. The cheers from the audience abruptly ceased. Some thought it was a signal failure, while others stood up and shouted at the organizers, asking what's going on. And some took out their communicators to start recording. The commentator's voice cut off momentarily, then re-emerged after a brief pause, clearly panicked. Dear audience, we have temporarily lost the visual signal from within the secret realm. The technical team is currently troubleshooting the issue, please bear with us. At the viewing seats of the Kyoto Academy, some already began to curse what the hell. Losing the signal at a critical moment. Gui Weishan stood up the instant the screen went dark. He stared at the pitch-black screen for a moment, then turned and strode towards the organizer's command room. Inside the command room, the event director was angrily scolding a row of technicians. Gui Weishan pushed the door open. The event director looked up wearing a professional calming smile. Old Gu, stay calm. It's just a malfunction of the broadcasting equipment. It's nothing serious. The competition within the secret realm is still proceeding normally. Well, fix it soon. Just a malfunction. Gui Weishan locked eyes with him. The third round of the secret realm is an independent space. The broadcast signal is the only means of external monitoring. Once the signal is lost, we have no idea what is happening inside. You tell me it's just a malfunction. The director's smile froze for half a second. Just as he was about to explain, Gui Weishan had already turned around, a sense of foreboding lighting up in his heart, as he could only pray that nothing went wrong. Inside the secret realm, the situation for Su Zhenguo and the others was indeed not good. With a flash of light, they had arrived at a high ground. A flag was planted on the central platform surrounded by a wide expanse of rubble, and the 3 academies participants had already arrived. Kyoto Magic City and the Southern District each took their position. The flag was in their midst, yet no one made a move to seize it. Yi Ziyan looked around and asked, what's going on? Are they all waiting for us? How polite. Yi Ziyan held his purple lightning and waved at the Southern District. Guys, we're here. We were delayed a bit dealing with that stone-armored giant lizard. How about you? The Southern District participants stood still motionless. Their eyes were hollow and there were no expressions on their faces. Yi Ziyan's hand froze in midair. Hey, can you hear me? Are you all sleepwalking, or what? No one responded. Yi Ziyan lowered his hand, turned to Su Zhenguo and coughed awkwardly. This is a bit awkward. Qin Chuan was already ready for battle and reminded Yi Ziyan, everyone get ready. We're about to seize the flag. Xiao Xian stared at those people for a while, scratched his head, and said, why do these people look like wooden dolls? Standing so stiffly, their eyes not even blinking. The captain of that Warhammer team was just smiling, but now his face is as stiff as a poker. Bai Wei patted Xiao Xian's head and said, maybe everyone is cautiously preparing for battle. After all, it's the final round. Xiao Xian scanned everyone, and with his perception of the wind, sensed something's off. The energy fluctuations coming from them. It's very strange. Su Zhenguo's perception of the wind peaked the moment he entered this area. What he felt was not a fluctuation of abilities, it emanated from each participant of the academies. He quickly warned everyone, be careful, those few are very strange. Yi Ziyan had not paid much attention and arrogantly said, they probably think we're strong and want to team up against us. Before Su Zhenguo could finish his warning, the formation master from the Magic City Academy acted first. A formation exploded beneath Su Zhenguo's feet. He phantomed away to dodge, and the formation detonated on the ground, creating a pillar of fire. The dual attribute freshman from Kyoto Academy slapped the ground with both hands simultaneously, causing earth walls and water prisons to rise from the sides. The captain of the Southern District's Warhammer swung his hammer down in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan blocked with his sword, and the two weapons collided, producing a shower of sparks. They must have been infected. Su Zhenguo pushed back the dual attribute freshman from Kyoto with a shot, and shouted to everyone, be careful. Just as Su Zhenguo finished speaking before the others could ask, they all activated their abilities to counter. The short-axe man swung his axe towards Yi Ziyan, who hurriedly raised his knife to block. He stared into the hollow eyes of the short-axe man and shouted, hey, wake up. What are you doing, man? The short-axe man showed no response. He raised both axes and swung them wildly, each swing carrying a violent wind that aimed for Yi Ziyan's neck. Yi Ziyan cursed, damn, he's trying to kill me. Bai Wei's fog spread out for cover with Silver Fong and Shadow Leopard guarding her sides. As the Magic City Academy participants rushed in, she raised her hand and shot an ice bullet that accurately struck one of their knees. The person stumbled for a moment, a thin layer of ice forming on his knee, but he didn't even glance down, dragging that leg forward and continuing to charge. The second ice bullet struck his shoulder, cutting through his combat suit, yet he was completely indifferent. Shadow Leopard dashed out from the side, biting the calf of another Magic City participant. That person glanced down at Shadow Leopard, then raised his hand to unleash a wind blade, completely disregarding the injury on his leg. After Shadow Leopard released its bite, the wind blade grazed its ear as it flew past, shearing off a small tuft of fur. Xiao Xian, squatting on Silver Fang's back, looked utterly dumbfounded. He condensed an energy ball in his claws and smashed it down beside a Magic City participant, causing it to explode and forcing the opponent to stagger back a step. That person regained his balance and continued forward, his expression unchanged. What the hell, are they crazy? Why aren't they dodging? Xiao Xian exclaimed in anger. Qin Chuan's wind blade cut into the shoulder of the Warhammer captain, blood splattering out, yet the captain didn't even frown and retaliated with another swing. Qin Chuan was pushed back several steps. They don't fear injury. If we keep hitting them, they'll end up incapacitating themselves first. Su Zhenguo pushed back the two from Kyoto with a shot, and then swiftly turned to block the axe from the short-axe man. He thought to himself that this couldn't go on. There's no other way. Su Zhenguo's feet erupted with multicolored light, and the elemental domain suddenly expanded around him. First knock them down, but don't use lethal force. They have lost their consciousness. Qin Chuan, Yi Ziyan, and Bai Wei simultaneously felt their abilities surging within the domain. They exchanged glances and acted together. Qin Chuan's wind blade formed into a whirlwind that blasted towards the Magic City participants. Byway generated ice bullets above them, and water prisons rose from beneath, trapping the Kyoto participants in place. Yi Xian's lightning descended from the sky. The range of the thunder prison expanded further under the domain's amplification. Xiao Xian jumped off Silver Fang's back, condensing a large energy ball, which exploded beneath their feet. Su Zhenguo gun swept across. Several compressed and fused slashes formed a fan-shaped attack, creating shockwaves that stirred up dust from the rubble ground, causing the participants from the 3 academies to be blasted away. As the white smoke slowly dispersed, the participants from the 3 academies lay scattered on the ground, their chests still rising and falling, but all had lost consciousness. Their injuries were not deep, they had merely been knocked out by the shockwave. Yi Xian leaned on his knife, panting, "That's it, right? This should be over now." A lazy voice came from among their group. "Su Zhenguo, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you." A freshman from Kyoto Academy, who had replaced Shen Yunjing, was clapping and smiling at them. Yi Xian helplessly said, "Why is there still one left? Wait, this one can talk." That person clapped his hands, and suddenly a layer of dark purple light surrounded him. After the light faded, the Kyoto Academy's uniform was gone, replaced by a dark red long robe. Su Zhenguo stared at the man, his extraordinary abilities unconsciously converging. "Su Zhenguo, I told you we'd meet again," he said, raising his Xiangu spear and pointing it at him. Peian. Yi Xian paused for a moment, glancing between Su Zhenguo and the man named Pei. "And do you know him?" "He's from the I encountered them before if they wanted me to join." Yuanshan sect. Hearing that it was someone from the original sect, Yi Xian also became wary. "Did you turn these students into this?" Peian ignored him. He looked at Su Zhenguo, still wearing a smile on his face, as if reminiscing with an old friend. "Su Zhenguo, come. As long as you come with me, I won't make things difficult for the others. My goal is simple. I just want you to join the Yuanshan sect. Your teammates can safely leave the secret realm. The competition can continue, and no one will remember what happened today." Yi Xian slung his blade over his shoulder and laughed. "What? Do you think you have us all figured out? You're alone while we have 4 people plus a monkey and 2 extraordinary beasts. Do you think you can take Su Zhenguo away by yourself? Isn't that a bit overestimating yourself?" Xiao Xian glared at Pei and the tainted energy radiating from him, and angrily said, "Exactly, well, make sure you regret it." Peian looked at him, shaking his head with a helpless smile. "How should I put it, you people?" He raised his right hand and snapped. The 3 academy contestants lying on the ground simultaneously opened their eyes. Their pupils glowed with a dark purple light, and a dark purple mist enveloped them, healing all their wounds. They stood up from the ground in a perfectly synchronized motion, their joints cracking in unison. Everyone faced the direction of Su Zhenguo and his companions. "What now?" Peian spread his arms. "Do you think there's still hope?" Su Zhenguo and the others noticed the situation, and their bodies began to glow with extraordinary energy. Seeing that they were still considering resistance, Peian said, "It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourselves." After saying this, a more dazzling dark purple light radiated from his body. The fluctuations of his powers were no longer the faint suppressive feeling from before. The intensity of his abilities continuously surged, breaking through the peak of the 4th stage, and then the 5th stage. 6th stage. Yi Xian swallowed hard. 6th stage. Peian stood in the midst of the controlled academy contestants, still wearing a calm smile. "What about now? Do I need to take action?" Su Zhenguo said nothing. He quickly scanned the surroundings. There was a faint dark purple light membrane at the edge of this space, extending from the ground to the sky. He hadn't noticed it before, but now with his senses spread out, that light membrane enveloped the entire rubble-strewn ground. He was pondering whether he could use phasing to escape with his teammates. "Don't think about escaping." Peian looked at him. "This space has long been sealed. I won't give you the chance to run away." Su Zhenguo ignored him. He focused on Pei and calculating how to break the deadlock. His palms were sweating. He had never felt so in the past. No matter what opponent he faced, phasing could at least allow for a retreat. But now the only escape route was blocked. Qin Chuan suddenly stepped forward. He brandished his blade, the sword now infused with wind-type powers, and looked at Su Zhenguo. "You don't seriously think that if he takes you away he'll let us go, right?" Yi Xian's body crackled with bright lightning, the sound of thunder ringing around him, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This guy is definitely not a good person. Go with him." "No way. He won't let us go unless he knocks us down first." Xiao Xian stood up from silver tooth energy coalescing into a blast. "We're going all in against him. If we can't escape, then let's fight." Byway drew her short blade surrounded by icy mist, her gaze steadfast as she looked at Su Zhenguo. "Let's do this." Su Zhenguo watched his teammates like this and began to understand why his parents had been willing to fight to the death for their comrades. Peian looked at them as they revealed their weapons and sighed. "Why don't you trust me? I told you, Su Zhenguo, as long as you come with me, I won't make things difficult for the others." Su Zhenguo's eyes were resolute as he looked at him, bursting forth with 5-colored radiance. "There's no need for more words. Let's go." Peian smiled. "All right, let's have some fun." He raised his right hand, the tip of his finger glowing with dark purple light. The controlled academy contestants moved simultaneously, unleashing all their skills at once. The abilities of all 3 academies were wrapped in a layer of dark purple, tainted energy, more powerful than when they were conscious. Qin Chuan charged out first. His wind-type powers erupted violently, not in the form of high-speed rotating wind blades, but as a visible storm spreading outward from his body. At the center of the storm, his body became blurred as a perfect duplicate of himself emerged from the tempest. Both Qin Chuans drew their blades simultaneously. 2 wind blades sliced through the air, targeting the hammer-wielding captain and the axe-wielding man. Yi Zian shouted, "Whoa, old Qin, that move is pretty cool." Qin Chuan yelled, "Stop wasting time, let's go all out. Watch this, I can't let you have all the big moves." Yi Zian soared into the air, lightning erupting wildly from him. He raised his alloy blade, the surrounding lightning shooting up into the sky, covering the entire area above the rubble with storm clouds. Thunderbolts rained down one after another. Seeing this, Bai Wei coordinated with Qin Chuan, and Yi Zian ice crystals leaping and conducting within the lightning. She pushed both hands forward, ice bullets and water prisons exploding simultaneously, sealing off the movements of the two from the Kyoto Academy. The trio's combined attack detonated ahead. Su Zhenguo smiled at Xiao Xian. "Xiao Xian, if anything happens, take them." Xiao Xian replied disdainfully, "What could possibly happen? Just do it." Su Zhenguo's gaze was resolute as he nodded and shouted, "Let's go, Xiao Xian." Su Zhenguo's elemental domain expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield in five-colored light. Xiao Xian transferred all the natural energy into Su Zhenguo's body. Su Zhenguo fused and compressed all attributes, adding natural power. His body trembled under the strain, and Xiao Xian anxiously shouted, "That's enough, Su Zhenguo, or you'll explode first." Su Zhenguo gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Pay and take this." He exerted all his strength, sweeping the Xian goose. A crescent slash burst forth from the spear tip, expanding in the wind, and quickly transforming into a curved light blade several meters wide. Pei smiled at the sight, raising his hand to form a barrier in front of himself. The light of five attributes wildly intertwined within the light blade. The crescent slash collided with Pei's dark purple barrier. Skills clashed on the battlefield, white light engulfing the entire rubble-strewn ground. The shockwave sent all the rubble flying, clouds of dust swirling in the air. As the dust slowly settled, the fighters were all half kneeling on the ground, propping themselves up with their weapons, gasping for breath. Just as they relaxed, thinking it was over, Yi Zian panted and said, "Did we take care of that Yuanshan sect guy? Did he?" Su Zhenguo was focused ahead, preparing to speak. Suddenly, several dark purple chains shot up from the ground below them. With the speed of the chains was outrageous. They couldn't react in time, and their wrists and ankles were simultaneously bound, their bodies violently pulled off the ground. They were all suspended in midair. Silvertooth and Shadow Leopard were also ensnared, their limbs securely bound by the chains, struggling in the air. The chains glimmered with dark purple light, tightening with every pull, causing the fluctuations of their extraordinary powers to sharply diminish. At the last moment, Yi Zian managed to fling the purple lightning away. Xiao Xian reacted quickly, dodging and flying to catch the purple lightning, landing on Su Zhenguo's shoulder. Su Zhenguo was alert, phasing to dodge, just as Pei's voice reached him. "See, I told you it wouldn't work," he said as he walked up to Su Zhenguo, tilting his head slightly. "Come with me, and they'll live. If you don't come with me, they die." Su Zhenguo looked up at his teammates hanging in midair, then at Pei. He inserted the Xiangu spear into the ground reluctantly, saying, "Let my teammates go, and he'll go with you." Yi Zian was suspended in midair by chains, his wrists and ankles tightly bound. He saw Su Zhenguo release the Xuangu gun, and heard Su Zhenguo utter those words, desperately struggling, as he shouted, "Su Zhenguo, no, you can't go with him." Pei didn't even glance at Yi Zian, raising his hand and saying, "Noisy." The chains tightened, abruptly constricting their necks. Yi Zian's voice was choked in his throat, his face turning red as he could only emit gasping sounds. Qin Chuan was also struggling desperately. The more he fought, the tighter the chains became. Blood had already begun to seep from his wrists, but he seemed oblivious, continuing to fight to break free. Bai Wei was hanging on the other side, her limbs ensnared by chains. She tried to mobilize her abilities, but found herself completely restrained. Inya and Ing Bao were also suspended in the air, both beasts struggling fiercely, blood starting to flow from them. Su Zhenguo looked at the chains tightening around the necks of his teammates, and suddenly turned to Pei, saying, "Enough. Don't make a move." Pei lifted his hand slightly, and the chains loosened. Yi Zian and the others were finally able to breathe, but the chains still bound their limbs. Pei looked at Su Zhenguo, still smiling calmly, saying, "All right, as long as you cooperate." Su Zhenguo stood on the rubble-strewn ground, already calculating his final struggle. His powers were nearly depleted. The last full-power crescent slash had almost drained all the energy within him. He looked around at the dark purple barrier surrounding him. Although Pei had blocked that last attack, he sensed the barrier tremble for an instant when the crescent slash collided with it. The tremor was very faint, yet it was indeed there. Moreover, at the moment of the tremor, he sensed a surge of energy from the banner at the center of the rubble, which should be the teleportation array. "Xiao Xian." He sent a signal through their contract. Xiao Xian, hugging the purple lightning, squatted on his shoulder, also calculating how to break through. Upon hearing Su Zhenguo's voice, he paused for a moment. Xiao Xian listened carefully. "My last attack shook the barrier. That banner has energy fluctuations. It should be the exit of the secret realm. I don't have much energy left to wait until I make one last strike to see if I can break these chains. You must seize the opportunity to get that banner and take them away." Xiao Xian heard this and tightened its little claws around Su Zhenguo's neck. It cried out in their contract, "No, Su Zhenguo, don't do anything rash. You're almost out of power. How can you fight?" Su Zhenguo gently stroked Xiao Xian's head, his eyes filled with tenderness, and spoke in a calm tone, "Be good. I won't be in any danger. I still need to go back and buy peaches for you to eat." Xiao Xian's eyes turned red instantly. Its claws tightened around Su Zhenguo's neck, and the little monkey began to tremble. Pei stepped forward 2 paces, saying, "All right, let's go. I won't harm them." Su Zhenguo looked at Pei. He first set Xiao Xian down and said, "You keep your word and don't let me." Before he could finish, his wrist shook and the Zhenguo gun flew back into his hand. He unleashed a burst of energy, drawing upon all his strength and the power of nature. Then he activated the phasing teleportation, vanishing from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of Pei and the spear glowing with fused energy as he delivered a slashing strike. Pei still wore a calm smile, as if everything were within his expectations. With a casual wave of his hand, the slashing strike was shattered by an invisible force in midair. As Pei raised his hand, Su Zhenguo had already teleported next to his teammates. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his remaining energy into the Zhenguo gun, compressing the fused light one last time. The Zhenguo gun swept across, severing the chains binding several of them. Yi Zian, Qin Chuan Bai Wei along with Enya and Ing Bao all fell to the ground simultaneously. The moment Su Zhenguo launched his attack, Xiao Xian had already started running towards the central banner. He ran swiftly, his body glowing with a ghostly blue light of natural energy. As he got closer to the banner, Xiao Xian seemed to sense a surge of energy. Xiao Xian stretched out a claw, just about to touch the banner. A dark purple energy ball came crashing from the side. Xiao Xian turned his head just in time to find a dark purple energy ball already pressed against his face, too late to dodge. The energy ball struck his small body directly. The little monkey was sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The purple lightning slipped from its claws and fell into the rubble, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Su Zhenguo looked at the small figure of Xiao Xian lying on the ground, feeling as if his heart had been struck hard from within. He felt as if something was tearing him apart, and he collapsed, crying out, "Xiao Xian!" He stumbled forward a few steps, wanting to unleash his abilities, but his body was far too exhausted. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. He struggled to move, the rubble cutting into his palms, but he didn't stop, continuing to crawl. He trembled violently, tears falling drop by drop onto the stones. Seeing this, Yi Zian weakly said, "If you have the ability, kill us." Qin Chuan and Bai Wei wanted to activate their powers again, but the chains had drained them of their abilities, leaving them unable to even stand. The few of them were filled with helplessness and despair. "Enough! Enough! He'll go with you. Spare them," Su Zhenguo uttered with the last bit of his strength. Pei stood not far away, looking down at Su Zhenguo, who was kneeling on the ground, mocking him. "Su Zhenguo, I don't know what to say to you. How could you be this naive? Do you think I didn't know what you were thinking? But this is fine, it saves you from making a move again." As Pei spoke, Xiao Xian's voice suddenly resonated in Su Zhenguo's mind through their contract. Xiao Xian's tone had never been this serious before. "Su Zhenguo, being with you is truly enjoyable. I promised Grandpa to take care of you, and this monkey keeps its promises. The fruits in the space, I'll leave them for you. Don't eat them all, I'll bring some back for Grandpa." Su Zhenguo felt a surge of despair within him, urgently transmitting a message. "Xiao Xian, what are you planning to do?" "No, I will just go with him." He turned to face Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian stood up, a trace of blue blood at the corner of its mouth. It lowered its head, twisting its paw around its belly as if it had undone some seal. Then it raised its head, and its small pupils glowed with an unprecedented light. An immense force of nature erupted from Xiao Xian's body. Xiao Xian's form began to swell, its silvery white fur dancing wildly in the wind as its bones cracked loudly. From a tiny monkey the size of a palm, it transformed in the blink of an eye into a giant ape standing several meters tall. It stood on the rubble like a small mountain of silver, letting out a thunderous roar towards the sky. Su Zhenguo struggled to lift his head, watching Xiao Xian undergo this transformation. He felt no excitement. Instead, his face was filled with worry and concern. Yi Zian laughed wildly, saying, "Xiao Xian, kill him." By the time Pei realized what was happening, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, saying, "Humph, just a larger beast." He waved his hands, sending several dark purple energy balls towards Xiao Xian. Su Zhenguo, lying down, reached out in an attempt to stop it, shouting in panic, "No!" The energy balls hit Xiao Xian, exploding and sending up thick smoke. Pei saw his attacks hit home and sneered again. But as the smoke cleared, Xiao Xian remained completely still, as if the previous attack had not harmed him at all. He lowered his head, his dark golden pupils locking onto Pei. Opening his mouth, he began to gather a ghostly blue super energy ball larger than his head. Pei felt the terrifying power of this energy and finally showed a look of tension. Xiao Xian opened his mouth and unleashed a massive energy ball towards Pei. The energy ball felt as if it had torn the air apart, causing the entire gravel ground to tremble. Pei hurriedly waved his hands, and a dark purple barrier rose up in layers before him. The moment the energy ball collided, all the barriers shattered simultaneously. He was pushed back several meters by the shockwave, crashing against the rocky wall of the secret realm, nearly embedding himself. How could this monkey possibly? Pei was utterly shocked. Immediately, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily flicked his hands. Dozens of dark purple chains flew out from his sleeves, coiling toward Xiao Xian's limbs like snakes. Before the chains could even touch Xiao Xian, he raised his hand and slapped them into fragments. He roared, "Die from..." A powerful dark purple energy erupted from his body, and the aura of his abilities surged rapidly as he prepared to strike again. Xiao Xian flashed and instantly appeared before Pei. Although his body had grown larger, his speed remained undiminished. A gigantic claw descended from the sky, slamming onto Pei. Pei had no time to react. The shield that lit up around him crumbled like paper. He was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop, blood gushing from his mouth. Pei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his smile grew increasingly maniacal. Huh, this monkey is interesting. Too interesting. Much stronger than these useless students. He roared with a sinister grin. I will skin you alive and drain all your energy. He spread his arms wide, and the controlled students from the 3 academies simultaneously unleashed dark purple energy from their bodies like countless snakes converging toward him. Payan soared into the air, his aura having surged to the 6th level. He reformed the chains, which were now thicker and longer with barbed tips. He grinned wickedly. Die for me. He thrust his hands forward, and the chains shot towards Xiao Xian's chest at incredible speed. Xiao Xian let out a painful roar, his entire monkey form ensnared by the purple light of the chains. Su Zhenguo watched this scene, his heart shattered. He desperately activated his abilities, shouting Xiao Xian. Payan ignored him. He unleashed energy, and the purple light on the chains surged violently, crazily draining Xiao Xian's life force. Xiao Xian let out a tragic scream. He immediately grasped the 2 chains with his claws. Payan laughed. Ha! I'm going to toy with you, monkey. Trying to pull them out. As Xiao Xian's roars grew weaker, Payan laughed even louder. Just when Payan thought it was over and relaxed, Xiao Xian suddenly pulled the 2 chains from his chest and smashed them towards Payan. It was too late for him to dodge, and raising his shield was also futile. All he could do was raise his hands to block. The chains struck his hands directly, and he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the gravel pile, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Xian had 2 bleeding wounds on his chest, but he continued to roar in fury. Payan struggled to get up, going from calm to astonished, then to angry, and now to shocked. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of monkey is this? His own 2 arms were completely broken. Just as he was stunned for a moment, Xiao Xian's claws came chasing after him. Payan gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage and unwillingness. Despite his injuries, he awkwardly sidestepped and vanished into the dark purple light. Yi Zi and let out a sigh of relief. Left. Payan ran away. Qin Chuan propped himself up, staring at Xiao Xian. Pei and has indeed fled. But Xiao Xian did not stop. He turned around, sweeping his gaze over Su Zhenguo and Qin Chuan, and by way before coming to a halt. The look in his eyes was unusual. It was hollow, a strange gaze. Yi Zi and excitedly took a step forward, waving at Xiao Xian, playfully calling out, Xiao, we're going back to eat peaches. Xiao Xian showed no response. He let out a roar towards the few of them, raising his massive claw as if about to flatten them. Seeing this, Yi Zi and shouted in fear, it's over. Xiao Xian no longer recognizes us. Su Zhenguo propped himself up with the Xian Gu spear, looking up at the giant ape that was Xiao Xian, feeling guilty and heartbroken at the sight of Xiao Xian bleeding. He was in great pain because Xiao Xian's eyes no longer recognized him. They looked at him as if he were a stranger. This feeling was more unbearable than all his wounds. He controlled himself, trying not to tremble, looking up with tears streaming down his face as he gently called out, Xiao Xian, you promised to come back with me to eat peaches. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's descending paw halted. Yi Zi, and seeing that Xiao Xian might still respond, rushed forward and shouted, Xiao Xian, wake up. It's me, Yi Zi. Don't you like to tease me? Don't you remember? Byway stepped forward, Xiao Xian. Silver Fang is still waiting for you to ride it. Silver Fang and Shadow Leopard lay on the ground, both beasts looking up and letting out whimpers. They were also calling for Xiao Xian. Qin Chuan also stepped forward, shouting, wake up a bit. Xiao Xian's gigantic paw still hung in the air, not falling. Suddenly he raised his own head and looked at the few people before him, his actions and expressions resembling those of a child. Just when everyone thought Xiao Xian might remember them, Xiao Xian suddenly covered his head with both hands and let out a painful roar. Su Zhenguo, watching Xiao Xian's condition, anxiously shouted, Xiao Xian. He saw Xiao Xian in pain, and all of this was because he wasn't strong enough. His guilt surged like a tide, nearly. At that moment, the 2 black and white light clusters deep within him suddenly trembled. Su Zhenguo lowered his head and saw a white light illuminating his chest. Immediately after, a black light followed. The 2 beams of light exploded from his body, shooting skyward, illuminating the entire gravel ground, as if it were day. The intertwining black and white light spread out from his center. Everyone was enveloped by this radiance. Xiao Xian was illuminated by the light, raising his paw to cover his eyes. His enormous body began to tremble violently, unleashing terrifying energy. The hearts of the group rose to their throats, immensely worried about Xiao Xian. Under the coverage of the black and white light, Yi Zi and suddenly felt the pain in his body vanish. He could hardly believe it, flipping over to check the back of his hand to confirm he wasn't imagining things. My injuries. Qin Chuan also sensed something was off. He moved his body and felt a slight restoration of energy all around him. Byway also felt it. Previously her abilities had been nearly drained, leaving her feeling hollow, but now she could sense that familiar power rising up from deep within her body. She clenched her fist and then relaxed it, taking a deep breath. My abilities are also recovering. She looked at Su Zhenguo and asked, what kind of ability is this? Su Zhenguo did not answer. His consciousness had already submerged into the black and white light, thinking about how to awaken Xiao Xian. The wounds on Silver Fang and Shadow Leopard were also healing, and the 2 beasts stood up. In a corner that no one noticed, Zidian curled up among the rubble. It had been knocked away by the shockwave of the energy ball earlier and had not moved since. Now, as the 2 beams of black and white light enveloped its body, its small figure began to glow. Little Xian struggled painfully in the light, the violent energy within it finally being gradually suppressed. Its form began to shrink, transforming from a giant ape back into the appearance of a silver-white little monkey. Finally curling up on the ground, 2 blood holes in its chest no longer oozed blood, but it had already fallen unconscious. Su Zhenguo rushed over, cradling little Xian in his arms, holding its paw, and shouted, "Little Xian! Little Xian!" Little Xian did not respond, but Su Zhenguo could feel its heartbeat still present. Yi Ziyan and the others quickly gathered around. Yi Ziyan squatted down, seeing little Xian with its eyes closed, curled up in Su Zhenguo's embrace, trembling as he spoke. "How is it? Is little Xian all right? The heartbeat is still there, but the situation is dire. We need to hurry back and find the medical team." Qin Chuan glanced around and asked, "Can we still get out?" Su Zhenguo lifted his head, looking at the flag in the center of the arena, saying, "The flag must be the teleportation array. If we obtain it, we should be able to leave." At this moment, Bai Wei said, "Are we going to walk out alone?" Others from different academies. The group looked up and saw competitors from various academies lying scattered on the rubble, all unconscious and injured. It was impossible for just a few of them to carry so many people at once. Everyone fell silent. If they left, what would happen to these students if the Origin God cult returned? Qin Chuan broke the silence, saying, "I'll stay back. Su Zhenguo, you take the others and leave." Yi Ziyan, unusually angry, said, "We leave together. What if the Origin God cult comes back? How many can you hold off alone?" Qin Chuan also shouted angrily, "Then what should we do? If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave at all." Bai Wei looked at them and calmly said, "Everyone stop arguing. We all leave together. Not a single one can be left behind." Just as they felt helpless, a blinding purple light suddenly erupted from the rubble. The group looked over and saw the body of Zidian beginning to swell, its grayish-purple feathers spreading out, and the moment its wings unfolded, it covered half the sky. It had grown into a giant flying beast comparable to a small passenger plane, its size no smaller than the giant ape. Little Xian had transformed into covered with purple-gray feathers, the edges of its wings glinting with a metallic sheen. It looked down at the crowd, tilted its head, and let out a dull, confused rumble. Yi Ziyan's face turned pale. "It's over. Another one has gone berserk." The group was once again engulfed by despair. They truly couldn't leave now. Qin Chuan drew his sword, planning to completely burn his veins, determined to ensure his teammates could escape. He shouted anxiously, "Hurry and go. I'll hold it off." Bai Wei shared the same thought, determined to let her teammates return and prepared to fight to the death. Enya and Ing Bao also revealed their fangs, looking up at the massive Zidian, letting out low growls. The gigantic Zidian tilted its head to one side, looking at them with a strange gaze. Yi Ziyan seemed to sense something and shouted anxiously, "Wait, don't act yet." Seeing Yi Ziyan trying to wake Zidian, Qin Chuan cursed, "In a hurry, you idiot, don't go over there, quickly take everyone." And Yi Ziyan ignored him, raising his hand and cautiously asking Zidian, "Do you still recognize us?" Qin Chuan gripped his sword tightly, his abilities starting to gather, while Bai Wei's abilities also began to coalesce, ready to act at the first sign of danger. Zidian still looked at them with a dazed and innocent expression, then tilted its head to the side, lowering it, and gently nudging Yi Ziyan's shoulder with its beak. The action was exactly like when it was small, rubbing against his finger. Yi Ziyan was taken aback, reaching out to hold its beak, nearly crying, excitedly shouting to everyone, "It's alright, Zidian hasn't gone berserk. It still recognizes me." Seeing this, Qin Chuan and Bai Wei also breathed a sigh of relief, retracting their fluctuations of abilities. At that moment, Yi Ziyan suddenly thought of something, pointing at the unconscious students from other academies, loudly calling to Zidian, "Zidian, can you bring all the people lying on the ground over here?" Zidian blinked innocently and opened its enormous wings, gently gathering the unconscious competitors from various academies into its embrace. The movements were clumsy but careful. "It worked. We can go back," Yi Ziyan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Su Zhenguo raised his head at this moment, smiling wryly. "Great, we can go back." Bai Wei came over to comfort him, saying, "It'll be fine, old Gu must have a way." Enya and Ing Bao then walked over to Su Zhenguo, looking at little Xian in his arms, both beasts letting out choking sounds. Qin Chuan grasped the flag, shouting, "Ready." After saying that, he activated his abilities. The flag generated a massive teleportation array, dazzling light, engulfing everyone. A burst of teleportation light exploded above the arena. A giant flying beast comparable to a passenger plane descended from the sky, landing in the center of the square. The audience was stunned, the commentator's voice trembling. "What is happening?" The security team from the Ability Management Bureau and several teachers from various academies collectively landed in the central square, various high-level ability lights surrounding Zidian. Everyone thought this was a rogue beast that had escaped from the secret realm. Zidian spread its enormous wings, and Su Zhenguo, holding little Xian, emerged from the shadow of Zidian's wings, followed closely by Yi Ziyan, Qin Chuan, and Bai Wei, who were supporting each other. Competitors from various academies lay scattered around Zidian's feet, all unconscious and injured. Seeing Gu Yueshan flying towards them, Su Zhenguo's long-pressed emotional defenses finally crumbled, and he knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. "Grandfather Gu, please save little Xian. Save little Xian." As Su Zhenguo spoke, he was about to bow. Gu Yueshan quickly supported him, looking down at the bloodied silver-white little monkey in Su Zhenguo's arms, placing his hand on little Xian's chest. After a moment, he raised his head, his voice hoarse. "There's still a heartbeat." He turned around and shouted, "Medical team, come immediately." A few medical team members rushed over with a stretcher, taking little Xian from Su Zhenguo. Seeing someone come over to touch little Xian, Su Zhenguo waved his hand to push them away, shouting angrily, "Don't touch little Xian. Get away." Gu Yueshan firmly held Su Zhenguo down, scolding, "Let go. Do you want to harm little Xian? Give it to the medical team." Hearing harm little Xian, Su Zhenguo immediately released his grip. He watched as little Xian was taken away on the stretcher, wanting to chase after it, taking a step forward, but his vision went dark, and he fell forward, caught by Gu Yueshan. Suddenly someone in the viewing area of the Kyoto Academy stood up pointing at the center of the square and shouting that beast is from their northern territory. It was brought back by them. The person in charge of Kyoto also strode over pointing at Gu Yueshan coldly saying before this matter is clarified, not a single person from your northern territory is allowed to leave. Hearing this, Yi Zian exploded with anger pointing and cursing, you damn it, do you know that if it weren't for us your people wouldn't? Qin Xuan and Bai Wei were also furious. If their bodies allowed it, they would have wanted to act immediately. Gu Yueshan handed the unconscious Su Zhenguo to the medical team, turned around, and unleashed his abilities without reservation. My people are this injured, dare you try to stop one? Zidian lowered its head, its expression no longer innocent, locking eyes with the person in charge of Kyoto, issuing a